There have been many incredible scoring performances throughout the NBA's rich history, and narrowing those down to a top 5 list is going to be extremely difficult to do, but that's what we're here to do today, as this is my top 5 list of the greatest scoring performances in NBA history. And when I'm ranking this list, I'm not just looking at who scored the most points, but I'm looking at how they scored those points. Who was the competition? What were the stakes of the game? What were the other things he did on the court? The full context needs to be considered when determining the list. So please, let me know in the comment section below how your list would differ from mine. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 5. Luka's 60-point triple-double against the New York Knicks in 2022. Even in this modern era where NBA scoring is highly inflated, this is still quite possibly the most impressive triple-double in NBA history. Luka was extremely clutch for his team down the stretch, and he did almost everything for the Mavericks as he played 47 minutes for his squad, leading them to a 126-121 victory. On the night, he had an insane total of 60 points, an NBA career high 21 rebounds, and 10 assists, on 68% shooting from the field. This wasn't just a great performance from an eyewitness perspective, but statistically, it was one of the select few greatest performances of all time, as it has the 10th highest game score in NBA history. As a relatively young superstar, he's still got plenty of time to outdo himself, but as things currently stand, I believe this was the single greatest scoring performance of Luka Doncic's career. Number 4. Michael Jordan's NBA record, 63 points against the Boston Celtics in the 1986 NBA playoffs. This game is absolutely iconic, as it still remains today as the highest scoring performance in the playoffs. This classic went to double overtime, and MJ played in 53 minutes of the game. He finished the contest with 63 points, 6 assists, and 5 rebounds, on 22 of 41 shooting. Unfortunately, MJ did not have the supporting cast that Larry Bird did, so they did end up losing the game to the Boston Celtics 135-131. But that didn't stop Larry Bird from describing Michael Jordan in the postgame as God disguised as Michael Jordan. The detail that people miss and don't consider about this contest is that the Boston Celtics were the NBA's #1 ranked defense that season, and the '86 Celtics are still widely considered as one of the greatest teams of all time. They had a massive front line, with guys like Kevin McHale, Robert Parrish, and Bill Walton off the bench. And regardless of that fact, MJ was taking it to the hole and scoring time and time again. People don't wrap their heads around the fact that the greatest scoring performance in NBA playoff history happened against a #1 ranked defense. That shouldn't be the case. Common sense would say that it should have happened against a 7th or 8th seed, but not a top-ranked defense. But again, this was Michael Jordan, doing Michael Jordan things. Number 3. Kobe Bryant's 62 points against the Dallas Mavericks in 2005. This was during the Mamba's incredible 05-06 season, and he played just under 33 minutes in this contest. And on the night, Kobe scored 62 points and had 8 rebounds and 3 steals. He was 18 of 31 from the field, and the most amazing part about this performance is that through 3 quarters, Kobe had outscored the Dallas Mavericks team by himself. This wasn't just some ordinary opposing team, but this is a Dallas Mavericks team that went on to the NBA Finals that season, and were ranked 7th overall in the league as a defensive squad. Kobe was utterly unstoppable, and he scored 30 points in the 3rd quarter alone. According to Dirk Nowitzki, if Kobe had played in the 4th quarter, he could have easily had 90 points on that evening. What he passed up by sitting out that 4th quarter is arguably the most impressive feat in NBA history, which would have been outscoring an opposing team by himself. Honestly, I'd hear out an argument for this performance to take the #1 spot, but on my list, it'll have to settle for 3rd. Number 2. Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game against the New York Knicks in 1962. You guys know all about this one, and unfortunately, it wasn't caught on film, as just about no regular season games were on film at this time in history. With that being said, Wilt absolutely destroyed the Knicks on this night, as he played all 48 minutes and scored 100 points, 25 rebounds, and 2 assists. on 57% shooting and 28 of 32 from the free throw line. After the halfway point of this game, the Warriors, the Knicks, and the audience all knew what was going on, as Wilt was gunning for 100 points. Not only was his teammates consistently feeding him the ball, trying to get him to 100, but the opposing Knicks team didn't want to be on the wrong side of history, so they were doing everything they could to stop Wilt from scoring 100. To the point that they were even fouling Wilt's teammates on purpose in order to send them to the free throw line instead, therefore preventing Wilt from getting more scoring opportunities. As you all know, all of their attempts were in vain, as Wilt ultimately scored 100, making it easily the highest scoring performance in NBA history. And his Warriors obviously won the game with a final score of 169 to 147. Number 1. Kobe Bryant's 81-point game against the Toronto Raptors in 2006. For myself personally, Kobe's 81-point performance gets the top spot ahead of Wilt Chamberlain's 100 for a variety of reasons. For one, Kobe's performance was naturally within the competition of the game. There wasn't some artificial push to try to help Kobe score 81, but the Lakers needed each and every one of those baskets to help them secure the victory. For goodness sake, Kobe only had 26 points at the end of the first half, and they were trailing significantly. The game was in question until the halfway point of the fourth quarter, and the Mamba scored a total of 55 points in the second half alone. In that span, it went from a significant deficit to a major blowout in the Lakers' favor, all because the Mamba got hot at just the right point. He basically torched every single player on that team, as they were throwing anything and everything at him to try to get him to stop scoring. But again, it was all in vain. And not only do I believe that it's the greatest scoring performance in NBA history, but it is objectively the greatest scoring performance that we have ever seen on film. Here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these performances have made the top 5 instead? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below. Today's video is a rather interesting topic. Today, we're looking at the top 10 greatest journeymen in the history of the NBA. Now, some of you might be asking, how do you define a journeyman? Well, essentially, it's an NBA player who played for a lot of different organizations within his time in the league. So then a follow-up question might be, how many teams did that player have to play for? Well, according to Basketball Reference, there have been 264 players in the league's history who have played for at least 7 different teams. And if you shrink that just down to 6 teams, that number increases dramatically. So that's where I'm making the cutoff. Each player on this list had to have played for at least 7 teams throughout his career. And there's several different factors into how I'm making this list. For one, he has to be a great player. But 2, it isn't just about how good he was as an individual player, but it's also about how good he was on several different organizations. If he spent the majority of his time with just one team, and then started team hopping late in his career and didn't really have much of an impact for those different organizations, then he won't move as high up the list. So not only does it help to be great, but it helps to have a major impact on multiple organizations. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 10, Tyson Chandler. This 7-foot power forward had a tremendous impact on several different organizations, as he was consistently one of the best defensive players in the entire game. In 2011, he won the NBA championship with the Dallas Mavericks, and the very next season, he was the Defensive Player of the Year for the New York Knicks. In total, he played for 8 different organizations and had a tremendous impact on most of them. He didn't really have the best offensive game, but he was a great option for lob passes. Number 9, Mark Jackson. He played for 7 different teams throughout the course of his career, and was the Rookie of the Year for the New York Knicks in 1988. He really broke out as one of the premier point guards in the entire league when he played for the Indiana Pacers, and in 1997, he led the entire league in assists per game at 11.4. He had a long career that had a tremendous impact for multiple different organizations, and was even an NBA All-Star in 1989. If you ask me, he's one of the most underrated playmakers that the game has ever seen. Number 8, ISO Joe Johnson. He was one of the most clutch players throughout his playing days, and was always a sure thing to make a play for himself, as this guy was a walking bucket on the court. In his career, he made one All-NBA team in 2010, and he made 7 All-Star teams. As a 6'7" wing, he was one of the best scorers that the league had to offer, as he got as high as 25 points per game in 2007 as a member of the Atlanta Hawks. But both before and after that, he was one of the best late-game finishers, as he had a significant impact on both the Phoenix Suns and the Brooklyn Nets. Number 7. Adrian Dantley. This 6'5" small forward played for 7 different teams throughout his playing days, and during the 1980s, he was one of the best and most efficient scorers in the entire league. For his career, he averaged 24.3 points per game on 54% shooting, which would be incredibly impressive even by the efficiency standards of a center. But for a small forward, it's basically unheard of. In a 4-year stretch from 1981 to 1984, he averaged 30.5 points per game while hitting 56.4% of his shots, and this was during his prime with the Utah Jazz. But he also had some seasons where he was effective with the Los Angeles Lakers, and eventually, in a reduced role, he would have a major impact on the Detroit Pistons. He was the game's Rookie of the Year in 1977, he was a 6-time All-Star, and a 2-time scoring champion. He's definitely one of the more underappreciated players of the game's past. Number 6. Vince Carter. Half man, half amazing. Vinsanity, as you all know, was an absolute problem with the Toronto Raptors. But he was a guy who was a legitimate superstar during his prime, and was still able to adjust to becoming a solid role player in the latter half of his career. He's recognized by most as the greatest dunker in NBA history, but he was so much more than just that, as he was an elite 3-point shooter, both in terms of volume and efficiency. After Toronto, he remained one of the best players in the Eastern Conference, as he averaged as high as 25 points per game with the New Jersey Nets in 2007. He made 8 All-Star teams, and his career lasted all the way to the age of 43. He's now an NBA Hall of Famer, and early in his career, many people were calling him the next Michael Jordan. But now, he'll have to settle for titles like the greatest dunker of all time, and one of the greatest journeymen that the game has ever seen. Number 5. Dwight Howard. The first half and best half of his career were with the Orlando Magic, where he led the NBA in rebounds per game 5 times, and he led the league in blocks per game twice. He also led his Orlando Magic to the NBA Finals in 2009, and to go along with his 8 All-Star selections, he was the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year 3 times. Obviously, he's most famous for his days in Orlando, but he remained solid in the years afterwards, even if he wasn't as appreciated as he should have been. Eventually, he would win an NBA championship ring with the Los Angeles Lakers in 2020, as he was a tremendous spark for them off the bench, both offensively and defensively. Number 4. Rajon Rondo. He played for 9 different teams throughout his career in the NBA, and he was known for several things. For one, he was one of the best playmakers in the entire league, and he was known as a guy who took his game to another level in the NBA playoffs, and he was doing that year in and year out for a bunch of different organizations. He is the only player in NBA history to win an NBA championship with both the Boston Celtics and the Los Angeles Lakers, as he won with Boston in 2008, and he won with the Lakers in 2020. He made 4 All-Defense teams in his career, and he was the NBA Steals champion with the Celtics in 2010. But he also did an excellent job having an impact on teams like Chicago, Sacramento, and New Orleans. And even with the Kings in 2016, he led the NBA in assists per game at 11.7, which, combined with his seasons where he played with the Celtics, was the 3rd time that he led the NBA in assists per game. Number 3. Chauncey Billups. Mr. Big Shot had a tremendous impact on a bunch of different organizations during his playing days. He's an NBA Hall of Famer, he was a 5-time All-Star, he was a 2-time All-Defender, and he was the 2004 NBA champion and Finals MVP, with arguably the greatest defensive team of all time, the 03-04 Detroit Pistons. Obviously, he was huge for that Pistons squad, but afterwards, he was also the second best player for a Denver Nuggets team that nearly made it to the NBA Finals in 2009. For a bunch of different organizations, Mr. Big Shot provided plenty of victories and plenty of massive moments, as he was one of the best floor generals and floor raisers that the game had to offer. Number 2, Bob McAdoo. This guy is an NBA Hall of Famer, and simply put, he was one of the greatest scorers that the league has ever seen, as he had masterful footwork and was a mid-range artist. He was a 5-time All-Star and won 3 scoring titles, and he was even the NBA MVP in 1975. In fact, throughout the 1970s, he was the guy who was most frequently challenging Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the title of the best player in the entire league. With the Buffalo Braves, he got as high as 34.5 points per game in 1975. But in the years afterwards, he would also be a premier player for the New York Knicks, and eventually, he would win a couple championship rings with the Los Angeles Lakers. He put on many different jerseys throughout his career, but there was never a time where this journeyman wasn't effective for the team that had him. Number 1, Moses Malone. Without question, this guy is the greatest journeyman in the history of the game, and beyond that, he's one of the greatest players to ever play at the center position. His nickname was the Chairman of the Boards, and that was because he was one of the greatest rebounders of all time. But specifically, as an offensive rebounder, it's not even close, as he is clearly the best ever in that aspect. He's an NBA Hall of Famer, he was a 13-time All-Star, he was a 6-time rebounding champion, made 8 All-NBA teams, 2 All-Defense teams, and his Philadelphia 76ers won the NBA championship in 1983. And he was the Finals MVP. To this day, that 76ers team is widely recognized as one of the greatest basketball teams of all time. Beyond that, he was also a 3-time league MVP, and is the only player in NBA history to win back-to-back MVP awards with 2 separate teams, which he did with the Houston Rockets in 1982 and the Philadelphia 76ers in 1983. It's rather incredible and somewhat puzzling that Moses was able to find his way onto so many different organizations throughout his career, especially considering the fact that for a while, he was the best player that the game had to offer. Regardless, at the end of the day, Moses Malone is easily the greatest journeyman in NBA history. Here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the list instead? Today's video is not some sort of list that's simply based on my opinions and feelings, but it is objectively the top 5 single-season turnarounds in NBA history, based on the wins and loss column. My aim for this video is to not only educate you on who the 5 teams were, but explain the history and context of why these teams were able to make these turnarounds. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 5, the 1979-1980 Boston Celtics, who improved by 32 wins over the previous season. First off, there's the most obvious acquisition, and that was a rookie, Larry Bird, who had simply one of the greatest rookie campaigns in the history of the game. Even during his debut season, Bird did a variety of things well, like scoring, passing, rebounding, defense, and shooting the long ball. He provided the leadership that Boston desperately needed, and helped them immediately become one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference. What they also did is they traded away Bob McAdoo for a future first-round pick, and this created enough cap space for the Celtics to pursue a free agent in the summer of 1979, which ended up being ML Carr. The signing of Carr provided the roster with a great defensive player, and he also ended up being a quality 6th man for that squad. They also hired a new head coach in Bill Fitch, and he was a stabilizing force for that group, and definitely more so than the previous season, as they had multiple head coaches in the 78 to 79 season. Number 4, the 2004 to 2005 Phoenix Suns, who improved by 33 wins. Most of you could probably guess their major acquisition, as they signed Steve Nash in the offseason after the Dallas Mavericks were unwilling to match Phoenix's offer. Nash was the perfect fit for the new head coach Mike D'Antoni, and immediately, with his playmaking abilities and with Mike D'Antoni's emphasis on up-tempo offense, they established their 7-second offense, which made it a goal to get a shot attempt up within the first 7 seconds of the shot clock. But they did have some minor moves that supported Steve Nash. For example, they signed the shooting guard Quentin Richardson, who became the team's primary three-point shooter, which is obviously a major asset for a facilitator like Steve Nash. It's also worth pointing out that Amari Stoudemire was completely healthy this season and took a massive step forward in his progression, and was even a top 7 finalist for the Most Improved Player award. A large part of that was obviously from now having Nash as a pick-and-roll partner, but regardless, he was ready to take that big leap forward. Number 3, the 1989 to 1990 San Antonio Spurs, who improved by 35 wins. One of the greatest individual impacts that we've ever seen in the history of the game came from a rookie, David Robinson, who because of his military service was much older than the usual rookies. It was also the rookie season of the one they call the Ninja, Sean Elliott, who would end up becoming a quality slasher, finisher, and shooter for the Spurs. Also joining San Antonio was Terry Cummings, who was one of the most underrated power forwards in NBA history. And in his late 20s, he ended up being the team's second leading scorer behind only David Robinson. San Antonio also acquired Rod Strickland via trade in late February. So although he didn't have a ton of time to have a major impact, Strickland still used his quality playmaking abilities and his all-time great handles to help his team tremendously. This season also had stability and consistency within the roster, unlike the previous season, which was filled with plenty of trades, releases, and signings. And the year prior, they had 22 different players on the roster throughout the course of that season. So with that being said, no wonder why they had so many chemistry issues the year before. Number 2, the 1997 to 1998 San Antonio Spurs, who improved by 36 wins. Obviously, the major acquisition here was a rookie, Tim Duncan, who was immediately recognized as one of the best big men in the entire game. But it is worth mentioning that it was also the first full season of Greg Popovich as a head coach. Along with that, they also had a healthy David Robinson, unlike the previous season where he only played in 6 regular season games. In his 97 to 98 comeback season, Robinson averaged 22 points and 11 rebounds, while finishing 3rd overall in the Defensive Player of the Year voting. It was a minor addition, but they also acquired Jaren Jackson Sr., who was one of the key role players for that squad. There was also rumors at that time that the Spurs were tanking in the 1997 regular season after the Robinson injury, due to their desire for a better spot in the draft lottery, which obviously ended up being Tim Duncan. So with that being said, this turnaround makes a whole lot of sense for a lot more reasons than just the big fundamental. Number 1, the 2007 to 2008 Boston Celtics, who improved by 42 wins, which is easily the greatest improvement in NBA history. This was the perfect storm of circumstances for such a turnaround. For one, their superstar player Paul Pierce wasn't healthy the year prior, and in the 2007 to 2008 season, he played in 33 more games than the year prior. And obviously, they made major acquisitions, like the superstar three-point sniper Ray Allen, who was also one of the most clutch players that the game had to offer. And then, in a major blockbuster trade, they acquired Kevin Garnett from the Minnesota Timberwolves, giving them one of the best power forwards in the entire league and a perennial Defensive Player of the Year candidate. With one of the best perimeter sniping shooting guards, one of the top scoring small forwards, and one of the best two-way power forwards in the entire league, They immediately had a cohesive unit that all gelled together naturally. But then, don't forget their point guard, as Rajon Rondo took a massive leap forward in his sophomore season and finished 5th overall in the most improved player voting. Basically, at the point guard, shooting guard, small forward, and power forward position, they all had major upgrades from the year prior, which resulted in a year-to-year NBA record that will probably stand for many decades to come. One of the major takeaways of this list is that no team ever makes a giant turnaround without the acquisition of a major superstar player. And another observation is that as much as we want to give all of the credit to our superstar players, a lot of times there's a lot of different things at play, from the coaching to the supporting cast to the general manager's decisions. As always, it takes a team to get it done. Today's list is one I've been wanting to tackle for a while. Today, we're looking at the top 10 greatest layup packages of all time, and I can get into all the ins and outs and all the nuances of how I'm determining my list. The truth is, most of this heavily relies on the eye test. And although there is some data that you can gather, like efficiency within 3 feet, you also have to factor in that not every player has the same supporting cast. Not every player has the same build, is the same height, and plays the same position. Some guys have larger and faster defenders than others. There's so many variables, so I don't claim that this is an objectively correct list. It's just my list based on the years of basketball that I've witnessed. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 10, Vince Carter. Half man, half amazing. This guy is widely recognized as the greatest dunker in NBA history, but as I say time and time again, he was so much more than just that. And one of the things he did extremely well was finish at the rim, and he did it with an incredible amount of flair. Early in his career in Toronto, he was often compared to the great Michael Jordan, and it wasn't just for his style, and it wasn't just for his incredible hang time, but it was also for his grace, skills, and finesse when finishing around the rim. Carter could either outleap you, he could spin around you, he could absorb the contact, and he knew how to put the perfect amount of English on the basketball to get the basket. Number 9, Steph Curry. In a way that's similar to Vince Carter always being referred to as a dunker, Curry is often pigeonholed as simply a three-point shooter. But again, that's not quite the truth either. Not only is Curry a great ball handler, but he's one of the best and most efficient shooters around the rim. He's fantastic at making difficult layups while off balance, and he has a tremendous finger roll layup. He usually puts far more arc on the basketball than most guys when they get that close to the rim. Regardless if it's from 30 feet, 15 feet, or within 5 feet, Steph is one of the best of the best. Number 8, Allen Iverson. The answer was famous for driving to the basket and absorbing tons of punishment. But he always fought through it, and oftentimes he was completing an and one. Iverson had a tremendous amount of body control, and he was fantastic at making shots in the most unorthodox ways. For all 48 minutes, he was a flat-out scorer, and if you were a rim protector in that era, you had to watch him like a hawk, as he was so creative and so good at finishing at the basket regardless of tremendous defense. Number 7, Kobe Bryant. Kobe was a fantastic in-game dunker, and famously, he posted a lot of bigs at the rim. But beyond that, Kobe was also fantastic at finishing while off balance. And as we all know, the Mamba was tremendous at making shots that most guys wouldn't even dare to shoot. A lot of guys tend to absorb the contact when they're at the rim, but Kobe knew how to contort his body in such a way where he would avoid the contact, which allowed him to finish the play. Whether it was on the right side, the left side, with his dominant hand, or his opposite hand, Kobe was fantastic at getting it done consistently. Number 6, Derrick Rose. He might have not had the greatest longevity, and yes, his significant injuries did ruin his amazing potential. But with that being said, in his youthful prime, he was one of the most elite and most explosive players when attacking the basket, and typically, he used that to his advantage and used that extra hang time to outlast the defender and make the basket on his descent. He was so great at double clutching the basketball, and would often look like he was about to finish on one side, but would then convert the basket on the other end. Many people forget just how good he was in his MVP form, but for myself personally, he had a layup package that was just good enough to have him just outside of my top 5. Number 5. Julius Erving. Dr. J is famous for possibly the most iconic reverse layup in NBA history. In a way that was similar to Michael Jordan, Julius Erving had ridiculously massive hands, and because of this, he was able to grip the basketball better than most players, and was able to do certain things with it in the air that a lot of guys couldn't do. He had the finesse, he had the length, and he had the imagination and artistry to convert so many layups that a lot of guys couldn't do. He also had a tremendous finger roll reminiscent of another great player. Speaking of which, number 4, George Gervin. Without question, the Iceman had the greatest finger roll in basketball history, as he would put a tremendous amount of arc on it and used it to make a number of difficult shots even when the defense had him completely smothered. Although the finger roll was certainly his bread and butter, it wasn't his only major skill, as he did have some tremendous hops and he had a quality reverse layup. He was also extremely ambidextrous when attacking the basket, as he could hit his finger rolls with either his right or his left hand, and he did it with remarkable efficiency. Number 3. Dwayne Wade. Now, Wade was one of the most difficult players for me to rank on this list, because yes, he was explosive, and yes, he had a tremendous layup package. But Wade is a guy who was great at making layups that often look like ridiculous attempts. In other words, he made a lot of shots around the rim that people would simply brush off as luck. But in my opinion, Wade did it with such regularity that there's no way you could simply call it luck. When attacking the basket, he was extremely focused, and had a good sense of his surroundings and tremendous awareness. It was his body control and concentration that allowed him to convert all of those baskets. And if volume is a factor, then Wade should certainly get extra points for that as well, as he was one of the top scorers in the entire league and was one of the most aggressive slashers that the game has ever seen. In other words, he was great at making a variety of layups, and he did it extremely often. Number 2. Michael Jordan. As you all know, I'm usually very pro Michael Jordan on this channel, and I've done a lot of top 10 lists where MJ came out on top. This is probably going to be a hot take, and will probably have a lot of people upset in the comments section, but for me, MJ has the second greatest layup package of all time. He had the hang time, he had the finesse, he was great at finishing through contact, and despite what the narratives are, he was great at finishing around the rim with both his right and left hand. MJ has so many impressive reverse layups that it's enough to make your jaw hit the floor, and for a while, I considered him as easily the number 1 choice for the greatest layup package of all time. That was until another player came along. Number 1. Kyrie Irving. In my opinion, he's easily one of the top 5 most skilled players in the history of the league, and one of those major skills is his ability to finish around the rim. I've never seen a player have as much control of the basketball overall as Kyrie Irving does. He has the ultimate layup package when it comes to putting the perfect amount of English on the basketball to convert the play from basically any angle. Seemingly on a nightly basis, Kyrie is making a basket around the rim that just shocks the audience. He's fantastic with both his right hand and his left hand, and it doesn't matter if it's a teardrop, a reverse layup, an unconventional layup, over a player a foot and a half taller, or at an angle that seems impossible to execute. I believe Kyrie is your best bet to get it done. Here is my list of honorable mentions, should any of these players have made the top 10 instead. I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below. So recently I did a video of the top 10 greatest journeymen in NBA history, and some people in the comments requested that I do the opposite. Who are the top 10 loyal players in NBA history? Now here's the thing, if I'm going to break down a top 10 list of loyal players, then there's a lot of different ways to break down this ranking, and I should probably clarify how I determine the order. Now first off, it isn't just about how good the players are. although that is definitely one of the 4 categories. The second category is how much impact the player had on his franchise. The third aspect is that a player can earn extra points by making loyal gestures to the organization. And the fourth aspect is how long the player played for that organization. Obviously, if a guy spent 10 seasons with just one team, it won't be quite as impressive as the guy who spent a full 20. The best combination of these 4 attributes will end up getting the number 1 spot. But now I'm getting ahead of myself. So let's go ahead and start things off with number 10, Jerry West. The Logo played 14 seasons with the Los Angeles Lakers, and in that time, he was one of the greatest players in the history of the game. His game was so ahead of its time, and it resulted in him being one of the greatest scorers in the regular season and the playoffs and in the NBA Finals. He won the NBA championship with the Los Angeles Lakers in 1972, and probably the most underappreciated aspect of his career is how he was an all-time great defensive player in terms of block shots, steals, and smothering defense. If I was factoring in every aspect of his contributions to the Los Angeles Lakers, then he might just be in the number 1 spot overall, thanks to his time as a head coach and a general manager. But I'm only talking about the time he spent in a Lakers jersey, so for that alone, he'll have to settle for the number 10 spot. Number 9, Reggie Miller. This guy is the face of the Indiana Pacers organization, as he spent a total of 18 seasons with this team. For a while, he was the NBA's all-time leader in three-pointers made, and simply put, he's one of the most clutch playoff performers who's ever lived. Reggie was fantastic at moving without the basketball, as he was one of the original floor spacers of the 1990s. He led his Pacers all the way to the NBA Finals in 2000, and in 1998, he was nearly the leader of the team that ended the Chicago Bulls' dynasty run. Number 8, John Stockton. He played 19 seasons with the Utah Jazz, and he made the NBA playoffs in all 19 years of his career. He was their consistent floor general, and is the NBA's all-time leader in both assists and steals, and in neither of those categories is it even close. Stockton wasn't the most flashy player, but he was smart, disciplined, and extremely fundamental, with him doing the facilitating that made it all the way to the NBA Finals in 1997 and in 1998, before they were obviously eliminated by Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls. Number 7, Larry Bird. Alongside of Magic Johnson, this guy helped save the NBA in the 1980s, and he won 3 NBA championships as one of the best overall offensive players in the entire league. Bird was a consistent 50-40-90 threat, and he was also one of the best rebounding small forwards of all time, as he had a career average of 10 per game. He was also an underrated defensive player, and an incredible passer. Honestly, I could go on and on about the greatness of Larry Bird, but unfortunately, due to his back problems, he only played 13 seasons for the Boston Celtics, and for that reason, he isn't any higher than the 7th spot on this list. Number 6, Magic Johnson. This guy was the face of the Showtime Lakers in the 1980s. And just like Larry Bird, his career was also cut short, but in his case, it was because of the HIV virus. With that being said, Magic did play 13 seasons for the Los Angeles Lakers, and led them to 5 NBA championships. Most people consider him as the greatest passer of all time, but beyond that, he was a 6'9" point guard who could score with the best of them when he chose to. Right out of the gates, he was one of the best players in the entire league, as he was the NBA Finals MVP in his rookie season at only the age of 20. Number 5, Bill Russell. This legend is known by many as the ultimate winner, as he won 11 NBA championships in his time with the Celtics, and he was even the Boston Celtics head coach for a while he was still playing. Russell wasn't the greatest offensive player, but in terms of his defensive abilities, he was one of the most clutch performers that the game has ever seen, as he went a perfect 10-0 in Game 7 situations. Although Larry Bird might be more well known by modern Boston Celtics fans, I would argue that no player better embodies their winning culture than the NBA legend Bill Russell. Number 4. Steph Curry. He's the greatest shooter in NBA history and the only unanimous MVP that the league has ever seen. Now it remains to be seen whether or not he'll be on this list in the decades to come, but as of now, he's played 16 seasons for his Golden State Warriors exclusively, and in that time, he changed them from an underdog organization into an NBA dynasty. I could go on and on singing his praises about his elite ball handling, his great shooting, his ability to finish around the rim, and about his ability to space the floor and lead his team with a humble attitude. Number 3. Dirk Nowitzki. This 7-foot power forward was one of the greatest scorers of all time, as he was one of the greatest perimeter shooting bigs that the league has ever seen. He was also the leader of the 2011 championship team that famously defeated the Big Three Miami Heat. Although Dirk was involved in some trade rumors throughout his career, he never once left the city of Dallas, as he was with them for 21 seasons, and that is still the most seasons ever spent with just one franchise. Honestly, he probably could have done even more winning in his time in Dallas if he had a supporting cast that was equal to many of the other guys on this list. Number 2. Kobe Bryant. The Mamba led his Lakers to win 5 NBA championships, and he played exclusively for the Purple and Gold for a total of 20 seasons. He earned 12 All-Defense Team selections in his time in the NBA, and he was simply one of the greatest scorers of all time, getting as high as 35.4 points per game in the 05-06 season. Many people agree that he's the most skilled player in basketball history, and some people might be frustrated to see him in only the second spot on this list, but I think there's good reasons for that, which takes us to the top spot. Number 1. Tim Duncan. The big fundamental played 19 seasons exclusively for the San Antonio Spurs, and in that time, he won 5 NBA championships. He was also the model of consistency, as he has 15 All-Defense Team selections, which is easily the most in NBA history. There's a lot of things about Tim Duncan that make him special that don't really show up on the stat sheet. For one, he was a really quiet and humble leader, who was easy to get along with. He's also extremely underappreciated in terms of his clutch performances, and the 2003 NBA Finals is no exception, as he put up utterly goofy numbers throughout the course of that series. Now, although Tim Duncan played 19 years exclusively for San Antonio, that isn't the highest, as guys like Kobe Bryant and Dirk Nowitzki did play more seasons for their teams exclusively. But the reason why Tim Duncan gets the number 1 spot is because he wasn't a guy who ever demanded a trade like Kobe Bryant. For the most part, Duncan was almost always happy to serve his team, as he did it for nearly 2 decades straight. On top of that, Duncan also took massive pay cuts that allowed his organization to compete for championships well into his twilight years. A lot of guys on this list didn't make that same sacrifice. So when you think about how good he was as a player, how much of an impact he had on his franchise, the gestures he made for the organization, and how long he played for the San Antonio Spurs exclusively, then that's all the ingredients you need to be the guy in the number 1 spot for the top 10 most loyal players in NBA history. Here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the top 10 instead? No, I just know today's video is going to get a lot of people triggered, but regardless, I gotta be honest with my thoughts. Today, we're looking at the top 10 players in NBA history without a championship ring. There doesn't really need to be much explanation or build-up. I'm looking at their talent, I'm looking at their longevity, I'm looking at their statistics and their accolades, and determining who I believe are the top 10 players in this category. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 10. Allen Iverson. Simply put, the answer is one of the greatest scorers in the history of the game, and he was extremely tough as he would attack the basket relentlessly, trying to score around the rim. He was an NBA Hall of Famer, he was an 11-time All-Star, and a 4-time scoring champion. Beyond that, he was also fantastic in the passing lanes, as he was the steals champion a total of 3 times. He was the Rookie of the Year in 1997 and the MVP in 2001. Many people believe that he's the greatest pound-for-pound player of all time, as he only stands at 6 feet tall. And of course, who could forget his legendary performance in the 2001 season, where he ended the Lakers' undefeated playoff run. Number 9. George Gervin. The Iceman was also one of the greatest scorers of all time, as he had 4 scoring titles of his own, and he was a 12-time All-Star. Standing at 6 foot 7 inches tall, he was one of the most lethal wings that the game of basketball has ever seen, and he was equipped with an all-time great layup package, but specifically, he did his damage with his ambidextrous finger rolls. His scoring got as high as 33.1 points per game in the 1980 season, and the NBA recognizes him as one of the 75 greatest players of all time. Number 8. Steve Nash. He was an 8-time NBA All-Star, and famously, he was a 2-time league MVP, as he won the award in 2005 and in 2006. He's famous for leading the Suns' 7-second offense, as he was a quick decision maker, extremely intelligent, and often seemed like he had eyes in the back of his head. Nash is also one of the most efficient offensive players of all time, as he has the most 50-40-90 seasons in an NBA career. And if you look more closely at the statistics, you'll see that he had 50-40-90 percentages over the course of an entire decade. He led the NBA in assists per game 5 times in his career, and if there's one thing that keeps him from being higher up on this list, it's the fact that he was a defensive liability. Even with that being said, he has a strong enough resume for the 8th spot. Number 7. Patrick Ewing. This 7-foot center was absolutely lethal on both ends of the court. He was an 11-time All-Star and made 7 All-NBA teams. He also made 3 All-Defense teams and was the NBA Rookie of the Year in 1986. He was a dominant two-way force, and specifically in the 1990 season, he averaged a ridiculous 29 points, 11 rebounds, and 4 blocked shots. Unfortunately, he happened to play basketball during the same era as Michael Jordan, which kept him from winning championships. And the fact that he also played in the same era as guys like David Robinson, Hakeem Olajuwon, and Shaquille O'Neal also kept him from getting the praise and shine that his career deserves. Number 6. James Harden. He hasn't been as great in recent years, and because of some of his struggles lately, people are already starting to forget just how good a prime scoring Harden was. He was a 10-time All-Star, he led the NBA in assists per game twice, and he led the NBA in scoring 3 times, getting as high as a ridiculous 36.1 points per game in the 2019 season. Outside of Michael Jordan, that's the highest scoring average in NBA history by a guard. He was also the league MVP in 2018. If we're being honest about it, he has a pile of accolades and an incredibly impressive career. Although there have been some drawbacks, like the fact that some people think he's a free throw merchant, and the fact that he wasn't a great defensive player for the vast majority of his career. With that being said, he is without question one of the select few greatest scorers that the game has ever seen. Number 5. Chris Paul. CP3 has been playing basketball for so long that he's another guy that people forget just how good his prime was. He's incredibly accomplished, as he was a 12-time All-Star, made 11 All-NBA teams, was the Rookie of the Year in 2006, and he led the NBA in assists per game 5 times. Along with that, he was also incredible on defense, as he led the NBA in steals per game 6 times, and has 9 All-Defense team selections in his career, which is among the most in NBA history at the guard position. This guy was an absolute two-way force, and was nearly the league MVP in 2008. Unfortunately, a championship ring continues to evade him, but he's still got some time, but time is running out. Number 4. John Stockton. He is the all-time leader in total assists and total steals by a country mile. He led the NBA in assists per game 9 times in his career, and he also has 5 All-Defense Team selections. He led his team to the NBA Finals in 1997 and in 1998. And if you need a great example of his consistency, consider the fact that John Stockton led his Utah Jazz to the NBA playoffs every single season of his career, which was a grand total of 19 seasons. He's certainly not the most flashy player, but he's tried and true, and just about anybody would love to have a point guard just like him. Number 3, Karl Malone. He is a dominant 6'9" power forward, and he's one of the greatest scorers in the history of the league, as he's 3rd all-time on the NBA scoring list, trailing only LeBron James and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He earned 14 All-NBA selections, and he's actually an underrated player defensively, as he made 4 All-Defense teams. He's also a 2-time league MVP. He was one of the strongest players to ever live, and he made it to the NBA Finals in 1997 and in 1998. If there's one major drawback to his game, it's the fact that he turned the ball over a little too much, especially for a forward. With that being said, he should at least be in everyone's top 3. Number 2, Elgin Baylor. This 6'5" small forward is an NBA Hall of Famer. He was an 11-time All-Star, made 11 All-NBA teams, and was the Rookie of the Year in 1959. This guy was one of the greatest scorers in NBA history, as he averaged 34.8 points per game in 1961, and a stupid 38.3 points per game in 1962. But at that same time, he was averaging nearly 20 rebounds per game as a 6'5" small forward. Technically, he could have had an NBA championship ring if he had played with the Lakers for the remainder of the 1972 NBA season. The team did offer him a ring at the end of that year, but seeing how he only played in 9 regular season games, Baylor turned down the offer. Number 1, Charles Barkley. I understand that it's kind of a hot take to have the round mound of rebound in the number 1 spot, but I truly believe that he is the greatest player in NBA history to never win a championship. He was so good in his prime, as he was this terrifying combination of power and speed. He was an 11-time All-Star and was the rebounding champion in 1987. He was also the league MVP in 1993 and led his Phoenix Suns all the way to the NBA Finals, where he challenged Michael Jordan and actually had a fantastic series. MJ was just better. Barkley put up some truly absurd numbers during his prime, like in 1988, when he averaged 28 points and 12 rebounds while shooting nearly 60% from the field. Or how about in 1990, when he averaged 25 points per game, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, while shooting 60% from the field. During his best seasons, Charles was regularly among the best scorers in the entire league, while making nearly 60% of his shots. That is absurd efficiency that's basically unheard of. This guy was a championship player, who played incredible on a championship level, but unfortunately, he just simply played in the wrong era. So with the topic of today's video, I'm sure everyone in this comment section will be extra civil. Today, we're looking at the top 10 most clutch players in NBA history, according to me, of course. Now, as always, this is just my opinion, and this list is especially difficult to rank because there's a lot of different factors at play, and a lot of different ways to categorize the aspect of clutch. With that being said, these were my factors into ranking this list. First, were you great at making big shots in the final 2 minutes? Second, big shots in the playoffs will count even more significantly than big shots in the regular season. Also consider the volume of clutch shots. If a player is super selective and doesn't attempt that many game-winning shots, then of course, that's not going to bode as well for his ranking. Also, I'm looking at how the player overall improved his production in the postseason. Poor performances in the playoffs will negatively affect a player's ranking. So if a player has many instances where he came up small in the postseason, then he won't be as high on this list, or he might not even make the list altogether. The player also essentially needs to be a star, because it's one thing to be the clutch player who everybody is expecting to have the ball in their hands when the clock winds down, but it's something else entirely for a role player to play off ball and not be watched with the same attention as a star player. So on my list specifically, you'll only see superstar players. Essentially, I'm calling this the Robert Horry rule. Let's get into it, starting with number 10, Ray Allen. He's one of the greatest shooters in NBA history, and he has numerous game winners both in the regular season and in the playoffs. This guy had limitless range, so basically when the clock was winding down, you had to be all over him regardless of where he was at on the court. Famously, he hit what I believe is the most clutch shot in NBA history, as he made this iconic corner three-point shot, which kept his Miami Heat from elimination in 2013, where they eventually went on to win the championship. He's also had some very legendary moments in the playoffs where he's been clutch. Famously, he had an epic battle with Allen Iverson in the 2001 Eastern Conference Finals, where he put up some ridiculous numbers over the course of the series. He was also huge on many occasions for the Boston Celtics, as he won an NBA championship with them in 2008. But one of the series that I really remember from him especially was the historic first-round battle against the Chicago Bulls in 2009, where Ray Allen was the leading scorer for his team. When you look over the course of his career and playoff career, there is no shortage of big shots from this legendary sniper. Number 9, Reggie Miller. He was one of the most clutch players from the 1990s, and like Ray Allen, he also was an all-time great sniper. Famously, he was a New York Knicks destroyer, especially in the playoffs. For example, in Game 5 of the 1994 Eastern Conference Finals, Reggie dropped 25 of his 39 points in the fourth quarter alone, in what was one of the most blistering displays of clutch shooting that the league has ever seen. He also famously scored 8 points in just 9 seconds in another game against New York, sealing the clutch victory. Another epic game winner in the playoffs was his game-winning 3 over Michael Jordan in Game 4 of the 98 Eastern Conference Finals. There was also the 2002 first round, and in a winner-go-home situation, Reggie hit game-tying clutch shots at the end of regulation and at the end of overtime. He's certainly worthy of a spot on this list. Number 8, Tim Duncan. He might seem like a surprising addition to this list to many people, but he actually has more clutch shots than most people realize, like his absurd fadeaway over Shaquille O'Neal in the 2004 playoffs. Or how about his game-tying 3 in the 2008 playoffs against the Phoenix Suns, in a game where he also dropped 40 points and added 15 rebounds. Whether it was in his youth or in the twilight of his career, Duncan almost always showed up during the biggest games, which is the biggest reason why he has his 5 championship rings. But the 2003 NBA Finals is where he especially had his epic moment, as he put up a clutch series-long performance for the ages, with some truly goofy averages. In the championship-clinching 6th game, Duncan put up a near quadruple-double. And honestly, when you go back and look at the film, he almost certainly should have got that quad, which would have made it the first ever quadruple-double in NBA playoff history, let alone the NBA Finals. Number 7, Hakeem Olajuwon. This is one guy who's on this list probably for more of his clutch moments on the defensive end rather than the offensive end. For example, he made the iconic game-sealing block in Game 6 of the 1994 NBA Finals. But probably what Hakeem is best known for is how he clutchly outperformed the best big man competition of the time, which I would say was easily the strongest era of the big man in NBA history. At one point or another in the playoffs, he destroyed David Robinson, Patrick Ewing, and Shaquille O'Neal, on his way to back-to-back NBA championships. If you look at his level of production in the regular season compared to the playoffs, then you'll quickly see why he is a very deserving candidate for this list. Number 6. Kobe Bryant. No matter how you factor in game-winning shots, Kobe is up there for the most game winners in NBA history. Whether it's the regular season, the playoffs, the final 2 minutes, or the final 5 seconds. Whether the game was tied or they were trailing, Kobe made plenty of them. With that being said, Kobe was always the go-to guy in those clutch situations, which means he shot the ball a lot of times. Because of that, I also remember many of his misses throughout the years, which kept his percentages from being higher. And if his efficiency was better in these situations, then he would probably be in a top 5 spot for me. With that being said, Kobe typically crushed it in these moments, and a perfect example of that was when Kobe took over Game 4 of the 2000 NBA Finals. After Shaq fouled out, the Mamba was hitting perimeter shot after perimeter shot until the game was sealed. If peak is a factor here, then Kobe also does well, as his 2009 to 2010 season was one of the most incredible displays of clutch shot making that we've ever seen. Number 5. Larry Bird. Obviously, Bird was one of the greatest perimeter shooters of his era, and he has tons of game-winning buzzer beaters. With that being said, Bird wasn't just a clutch shot maker, but he was a clutch playmaker overall. Whether it was his passing, his shooting, his rebounding, or even his defense. One of those famous instances was when he got this crucial steal in Game 5 of the 1987 Eastern Conference Finals. He also got another clutch game-winning steal in the 1985 Eastern Conference Finals. During the 1980s, his Boston Celtics were in the NBA playoffs a lot, and they were making deep playoff runs consistently thanks to Bird's clutch gene. Number 4. Jerry West. This man was literally known as Mr. Clutch. And sure, he was 1-8 in the NBA Finals. But that wasn't completely his fault, as NBA free agency didn't exist during his playing days, and I do believe the Boston Celtics were usually the more stacked team. Even in the instances where they lost, 95% of the time Jerry West came up huge. He hit numerous big shots, numerous game winners, and numerous buzzer beaters. One of his most famous clutch shots was when he hit this iconic 60-footer at the buzzer to force overtime in Game 3 of the 1970 NBA Finals. In 1965, his Lakers went all the way to the NBA Finals, and he averaged an absurd 40.6 points per game over the course of those playoffs. With a minimum of 4 games played, that is easily the highest scoring average in NBA playoff history. And then, in Game 7 of the 1969 NBA Finals, he dropped a 42-point triple-double, which is also famously remembered as the series where he won the Finals MVP despite playing for the losing team. You know you gotta be pretty damn clutch if you're gonna be called Mr. Clutch, despite the fact that you lost in the NBA Finals more often than you won. Number 3. Magic Johnson. Although he was a pass-first player, Magic actually has a lot more game-winning shots than most people realize. As a playmaker, he was fantastic at finding a good look for himself or creating one for someone else, and he was also an incredible big-game performer. Like in the 1980 NBA Finals, where as a rookie, he took over Game 6, as he started at center in place of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and then moved to various different positions throughout the course of the game. At only the age of 20, in his rookie season, in Game 6, he put up this ridiculous stat line. That was far from his only clutch performance on the game's biggest stage. In the 1987 NBA Finals, he also put up some ridiculous numbers throughout the course of the series. And of course, he hit this iconic game-winning hook shot in Game 4. He was even clutch in the 1991 NBA Finals where he lost to Michael Jordan. But throughout that series, Magic put up some goofy numbers, including this absurd stat line in Game 5, despite the fact that he was missing James Worthy and Byron Scott in that contest. The only reason why Magic Johnson isn't in one of my top 2 spots is because of his performance in the 1984 NBA Finals, where he was briefly known as Tragic Johnson. With that being said, that was really his only instance of coming up small when it mattered the most, as he was usually very, very clutch in the playoffs. Number 2. Bill Russell. This guy is the ultimate winner, and a guy who was especially obsessed with winning. He won 11 NBA championships and 12 trips to the NBA Finals. And yes, he dominated, and yes, his roster was stacked. With that being said, many of those championships came down to how he performed when it mattered the most. For example, throughout Russell's career, he played in 10 Game 7s in the playoffs, and he was a perfect 10-0 in those Game 7s. Usually, those deciding games were decided by just one possession, including Game 7 of the 1962 NBA Finals, where he dropped 30 points, 40 rebounds, and 4 assists to defeat the Los Angeles Lakers. Even in his final championship season, Russell was clutch when it mattered the most, as he took over Game 7 of the 1969 NBA Finals with his amazing defense. He may have not hit many game-winning shots, and he may have not been the greatest scorer, but with that being said, his gifts got even greater when the games mattered the most, and that's why he has more rings than fingers. Number 1. Michael Jordan. He was 6-0 in the NBA Finals and was usually breaking records while winning them. In the 1991 NBA Finals, he became the first player to average at least 30 points and 10 assists in the same final series. In the 92 Finals, he broke the NBA record for the most points scored in a half, for three-pointers made in a half, and he tied the record for the most three-pointers made in a finals game. In 1993, he set the record for the most points averaged in a finals series, and that was while being guarded by an all-defensive player. On the series, MJ averaged 41, 8, and 6 on 51% shooting. In 1996, he had a final series that was below his usual standards. But what's considered a weak series for MJ is 27, 5, and 4 while being the finals MVP. In 1997, he hit the game-winning buzzer beater to win the first game, and then he won the famous flu game with his tremendously clutch performance. And in 1998, MJ scored the largest portion of a team's points in the NBA Finals, as he scored 45 of the Bulls' 87 points in the deciding sixth game. He also sealed the game with the final steal and the final 2 baskets, which included this iconic game winner. MJ performed the best when it mattered the most, and he never disappeared on the game's biggest stage. He efficiently hit tons of game winners in the regular season and the playoffs, all while never allowing a final series to reach a 7th game. Without question, Michael Jordan is the most clutch player in the history of the game. Here is my list of honorable mentions, should any of these players have made the top 10 instead. Today, I'm making a list about a category that is near and dear to my heart, as it contains many of my favorite basketball memories throughout the years. We're looking at the top 5 greatest dunk contests in NBA history. Now I should clarify, this is not just about the greatest individual dunks, but it's about the greatest collection of dunks that also contain plenty of hype, plenty of excitement, some star power, and some originality. If one of those categories isn't present, it doesn't necessarily disqualify it from the list, but each of those aspects can contribute to ranking it higher on my list. So let me know in the comments if you agree or disagree with my choices, and how your list would differ from mine. Starting off with number 5 is the NBA dunk contest in 2015. This one had plenty of excitement and athleticism. Some of the dunks involved weren't the most impressive, but you did have Victor Oladipo making this amazing 540 slam. And the part that really secured it on this list was the emergence of a young Zach LaVine. He was only 19 years old at this point, and he became the second youngest dunk contest winner ever behind an 18-year-old Kobe Bryant. His most impressive dunk was probably his opener, as he made this incredible reverse East Bay dunk while rocking the Space Jam jersey. By the end of this dunk contest, the young LaVine had basically made the East Bay his signature move, and with this, a star was born, as he was suddenly recognized as the best dunker in the entire league. Number 4, the 2003 dunk contest. This one was especially exciting because it had a collection of some raw power dunkers, but the main event was between two of the best dunkers of the early 2000s, as they had athleticism, style, and power. It was Desmond Mason and Jason Richardson. They were getting the crowd insanely excited as they traded one impressive dunk for another. For a little while, it looked like Mason was going to take home the award after he completed this impressive East Bay dunk with tremendous distance. But Jason Richardson was the guy who had the last attempt. And what he did was a lob to himself East Bay left-handed reverse slam. And it sent the crowd and the other players into an absolute frenzy, as we witnessed a variation of a dunk that we had never seen before. Without question, Jason Richardson is one of the most underrated dunkers in basketball history, and this was his iconic moment. Number 3, the 2000 Dunk Contest. This one is in this spot for a very obvious reason: the absolute peak of Vince Carter's dunking abilities. If this list was about the most iconic dunk contest, then this one would certainly be in the top spot. Carter was incredible as he opened it up with his spinning windmill slam, and I'm sure all of us can recite the call word for word. He also had another incredible windmill slam where he came from out of bounds. And of course, he had his between the legs point to the sky dunk that he got off of the pass from his fellow competitor and teammate Tracy McGrady. He capped it off with a seemingly underwhelming but yet surprising elbow slam that has since been duplicated many times afterwards. There were some other tremendous athletes like Steve Francis and Tracy McGrady chipping in some impressive dunks of their own. But obviously, Vince Carter stole the show, and is the reason why 2000 finishes so high on this list. Number 2, the 1988 Dunk Contest. This one was an amazing show in Chicago, as it not only had impressive dunks, but it also had star power and an exciting rivalry. Dominique Wilkins and Michael Jordan were two of the best dunkers that the league had to offer, and this was not their first time competing against one another. They were going back and forth mesmerizing the crowd, doing one impressive dunk after another, and for a while it looked like either guy could be taking home the trophy. But after a few points were left on the board, it was Michael Jordan who was going to have the last laugh, as he sealed the dunk contest with this iconic free throw dunk, which has now been immortalized in basketball lore. Not only were we watching these two stars compete in the dunk contest, but we were used to watching these superstar players go toe-to-toe in basketball games, dropping 40 and 50 points, which honestly enhanced the experience of witnessing them compete in a dunk contest. It just amplified their rivalry and added another chapter to their story. For this reason, this one gets some extra points on this highly competitive list. Number 1, the 2016 NBA Dunk Contest. As the years go on, I realize more and more that there really is no question which one should be taking the top spot. This was the famous battle between Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon, and many people believe to this day that Aaron Gordon should have won the contest. He had two incredibly iconic dunks involving a mascot, and the one that especially stole the show was when he basically sat down in mid-air, put the ball underneath his legs, and slammed it down behind his head. To this day, this is one of the most jaw-dropping displays of athleticism that I've ever seen. LaVine had some incredible dunks of his own, and it's crazy that Aaron Gordon was so good that Zach LaVine's windmill from the free throw line dunk is essentially an afterthought of this amazing competition. The only minor complaint I have about this contest is that it didn't involve two superstar players like there were competing in the 1988 dunk contest between Jordan and Dominique. With that being said, it was basically perfect in every other aspect, and I think most people will agree that this was the greatest dunk contest of all time. Here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these other dunk contests have made the top 5 instead? Today's video is just a fun one, and let me first clarify, there is no objective way to make this list. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, especially when you're looking at slam dunks. So although I'm titling this video the top 20 greatest dunks in NBA history, it's really just my top 20 favorite based on how impressive they look to me. What I want to know is how would your list differ from mine? There is a lot to choose from, and the honorable mentions list is going to be very, very long. I will say, beyond a shadow of a doubt, this was the most difficult list I've ever had to make. And from the time I've spent looking around the internet, nobody's list is ever accepted or praised. They're always told how much of an idiot they are for how they ranked it. So understand, these are just my choices, and I want to hear yours. I'm looking at a variety of things: style, power, finesse, the context in which it happened, and even star power kind of helps if I'm being honest. So with all that being said, let's stop wasting time and get into the list. Number 20, Kobe Bryant on Dwight Howard. This one is absolutely iconic. The Mamba still had every bit of his athleticism, and he split the defenders and finished strongly over a rookie Dwight Howard, who never forgot that play for the rest of his career. Not only was there style and was there power in this play, but it was between two superstar players who would go on to be teammates and have quite the colorful history. So this one gets some extra points for a variety of reasons. Number 19, Shaquille O'Neal violating Dudley. This one was amazing. Shaq not only dunks the ball and finishes strongly, but he does his iconic image spreading his legs, violating Dudley, and then lands and shoves him to the ground. Even if this is just the 19th spot on my list for the greatest dunk of all time, it is certainly number 1 for being the most disrespectful dunk that I've ever seen. Number 18, Tom Chambers' dunk on Mark Jackson. From my time surfing the internet and seeing this highlight, this one seems to be quite divisive. It's a pretty basic dunk, and there isn't a tremendous amount of style, and yes, Tom Chambers is 6'10". But when you look at this dunk in slow motion, he seems to elevate even more after he hits Mark Jackson with his knee. And by the time he's actually flushing it down, he is way above the rim as he's completing the two-handed slam. Tom Chambers is already an underrated and underappreciated player, and this one especially right here is an all-timer that deserves to be recognized. Number 17, Baron Davis on AK-47. This was during the Warriors' famous We Believe season, and to me, this is the iconic capsulated moment that really symbolizes what that season meant to Warriors fans. The energy in the crowd was electric as he cocked it back and slammed it over the top of one of the best defenders in the entire league, who was much bigger than him. Baron Davis was an athletic freak, and this one that he gave us had us all shook back in the mid-2000s. Number 16, Blake Griffin on Timothy Mozgov. You guys all know this one. Blake Griffin was one of the most athletic players of his era, and he elevated way above Mozgov to complete this dunk. Not only did he just thunderously throw it in from several feet away, but it was how he grabbed Mozgov's head as he was doing it. Talk about embarrassing. Number 15, Derrick Rose's two-handed slam on Goran Dragic. This was during the peak excitement of an athletic Derrick Rose, as he was fast and explosive, and to me, no single play better encapsulates that than this dunk. I love the way he thunderously flushed it down with two hands, and it seemed like his descension took forever just based on how high he got above the rim. Number 14, Ja Morant on January 14th, 2023. Ja is ridiculously athletic, and he has plenty of these types of dunks. But as far as his dunks go, this one is my favorite. The way he cuts to the basket, the way he takes the ball back so ridiculously far, more than you think he was capable of, and then finished it emphatically. I don't know if there's any player in NBA history who takes the ball back further before slamming it down than Ja Morant does. Give us some time and let this one age in our memory, and who knows, it might even climb up the list. Number 13, LeBron James on Yusuf Nurkic. This was probably the angriest dunk from LeBron that I've ever seen, as he cut to the basket and absolutely posterized Yusuf Nurkic. This one was special for a couple reasons. For one, LeBron was starting to get up there in his age at this point. So although you could see him doing this in his early Cleveland days or in his Miami days, a lot of people didn't think he had this kind of dunk still left in the tank. Beyond that, it wasn't just how hard LeBron dunked it, but it was where he jumped from. It had the distance, it had the elevation, and it had the attitude. all coming together to make one of the greatest dunks of all time. Number 12, Scottie Pippen on Patrick Ewing. This was during the time that Michael Jordan was retired, and in that 1994 season, the Chicago Bulls and the New York Knicks rivalry was at its all-time peak. Scottie Pippen converted this dunk over one of the best rim protectors in the entire league, Patrick Ewing. And not only did he embarrass him, but then he shoved him and walked over him, just adding to the intensity and the playoff atmosphere. Then after that play is done, he goes and he walks by Spike Lee, who's basically the New York Knicks mascot, and talks some trash to him as well. This was probably the most badass and iconic moment of Scottie Pippen's career. Number 11, Dwayne Wade on Kendrick Perkins. Every once in a while, you see a dunk that has tremendous beauty and tremendous power, and this was one of them. Dwayne Wade was so quick, and then he made a tremendous spin move and made a two-handed slam that absolutely destroyed Kendrick Perkins. And he finished off the highlight with a goofy yet memorable dance move. Number 10, Julius Erving rocking the cradle on Michael Cooper. This was an iconic moment in the NBA Finals, and Erving stole the ball and finished the dunk over the top of one of the greatest defensive players in the history of the game. Not only was Julius so good at gliding through the air, but the way he tucked the basketball and finished over the top was something that anybody who was watching at that time will never forget. Number 9, Anthony Edwards on John Collins. It's hard to rank this one early on, but without question, it was the greatest dunk in this most recent season, as Edwards thunderously and powerfully completed this dunk that sent shockwaves all over social media. He ended up screwing up his finger on the play, but given the fact that he won the Dunk of the Year award for that dunk, and given the fact that people will be seeing that replay over and over again for as long as we live, I think it was worth it. Number 8, Gerald Green's windmill lob. This one was awesome. I understand it isn't a poster, and I understand that there was really no interference between him and the rim. But still, as lob passes go, this is one of the all-time greats. It isn't just that he took a lob and he made it a windmill, but there's that iconic instant replay where you can see his head well above the rim. This guy was an athletic freak who had some of the greatest hops that I've ever seen, and when you finish it with this windmill that he had, it certainly deserves a spot in my top 10. Number 7, LeBron James on Jason Terry. This one is iconic for several reasons. For one, this was a revenge statement for LeBron James, who was dunking on Jason Terry, who had once embarrassed him in the 2011 NBA Finals. Now LeBron had just angrily posterized him, and even stood over and stared at him to really drive the point home. For me, this is the greatest and biggest statement dunk of LeBron James's career. Number 6, Vince Carter on Alonzo Mourning. You know, it's funny, because Vince Carter's peak as a dunker was certainly in his time in Toronto, but if you ask me, his best in-game NBA dunk was when he destroyed Alonzo Mourning, who just happens to be one of the greatest rim protectors of all time. Yes, the dunk was nice, but the lead up to the dunk is really what completes it, as Carter was a tremendous ball handler, and he put the ball behind his back before driving to the lane and absolutely embarrassing Mourning. Number 5, Kobe's reverse dunk on Minnesota. You guys know this one. It was when Kevin Harlan iconically made the call saying that Kobe just sucked the gravity out of the target center. For most people, this one usually isn't ranked this high, but for me, it's just how difficult and stylish it was. Usually you don't see reverse dunks with this kind of power, and when you look at the baseline view, just look at where Kobe took off from and where he ended up completing the dunk. Look at the way he had to contort his body just to make this happen. And on top of this, Kobe was also dealing with a significant shoulder injury at this time. So not only was the dunk just impressive, but it was completely unexpected at this point. Number 4, Michael Jordan jamming it on Patrick Ewing. This was just as Michael was starting to make his ascension and started winning NBA championships. And this play featured many of the things that made Michael so great. His tremendous ball handling, his shiftiness, and he already burned 2 other guys on his way to Patrick Ewing. Making that move on the baseline is absolutely impressive, but to then complete the dunk over Patrick Ewing, elevating that much higher than the 7-foot center, is utterly remarkable. And I still remember to this day how much the commentators were losing his mind after he made that dunk. I think we've got a bit used to this one in the years since, simply because we've seen this dunk from Jordan so many times. But when you look at it for all that it is, and for how difficult it was to complete, it certainly deserves a top 5 spot in my mind. Number 3, Shawn Kemp on Alton Lister. Remember how I said Shaq had the most disrespectful dunk in NBA history? Well, this one certainly joins it in the top 3. Kemp was one of the most thunderous and mean finishers at the rim. He was always dunking the ball as if the rim owed him money. And this one was no different. There was plenty of lead up to the dunk, as he ran up, tucked the ball in his arm, and then finished it thunderously on Alton Lister as that Seattle crowd was buzzing like they normally were. Then he had the audacity to double point the finger at Lister while he was sitting on his butt after he had just been embarrassed. This one wasn't just impressive and disrespectful, but it is iconic. Number 2, Blake Griffin on Kendrick Perkins. Speaking of power dunkers, it doesn't get much better than Blake Griffin, as he was absolutely destroying the rim early in his career. This one was during their Lob City days off of a great pass from Chris Paul, and what ensued was one of the most powerful dunks that I've ever seen. It's almost like he elevated, made body contact with Perkins, and then elevated even further before finally flushing it down. The energy in that building was insane, and thanks to Blake Griffin and the rest of Lob City, there was genuinely some moments where I was more excited to watch Clippers basketball than Lakers basketball. And I say that as a Lakers fan. Number 1, DeAndre Jordan off of the CP3 lob. I've seen this one get the number 1 spot on many other lists, and I'm telling you, when it went down and when it first happened, it was a viral internet moment. Everyone was talking about it. I get it, DeAndre Jordan isn't necessarily a star player, and he is a big guy dunking on a little guy. But as far as posters go, this is the absolute pinnacle of what they're meant to be, as it was ferocious, thunderous, disrespectful, and he had left his defender on the floor as if he had just been jumped. Everybody was reacting to it on the court, in the crowd, and on the internet. For me, this is the cream of the crop. This is the poster dunk that everyone is aiming for when they're attacking the rim. And personally, I think it's just funny that the Clippers have the top 2 spots. Here is my long list of honorable mentions. And trust me, I even know that there's many other great dunks that should have been on this list but are not. There's just too many to tackle in simply one video. But let me know, which dunks were not in my top 20 but should have been? Also, how would you move the dunks, higher or lower on my list? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below. Let me start off this video by making my heart and feelings clear. I freaking love my job, and I love this group of subscribers that I've got. If you're a YouTuber and you're not grateful for your following, something must be wrong about the way you were raised. When I take my wife to dinner, we say a prayer and thank the Lord for what we've been given, and sometimes I literally audibly say, "Thank you subs" as well. And we usually chuckle, but the gesture is genuine. I never want to lose that attitude of gratitude when it comes to how much you guys have blessed my life. So anyway, enough already about that warm and fuzzy sappy crap. Sometimes, not specifically my audience, but the basketball community in general, make certain narratives and critiques that honestly blow my mind with how ridiculous they are. And it gets to a point where you hear them regurgitated enough that it literally gets to the point of annoyance. I know I'm not speaking a foreign language here. You guys are basketball fans with your own strong opinions. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Today, I'm explaining the 3 things that annoy me the most about basketball fandom as a whole, and let me know in the comments what are some things that annoy you as well. First off, the criticism of quote bad defense in specific eras. This goes both ways. Older basketball fans criticize the general defense of the modern era, and younger basketball fans criticize the defense of past eras. Neither perspective particularly annoys me on the surface level, but for me, it's their approach that drives me insane. If you go on social media, whether it be Twitter, Instagram, or whatever, you'll see a highlight from past basketball eras, and in the comments will be annoying modern fans talking about how defense was horrible back then. At the same time, you'll see current NBA highlights, and in the comments will be a bunch of triggered old guys talking about how bad defense is today. The annoying part is how people draw these massive conclusions based on anecdotal evidence. Anyone can draw some massive conclusion off of one specific play, but that play doesn't do an accurate job of portraying the lay of the land as a whole. Even the greatest defensive players in NBA history have had instances where they were lazy on defense, or didn't make the right rotations when they needed to. Now, if there's a massive 15-minute long compilation video of a specific player being lazy on defense, well then okay. Well, now we can solidify a narrative. But let's not be the kind of fan who saw one player poorly defending Michael Jordan, or one guy poorly defending LeBron James, so now we have to condemn an entire era for it. The more interesting conversation are the way defenses have changed throughout the eras, and the way the rules allow certain advantages while eliminating others. Stuff like the switch from the man defenses to zone defenses, the elimination of hand checking, the changes in refereeing, and the way the game is more spaced out due to better perimeter shooting. All of these are more worthy of an in-depth discussion than a couple of dudes getting lazy on defense, which has literally been happening since the day the game was invented. The second thing that significantly annoys me is when people tell me that I'm too biased towards older players. If any of you viewers consider yourself a basketball historian, get ready to hear a lot of this one. This is obviously coming fresh after my 30 greatest players video, and in the video, I gave my very subjective list of the best players of all time. As always, these types of lists tend to trigger people, and one of the more common criticisms was that my list was too biased toward older players. I'm not gonna lie, this was one of the dumbest casual takes I've heard. This is how these Neanderthals think. The last 15 years in NBA history are what they consider as new players, and the first 61 years of NBA history are all lumped together and are considered as old players. And if you're picking and ranking players higher from here than you are from here, then you're too biased towards older players. Not only are the quote older players a much larger pool, but all of these guys also have completed resumes, while the younger players do not. Now listen, angry 15-year-old in the chat. Unlike you, the NBA was not born yesterday. In the rich history of this game, there are many incredibly talented and deserving individuals. You're talking about more than 6 decades worth of amazing basketball that you simply write off as older players. The issue isn't that we're too biased towards older generations. The issue is that you have a very limited knowledge of basketball history. But you know, it's a free country, so go ahead and keep calling everything that's happened in the last 10 years the greatest thing of all time, even though your conscious reality of time is roughly 10 years. You are definitely the arbiter of what's the greatest thing of all time. Now you guys didn't think I was just gonna go after some of the younger fans, right? Nope. For my third topic of annoyance, I'm looking at a few of the older fellas in the community who always love to claim that modern players wouldn't have survived in previous eras. I hate to break it to you, but this everything was better back in my day rhetoric is something that's basically always been a thing in the NBA. This is an interview from Conan O'Brien's show in 1997. And in the interview, Wilt Chamberlain claims that the unstoppable force that is Shaquille O'Neal would struggle against centers from the 1960s. In the same interview, listen what he goes on to say about Michael Jordan playing in his era.
Well, his playing style is he's 6'7" and he's like 197 pounds. Coming into what we call our domain, the pivot for us big guys, would not have been very wise of Michael, you know, if he was playing during our time. So we would say, Michael, you know, as long as you do all those fancy things outside of where we are, that's fine. So it wouldn't have been good for Michael.
Really?
No.
You think he'd have been crushed, is what you're saying?
I don't think. I know you've been crushed. Right, yeah.
So you're saying Michael Jordan back then would have been on the bench the whole time?
Absolutely. You know, being considered how to think about that, and that's the truth.
This isn't just a Wilt Chamberlain thing either, but guys like Julius Erving and many others have made claims like this as well. At one point, this was a common narrative coming from the older generation, that the 90s was the era of soft basketball. 30 years after Wilt played, people were belittling the competition of Michael Jordan. And now, 30 years after Michael Jordan played, people are belittling the competition of the modern game. Now sure, in different eras, there are different rules. In the 80s, you could straight up clobber someone and not get severely punished for it, since the flagrant foul basically wasn't implemented until the year 1990. With that being said, a guy who's 6'9", 260 pounds is allowed to dish out physical punishment as well. Sure, the bad boy Detroit Pistons would have tried to clobber a guy like LeBron James, but that's easier said than done. Defensive playstyles like that would certainly be an adjustment for modern players. But when you say a guy like LeBron or Steph Curry wouldn't survive in the 80s or 90s, do you mean that literally? If not, do you mean that they would just retire? Of course they wouldn't. That's ridiculous. They would adapt and they would thrive. I believe the physicality of previous generations has less to do with the mental toughness of the players and is more about what the league permitted back then compared to the more strict modern NBA. Acting like these grown men would go home crying to their mama is a little overly dramatic to say the least. So what do you guys think? What is the most annoying thing to you about the basketball community? Let me know in the comment section below. Thanks. Let me first clarify, you saw what the video title is, but what may be an even more descriptive title would be NBA series that determine the pecking order. What I essentially mean is specific playoff series in NBA history that went a certain way. But if it had gone differently, then it would have completely switched the all-time rankings of the two superstars involved. To me, this video is a very simple concept, but it's also a fascinating topic, because it really shows you the significance of each playoff series and of each individual game, and sometimes of even one shot. In one evening, a player's legacy can be completely altered for decades to come, simply based on how he performs against the other star on that specific night. Hopefully this all makes sense, but if not, you'll get it by the end of the first segment. So without further ado, let's get into it. First off, Larry Bird and Magic Johnson in the 1987 NBA Finals. This was the third time that these two rivals met up in the finals during the 1980s, and it was massive in terms of bragging rights, because the winner of that series was taking a 2-championships-to-1 lead in those 80s matchups. Well, as you all know, Magic Johnson and the Lakers went on to defeat the Celtics in 6 games. Magic put up monstrous averages, was the finals MVP, and even had the iconic game-winning hook shot in Game 4. But even more significant than that was the fact that Magic secured his 5th championship ring compared to Bird's 3. And one of the lasting images from that battle was when Larry was in a press conference after suffering defeat and admitted that he believed Magic Johnson was simply the better player.
Magic's just a great basketball player. He's the best I've ever seen, you know. Unbelievable. I don't know what to say.
Now, over 3 decades later, Magic Johnson is usually recognized as the player who's higher on the all-time list. But I honestly believe that all changes if the Celtics had won the series. Think about it. Larry Bird was leading Magic in MVP awards at that point 3-2, and Bird had just won 3 out of the last 4 MVP awards. Many people were already thinking that Larry was the better individual player. If the Celtics had won, Magic would have just 4 championships to Larry Bird's 4, and Bird would then also have the edge in Finals MVPs 3-2. Beyond that, Bird would have the last laugh, defeating Magic 2 out of the 3 times that they met on the game's biggest stage. Not only was this one series so massive, but you could even argue that the legacies were defined on the last shot of Game 4. If Bird buries that game winner, then the Celtics would have had a commanding 3-2 lead by the end of Game 5. But alas, he missed the shot, and the Lakers went on to close out the series soon afterwards. This whole thing really gives you some perspective on just how closely competitive their rivalry truly was. Next up, LeBron James and Steph Curry in the 2016 NBA Finals. You all know this series. It was the second straight time that these two teams met up in the NBA Finals, and they would go on to battle on the game's biggest stage in 4 seasons straight. The Warriors were looking to complete a historic season where they had finished the regular season with a 73-9 record, which was the greatest in NBA history. Steph Curry had also broke the record for the most three-pointers made in a single season. He just had the highest scoring 50-40-90 season ever, and he was named the back-to-back MVP winner, as he became the first and only unanimous MVP in NBA history. I remember the narrative during that regular season, and people were saying that Steph Curry had now replaced LeBron James as the face of the league. But as you all know, LeBron emphatically shut down that narrative as he led his Cavs to make a 3-1 comeback, winning the series in 7 games, while giving Cleveland their first championship in franchise history. Here's the thing, everything changes if Cleveland had lost that series. Even LeBron James recognizes how critical the 2016 championship is to his GOAT case. If LeBron had lost that series, then he only has 3 championships. 2 of them came on a super team, and the other was the Orlando bubble in 2020. He would have a record of 3-7 in the NBA Finals, and he would have been eliminated by Steph Curry's Warriors a whopping 4 seasons straight. In this scenario, he would have never defeated Steph in the NBA Finals. On the other hand, Steph would have 5 championship rings instead of 4. And it would have completed the 73-9 season with a championship, which probably would have solidified them as the consensus greatest team ever. Steph also would have won 4 straight championships, which Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant never did. If Kyrie Irving doesn't hit that 3, and if LeBron doesn't get that blocked shot, then I believe we would be having debates today about whether Steph Curry or Michael Jordan is the greatest player of all time, rather than LeBron James and MJ. Next on the list is Hakeem Olajuwon and David Robinson in the 1995 Western Conference Finals. Nowadays, basically everyone has Olajuwon higher on their all-time list than Robinson. But during their peaks, there was a legitimate debate on who the better center was. When the 2 centers squared off in 1995, David Robinson had just won the league MVP, and Olajuwon has been quite frank in the years since about how that was a motivating factor for him. He absolutely decimated the Admiral in that series, nearly dropping 40 points in 4 out of the 6 games. Obviously, after Houston closed out the Spurs in 6, they went on to win the championship over the Orlando Magic in the finals. Now, there's no guarantee that the Spurs would have gone on to beat a talented Orlando Magic team, but if they had, the legacy comparison would have been overwhelmingly in favor of Robinson, as he would have a total of 3 championship rings to Hakeem's 1. And like all the other comparisons, the lasting impression of Robinson winning the Battle of the Bigs would have been monumental in how we remember the two. Even if the Spurs went on to lose to the Magic in the finals, Robinson would still have 2 rings to Olajuwon's 1. And with his victory in their playoff battle, that would likely push his case over the hump. On the other hand, Olajuwon already has to deal with this narrative. But if he had only won 1 championship in 1994, which just happened to be the full season that Jordan was retired, then the narrative would only be stronger that he was only able to eat well because MJ wasn't around. Last on the list is Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson in the 1991 NBA Finals. This was a highly anticipated and extremely hyped matchup between the guy seen as the face of the league and the guy seen as the future face of the league. When it comes down to it, Jordan and the Bulls simply had the better roster, as they closed out the series in just 5 games. Not only do I believe that this series would have shifted their rankings if it had gone differently, but I believe it would have them completely switch places as to who's widely recognized as the greatest player of all time. You need to understand, the Lakers didn't win this series and they should not have won this series. Magic no longer had the assistance of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who had retired somewhat recently. On top of that, Magic's Lakers were shorthanded, as his two best scoring weapons, James Worthy and Byron Scott, both missed significant time in the finals due to injuries. Even against all odds, if Magic somehow won the title instead of Jordan, it would give Magic 6 rings to Jordan's 5, and it would be the lasting image of Magic's career that he bested Jordan in his final season, in a series that he wasn't supposed to win. For MJ, it would have been a whole new damning narrative, that he was never able to win until Magic allowed him to by retiring. People would be saying that Magic was the face of the 80s, and he could have been the face of the 90s if he didn't get HIV. From that perspective, in that reality, I don't see how anyone could have comfortably referred to Michael Jordan as the greatest player of all time when Magic Johnson had that as his legacy. I love the game of basketball, and I genuinely love discussing and comparing greats of the game to one another. But what I can't stand is when people do it in bad faith. Your favorite player and the player you think is the GOAT can be Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, or LeBron James. Regardless of who your guy is, I can respect your stance. The only part that irritates me is when people are disingenuous with their arguments. How this usually manifests itself is that people will make absurd criticisms against the player who is in direct competition with their favorite player. Due to these biases, people will perpetuate specific critiques and narratives that honestly shouldn't carry any weight. Today, I'm breaking down 3 critiques that I can't stand from 3 of the greatest players of all time. First off, LeBron James and his 4-6 in the finals criticism. The fact that people try and turn this incredibly impressive achievement into a form of criticism is mind-boggling to me. LeBron James has 4 NBA championship rings and made it all the way to the NBA Finals on 10 different occasions, and with a total of 3 different franchises. As amazing as that sounds, it's the 4 and 6 part that gets regurgitated over and over again. The criticism implies that if LeBron only made it to the NBA Finals 4 times in his career and won all 4 times, that would be more impressive than his total of 10 appearances with 4 championships. Essentially, they're critiquing LeBron for making it too deep into the playoffs on 6 occasions, which is obviously ridiculous when you look at it objectively. The best example of why that critique is absurd is because of the 2007 postseason. At that point in LeBron's young career, he was only 22 years old, and he was leading the Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals against the first-seeded Detroit Pistons. The Pistons were a team with championship experience and several All-Stars on their roster. This was the Pistons' 5th straight season where they had made it to the Eastern Conference Finals, and they were the heavy favorites heading into this series. What Detroit wasn't ready for was a young LeBron James who would perform in a way that was reminiscent of a prime Michael Jordan. In Game 5 especially, LeBron went absolutely nuts as he dropped 48 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists on 54.5% shooting, leading his Cavs in overtime to a 2-point victory. To say that James carried his team to victory would be a massive understatement, as LeBron scored the final 25 points for the Cleveland Cavaliers. In my opinion, this is one of the top 3 greatest playoff performances in NBA history, and it was done by a kid who wasn't even old enough to rent a car in most cases. The Cavaliers absolutely had no business beating the far more experienced Detroit Pistons that series, but thanks to LeBron's legendary performance, the Cavs were able to achieve the unthinkable. Now imagine using this performance as a criticism against LeBron's legacy. Sounds crazy, but that's exactly what people are doing when they mention the 4-6 narrative. Because LeBron's Cavs went on to lose in the NBA Finals against the dynastic San Antonio Spurs. By the logic of the 4-6 critique, it would have been better for his legacy if LeBron never dropped those 48 points, he never scored the Cavs' final 25, and instead just laid over while the Pistons routed them out of the playoffs. Of course, that's stupid. So even if you're a Jordan guy, don't make this disingenuous critique and punish a player for something that should be appreciated. Speaking of which, next we're looking at Michael Jordan and the critique that he kept losing in the first round before Pippen showed up. Anytime anyone makes this criticism, I assume they did it either because they're so biased against Jordan that they ignore the truth, or because they're so young, so they're obviously gonna be naive about the details of that era. Scottie Pippen wasn't drafted until the 87 to 88 season, which means that Jordan's first round critique is based on his first 3 seasons in the NBA. So let's take a look at those. MJ had one of the greatest rookie seasons of all time, as his regular season numbers appeared extremely similar to Kobe Bryant's lone MVP season. You could even argue that Jordan's numbers were better. A rookie Jordan improved the Bulls' 11 wins over the previous season, and despite having no other All-Stars in the roster, he was able to carry them to the 7th seed in the Eastern Conference. The team they were going up against in the first round was an extremely stacked Milwaukee Bucks squad, who had multiple All-Stars and who had won 59 games throughout the regular season. Along with their high-powered offense, the Bucks had the second best defense in the entire league. The leader of that defense was one of the greatest wing defenders of NBA history, Sidney Moncrief, who was in the prime of his career and is still the only guard in NBA history to win the Defensive Player of the Year award multiple times. Yes, a rookie Michael Jordan lost that series, but his clearly inferior squad was never expected to win in the first place, and despite being guarded by one of the greatest wing defenders of all time, he still had a pretty monstrous series on an individual level. Blaming Jordan for losing in the first round of 1985 would be ridiculous. Then we gotta look at the next 2 seasons, 1986 and 1987. Once again, Jordan had monstrous seasons individually, but he was still the only All-Star player on the Chicago Bulls. After breaking his foot early in the 1986 season, he went against the doctor's wishes and returned to action early and proceeded to drag his Bulls into the 8th-seeded spot of the playoffs. Waiting for them in the first round was a team that some people still think is the greatest team in NBA history, the 1986 Boston Celtics. Most basketball historians agree that at the very least, these Celtics were a top 5 team of all time. They won 67 games throughout the regular season and had the best defense in the entire league. At that point, Jordan was the only Hall of Famer on the Bulls squad. The 1986 Celtics had 5. Despite going up against one of the greatest teams and defenses of all time, Jordan averaged nearly 44 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, over 2 steals, and more than 1 block on over 50% shooting from the field. Included in that stat line was the greatest scoring performance in playoff history, when Jordan dropped 63 in Boston Garden. The highest scoring playoff performance of all time was against a number 1 ranked defense. Once again, blaming this first round loss on Jordan would be incredibly stupid. The next season, despite his weak supporting cast, Jordan improved the Bulls by 10 wins, but that still only landed them the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference. So waiting for them once again in the first round was the exact same super team Boston Celtics. Yet again, Jordan did his part, exploding statistically over the course of the series. But the Celtics' 5 Hall of Famers were clearly too much. These are the 3 first-round exits before Pippen showed up, to a dominant 59-win Milwaukee Bucks team in his rookie season, and to one of the top 5 super teams of all time in 1986 and 1987. Back in the day, you would have been considered a fool to think that Jordan was going to beat any of those teams by himself. Yet some people today act like he should have done just that. The following season was Scottie's rookie year, but Pippen was a very slow bloomer and took time to develop his game both offensively and defensively. In the regular season of his rookie year, Pippen only averaged 8 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists in 20 minutes per game. Of course, this was the year the Bulls finally got past the first round. And according to the Jordan naysayers, it's not because Jordan averaged 45 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 1.5 blocks on 56% shooting over the course of the series. Certainly not. It was because Pippen arrived just in time to save the day off the bench, as he averaged 10 points in 27 minutes per game. Again, don't perpetuate this Jordan first round narrative. It makes you look like a filthy casual to those who actually know NBA history. Last on the list is Kobe Bryant and the critique that he blew a 3-1 lead in 2006 against the Suns. Kobe's 05-06 season is famous among basketball enthusiasts, and for good reason. It's the season where he scored 62 points in 3 quarters against that year's Western Conference champions, the Dallas Mavericks, and is where he scored 81 points against the Toronto Raptors, which is still the second highest scoring performance of all time. In that regular season, Kobe averaged 35.4 points per game and was named First Team All-Defense. That is still the highest scoring season ever for a player who also made First Team All-Defense. In order to make the playoffs, this Herculean effort was required of Kobe, as his roster was devoid of talent outside of Lamar Odom. Guys like Kwame Brown, Luke Walton, Chris Mihm, and Smush Parker were consistently in the starting rotation. On most Western Conference teams, those same players would have struggled to get a roster spot. Regardless, Kobe led his Lakers to 45 wins throughout the regular season, which was good enough for the 7th seed in the Western Conference. Waiting for them in the first round of the playoffs was the far more talented and deeper Phoenix Suns. Heading into the series, the Lakers were considered as significant underdogs. Regardless, the first 4 games in the series ended up being extremely close, where each contest could have gone either way. In Game 4 especially, Kobe provided late-game heroics, and with his iconic game-winning buzzer beater, the Lakers took an improbable 3-1 lead in the series. Now, did the Lakers go on to lose the series? Absolutely. But unlike, say, the Golden State Warriors in 2016, the Lakers weren't these massive favorites heading into the series, and were basically playing with house money. Before the series, no one thought the Lakers would ever get up 3-1 in the first place. So when the Lakers went on to lose the next 3 games against Phoenix, not many of us were actually surprised by that, because we knew how lucky the Lakers were to get up 3-1. The other reason why I think the blowing a 3-1 lead critique is absurd is because Kobe had likely the best playoff game of his career in Game 6. Down the stretch, Kobe was consistently hitting insanely tough shots that the Lakers absolutely had to have. And on the night, he finished the game with 50 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals on a stellar 66.4 true shooting percentage. The Lakers should have won that game as well. The Lakers were up by 3 points with only seconds left in regulation, but Los Angeles consistently blew opportunities to secure the loose ball and the defensive rebound. And as a result, Tim Thomas hits a 3 to tie the game, which sends it to overtime. If the Lakers secure that rebound, they win the series, and Kobe is being praised as a hero for one of the greatest playoff performances of all time. But because Lamar Odom didn't box out for that board, the Lakers go on to lose, and Kobe is blamed for blowing a 3-1 lead. Isn't it crazy how one moment completely unconnected to the superstar player can decide the narrative about that superstar player? There is the highly debated topic about Kobe quitting in Game 7, which I personally don't believe he did, which involves an in-depth explanation and will eventually get its own video. Point being, Kobe didn't blow the series based on his play in the final 3 games, and the Lakers were never considered the better team in the first place. So to critique him for, quote, blowing a 3-1 lead seems a little unfair when you consider the circumstances of that series. So what do you guys think? What is a basketball critique that drives you insane? A couple videos ago, I talked about a few critiques that drive me insane. I broke down what I believe are ridiculous and misleading narratives about some of the greatest players of all time. Honestly, most of that video was me simply defending these legends for some of the weaker critiques thrown against them. Now with that being said, no basketball player is perfect, and every athlete has some weaknesses. So today, I'm looking at those same 3 NBA legends and breaking down what I believe are the actual legitimate criticisms of their careers. First off, LeBron James and the 2011 NBA Finals. After trying to win a championship for 7 years in Cleveland, LeBron shook the basketball world by joining Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh in Miami. Immediately, the expectations were extremely high, but LeBron didn't do himself any favors when predicting at least 8 championships prior to the season starting. The comment from LeBron did come across like it was a bit tongue-in-cheek, but regardless, the narrative was being established early on that a healthy Miami team would have no excuses for failing to win a championship. Despite their talent, the Heat got off to a rocky start, opening the season with a 9-8 record. It was soon after that where they began to hit their stride, and they eventually finished the regular season with a 58-24 record. They cruised their way to the NBA Finals, winning the first round, the second round, and the Eastern Conference Finals in 5 games apiece. With the Dallas Mavericks standing in their path, the Heat were now sitting as the clear favorites to win the NBA championship. If LeBron played at a level even remotely close to his usual expectations, then Miami likely wins that series. As you all know, that's not what happened though. At times, he almost appeared as if he was afraid of the moment and was scared to shoot the basketball. Regardless of his reluctance, he still found a way to lead all players in turnovers over the course of the series. In those finals, LeBron averaged a disappointing 17.8 points, 7.2 rebounds, and 6.8 assists on 47.8% shooting. His worst performance came in Game 4, which was a very winnable game for Miami, as Dallas won with a final score of 86-83. On the night, LeBron played nearly 46 minutes of the game, and he finished with only 8 points on 3 of 11 shooting from the field. At the time I'm currently making this video, LeBron is on a streak of 1,151 regular season games with at least 10 points, which is easily the longest streak in NBA history. This streak began well before the 2011 NBA Finals. The fact that LeBron is actively on such a remarkable streak makes it even more mind-blowing that he managed to score only 8 points in an NBA Finals game where they could have easily taken a 3-1 lead in the series. No matter how long James plays, regardless of his impressive stats, and regardless of what he accomplishes before he retires, this ugly moment of his career will always be a part of his legacy. Kobe Bryant and the 2004 NBA Finals. As someone who closely followed the career of the Mamba, I'm actually quite surprised by how rarely he's criticized for this series, as I believe it's the biggest stain on his basketball career. I'm not mincing words when I say that Kobe Bryant was the biggest reason the Lakers lost this series, other than the simple fact that Detroit was a really great team. Before I get into what Kobe did that sabotaged his own team's chances, let me first provide a little bit of context. The Lakers began the 2003 to 2004 season with their major acquisitions of Karl Malone and Gary Payton. Although both of these stars were in the twilight of their careers, they were still performing at an all-star level when the Lakers signed them. With now 4 stars in Los Angeles' starting lineup, many people were predicting these Lakers to challenge the Bulls' 72-10 record. It was also understood amongst the team that in order to be successful, sacrifices would have to be made, as these stars would have to share the basketball with one another. With that being said, the season ended up being much rockier than originally expected. Throughout the regular season, the beef between Kobe and Shaq had reached an all-time high of toxicity, as both players began taking subtle jabs at one another through media interviews. On top of that, each player's ego was being challenged consistently by one another, as both players strongly desired to be known as the leader of the Lakers. Through all of the drama and the chemistry issues, the Lakers still managed to finish the regular season with a solid 56-26 record. Yet considering their preseason expectations, that record almost felt like a disappointment. The Lakers fought and clawed their way to the NBA Finals, where the defensively dominant Detroit Pistons were waiting, but at that point, the Lakers were still considered the favorites in the matchup. Now understand, at this time in history, most people in the basketball community still saw Shaq as the engine that drove the Lakers. One of the major reasons for this was the fact that Shaq had won the Finals MVP in all 3 of their title runs, while Kobe simply observed during the ceremony. Given their massive ego battle, Kobe presumably wanted his own Finals MVP. If he was going to assert himself as the man in Los Angeles over O'Neal, then Kobe was likely going to need to win the Finals MVP to sway the narrative in his favor. So when Game 1 started in Los Angeles, Kobe immediately started playing as if all he cared about was the Finals MVP. As a close spectator of that series, I can testify to the fact that the Mamba wasn't playing within the flow of the team's offense, and was forcing up shot after shot. You don't have to take my word for it, take the word of one of Kobe's former teammates. At the time, the Lakers' backup shooting guard was a young player named Kareem Rush. In May of the year 2020, Rush said in an interview that Kobe, quote, selfishly wanted the MVP. He was really itching to get that MVP, and we got caught off guard by a better team. Game 1 was all the heads up you need on how this series was going to play out. Kobe took 27 shots in the first game and only converted 37% of them, while Shaq made 13 of his far fewer 16 field goal attempts, which is 81.3% from the field. On the series as a whole, Kobe took 29 more shots than Shaquille O'Neal, despite the fact that the Mamba was only shooting 38.1%, while Shaq was making 63.1% of his shots. To me, this is the worst criticism of Kobe's career, and a completely justified one at that, as he put his own selfish desires ahead of what was best for the team. And instead of changing course when it clearly wasn't working, Kobe just kept forcing it up throughout the entirety of the series. If it wasn't for his immaturity in this series, who knows, maybe he would have retired with 6 rings on his fingers instead of 5. Next up, Michael Jordan and the 1995 playoffs. The thing that bothers me the most about this semifinal series is the fact that the biggest Jordan stans pretend that it never happened. Yes, Michael Jordan went 6-0 in the NBA Finals, but it's not like he never lost after he started winning championships in 1991. Once again, let me provide some context. The Chicago Bulls had won 3 straight championships from 1991 to 1993, and after the tragic passing of his father that offseason, Jordan felt inspired to leave the game of basketball and begin his career as a baseball player. Due to this, Michael Jordan was completely absent from the 93 to 94 NBA season. Regardless, his Chicago Bulls were still very competitive, as they won 55 games throughout the regular season and even made it as far as the Eastern Conference semifinals. But the following season, the Bulls were struggling. Meanwhile, Jordan's itch to return to basketball was becoming too strong for him to resist, and with only 17 games left in the regular season, MJ made his return to a Bulls team with a 34-31 record. Jordan's first game back was rough, as they lost to the Indiana Pacers while Jordan shot 7 of 28 from the field. He wouldn't appear rusty for very long though. In his 5th game back, Jordan dropped 55 points on the New York Knicks while shooting 56.8% from the field. Instantly, people were believing that the Bulls were championship contenders once again. After getting past the first round of the playoffs, they were matched up against the first-seeded Orlando Magic, who were bolstering a 3-headed monster of Shaquille O'Neal, Penny Hardaway, and Jordan's former teammate Horace Grant. The Bulls went on to lose Game 1, and the manner in which they did it was what stung the most. With only 18 seconds left in the 4th quarter, the Bulls were up by 1 point, seemingly in a commanding position of the game. Unfortunately for MJ, he had one of the most unclutch moments of his career, as he blindly had the ball stolen from him by Nick Anderson, which led to a fast break dunk by Horace Grant, securing the lead for Orlando. With a chance to redeem himself with late game heroics, Michael Jordan turned the ball over yet again with a bad pass intended for Scottie Pippen. On the night, Jordan had 19 points on 8 of 22 shooting and a whopping 8 turnovers. This was a crucial game where the Bulls could have stolen home court advantage from Orlando right out of the gates. The thing is, after this performance in games 2 through 6, Jordan was basically his old self, as he put up monstrous averages of 33.4 points, 6.8 rebounds, and 3.8 assists on 49.6% shooting. With that being said, the Bulls ultimately still lost the series in 6 games. If I'm being honest, this was my least favorite part of the Last Dance documentary, because for this entire segment, it was basically Jordan and his physical trainer making excuses for why they lost the series. The biggest excuse was that Jordan wasn't in basketball shape and was still in his baseball shape. The thing is, this wasn't the narrative when Jordan was dropping 55 in Madison Square Garden. When Jordan was putting up these numbers in games 2 through 6 against Orlando, he didn't look like a baseball player. He was performing at the same level of greatness that he was accustomed to. The truth is, the Bulls didn't lose because of Jordan's baseball excuse. They lost because they no longer had an inside presence like they did in their first three-peat. Horace Grant was now on the other side of the court, averaging 18 points and 11 rebounds on 65% shooting for the Orlando Magic. No matter how much Jordan, his trainer, and the Jordan stans want to act like this series didn't count, it did. They were simply beat by the better team, and when Jordan had the opportunity to steal a crucial game in Orlando, he choked, plain and simple. The funny thing is, even if Jordan's baseball excuse was the reason the Bulls lost the series, that's still not a legitimate excuse, because that's no one's fault other than his own. He was the one who decided to come back to basketball with only 17 games left in the regular season. The Orlando Magic didn't make him do that, so don't try to invalidate their victory. And just like how Jordan ignored the fact that Horace Grant was the real reason they lost in '95, The Last Dance doc also failed to mention that Horace Grant got injured in Game 1 of the 1996 series, where the Bulls executed their revenge. At that moment, Grant was lost for the rest of the series. Now don't get me wrong, I still think a 72-10 Bulls would have beat a 64-win Orlando Magic team, even with a healthy Horace Grant. But at the very least, if you're going to go on about your excuses for your loss in 1995, then don't ignore the excuses of the other team in '96. If your favorite player is Michael Jordan, my bit of advice is just take the L on the 1995 series. You personally can still view MJ as the greatest player of all time, while acknowledging that at least one time after he began his championship reign in the NBA, he and the Bulls legitimately failed to get it done. My heart behind making this video is to show that there is ways to legitimately criticize even the greatest players of all time. But hopefully, this video also serves as an encouraging reminder that it's always possible to bounce back from monumental failures, as all three of these incredible legends went on to achieve amazing things after their significant failures. So a recent theme of this channel has been the topic of defense. And while I was considering what videos I should make, I realized that I've never done the top 10 DPOY seasons in NBA history. So that's where this video comes in, starting with number 10, Alonzo Mourning in 1999. He was 28 years old and playing for the Miami Heat, and this guy usually isn't appreciated enough as being one of the greatest rim protectors in the history of the game. For myself personally, I think he should have made it into the top 75 greatest players of all time. And his peak season defensively was in 1999, when he averaged 0.7 steals and a monstrous 3.9 blocks. It was a lockout-shortened season, so I think this year doesn't usually get as much respect as it deserves. But he did play in 46 out of the 50 games that year. He was 4th in defensive win shares, and thanks to his leadership, Miami finished 1st in the Atlantic Division with a 33-17 record. Alonzo got postered plenty of times in his career, but that was because he was the epitome of aggressive on defense, as he challenged everything as the rim protector. And if you ask me, that's the kind of teammate you want on your side down low. Number 9, Alvin Robertson in 1986. This San Antonio Spurs legend was one of the most feisty players to ever play on the perimeter. At this point, he was 27 years old, and he averaged a monstrous 3.7 steals, which is an NBA record to this very day. But that wasn't all that he did. That would be crazy enough in itself, but he also averaged 0.5 blocks, which is actually quite impressive, especially for a 6'4" guard. He had availability as he played in 78 of the 82 regular season games. He was 2nd in defensive plus-minus, and among all players who received DPOY votes, Robertson was the leader in defensive win shares. His Spurs barely made it to the playoffs with a 35-47 record, but that wasn't his fault, as he was an absolute pest on the perimeter, and was one of the sole reasons why they were able to win some games. Number 8, Dwight Howard in 2009. Prime Dwight Howard was an absolute menace. He had a gravitational pull both offensively and defensively that was pivotal for the Orlando Magic's success, and that year they had plenty of it, as they finished the regular season with a 59-23 record. On the year, he averaged 1 steal and 2.9 blocks. He was able to get those blocks because of his quickness and because of his insane athleticism, equipped with tremendous leaping ability. He was also dominant in advanced analytics, as he was 1st overall in defensive rating and 1st overall in defensive win shares. Thanks to Dwight's interior impact, they finished with the #1 ranked defense in the entire league, and that wouldn't have been anywhere close to possible without him. Number 7. Dikembe Mutombo in 1995. Mount Mutombo was an absolute force, especially as a member of the Denver Nuggets, and this season happened to be his absolute peak of his defensive abilities. On the year, he averaged 0.5 steals and 3.9 blocks per game. He was the defensive anchor of that squad, and he contested absolutely everything, and I'm sure he provided plenty of nightmares to opposing offensive players, as he was always sure to cap off his blocked shots with his iconic finger wag. Dikembe had a ridiculously long wingspan, so even for the ones he didn't get a piece of, he certainly altered its trajectory, and for his impact, I believe he certainly deserves a spot on my list. Number 6. Draymond Green in 2017. Unless you play at the center position, it's certainly hard to crack this top 10. But Draymond Green's performance in their historic 2017 season is certainly worth it in my opinion. The Warriors absolutely dominated that season and finished the year with a 67-15 record. They were also ranked second defensively in the league, and most of that credit belongs to their defensive leader, Draymond Green. On the year, he averaged 2 steals and an impressive 1.4 blocks. He was second in defensive win shares and second overall in defensive rating, while being first overall in defensive plus-minus. He did a little bit of everything for that squad defensively, and he also deserves a ton of credit for his defensive IQ and for his verbal leadership on that end. Number 5. David Robinson in 1992. This Spurs team may have only finished with a 47-35 record, but that doesn't change the fact that they had the best defense statistically in the entire league, and we all know who deserves the majority of that credit. On the year, he averaged 2.3 steals and a ridiculous 4.5 blocks. That is the highest combination average of blocks and steals in NBA history. He also had the best defensive plus-minus and by far the best defensive rating in the entire league. I've actually seen some lists that rank David Robinson as high as the #1 spot among the greatest DPOYs of all time. But for myself personally, he only played in 68 of the 82 regular season games, which honestly kept him from being even higher on my list. Because as I've said time and time again, you can only have a defensive impact for the games that you're actually out there, and for 14 games that year, he provided nothing. Number 4. Dennis Rodman in 1991. As usual, Rodman didn't have gaudy stats by any means, but what 91 Rodman did have is arguably the greatest on-ball defense from any player in NBA history. He always played with 100% effort, and he had an endless motor to back it up, as he was simply one of the most athletic players to ever live. He finished 4th overall in defensive rating, and as usual, Rodman was among the league leaders in defensive rebounding. The Detroit Pistons also allowed the fewest points per game of any team that season. And again, we all know where the majority of that credit belongs. Number 3. Mark Eaton in 1985. This 7'4" monster was 28 years old at this point, and although he was usually among the greatest defensive players in the game, this season specifically was especially special. He played all 82 games that year, and on the year, he averaged 0.4 steals and an NBA record 5.6 blocks. That was more than double the second place runner-up, which just happened to be one of the other greatest rim protectors of all time, Hakeem Olajuwon. Despite having only a 41-41 record, Utah still had the best defense in the entire league statistically, and that was thanks to the incredible impact of their center down low. Mark was first in defensive rating, and he was also first in defensive plus-minus. Along with that, he was first overall in defensive win shares. Simply put, he's one of the most underrated and underappreciated rim protectors of all time. And without question, his 1985 campaign was utterly ridiculous. Number 2. Ben Wallace in 2003. He was in his late 20s and he was making his ascension defensively right as the Detroit Pistons were becoming one of the greatest defensive teams of all time. They were led by Wallace, who was one of the strongest and most intimidating centers of all time. On the year, he averaged 1.4 steals and 3.2 blocks, while commanding tons of respect down low. He also averaged a remarkable 11.4 defensive rebounds per game, which was first in the league overall. He was also first in defensive win shares, first in defensive plus minus, and first overall in defensive rating. Whether it was the eye test, the basic stats, or the advanced stats, Wallace simply dominated that season to a historic extent. With a 50-32 record, the Pistons finished with the best record in the Eastern Conference, as they were allowing the fewest points per game that season. I debated whether or not this should go in the first or second spot, but this is what I settled on after splitting some hairs. Here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the top 10 instead? Number 1. Hakeem Olajuwon in 1993. Hakeem isn't just one of the greatest defensive players and one of the greatest rim protectors of all time, but he's in the argument for being the greatest defensive player of all time. And for what he did in 1993, he's certainly worthy of a top 2 spot in my mind. At the time, he was 30 years old, and he was one of the greatest pickpockets in the entire league, not just at the center position, as he averaged a whopping 1.8 steals, to go along with his tremendous 4.2 blocks. He also accumulated the second most defensive rebounds that season. What is now unheard of by modern NBA standards, he played all 82 games in that regular season. His Rockets finished with a 55-27 record. He was second in defensive rating and second overall in defensive win shares. If you ask me, he's also one of the most versatile defensive players of all time, as he had the speed and lateral quickness to keep up with even some of the perimeter players who challenged him. He had every kind of block shot in his arsenal, whether it was as the main defender, the help defender, or with chase down blocks. Some may argue otherwise, but for myself personally, I think the Dream is deserving of the number 1 spot. So today's video is going to be a little bit different and a little bit random, but I thought it would be a cool way to share some of my thoughts, share some of my experiences, and connect with you guys a little bit, because I want to hear your feedback as well. These are the top 5 games in NBA history that I regret missing. And what I mean by that is that I didn't see them live as they happened. I'm not talking about being in the stands and watching the game in person, because that rarely happened in my life. But I'm talking about sitting in front of a TV, experiencing everything as it went down, being in the moment, and living the excitement as it happened. And please, let me know in the comments below, what are the games that you regret missing live and not seeing as it happened? I'm not looking to cast any judgment or any condemnation for whatever people might have to say. Sometimes, life just doesn't allow you to do what you'd rather be doing. So that's what we're talking about. So let me get things started with number 5. January 13th, 2015, Kings versus the Warriors. For those of you who haven't figured it out yet, this was the game that Klay Thompson scored 37 points in a single quarter. I think it's going to be true that most of us, outside of Warriors fans, didn't see this game as it went down. With that being said, I did live in Northern California at this point, so I had a lot of Warriors fans in my life. The reason it frustrates me that I missed seeing this game live is because not only did Klay Thompson set the NBA record by scoring 37 points in a single quarter, but it was arguably the best 12 minutes of individual offensive basketball in the history of the game. He went 13 of 13 from the field, many of those shots were 3-pointers, and many of them had no business going in, but he was simply unconscious. I've grown up seeing many great players like Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Kevin Durant, all kinds of great offensive scorers. And I've never seen a guy be as blistering hot as Klay Thompson was on that evening. And when I say that, obviously I'm talking about his highlight reel and watching the game in the past. But when you're watching a YouTube video or an ESPN highlight, and you already know heading into it that he achieved history and put up goofy numbers, It just doesn't hit the same to watch each basket go in time and time again. I imagine the people who were in the crowd and who were watching that game live were just dumbfounded and had their jaws hitting the floor with what they were seeing. And personally, I wish I could have experienced that. Honestly, I can't even remember what I was doing that night nearly 10 years ago. But I do remember my buddy texting me saying that Klay Thompson just scored 37 points. And the very next text said, "in the third quarter alone." I didn't completely believe it until I saw the highlight reel. Number 4, The Malice at the Palace. This was all the way back in 2004. A lot of people didn't see this game live, but some people did. Even heading into this evening, it was a high-profile competition as you had 2 rivals and 2 Eastern Conference contenders competing in a regular season contest. Now this one kind of has a funny story to it. When I first heard about the Malice at the Palace, I was actually with my parents. My dad was driving, my mom was in the passenger seat, and we were listening to ESPN radio. Now while that was on, they talked about the brawl going down that evening. And then they played a soundbite of the commentators calling the radio broadcast, explaining the commotion and the chaos that ensued. I remember sitting in the back seat, listening to what was going on and thinking to myself, there is no freaking way that this brawl was nearly as crazy as it sounds. It just sounds like utter chaos and the most wild thing that's ever happened in a professional basketball game. Sure enough, when I got home, I turned on ESPN and I saw the highlights, if you can call them that, more like lowlights, basically on repeat, and was just utterly shocked at what happened. Obviously, it was ugly, it was embarrassing for the NBA, but as a basketball historian, I understand just how impactful this night was on the shaping of the league. And from that perspective, I really wish I could have seen it live. It was crazy to hear what was going down over the radio, but I can only imagine what I would have been thinking and what my reaction would have been if I had saw Ron Artest running into that crowd live, and everything that came afterwards. Number 3, March 8th, 2013, Lakers vs. Raptors. So here's what you need to know. I'm a huge Lakers fan and I'm a huge Kobe Bryant fan. I used to religiously watch basically every single Lakers game. Kobe's 62 3/4, I saw it. Kobe's 81-point game, I saw that. Kobe's 4 straight 50-point games, I saw all of those. Kobe's 9 games of 40 straight points, I saw those too. Kobe's 12 3-pointers against the Seattle Supersonics, I saw that record game as well. I honestly believe I've seen 95% of Kobe Bryant's games throughout his career just because that's how big of a Lakers fan I was. There was very few exceptions I made when there was a Laker game on that evening. This was one of the few of them, as I was taking my girlfriend at the time out on a date that night. I remember we had dinner, but ultimately it didn't work out, and within a couple months she was no longer with me. And guess what? That resulted in me missing arguably the most clutch Kobe Bryant performance of all time. Talk about regret. This was the game where he made 3 ridiculous 3-point shots as the fourth quarter was coming to a close. And if Kobe missed any one of these single 3-point shots, the Lakers lose this game. Then he went on into overtime and converted the game-winning dunk to seal the victory. This might just seem like a random regular season game against Toronto, but Kobe was in the midst of turning the Lakers season around and was dragging the underachieving 2012 to 2013 Lakers to the NBA playoffs, kicking and screaming. His numbers that evening were utterly ridiculous, and I remember for a short while he was in the MVP conversation. People who weren't closely following the Lakers that season really don't realize just how great Kobe was, despite the fact that they barely got into the playoffs just after he tore his Achilles. Ultimately, it was one of the best games of Kobe's career and one of the most clutch and meaningful regular season games that's ever been. Number 2, Game 5 of the 1997 NBA Finals, aka the flu game. Now obviously, missing an NBA Finals game is just crazy. But what you need to understand is that when you're an NBA superfan who's only 7 years old, you don't really make that many decisions for yourself. My dad was at work providing a livelihood for the family, and my mom had planned us to take a visit to go see my grandmother, who unfortunately didn't even have a television. Back at that time, I didn't have a smartphone, I didn't have access to the internet, there was basically no way I could know what was going on. And then one of the most historic, clutch, and epic performances of all time happened from the player who most people believe is the greatest of all time. I didn't find out what happened until I saw the newspaper the following day. Given the fact that I was only 7, I'm not sure what I could have really done to change that outcome, but I really wish I could have seen that game as it happened. Number 1. Game 7 of the 2016 NBA Finals. This one kills me. It embarrasses me to even admit that I never saw this game. It almost feels like an indictment on the quality of a basketball fan that I am. But the truth is, I didn't have a choice, and the fact that I missed this game actually helped shape my career. I'll explain. So obviously, as you guys all know, the Warriors got ahead of LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers 3-1 in the NBA Finals. And that's when Kyrie and LeBron both stepped up and charged back to force a Game 7. There was only one problem. Before I started my YouTube channel, I was actually doing construction, and we were doing it for a private school. We were working on a classroom where students were scheduled to be there the next day. So because of this project had to get done that day. Unfortunately, we were running behind schedule. And given the fact that I was living in the San Francisco Bay Area, all of the guys on that job wanted to get the job done in a timely fashion. Then it's 2 p.m., then 3 p.m., then 4 p.m., and we still have a lot of things left on our plate. 5 p.m., 6 p.m. We are working as hard as we can, trying to get as much done as we can, but at that point, the writing was in the wall. And as a basketball fan, it was one of the most frustrating and depressing nights that I can possibly remember. We didn't end up finishing the job until 11:30 p.m., well after the game was over. I drove home, trying not to get any updates. I tried to find a replay of the game, couldn't find it anywhere. So finally, I settled for watching a YouTube highlight and saw what happened in a matter of 5 minutes. It was at that point that I decided my job needs to be something centered around the NBA, because I don't ever want to miss a game like this ever again. And it was around that time that I first started thinking about starting this YouTube channel, and now it's my career. So I guess it all turned out alright, but the fact that I didn't see arguably the greatest NBA Finals game in NBA history does haunt me quite a bit. So now it's your guys' turn. What is a game that you didn't get to see live that still haunts you to this day? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below. Throughout the years, there have been many great rim protectors who have played in the game of basketball. And today, we're looking at my top 5 greatest of all time. They're guys who primarily played at the center position, and I'm looking at their stats, their consistency, their longevity, their peak performance, and their impact on the court. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 5, Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain. I know, it seems crazy to have these two guys sharing the 5th spot. For one, Bill Russell is arguably the greatest defensive player in the history of the game. And Wilt Chamberlain was known for getting so many blocked shots that he probably would be the all-time record holder for most blocks in a season, most blocks in a career, and highest blocks per game average if they had tracked his stats in that era. The thing is, that's a lot of what ifs. The only information we have on Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain is a very limited amount of footage and very few defensive numbers. We don't have blocks or steals, we don't have data on how they impacted players around the rim, and there's very few full games that we can watch of their impact. So although I certainly believe that they belong on this list, it's hard for me to put them ahead of everyone else when there's so little data to back that up. So for me, they'll have to share the 5th spot. Number 4, David Robinson. The Admiral was simply one of the greatest shot blockers and defensive players that the history of basketball has ever seen. He averaged a whopping 3 blocks over the course of his career, and he got as high as 4.5 blocks in the 91-92 season. He also made a whopping 8 all-defense teams, as this 7'1" beast had strength, length, and plenty of athleticism. He was also quick and able to cover a ton of ground in a short amount of time. He was the leader in blocks per game for only 1 season in his career, and a lot of that had to do with the ridiculously stiff competition of the 1990s. But regardless, he's simply one of the greatest defensive players of all time, and in his first 3 seasons in the league combined, he averaged well over 4 blocks per game. To put it simply, a defense is always going to be elite when you have this guy as the anchor down low. Number 3. Mark Eaton. Now Mark didn't have the greatest longevity, and he isn't as high on the all-time block shots list as he could have been, simply for the fact that he was nearly 26 years old when he was an NBA rookie. But as soon as he got into the league, he was immediately a major problem for opposing offenses. He averaged 3.4 blocks per game in his rookie season, and he actually led the NBA in block shots 4 times in his career, getting as high as a goofy 5.6 in 1985. That is the highest single-season blocks per game average in NBA history, and he was also named the Defensive Player of the Year that season. He would also go on to be the Defensive Player of the Year in 1989 as well. Standing at 7 foot 4 inches tall, this guy was an absolute monster in the paint, and wasn't just swatting shots, but was constantly disrupting plenty of them. He made 5 all-defense teams in his career as well, and alongside of Karl Malone, he was regularly a nightmare for anyone who dared to challenge him. He didn't have the greatest speed and quickness, but with his size, with his length, and with his intelligent basketball IQ, he certainly made up for it and some. Number 2. Dikembe Mutombo. Mount Mutombo was the epitome of an aggressive player in the painted area, as he went after everything, constantly contesting shots and blocking plenty of them. He made 6 all-defense teams in his career, but 4 of those seasons he was the Defensive Player of the Year. His 4 DPOY trophies is tied for the most in NBA history, and along with that, he led the NBA in block shots 3 times in his career, getting as high as 4.5 in the 95-96 season with the Denver Nuggets. He played for many different teams throughout his career, but there was never a time where Mutombo wasn't having an impact defensively. And as far as his defense goes, that aged extremely graciously, as he even won the Defensive Player of the Year trophy in 2001 when he was in his mid-30s. His ridiculous length made him an absolute nightmare, and he was even a highlight machine on defense, as he was always wrapping up the blocked shot with his iconic finger wag. One can only imagine how many block shots he would have averaged if he played in the 1980s when very few perimeter shots were taken. Number 1. Hakeem Olajuwon. Yes, the Dream had the length and the size just like many of the guys on this list, but unlike the rest of the guys on this list, Olajuwon was also extremely agile and very quick, which allowed him to make up ground very fast and contest even perimeter slashers who beat him off the dribble. Hakeem could do every kind of block shot. He could protect the rim, he could do chase down blocks, and he was excellent as a help defender. He was an absolute nightmare on the defensive end as he won 2 Defensive Player of the Year awards, he made 9 all-defense teams, and he led the NBA in block shots in 3 separate seasons in his career. He got as high as 4.6 blocks per game in the 89-90 season. And thanks to his tremendous consistency and longevity, he is the all-time leader in blocked shots by a country mile. Given the fact that the game has changed in recent years, and there's now more perimeter shots being taken, which means less opportunities to block shots, I really have a hard time seeing anyone challenge Hakeem as the greatest shot blocker of all time anytime soon. Here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these tremendous shot blockers have made my top 5 instead? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comments section below. Basketball is a game defined by moments. With just one shot, a player's legacy can be redefined for decades to come. Throughout the years, the greats have hit plenty of clutch shots that have been ingrained into our memories. But what about the ones that were not as fortunate? Today, we're looking at some of the most significant single shots of league history and pondering what could have been if that shot had actually gone in. First, let me make this very clear. This is not a rankings list of the most significant shots, and this video doesn't contain all the great what-if shots either, just some of them. There's plenty more of these shots to address, so if you enjoy this video, let me know and I can make more of them in the future. So without further ado, let's get into it. Vince Carter in Game 7 of the 2001 Eastern Conference Semifinals. This series was one of the great individual playoff battles of league history, as both Allen Iverson and Vince Carter were each in the prime of their careers. Several times, each star had exploded for at least 50 points during the series, and now the stars would clash for one last time in a 7th and deciding game in Philadelphia. Almost all of you know the result of this series, as Allen Iverson's 76ers famously made it to the NBA Finals and stole a game from the previously undefeated Los Angeles Lakers, which was sealed with his iconic jumper over Tyronn Lue. In an instant, Iverson's most iconic moment was nearly wiped from history, as it was a 1-point game with only 2 seconds left, and Toronto was inbounding the ball. Vince got the ball, and after a great pump fake, he had a surprisingly clean look at the basket, but just missed. If Carter hits that shot, it sends the Raptors to the Eastern Conference Finals and completely changes both his and Allen Iverson's legacy. There's no guarantee that Toronto would have been able to get past a strong Milwaukee Bucks team in the Eastern Conference Finals. But if they did, there's a possibility that the roles would have been reversed, and the respect and adoration we have for Iverson's effort in the 0-1 Finals would have now gone to Carter, as he would have had his own shot against the Shaq and Kobe Lakers. Robert Horry in Game 5 of the 2003 Western Conference Semifinals. When it comes to Big Shot Bob, we've become so accustomed to seeing his highlights of him hitting the biggest shots when they mattered most. But unfortunately, this monumental shot is all you need to know that everyone has their highs and their lows. As we reflect on basketball history, we know that the San Antonio Spurs were the 2003 NBA champions, as Tim Duncan had his greatest playoff series of his career and one of the greatest finals performances of league history. But one single shot had that all in serious jeopardy. It was in the West semifinals where the Lakers and Spurs were tied at 2 games apiece, in a battle of a pivotal 5th game in San Antonio. The Lakers weren't just defending their title, but they were attempting to win their 4th straight championship, while the Spurs were on the verge of winning their 2nd and their 1st of the new decade. The Lakers had rallied from a major deficit, and Kobe had the ball with only 10 seconds left in the game, with all-time great defender Bruce Bowen all over him. When he kicked it to Horry, I thought for sure it was going in, and it was about as close as it possibly could have been, right as time was expiring. If Horry hits this shot, then the Lakers lead the series heading into Game 6. If they end up eliminating the Spurs, then there's a good chance they go all the way to the finals and defeat the New Jersey Nets, which is the same team they swept out of the previous finals. In the big picture, this would mean that Kobe would have 6 championship rings, equaling him to Michael Jordan's total. Tim Duncan would have only 4, and Shaq and Kobe would have won 4 straight titles, which is a feat that not even Jordan and Pippen accomplished, but only Bill Russell's Celtics in the 1960s. To simply say that the shot had a significant impact on NBA history would be a massive understatement. Larry Bird in Game 4 of the 1987 NBA Finals. It was the final matchup of the decade between the greatest rivals of NBA history, Magic Johnson's Lakers and Larry Bird's Celtics. Boston was in a must-win situation as they were down in the series 2-1. It was an exciting game throughout, and the final couple minutes had numerous lead changes. Magic hit one of the most iconic shots of finals history as he drilled the baby skyhook over the outstretched arm of Kevin McHale. The Lakers were now up by 1 point, but it was Larry Bird who would get the final opportunity to take the game. With the inbounds pass coming to him, Larry would have the chance to make the same shot he made just a couple plays earlier. But unfortunately for Boston, it was just a bit long, and the Lakers won the game, taking a commanding 3-1 lead. If Larry hit that shot, this series would have been tied at 2 games apiece, and assuming the rest of the series plays out the same way, Boston would have won Game 5 and the Lakers win Game 6, meaning there would have been a 7th and deciding game. In this scenario, if the Celtics go on to defeat the Lakers in 7 games, then Larry Bird's final ring count would have been 4, and Magic Johnson's final ring count would have been 4 as well, which honestly seems like a more fitting and poetic way for the equally great rivals to have ended their NBA careers. John Stockton in Game 6 of the 1998 NBA Finals. Everyone knows about this series and about this sequence, as Michael Jordan hit the championship-winning shot with 5.2 seconds remaining. The thing is, John Stockton was a great 3-point shooter, and had just hit a clutch 3-pointer just a few moments earlier. With Ron Harper defending him, Stockton got a decent look, and came up just short on what would have been the game-winning basket, which would have tied the series at 3 games apiece and forced a Game 7 in Utah. Now I know Jordan's stance will act like there's no possible way Jordan could have lost a Game 7 in the NBA Finals. And if that's you, then I don't blame you for being so convinced of that, but at least consider the circumstances for a minute. If John Stockton hits that shot and forces Game 7, then they would have been playing in Utah, where the Jazz had won 3 out of their 4 home games against the Bulls that season. Also consider that Scottie Pippen was dealing with major back problems throughout Game 6, so it's questionable whether or not he would have been available for Game 7. And even if he was, would he have had that much of a positive impact in his condition? Then you factor in that Jordan was 35 years old and was absolutely exhausted from carrying his team offensively in Game 6, as he scored 45 of his Bulls' 87 points on 35 shot attempts. If push comes to shove, I may have bet on Michael Jordan in Game 7, but if Stockton makes that shot in Game 6, anything would have been possible. Patrick Ewing in Game 7 of the 1995 Eastern Conference Semifinals. Maybe this isn't the most impactful shot from a big picture standpoint, but for Knicks fans who were old enough to witness it, this one still hurts to this day. Back then, Reggie Miller and his Indiana Pacers had a fierce and physical rivalry with Patrick Ewing's Knicks, as this was the 3rd straight season that the two teams met up in the East playoffs. It's down to the final 30 seconds, and after a ridiculously clutch and difficult 3 by John Starks, Indiana's lead is cut down to just 2 points. Then after Mark Jackson's miss, the Knicks secure the rebound and have the opportunity to push the game to overtime. With 5 seconds left, New York inbounds the ball to their best player, Patrick Ewing, and after a spin move, he's met with very little resistance at the rim, but blows the biggest layup of his life. If Ewing made this layup, then his legacy changes forever, as this blown layup is the most memorable play that sums up his reputation as a choker. The Knicks also would have had the last laugh in one of the greatest rivalries of the 90s, and they would have gone on to face the talented Orlando Magic in the East Finals. Although it's unlikely that the Knicks would have gone on to defeat the Magic and then also the Rockets in the NBA Finals, regardless, it still has fans in the Big Apple asking themselves, what if? So now it's your turn. What was a missed shot that still has you asking, what if?
In the last 30 years, the game of basketball has changed quite a bit from the league I once knew, some ways for the better and in some ways for the worse. But one of the constants has been the fact that the league is ran by its superstars. Superstars who either adapted or completely revolutionized the way the game is played with their unique styles. But now my question is, how would the superstars of today's game adapt and perform within the gritty and slower paced era of the 1990s? Who are the stars who would really thrive in that instance? Today, I've narrowed my list down to 5 players who would almost certainly give the legends of the 1990s something to sweat about. First off, DeMar DeRozan. This one probably comes as no surprise, as he not only had an all-star caliber year with Chicago, but DeRozan is often compared to Michael Jordan in terms of his footwork and his mid-range artistry. DeRozan loves to catch the ball in the post and go to work from there with his wide variety of post moves. Recently, he has improved quite significantly from three-point range, but throughout the vast majority of his career, he hasn't been an efficient three-point shooter, which honestly makes him even better suited to play in the 90s rather than in this modern era. Some might get upset about this next take, but let's be honest, outside of Michael Jordan, the shooting guard position in the 1990s wasn't quite the deepest position. Although there were some notable stars, rarely were they also great defensive players. And with many of those two guards being undersized, a 6'6" and offensively disciplined DeRozan would certainly take advantage of the exploitable matchups. Next up is Kyrie Irving. He's arguably the greatest ball handler in NBA history, which would certainly work well in the 1990s, where players like Tim Hardaway and Allen Iverson made names for themselves. Not only is Kyrie fundamentally sound, but back in the 90s, the referees wouldn't let players get away with as much in terms of movement and ball handling, like Euro steps, loose gather steps, and so on. As time has gone on, the game has been called less strictly, and a lot of today's highlights would be quickly called as turnovers 30 years ago. This is where Kyrie stands out, as a player like him would have the control and the ball handling skills to quickly adapt to these new obstacles. Next is the Joker, Nikola Jokic. Obviously, being at the center position in the 1990s means you'll be dealing with plenty of competition, with guys like Shaquille O'Neal, Patrick Ewing, David Robinson, Hakeem Olajuwon, Dikembe Mutombo, and Alonzo Mourning as adversaries. But if there's any modern center who's well suited to take on that task, it is indeed the Joker. To be frank, the bigs of the 90s wouldn't know what to do with a center who could facilitate as well as Jokic, but who could also stretch the floor with his perimeter shooting. They're accustomed to playing a bruising and punishing style under the paint, but Jokic would force them to think in ways that they usually don't, and would naturally pull them away from their comfort zone. Jokic wouldn't just dominate on an individual level, but his skills would result in his team dominating as well. By stretching the floor with his perimeter shooting, Jokic would force the great rim protectors of that era to move towards the perimeter, which would then open up the passing lanes and the painted area, which cutting wings would exploit. And there's no better big to find and distribute to those cutters than Jokic himself, considering how he's arguably the greatest passing center of all time. The great bigs of the 90s would try to play physically with Jokic, but considering how he's a career 83% free throw shooter, he wouldn't have many problems with that either. Next is Rudy Gobert. Some of you may find this one as a surprise, but after pondering it for a while, I truly believe he would take advantage of this era with the opportunities given to him. 30 years ago, the NBA was taking roughly 1/5 of the amount of three-pointers that they're taking in today's game. As high school coaches always love to preach, long shots equals long rebounds. With more shots closer to the basket, Gobert's rim protection and rebounding skills would stand out to an even greater extent. As impressive as his rebounding and shot blocking numbers are, I would expect them to get a significant boost if he played in that era. As far as his competition, yes, he would have a difficult time going up against other legendary bigs of the 90s. But honestly, the offensive end has never been Gobert's strongest area on the court anyway, so being limited offensively wouldn't really stop him from excelling at what he's best at, which again is his defense and rebounding. Last on my list is a point guard with a lot of old school style to his game, Chris Paul. Paul is what basketball fans refer to as a true point guard, who plays a game with a style that's within rhythm of the 90s. The majority of the time, he's looking to facilitate first and score second, regardless of the fact that he's a very capable scorer. His style is slow-paced, methodical, and he loves to use plenty of pick and rolls. In the 90s, there just wasn't as much fast break basketball, and instead, much of the offense was executed in half-court sets, which naturally suits his game as he likes to patiently quarterback the offense from the top of the key. It's also worth mentioning that there are plenty of great bigs in the 1990s, whether it be at the center position or the power forward position. Many centers and power forwards have experienced their best years in the NBA when Chris Paul was their point guard, which comes as no surprise considering how good CP3 is with the pick and roll, entry passes, and lob passes. Pair Chris Paul with almost any of these bigs, and they are both likely to have career years as a result. Again, this is analytical, but it's also a speculative topic, so I'm very curious to hear your list as well. Who are the modern players who would dominate in the 1990s? Let me know in the comments section below.
So recently, a specific viewer has been asking me for a very specific video, and on several of my videos, he's actually been one of the most liked comments, which tells me that a decent amount of you actually want this as well. So today, I'm putting together what I believe is the ultimate basketball team, not just based on their talent and greatness, but also from the perspective of how well these players would blend together. This is how it works. There's 15 roster spots and I need to pick 3 players for each position. There will be the starters, a second unit, and a third unit, and I'll do my best to explain how these units work together. Also, for those of you who want to take the time, let me know in the comments how you would build your ultimate roster. So without further ado, let's get into it. First off, let's determine who the starters will be. I want a team that works together seamlessly, which means I want ball movement, and I want the best point guard for feeding every superstar teammate that he has. For this reason, I'm taking Magic Johnson as my starting point guard. He's got size, speed, and the crucial ability to make every one of his teammates better. At shooting guard, give me Michael Jordan. He's arguably the greatest scorer in NBA history, and he's probably the greatest defensive two guard as well. Not only will Jordan be a strong presence for post scoring, but with Magic as a backcourt teammate, there will be constant fast break opportunities, and Jordan is as good as anyone in the open court. Envision all the transition connections between James Worthy and Magic Johnson of the Showtime Lakers, but instead replace Worthy with a tongue-wagging Michael Jordan. With Magic and Jordan at the guards, it's extremely important that my small forward can spread the floor and hit three-point shots consistently, specifically in catch-and-shoot situations. For this purpose, I'm starting Larry Bird at small forward. This might sound crazy to some, but Bird was basically a player with no weakness whatsoever. He was 6'9", he could shoot from anywhere on the court with extreme efficiency, he was an all-time great passer, he was an underrated defensive player, and he was one of the greatest rebounders ever at his position. Some will argue that LeBron should be a starter, and although I respect that take, I think James fits better with the players in my second unit, while Bird's catch-and-shoot abilities are incredibly crucial to the chemistry of my starting group. I'm making an exception at the power forward position, and I'm moving Hakeem Olajuwon from his traditional 5th spot to the 4th spot. Hakeem is a player who is certainly a threat in the mid-range, and he has the speed and agility to keep up with perimeter players and stretch 4s. So I certainly think he has the ability to play the 4 extremely well, and thanks to his experience playing alongside of the 7'4" Ralph Sampson, I'm pretty confident Hakeem would have no issues starting alongside of another all-time great big man. Starting at center will be the 7'2" Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. The captain had one of the most indefensible shots in NBA history, the skyhook, and we know he works in perfect harmony with my starting point guard, Magic Johnson. With Kareem and Hakeem in the starting unit, this team will bolster the most terrifying interior defense that basketball has ever seen. This interior lineup will also be a very familiar situation for Larry Bird, as he's almost always played with 2 big men down low, in Kevin McHale and Robert Parrish. But now, those 2 bigs will be on another level, with Kareem and Hakeem. As I mentioned, Bird's spacing and shooting will be pivotal for this starting lineup, but Jordan could also be a massive help in that area, depending on which version of Jordan I take. In this case, I'll take 1990 Michael Jordan, who was hitting 37.6% of his three-point shots on a top 10 volume of three-point attempts. I'll take this starting 5 against any other starting 5 that you can come up with. So let's get into the second unit. At point guard, give me Steph Curry, as he's the ultimate floor spacer and the greatest three-point threat. At shooting guard, give me Kobe Bryant. Similar to Michael Jordan, he'll be a lethal two-way threat on the perimeter, and if it's needed, Kobe can operate in a slowed-down offensive attack and go to work from the post. Personally, I would like this version of Kobe to be the 06 version. It was before his knee surgery, so he still had the elite athleticism, but he had also developed his mid-range and perimeter game to be near unstoppable. At small forward is LeBron James. With Curry and Kobe operating as shoot-first guards, I like LeBron starting at the 3. But let's be honest, in this second unit, LeBron will be operating as the main floor general, despite the fact that Curry holds the title of point guard. LeBron will love to find a slashing Kobe Bryant and a spot-up shooting Steph Curry, giving these 3 players near flawless chemistry for the second unit. For LeBron, I definitely want the 2013 version. That way, his defensive abilities are at their peak, but he also functions as an elite three-point shooter. At power forward, I'll take Kevin Durant, which gives LeBron even more options of shooters on the perimeter. Just picture the 2017 Golden State Warriors, but instead of Draymond operating as the facilitator, it's a prime LeBron James. And instead of Klay Thompson at the 2, it's a prime Kobe Bryant. It just won't be fair at all. And then, at the center position for the second unit, I'll take a prime Shaquille O'Neal. Obviously, Shaq has that built-in chemistry and experience with Kobe, but Shaq also fits in perfectly with this scary second unit. When O'Neal was in his prime, the defense would frequently collapse upon him, as the defense desperately sent multiple defenders in a feeble attempt to slow him down. When the opposing team inevitably collapsed upon Shaq, he would kick it out to his open shooters, like Rick Fox and Derek Fisher. But now, he'll be kicking it out to shooters like Steph Curry and Kevin Durant. Talk about an upgrade. Honestly, this second unit is so good that you could argue that they should be the starters instead. But the thing is, the starters are usually the ones who close out the final minutes of the game. And I wouldn't want this second unit out there in the closing minutes, because Shaq's free throw shooting is a liability down the stretch. And if the opposing team wanted to execute a hack-a-Shaq strategy, that could certainly affect the dominating nature of this team. Therefore, I think it's wise to keep this second unit as the second unit. Now let's take a look at the third unit. With my starters and with the backups, I established the identity and the style of my team. So with this third group of players, I'd like to have players who could fill in for injuries and players who could operate as specialists for my specific team's needs. At point guard, give me Gary Payton. With Magic Johnson and with Steph Curry, I don't really have the best defensive presence from the point guard position, but that will not be an issue when the glove is on the court, as he's likely the greatest defensive point guard in NBA history. Not only was Payton also a very capable scorer, but he was also one of the all-time great lob passers, and on this roster, he'll have plenty of weapons to utilize for his alley-oop connections. At shooting guard for the third unit, give me Jerry West. He was also one of the greatest defensive players ever at his position, and West had scoring capabilities that were beyond his time, including solid range from the perimeter. At small forward, give me Scottie Pippen, a dynamic slasher and alley-oop partner for Gary Payton and Magic Johnson, and he'll be an available lockdown perimeter defender whenever the team needs him. At power forward, I'll take Tim Duncan. He's smart, unselfish, and fundamentally sound. Duncan is also a player who is very comfortable playing alongside of another all-time great big, and in this case, beside him will be the ultimate winner. Rounded out with Bill Russell at the center position, and what you have here is the most suffocating and defensively soul-crushing third unit ever. All of these players are capable passers at their positions, and if any starter is struggling with their assignment for any reason, these substitutes will address that issue immediately and adequately. Now I know, some of you have noticed the triggering omission, as I left Wilt Chamberlain off the roster, which seems especially insane coming from me, since I'm usually one of the biggest advocates for Wilt's legacy and greatness. But the thing is, this roster is already extremely loaded with all-time great bigs, and chemistry is imperative for this roster to be the best that it can be. Because of this, I'd rather have the bigs who spent the prime of their careers in a more team-oriented offense. So that concludes my 15-man roster. I'm not gonna lie, I would love to see my starters take on the second unit, and even my third unit could serve as a challenger as well. Obviously, I do not believe my roster is objectively the greatest possible team imaginable, but it's just that in my opinion. Who knows, maybe in a week from now, I'll have a different opinion and change up my roster, but for now, this is what makes the most sense to me. If you have a roster that you believe is better constructed and can beat my team, please do share it in the comment section below. So NBA 2K just brought 5 different eras to their game, and nearly every era was named specifically after certain players. As in the case of many things, this got social media in a frenzy, as everyone began debating who the eras actually belonged to. According to 2K, there is the Magic and Bird era, the Jordan era, the Kobe era, the LeBron era, and the modern era. Well, considering the fact that I love basketball history and have a YouTube channel specifically dedicated to it, I figured I might as well give my perspective on them. Not only will I be saying whether or not I agree with 2K's choices, but I will also be giving titles to the earlier eras that 2K does not address. So without further ado, let's get into it. The first era that needs to be given a title was when the NBA was in its infancy, which is essentially the 1950s. For this one, there's basically no argument for anyone else. Without a shadow of a doubt, this was the George Mikan era. During this stretch of time, Mikan led his Lakers to win 4 championships in a span of 5 years, as the clear best player on his team. In that time, he also won several scoring titles and rebounding titles, as there was no question who the best player was in the game during that era. Next up is the 1960s. You guys know how much I love and respect Wilt Chamberlain on my channel, but let's be real, there's absolutely no argument for anyone other than Russell during this era, as I'm labeling the 1960s the Bill Russell era. In that decade, Russell led his team to win 9 out of a possible 10 championships, and the only other team who won a title was the 76ers, who were led by Chamberlain. You could argue that Russell and Chamberlain should have shared that era, just like Magic and Bird for the 80s, but the 9 championships to only 1 is just too big of a gap for me to make it make sense. I don't care if Chamberlain had averaged 70 points per game over that decade. It doesn't change the fact that the Celtics were the model of excellence in the 1960s, and it was Russell who won more chips than any other player in NBA history. Next, we're looking at the 1970s, and this is a bit of a tricky one. From an individual perspective, there's no question that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the most talented and statistically dominant player over the course of that decade. But unfortunately, he only got 1 championship in that decade. And are we really about to name an entire era after a player who only reached the mountaintop once? In the 70s, the Celtics won more championships than anyone else, but that was just a grand total of 2, and the stardom of those teams was pretty evenly split between Dave Cowens and John Havlicek. If we're being honest, this era is famous for the fact that it didn't contain a single dynasty team, as there were many different winners over the course of the decade. For this reason, I would not title this era after a single player, but instead, I would call it the parity era, because it's the ultimate example of a balanced level of competition within the league. Next is the 1980s, and this won't take me very long because of course 2K got this one right, as this was definitely the Magic and Bird era. Between these two legendary superstars, they won 8 out of a possible 10 championships, and between the two of them, they represented every single NBA Finals series that decade. I imagine some die-hard Pistons fan might try to shoehorn Isaiah Thomas into the conversation, but he technically only won a single championship that decade, as the second one was the beginning of the 1990s. And as much as I respect Thomas's talent, he never won a single MVP award, unlike Magic and Bird, who won several. Without question, this is correctly named the Magic and Bird era. Now, the 1990s. Just like the decade before, this is an easy choice. This is appropriately named the Michael Jordan era. The Bulls won 6 out of a possible 10 championships that decade, and Jordan was the Finals MVP in every one of those cases. Along with that, MJ was pretty much universally recognized as the best player during that era, and anyone who disagreed just likely wanted to be different. Some might try to say that Hakeem should share the title of this era with MJ, but I think that's a little generous to the dream, considering how MJ has 3 times the amount of rings that Olajuwon has, and 4 times the amount of MVPs. I could unnecessarily go over his long list of accolades in that decade, but you guys get it. He was Michael Jordan, and that was his era. Now for the 2000s, and this is where things get really interesting. 2K decided to give the title exclusively to Kobe Bryant, and obviously, by them doing that, the biggest omission is the San Antonio Spurs legend, Tim Duncan. Imagine getting 5 championship rings as the leader of your team and not getting an era. Now, if you force me to pick one or the other, I do think there is a slightly better argument for Kobe Bryant than for Tim Duncan. The funny thing is that Duncan has consistency working in his favor, but that advantage quickly becomes a disadvantage when you limit the comparison to one specific era. Let's look at the 2000s. During this era, Kobe's Lakers won 4 championship rings, while Tim Duncan's Spurs won 3. The Lakers made it to the NBA Finals a total of 6 times, while the Spurs only made it 3 times. And when they met each other in the playoffs, Kobe's team eliminated the Spurs 4 times, and Duncan's team eliminated the Lakers only once. Unless you value regular season wins over actual championships, then there's no question that Kobe's team won significantly more during this era. Now, inevitably, many of my friends who are Spurs fans will then try to redirect Kobe's success exclusively towards Shaq, as if Kobe didn't earn any of that success. These are the numbers Kobe averaged in the playoffs against the Spurs while he was teammates with Shaq. And these are the numbers that Shaq put up in that same stretch against San Antonio. Many people have forgotten or just never realized that Kobe was arguably the best player on the court whenever they squared off with San Antonio. And heck, even in the one instance where Shaq wasn't involved, Kobe's Lakers still defeated the Spurs while he put up these strong numbers. So if I'm being forced to pick exclusively either Duncan or Kobe, then I'm going with Kobe. But my question is, why should I have to pick one or the other? Magic and Bird share the 1980s podium, yet when you look at the two head-to-head, it's clear that Magic won way more in that era than Bird did. So based on the precedent set by 2K, it should be the Kobe and Duncan era. It makes zero sense that Magic should have to share the era with Bird when Kobe doesn't have to share the era with Duncan. If the decision was ultimately up to me, I would disagree with 2K and would have made it the Kobe and Duncan era, regardless of the fact that Kobe may have had the slightly better case individually. Next is the 2010s, which 2K labeled the LeBron era, and this one is also spicy. Most people consider LeBron as the greatest player since the turn of the millennium. But when you narrow it down to one specific decade, I can see how Steph Curry fans were triggered by the dismissal. In the decade of the 2010s, LeBron won 3 NBA championships, and Steph Curry also won 3. LeBron made it all the way to the NBA Finals 8 times, and Steph made it to the Finals 5 times. When the two met up in the playoffs, LeBron's team eliminated Steph only once, while Curry's team eliminated LeBron a total of 3 times. Yes, I agree that LeBron was the best player over the course of that decade, but consider what Steph did in that window. He won back-to-back MVPs, becoming the first unanimous MVP in NBA history. He led his team to the best single-season record of all time, and led his team to the best single postseason record of all time as well. He broke numerous records, he had the greatest 50-40-90 season of all time, all while winning an equal amount of championships to LeBron. Not only does he deserve the respect, but he was legitimately a rival to LeBron James during that era. So again, if you're gonna have both Magic and Bird, then how are you just gonna pick LeBron in this instance? 2K really screwed this one up. And in case you can't tell, I completely disagree with them, as I would have titled it as the LeBron and Steph era. The last era on the list is simply described by 2K as the modern era, and honestly, I think that's the correct call. A lot of players in the modern game are still early in their careers, and if 2K hypothetically called this, say, the Nikola Jokic era, and then Giannis went on to win 2 or 3 more championship rings, then that would age incredibly poorly. As of now, keep a player's name off of it, and let the players write the history for themselves. So what do you guys think? Did NBA 2K get the eras right? Or is there something that you would have changed if the decision was ultimately up to you? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comments section below. Thanks. Well, this is a first. Today I uploaded a video about the 6 dirtiest players in NBA history, and YouTube actually deemed the video as unfit for non-adults, and instantly made the video age restricted. Because of this, I basically make no money off of the video, and much of my audience doesn't have access to it. Well, seeing that YouTube apparently wants my videos to have the intensity of a Bob the Builder episode, I decided to chug 3 soy lattes and completely neuter the video with childish edits, and then re-upload the video with no sarcastic or passive-aggressive edits towards YouTube whatsoever. If you'd rather watch the heavy metal, rebellious, criminal version, that is still available on the channel for those above the age of 18. For the rest of you, this will have to do. Most days on my channel, I like to highlight the strengths and positive aspects about various NBA players, but today is not one of those days. On this day, we're taking a look at the 6 dirtiest players in the history of the league. Now first, let me explain. In no way do I believe that my list is an objectively correct list. but it's simply my opinion based on my experience while watching these players. There's several factors that went into my ranking, like how often the players committed dirty plays, how egregious were the offenses, and how long were they doing it throughout their careers. There's so many players who could have been on this list but didn't make it. So let me know in the comments if there's a player I left off that you would put into your top 6. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 6. Zaza Pachulia. This 6'11 center had a 16-year career, and he was never an all-star, and most people would describe him as average at best. But to many people, he'll be remembered for a long time for all the wrong reasons. In many instances, Zaza looked as if he was trying to outright hurt people, and if I'm being honest, he hasn't always been the best at hiding it. The most memorable moment of his career was when he slid his foot under a jump shooting Kawhi Leonard in Game 1 of the 2017 Western Conference Finals. At that point, the Spurs were leading the game by 19 points, and appeared as if they were about to steal home court advantage in the series. Instead, Kawhi was lost for the series, and the Spurs were swept. This unnatural defensive play may have had a history-changing ripple effect on the NBA as a whole. But trust me when I say this, that play was far from the only instance of Zaza playing with questionable motives, and based on the fact that his legacy is alive today because of his dirty antics, he gets the starting spot on my list. Number 5. Draymond Green. I can already hear the screeching 14-year-old Warriors fans in the chat because I just picked 2 straight players from Golden State. But to be fair, Zaza only spent 2 of his 16 seasons with the Warriors, so most of his dirty plays were with other teams. Back to Draymond though, it kinda blows my mind how many Warriors fans continue to defend Draymond, as if he's some kind of saint. My thought process is there's only so many times a player can be the center of an altercation before we start to label him a dirty player, and for me personally, I came to that conclusion a long time ago. Some players have very specific dirty antics, and we'll get into that in a bit. But as for Draymond, he executes his dirty maneuvers in a variety of ways, like stomping on players' chests, like kicking them in the junk, slapping them in the junk, and slapping them in the face. Although he's certainly one of the greatest defensive players to ever live, Green usually never passes up an opportunity to dish out some punishment, just vaguely enough for it to look like it was an accident to some. If you ask me, Green is one of the more subtle, dirty players in NBA history, but based on the insane number of frequent offenses, I think he definitely deserves a spot on this list. Number 4. Meta World Peace, formerly known as Ron Artest. He wasn't the most frequent offender, and although he played physically, he likely had the fewest dirty plays out of any player in my top 6. But with that being said, World Peace committed some of the most egregious dirtiness that the game of basketball has ever seen. Obviously, he was the player who famously triggered the Malice at the Palace when he ran into the stands to punch some fans who admittedly deserved to get. Artest was involved in several altercations that night, but in hindsight, maybe the most shocking dirty play was when he absolutely wrecked James Harden's temple with an utterly elbow. This instance was especially ridiculous because at this point, he now had the words "World Peace" written across his back. Like Draymond, he was also an all-time great defensive player, but as in the case of many of those intense, energetic types, they tend to take things a step too far every once in a while, and Artest was no exception. Number 3. Karl Malone. Remember in Draymond Green's segment when I said there were players with more specific types of dirty? Well, there's no better example of that than Karl Malone, who was constantly throwing around some of the most and elbows that I've ever seen. On a side note, imagine being a player who was throwing around elbows throughout the entirety of your career and is also the player with the most technical fouls in NBA history, yet neither of those things are the most negative thing you're remembered for. Regardless of his basketball skills, that is the legacy of Karl Malone. As I was saying about his elbows, they were insanely and it didn't help matters that he was one of the strongest and most powerful players of all time. In several cases, he even knocked out the opposing player. One of those players was Elliot Perry, who didn't play in the final 38 minutes of that game due to the KO blow. Another player was the Hall of Fame center David Robinson, who went so limp that it almost looked like he was going to break his leg from the fall. Robinson is also one of the strongest players in the history of the game, and the mailman dropped him in an instant with one of the most devastating cheap shots that you'll ever see. The most famous incident, though, was when Malone dealt this punishing blow to Isaiah Thomas in the first quarter of a regular season game. Isaiah described the contact by saying that it felt like he had just been shot in the head. Amazingly, Isaiah actually returned to the game in the fourth quarter. At the end of the day, these were just a few crazy examples of his most punishing signature move in the NBA. And considering how much he loved to dish out these elbows, it's no wonder why he tried his luck in the WWE. Number 2. Bruce Bowen. It takes a lot of dirtiness to be ranked ahead of the mailman, but Bowen earned his spot with his devious schemes. Although he was the Defensive Player of the Year runner-up for 3 straight seasons, I'm not gonna lie, I'm glad he never won the award because of his antics on the court, including his flying Bruce Lee Bowen kick to Wally Zerbiak's face. Also when he unnecessarily stepped on Kobe's wrist in the playoffs, and him repeatedly sliding under the foot of the jump shooter as he was landing. Seriously, go back and watch some Bruce Bowen footage, and you'll see that this maneuver of his was about as consistent as the fadeaway was for Michael Jordan. No player knows that better than Vince Carter, who had his ankle rolled a total of 3 times by the Spurs defender, and on the third instance, you could tell things had reached a boiling point with Carter. But make no mistake, he tried this cheap tactic with many other stars, including Kobe Bryant, Michael Finley, and Paul Pierce. The funny thing is, Bowen has an argument for the top spot, but unlike the guy in first, Bowen isn't a bold kind of dirty. But he's rather quiet about it, and still says to this day that he's never tried to intentionally hurt anyone. The film seems to strongly suggest otherwise, and for this reason, he securely takes the runner-up spot on my list. Number 1. Bill Laimbeer. This man is the face of what is likely the dirtiest team in the history of the NBA, the bad boy Detroit Pistons. Laimbeer's reputation was so awful within the NBA that he even had nicknames like the Prince of Darkness, His Heinous, and Axe. A bit of a dramatic reputation for simply a basketball player, but unlike Bruce Bowen, Laimbeer reveled in it, and loved knowing that he was hated by pretty much the entirety of the basketball community outside of Detroit. In the words of Larry Bird, Rick Mahorn would try to foul you hard, but his teammate Bill Laimbeer would try to hurt you. There's no one more suited to give that opinion than Bird, as it appeared that Laimbeer tried to hurt him on multiple occasions. As someone who's seen many of the games he was involved in, I can tell you that his punishing cheap shots was a very regular occurrence. Eventually, someone finally decided to return the favor, as the Celtics center Robert Parrish struck Laimbeer across the face. The crazy thing about this play is that they didn't even call a flagrant foul, a technical foul, or a foul of any kind on Parrish. The ref simply stopped the action and resumed play as soon as Laimbeer had gathered himself, which seemed indicative of how the league felt about Laimbeer at the time. He might not have the ugliest acts of violence on his resume, but based on how frequently Laimbeer was punishing other players, I'm very comfortable putting him in the top spot on this list of notorious players. So what do you guys think? Who was a candidate for the dirtiest player that wasn't on my list? This has kind of been a roundabout theme for my channel for the last week or so I thought I might as well just own it and cover it. Who are the top 5 greatest shot blocking guards in NBA history? I have a couple categories for deciding this, like their peak shot blocking, their shot contention, their consistency, and their longevity. It's a very specific category, and it only applies to guys who spent the majority of the time either at the point guard or at the shooting guard position. So guys like George Gervin, Vince Carter, and Tracy McGrady won't be applicable to this list, as great as they were as shot blockers. They are guys who spent a significant amount of time at the small forward position. So although you could argue that they're among the best shot blocking wings in NBA history, I just can't give them the nod for guards. So now that you're up to speed, let's get into it. Starting at number 5, Dennis Johnson. This guy was simply one of the best perimeter defenders of his era. Longtime Boston Celtics fans are going to remember him as the leading floor general of their dynasty days. But beyond that, he was an incredible shot blocker. DJ is 5th on the NBA's all-time list for the most blocked shots at the guard position, and he had a career average of 0.6 throughout his playing career. Throughout the 1980s, Boston was consistently one of the best defenses in the entire league, and Johnson's ability to stay in front of top opposing guards and get a hand up and sometimes get a piece of it certainly contributed in massive ways to their elite defense. Thanks to his longevity and consistency, he certainly deserves a spot in my mind. Number 4 on my list is Derek White. Some of you are probably thinking, Derek White? Yes, actually. The guy has been absolutely incredible ever since he entered the NBA in 2017. He's been one of the top defenders for his championship Boston Celtics, and so far in his career, he's averaging 0.9 blocks per game. Currently, among guards, specifically at the time where they were playing at the guard position, Derek White has the second highest blocks per game average in NBA history, which is 0.9, and this last season, he got as high as 1.2. He is extremely alert, aggressive, has good instincts, and has a good basketball IQ. He's certainly not a superstar, but he knows his role and he does it well. If he remains consistent and keeps up at this pace, by the end of his career, he could be in a top 2 spot. Number 3, Ron Harper. Ron Harper doesn't get as much shine as he deserves overall for his defensive abilities. Obviously, he was the point guard and was a major piece of the Bulls' second three-peat in the 1990s. But before that, he had tremendous athleticism and was a star player for both the Los Angeles Clippers and the Cleveland Cavaliers. It might seem hard to believe for some, but among guards, he has the 3rd highest blocks total in NBA history, as he averaged 0.7 over the course of his career, getting as high as 1.2 in 1990. Unfortunately, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a tremendous amount of film of him blocking shots. And I promise you, that's not because he wasn't good at it, that's simply because he's Ron Harper, and not many people are clamoring to save his highlights. With that being said, I remember him being fantastic, even when he was with the Lakers in limited minutes at the age of 36 and 37. Again, he's another guy on this list who gains a lot of points for both consistency and longevity. Number 2, Dwayne Wade. Flash was incredible as a shot blocker. He did it emphatically and athletically. Depending on how you look at it based in position, he's either in the first spot or the second spot for the most blocked shots among guards in NBA history, as he averaged 0.8 over the course of his career. Wade was extremely aggressive, but obviously, with a nickname like Flash, it was his quickness and speed, along with his ability to read the offense, that helped him get exactly where he needed to be to contest many shots and get plenty of swats. He got as high as 1.3 blocks per game in 2009, where he was also an MVP candidate. I think many people will assume that he should be in the number 1 spot. But at the very least, I think the vast majority of us can agree that he certainly deserves to be in the top 2. Number 1, Michael Jordan. If you look at the time that he specifically spent at the shooting guard position, then he has the highest blocks per game average of all time among guards. He got as high as 1.6 in 1988, which was the year that he famously won the MVP and the Defensive Player of the Year in the same season. For obvious reasons, I've been watching a ton of Michael Jordan footage over the last week, and I'm telling you, a young MJ was the best shot blocker I've ever seen among guards. Part of that is for his actual swats, but the other part is just because of how many he actually contested. MJ went for everything. He was swiping constantly, to the point that I'm sure some offensive players going against him were having anxiety attacks. His peak as a shot blocker was just so insane, and he didn't have the consistency as much as some of these other guys, but when you're looking at a young MJ who was scrawny, who was quick and who could jump out of the gym, he had this ability to a jaw-dropping extent that I haven't seen from really anyone else. Here is my long list of honorable mentions. There's certainly a lot of guys in this list who deserve some spotlight as well. Do you think any of these players should have made the top 5 instead?
So at the time I'm making this video, we're in the midst of an NBA offseason, and there's been some exciting developments that have been building anticipation for the upcoming season. So this got me wondering, what were the most exciting NBA off-seasons that I can remember? Today, I put together a short list, and I'll do my best to explain why these developments were so exciting at the time they happened. Also, let me know in the comments what were some of the most exciting off-seasons to you. So without further ado, let's get into it. First off, the 2009 off-season. At the very end of the 2000s, the NBA had finally reached a point where the Western Conference and the Eastern Conference were both extremely competitive simultaneously. The Lakers had just defeated the Orlando Magic in the 2009 NBA Finals, and although the Magic were still a quality team, the Boston Celtics were the Eastern Conference favorites before Kevin Garnett's season-ending knee injury. LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers also seemed as if they were on the verge of making it to the NBA Finals soon, and they were coming off of a 66-16 season that ended in disappointment at the hands of Dwight Howard and the Orlando Magic. The general feeling and consensus around the league was that most elite teams seemed like they were in a position to win a championship as long as they made one significant move in the offseason. And guess what? Just about every serious contender did just that. First off, on June 23rd, the seemingly always contending San Antonio Spurs made a major splash when they traded the aging Bruce Bowen for a 29-year-old Richard Jefferson. The Spurs viewed this acquisition as the move they needed, as San Antonio was looking for an offensive spark, and now they were bringing in a quality slasher who was averaging around 20 points per game. Now they were looking more threatening to the defending champion Lakers out west. 2 days later, the Orlando Magic made their own major move, as they traded for a 32-year-old Vince Carter, who was coming off of a season with the Nets where he had just averaged 21 points per game. Although Orlando had the #1 ranked defense in the previous season, their most common critique was that they needed more offensive support for Dwight Howard. And now, with Carter on the roster, they had just addressed that in a major way. The very next day, the Cavaliers responded with their own move to position themselves to be the best in the Eastern Conference, when they traded for a veteran Shaquille O'Neal, who was coming off of a productive season with the Phoenix Suns, where he averaged nearly 18 points and 8 rebounds on a league-best 60.9% shooting. It was not a prime Shaq, but many people still viewed this acquisition as the help that LeBron needed in order to return to the finals. Then, on July 8th, the two most recent NBA champions responded with their own significant upgrades. The defending champion Lakers added the intimidating Ron Artest, who had just averaged 17 points and was still an elite defender in the game. He had also just led his Houston Rockets to the semifinals, where he famously pushed Kobe's Lakers to 7 games. And after their intense playoff exchange, people were wondering how Kobe and Artest would get along as teammates. The Celtics responded by adding the 6'10 big man Rasheed Wallace, who brought even more championship experience and was a solid spark both offensively and defensively. Basically every serious contender had made their moves, setting up the 09-10 season to be an absolute bloodbath. Honestly, at that point, I think that was the most excited I've ever been to be a basketball fan. Next up, the 2003 offseason. Obviously, there was that all-time great draft, where LeBron was taken first by the Cavs, Darko Milicic was taken second by the Pistons, and Carmelo Anthony was taken third by the Denver Nuggets. After that, Chris Bosh went 4th to the Toronto Raptors, and Dwayne Wade went 5th to the Miami Heat. At the time, Bosh and Wade were seen more as wild cards, but in terms of LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony, we knew that they were on their way to being all-time greats, and I was in so much anticipation to see them compete against the other elite wings of that era, like Kobe Bryant, Tracy McGrady, and Vince Carter.
On that day, Detroit was enthusiastic about their newly acquired big man, but in the long run, he didn't make much of a difference for them. Obviously, Kobe Bryant's Colorado trial was not fun for anyone, but in terms of the pure basketball, Los Angeles was building up quite the excitement, as they created a super team by adding Gary Payton and Karl Malone, who were each coming off of seasons where they averaged 20 points per game as the best player on their squads. Many analysts were predicting this group to challenge the Bulls' 72-10 record. The San Antonio Spurs were the defending NBA champions, and were the team who had just eliminated the Lakers in the prior postseason, and put an end to their three-peat. They responded to the Lakers' acquisitions of Payton and Malone by snagging up the 5-time NBA champion Robert Horry, who was previously seen as a hero in Los Angeles. Not only was this a brilliant move by San Antonio for the sake of his clutch perimeter shooting, but it also seemed like it was a way to emotionally stick it to the Lakers after they just built a super team. Unlike 2009, the anticipation of the 2003 offseason had less to do with the X's and O's of the basketball, and more to do with all of the drama between the various players and organizations. Lastly, my third choice for an insanely exciting off-season was 1996. I gotta be honest, I was very young at this point, so the memory of experiencing it is a bit hazy. But even with just my explanation of the events, it's not hard to understand why the basketball world was so intrigued by how things were unfolding. First off, the Chicago Bulls were coming off of their record-breaking 72-10 championship run, and they started their title defense off right by extending the contracts of Michael Jordan, Dennis Rodman, and Phil Jackson. On the other hand, almost everyone else was trying to build a team capable of dethroning the juggernaut in Chicago. The New York Knicks started by signing the lethal shooter Allen Houston to a massive long-term contract. Then, New York traded Anthony Mason to the Charlotte Hornets for a prime Larry Johnson, who had just averaged over 20 points and 8 rebounds. This team on paper looked absolutely stacked, with proven all-stars like Patrick Ewing, John Starks, Charles Oakley, Allen Houston, and Larry Johnson. They appeared as if they were the deepest team in the league, and at the time, many New Yorkers believed that this was the team that could finally defeat the Chicago Bulls. The Atlanta Hawks were already a talented team, but that offseason, they made waves when they signed the 30-year-old Dikembe Mutombo, who was a recent Defensive Player of the Year winner. Now that stacked Atlanta team was setting things up to be even tougher for the Bulls in the Eastern Conference. Out west, several teams were trying to build juggernauts of their own, starting with the San Antonio Spurs. In the previous season, David Robinson, Sean Elliott, and a talented Spurs group had won 59 regular season games, and in the offseason, they added to that immense talent by signing a veteran Dominique Wilkins, who was still a near 20 points per game scorer in his late 30s. Over in Houston, Hakeem Olajuwon and the Rockets were looking to return to their recent championship status. So in a stunning move, they made a blockbuster offseason trade, as they added a 32-year-old Charles Barkley to the mix, who was still putting up superstar numbers at that point in his career. With a starting lineup that included Hakeem Olajuwon, Clyde Drexler, and Charles Barkley, Houston had created a terrifying super team that seemed bound to meet the Chicago Bulls in the NBA Finals. The Lakers did not have a super team, but they still made the biggest splash of that offseason by luring Shaquille O'Neal away from the Orlando Magic and signing him to a massive contract. On top of that, there was the NBA draft, where the Lakers traded for a young kid straight out of high school, Kobe Bryant. Sure, we had no idea just how good this kid would become, but even then, there was still much excitement in Los Angeles for Kobe. Even outside of Bryant, the '96 draft was one of the most hyped and highly anticipated drafts of all time. Obviously, over time, we realized that that initial excitement was well-deserved, as this became arguably the greatest draft class in the history of the NBA.
The NBA has a deep and rich history that includes many exciting events, but as much time as I spend talking and thinking about these classic moments of basketball history, I probably spend an equal amount of time thinking about the moments and situations that I wish could have turned out differently. In this video, I'm sharing the top 4 things in NBA history that I personally would change if it was in my control. For the sake of keeping this a fun and contemplative video, I will not be including any situations that involve a tragedy, since those would make the easiest and obvious choices. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 4. A Kobe vs. LeBron finals matchup in 2009. This appeared to be on a collision course throughout the majority of the year, as the Cavaliers and the Lakers each had the best record in their respective conferences. Once Kevin Garnett went down with a knee injury that would force him to miss the playoffs, and with the defending champion Boston Celtics basically out of the picture, a Cavs and Lakers finals seemed as if it was a foregone conclusion. Not only was it the expectation, but the basketball community as a whole seemed to be actively rooting for it, as both players were all over the commercials, both players led their position in All-Star voting, and both players led the NBA's MVP race. One man represented the state of the NBA as it was, while the other was clearly the league's future. No example is greater than the NBA is not completely scripted than this one, because if it was, these two teams would have absolutely met in the NBA Finals. Unfortunately, the Orlando Magic were clicking at just the right time, and despite an iconic game-winning shot from LeBron James, they ultimately came up short against the Magic in the East Finals, losing to them in 6 games. At the time, I was actually happy that my Lakers only had to face the Magic and not the Cavaliers, because I felt less intimidated by Orlando, and I knew we could make quick work of them, which was exactly what we did, defeating them in only 5 games. But now, all these years later, considering how Kobe and LeBron never met in the finals, I strongly wish it would have been Cleveland after all, as it would have made for one of the most exciting championship series of NBA history. It truly is a sadly missed opportunity, considering how it was so close to happening for quite some time, as either Kobe or LeBron were in the NBA Finals every year from 2007 all the way to 2018. Number 3. Michael Jordan doesn't play for the Wizards in 2002 and 2003, but for another team instead. Michael Jordan's competitive drive and his connection to the Washington organization led him to suit up and play for the Washington Wizards for his final 2 seasons. If you followed this channel for very long, then you've heard me go on and on about how underappreciated Jordan's years were with the Washington Wizards, as he turned the Wizards into legit competitors in the Eastern Conference leading up to his meniscus tear, and Jordan was among the hottest players in the league at that point as well. If it wasn't for a freak accident where Jordan and Eton Thomas collided, then MJ could have taken his Wizards into the East playoffs, where they may have made some noise. The thing is, Jordan stepped down from his general manager position with the Wizards in order to play with the team for 2 seasons. Jordan had assumed that when he had finished his tenure as a Wizards player, he would resume his position as the Wizards general manager. The Wizards owner, Abe Pollin, had something else in mind and fired Jordan from the team soon after he finished playing. This hurt Jordan on a personal level, and he said that he felt betrayed by the owner. Jordan later stated that he wouldn't have ever played for the Wizards if he had knew the true status of his relationship with the Wizards owner. So let's hypothetically say that Jordan had knew this. His itch to return to play basketball was almost certainly going to be acted upon regardless. So if he isn't playing for the Wizards, who would he have played for? He's definitely not going back to the Chicago Bulls, as they were not only terrible at that point, but they were also still being managed by Jerry Krause, who famously wasn't near the top of Jordan's buddy list. There's 2 destinations that I think Jordan could have gone to instead. One is the Los Angeles Lakers, where he would have played under Phil Jackson once again, and where he would have taken a mentorship role for Kobe Bryant. The other option is for the Portland Trail Blazers, where he would have played alongside of his former longtime teammate Scottie Pippen. Both of these Western Conference teams were among the NBA's championship contenders. So what do you guys think I'm gonna say? Of course, I wish he would have played for the Los Angeles Lakers, as he would have taken the starting small forward position ahead of the Lakers' Rick Fox. I wish this would have happened instead of his time with the Wizards, as it would have made the most star-studded trio of NBA history, while giving Jordan another opportunity to compete for a couple more championships in the final seasons of his career. Not to mention how interesting it would have been to see Jordan and Kobe have to get along on the same roster. Number 2. I would wipe the malice at the palace out of NBA history. If this single event doesn't take place, or if that drink had just barely missed Ron Artest, it would have changed so many things throughout NBA history. The Indiana Pacers were arguably the championship favorites at the time the brawl took place. But with Ron Artest being suspended for the rest of the season, and with Jermaine O'Neal and Steven Jackson missing a significant amount of time as well, their season was basically ruined on the spot. The most devastating part of that was how that season was the last of Reggie Miller's career, which could have sent him out with his one and only NBA championship ring. As much as that sucks, Miller and the Pacers are just small-scale aspects of how the league was affected. The NBA as a whole became super paranoid about situations escalating into violence, and David Stern said that he would do everything in his power to make sure that the league would never have an evening like that ever again. It had an extremely softening effect on the league, as for one, referees became much quicker to call technical fouls, and became incredibly quick to punish any players for excessive trash talking. The malice at the palace also resulted in the NBA creating new rules to discourage any potential brawls. This might not sound like a negative thing, but we do have a direct example of how it negatively impacted the outcome of an NBA season. One of the new rules stated that during an altercation, all players not participating in the game must remain in the immediate vicinity of their bench. Violators will be suspended without pay for a minimum of 1 game and be fined up to $50,000. To the embarrassment of the league, this rule took effect for Game 5 of the 2007 Western Conference Semifinals between the San Antonio Spurs and the Phoenix Suns. Towards the end of Game 4, Robert Horry famously hip-checked Steve Nash into the scorer's table, which naturally resulted in the Phoenix players reacting. Suns star Amari Stoudemire and quality role player Boris Diaw both barely left the bench area before they were quickly rushed back by their coaching staff. As insignificant as this may have seemed, the NBA went through with their Malice at the Palace rule and suspended both Stoudemire and Diaw from Game 5, which was a crucial 5th game in Phoenix. The Suns went on to not only lose that game, but they lost home court advantage and eventually lost the series as a result. The Malice at the Palace not only significantly softened the NBA, but it possibly cost Steve Nash's Suns and Reggie Miller's Pacers an NBA championship. All of this is why I would definitely change that horrible night in Detroit. Number 1. The NBA doesn't veto the Chris Paul trade to the Lakers. Now obviously, there is probably some subconscious bias toward this situation since I've always been a huge Lakers fan. But even outside of the Lakers, this block trade had a massive negative effect on the basketball world. If the trade is never blocked, Chris Paul may actually be an NBA champion. Kobe and LeBron would have likely had their long-desired matchups in the NBA Finals. Kobe likely never tears his Achilles since he wouldn't have been playing those absurd amount of minutes just to get his team into the playoffs, and Kobe Bryant and Tim Duncan would have had more matchups in the West playoffs, and likely would have added much more history to their famous rivalry. The biggest part that bothers me about this block trade is how it affected the perceived integrity of the league. Dell Demps was the general manager of the Hornets at that time, and when he tried to trade Chris Paul to the Lakers, he was doing it out of the best interest of his team. But because the Hornets organization didn't have an official team owner, David Stern was able to flex his power and stop the trade for reasons that had nothing to do with the Hornets' best interest. You see, at this point in basketball history, the Miami Heat's Big Three had just assembled, and other small market teams were becoming fearful of a league being completely run by super teams. So when Chris Paul had appeared to join forces with Kobe, team owners like Mark Cuban and Dan Gilbert famously complained to David Stern, asking him to stop the trade. So that's exactly what David Stern proceeded to do. Listen, as an old school basketball fan, I don't really like super teams, and I'm all for the league office taking steps to assure that there's a competitive and fair balance. But if they're gonna do that, they should do that in the off-season, when no trades or free agency moves are taking place. Implement rules and procedures that encourage players to avoid making super teams. Everything the Hornets, Rockets, and Lakers did in this 3-team trade was legal, and was within the best intent of their organizations, and the league completely disrupted that just as the trade was being executed. Yes, I didn't like it when Kevin Durant joined the 73-9 Warriors during the prime of his career, but as much as I didn't respect that move from a competitive standpoint, I respected his freedom to make that decision for himself, because it was legal and honored the rules of the league. Even if the league had the power to do so, I wouldn't have wanted them to block that signing, since Kevin and the Warriors didn't break any rules, and it would have affected the course of basketball history as a result. That's exactly what happened with the Chris Paul trade, and I think the ways it affected the league overall were significantly more negative than positive, especially when you consider how it accomplished absolutely nothing in preventing the era of super teams.
Throughout the years, there have been a lot of players who have been great at stealing the basketball, whether it be jumping the passing lanes, reaching into the cookie jar, or coming in and trapping guys as the help defender. The thing is, a lot of guys get highlighted and remembered for these attributes, but because it isn't an ability that's as romanticized as scoring, rebounding, or passing, some of the greatest ever to do it have been overlooked and have been forgotten in the long history of this league. Today, we're looking at the top 10 pickpockets in NBA history, and let me know in the comments how your list would differ from mine. Starting with number 10, Gary Payton. The Glove was simply one of the greatest defensive guards of all time, and he was an especially great pickpocket, as he got as high as 2.9 steals per game in the 95-96 season, which was also the year that he won the Defensive Player of the Year. He did have longevity on his side, as he ended up being 5th all-time in total steals, but he didn't necessarily have the most gaudy steals numbers on a year-to-year basis, as he has the 25th highest career average of all time. Regardless, longtime basketball fans know all about this guy, as he was one of the most smothering and frustrating players who would let you hear about it along the way. On my list, his resume is just good enough to crack the top 10. Number 9, Hakeem Olajuwon. Some people might be surprised to see Hakeem on this list, and I get it, he's a center. But for myself personally, that's part of what contributes to his case and gives him some extra points. Centers are not usually guarding the primary ball handlers and ball distributors. Therefore, it's generally more difficult for them to acquire a higher number of steals. But with Hakeem's quickness, with his defensive IQ, and with his incredibly long wingspan, he was able to make it happen and was usually among the league leaders in steals, not just for his position, but overall. He has the highest career steals per game average for a center in NBA history at 1.7, and second place isn't all that close. He got as high as 2.6 in 1989. He has the 35th highest career average of all time, and on the all-time list of total steals, he is in a top 10 spot. Again, being a pickpocket who averaged a career 1.7 steals is impressive, but to do it as an incredible rim-protecting 7-foot center is utterly insane. If you ask me, and when you take in the context of their position, Hakeem definitely deserves a spot on this list. Number 8, Maurice Cheeks. Mo Cheeks wouldn't put up the most ridiculous numbers on a game-to-game basis, but he was an all-star level player and a great defensive player as well, who was very consistent and who did his job well night in and night out. He got as high as 2.6 steals per game in 1982 and in 1987. He never once led the NBA in steals per game, but as I mentioned before, that consistency led him to have an amazing career, as he has the 6th most total steals in NBA history, and the 9th highest career average. Number 7, Jason Kidd. As I mentioned on the last placement, Mo Cheeks was consistent, but even more consistent than him was Jason Kidd, who also never once led the NBA in steals per game. In his near 20-year NBA career, he never once averaged more than 2.3 steals per game, but he also never got below 1.5. He has the 18th highest steals per game average for a career, but he's second all-time in total steals. Kidd was one of the more underrated defensive players of his era, and although he wasn't the most athletically gifted, he made up for it with his incredible intelligence and defensive IQ. Number 6, Mookie Blaylock. His nickname was simply The Thief, thanks to his elite pickpocket skills. That fact alone basically secured his spot in the top 10. If we're being honest, he's probably one of the most underappreciated defensive guards in NBA history. He led the NBA in steals per game twice, getting as high as 2.7 in 1997. For his career, he has the 4th highest steals per game average in NBA history, and he's 13th overall in total steals. He's a guy that most young modern fans are not going to be familiar with. But make no mistake, defensively, he was one of the most troublesome and turnover-creating guards of his era. Number 5. Chris Paul. As a pickpocket, a prime CP3 was an absolute menace, especially during his days as a Hornet. He led the NBA in steals per game a whopping 6 times, getting as high as 2.8 in 2009. He has the 10th highest career average in NBA history, and currently he's 3rd all-time in total steals. He's still an active player in the NBA, so he still has time to add to this resume and potentially climb this list. With that being said, a top 5 spot is nothing to scoff at. Number 4. Michael Jordan. With MJ's quickness and with his massive hands, he was an absolute hound and a pest on defense. MJ was certainly aggressive, and although he was great as an on-ball defender, he also took a lot of risks in the passing lanes, and that translated to some truly impressive steals numbers. He led the NBA in steals 3 times in his career, and specifically between 1987 and 1993, Jordan averaged an absurd 2.8 steals per game. He is 4th all-time in total steals, and he has the 3rd highest steals per game average in NBA history. Just one of the many top 10 lists that Jordan cracks. Number 3. John Stockton. He was an extremely aggressive and physical player who knew how to get up into the bodies of the offensive player and frustrate them tremendously. He led the league in steals per game twice in his long NBA career, and he is 1st all-time in total steals. Although he didn't have the most explosive and gaudy steals numbers, what John Stockton had was consistency, which is why he's in the number 1 spot. He had the 7th highest steals per game average in NBA history. Overall, I don't think Stockton gets enough love and appreciation for what he did defensively, as he was a stabilizing force for Utah on that end for essentially 2 decades. Number 2. Michael Ray Richardson. This ranking might surprise some of you, considering that he's generally an unknown player. He's also only 57th on the all-time list for total steals. But to be completely honest, that was due to his extremely shortened NBA career. Essentially what you need to know is this guy violated the league's drug policy 3 times, and in February of 1986, David Stern banned him from the NBA for life. He was only 30 years old at the time that he was banned. His peak was absolutely insane though, as he led the league in steals 3 times in his career, getting as high as 3.2 in 1980. For his 8-season-long career, he had a jaw-dropping average of 2.6 steals, which is the 2nd highest career average of all time. That is an average that many players don't ever reach for a single season, and that's what he got over that 8-year stretch. Truly one of the great forgotten defensive legends of his time. Here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these pickpockets have made the top 10 instead? I look forward to hearing your thoughts. Number 1. Alvin Robertson. Like Michael Ray Richardson before him, Alvin Robertson didn't have a very lengthy NBA career, which is why he's only 11th all-time for the most total steals. With that being said, he did lead the NBA in steals per game 3 times, getting as high as a ridiculous 3.7 in 1986. That is easily the NBA record for the highest single season average of all time. He averaged at least 3 steals per game in 5 separate seasons of his career, which is utterly insane. Most of the players on this top 10 list never got close to averaging 3 steals per game even once in their career. He has the greatest career steals per game average of all time, at an astonishing 2.7. Only 4 players in NBA history have ever achieved the illustrious quadruple-double, And thanks to Robertson's all-time great pickpocket skills, he became the first and only guard to ever do it, which he did on February 18, 1986 against the Phoenix Suns. The thing is, that was just 1 out of 4 games where Alvin Robertson got 10 steals. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, he is the greatest pickpocket that the league has ever seen. So what do you guys think? How would your list differ from mine? Let me know below.
The NBA has 2 major conferences, the Western Conference and the Eastern Conference, and for as long as the NBA has been a thing, the winner of each conference are the teams who play in the NBA Finals. The thing is, that doesn't necessarily mean that the 2 best teams in the league are being represented in the NBA Finals, because decently often, the 2 best teams in the league are actually within the same conference. Today, we're looking at 4 instances where the 2 best teams were clearly battling in the conference finals rather than the NBA Finals. Let's get into it. First off, the 1971 West Finals. The winner of the East Conference was about as improbable of a winner as they come. Although the Baltimore Bullets had quality star players like Wes Unseld and Earl Monroe, they were a pretty average team throughout the regular season, both offensively and defensively, which is why they barely snuck into the playoffs with a 42-40 record. Somehow, they played far above their expectations when the playoffs began, as they won every series in 7 games up until the NBA Finals. Meanwhile, in the Western Conference, 2 championship-caliber teams were battling it out for a trip to the game's biggest stage. It was the Los Angeles Lakers, led by Wilt Chamberlain and Gil Goodrich, up against the dynamic duo of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Oscar Robertson of the Milwaukee Bucks. Headlining the matchup was a battle of 2 of the greatest centers of all time, as both Kareem and Wilt had fantastic showings throughout the series. Ultimately, Kareem and the Bucks were just too much for the Lakers, as they closed them out in 5 games. Although that wasn't the longest series, there was still little doubt that both of those teams would have easily handled the Bullets, who were in way over their heads being in the finals in the first place. As expected, Kareem and the Bucks destroyed the overachieving Bullets, sweeping them in 4 games and winning nearly every game by a double-digit margin. Next is the 2002 West Finals. I gotta be honest, I think out of every series on this list, this one was the most obvious that the championship winner was coming from the Western Conference Finals. The New Jersey Nets were a solid team, but at this point in history, it was widely recognized that the Western Conference as a whole was far superior to the East. The Western Conference Finals were a matchup between the Sacramento Kings and the defending champion Los Angeles Lakers. At the time, these 2 teams had a fierce rivalry, and throughout the regular season, it was basically a foregone conclusion amongst basketball circles that these 2 teams would meet up in the West Finals. The Kings had won 61 games throughout the regular season, and the Lakers had won 58 as a 3rd seed. Meanwhile, the New Jersey Nets won only 52 games throughout the regular season, yet they had the best record in the entire Eastern Conference by a couple of games. That should tell you all you need to know about the disparity between the East and the West during that era. The Lakers and Kings series was an absolute classic, but it was also a series mired with controversy. At the end of the day, the Lakers won the series in overtime of the 7th game, and we all knew what would happen next. In the finals, the Lakers took their victory lap by sweeping the New Jersey Nets in 4 games, confirming what we all basically knew before the playoffs even started. Next up, the 2009 West Finals. That season, the winner of the Eastern Conference was the Dwight Howard-led Orlando Magic. And although they were a solid team, their road to the finals was a bit easier than it should have been, considering how the defending champion Boston Celtics lost their superstar Kevin Garnett to a knee injury before the playoffs began. If it wasn't for the injury, everyone would have expected a finals rematch between the Lakers and the Celtics in the finals. Now, the Western Conference Finals was a matchup between the motivated Los Angeles Lakers and the extremely hot Denver Nuggets. Now, the Magic did have a better record than the Denver Nuggets, as the Magic won 59 games throughout the regular season, while the Nuggets won only 54. But you have to consider that the Magic were playing a majority of their games against a weaker Eastern Conference, while the Nuggets were battling it out with a much tougher West. The other part you have to consider is how the Nuggets were building team chemistry throughout the season.
Early during that season, the Nuggets traded Allen Iverson to the Detroit Pistons for the former Finals MVP Chauncey Billups. Although Iverson was certainly the bigger name, Billups was the better fit. The thing is, Denver had to build their chemistry throughout the season, but by the time the playoffs had rolled along, they were one of the hottest teams in the entire league. Kobe and Carmelo had epic individual battles throughout the West Finals, and at that point, everyone seemed to recognize that whoever won this series was going to win the NBA championship. Well, you guys know how this played out. Kobe and the Lakers won the series in 6 hard-fought games and advanced to the NBA Finals. And as expected, they made quick work of the vastly inferior Orlando Magic, comfortably winning in only 5 games. Lastly is the 2018 Western Conference Finals. For LeBron James fans, this season is remembered fondly for James's incredible effort throughout the regular season and the postseason, carrying his Cavs to the NBA Finals. Most people recognize how the Eastern Conference was weaker during this time, which aided LeBron's trip to the finals. Regardless, his incredible run was still impressive. One of the reasons LeBron's run was so improbable was the fact that this was his first season without Kyrie Irving by his side. When you look at that Cavs roster from top to bottom, anyone who knows basketball could see how they didn't have the same level of talent as the top 2 teams in the Western Conference. Those squads were the juggernaut Golden State Warriors and the 65-17 Houston Rockets. This is recent enough history that you guys probably know all of the details. Houston and Golden State had an epic 7-game series that looked like either team was capable of winning. Although the Warriors did end up closing out the series in the decisive 7th game, the Rockets' starting point guard and their second best player, Chris Paul, suffered a season-ending injury in the 5th game with the series tied at 2 games apiece. With Paul out of the lineup, the Rockets were incapable of reaching their ceiling, which ultimately led to the Warriors closing it out. The Warriors then went on to sweep LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers in the NBA Finals. And in Game 1, it took one of the greatest performances of LeBron's life to even keep the game close. Not only do I believe the championship was decided in the West Finals, but the Rockets also won both of their regular season matchups against Cleveland that year by an average margin of 18 points. Whether it would have been the Rockets or the Warriors, I think either team would have made quick work of Cleveland in 2018. Throughout the decades, NBA brother duos have been making their impacts on the league. In some cases, one brother is vastly superior to the other, and in other cases, both players were just average NBA players at best. But in even rarer cases, both players were legitimate stars in the NBA. Today, I'm breaking down my list of the top 6 greatest brother duos in league history, and let me know in the comments if you agree or disagree with my rankings. Number 6, Horace and Harvey Grant. I'm starting off my list with a pair of twins, as both of these brothers made their presence known as quality power forwards in the league. Let's first focus on Horace. He was definitely the more famous brother out of the two, as he's most known for being the third option during the Bulls' first three-peat in the 1990s. At his best, he was averaging about 15 points per game in Chicago, but his best quality, and too often an ignored aspect of his game, was his defense. Horace was a stifling presence in the post, as he made a total of 4 all-defense teams throughout his career, and was even an NBA All-Star in 1994. Add in his quality rebounding, and Horace obviously deserves more recognition for his championship contribution. Although Horace was more known, at his peak, you could argue that Harvey was the better scorer, as he averaged over 18 points per game over a 3-season stretch with the Washington Bullets. He was never the rebounder or defender that Horace was, and he never had a real shot at a championship due to playing for less competitive teams. But he knew how to get a bucket, and with their combined talent, they're good enough for the starting spot of the list. Number 5, Bernard and Albert King. Many people don't realize that the NBA Hall of Famer Bernard King actually had a brother who played in the league as well. Although there's no question that Bernard certainly had the better career, Albert was definitely a quality player in his own right. Bernard was the superstar though, as he made 4 All-Star teams and 4 All-NBA teams, which honestly should have been much more if knee injuries hadn't drastically shortened his basketball career. To this day, Bernard has the Christmas Day record when he dropped 60 points in 1984. Fun fact, he actually did that against his brother's team, the New Jersey Nets. Albert just didn't play on that specific night because of an injury. Bernard also led the NBA in scoring in 1985, when he averaged 32.9 points as a member of the New York Knicks. Now, as for the younger brother Albert, he didn't have any records or any All-Star appearances, but at his peak, he certainly helped his team win basketball games. In the 82-83 season, Albert was the New Jersey Nets' leading scorer throughout the regular season, averaging 17 points, nearly 6 rebounds, and 4 assists on 47.5% shooting. His Nets won 49 games that year, earning a trip to the playoffs. To be clear, I definitely wouldn't classify both players as a superstar, but at one point, both players were simultaneously the best scorers for their franchises. Number 4. Steph and Seth Curry. Honestly, there's an argument here for these brothers to take the top spot, considering how Steph by himself is more accomplished than just about every other brother duo ahead of them. But the reason why I don't have them that high is because even though Steph is one of the greatest players of all time, Seth wasn't ever close to being considered as an elite player. With that being said, it's not like Seth isn't a quality basketball player, as he's established himself as one of the more efficient three-point shooters in the league, and as a solid scoring spark for the various teams he's played for. Seth doesn't have any accolades on his resume, but without question, he's worthy of a roster spot in the modern game. On the other hand, you don't need me to tell you much about Steph. He's a 2-time MVP, the only unanimous MVP in NBA history, a Finals MVP, the all-time leader in three-pointers made, and he has 4 championship rings. There's no question who carries the legacy in that family. Number 3. Dominique and Gerald Wilkins. For basketball historians, Dominique is a name that's fondly remembered, as he was one of the greatest dunkers that the game of basketball has ever seen. Beyond that, the human highlight film was just a great player overall, as he evolved into a fantastic three-point shooter in the second half of his career, and he was a dominant scorer throughout his entire playing days. Case in point, in his 15-year career, he had a scoring average nearly as high as Kobe Bryant's. Dominique was a 9-time All-Star, he made 7 All-NBA teams, he won the scoring title in 1986, and he's honored as one of the 75 greatest players in NBA history. The younger Gerald Wilkins has certainly lived in the shadow of his older brother, but this 6'6" shooting guard was a scoring force in his own right. He spent his prime years as a member of the New York Knicks, scoring as high as 19 points per game on 48% shooting in 1986. Not quite to the level of his brother, but Gerald was also a thunderous finisher at the rim, gifted with creativity and impressive leaping ability. Unfortunately, just like his brother, Gerald suffered a devastating Achilles injury late in his career. And although Dominique was able to bounce back to the level of his former self, Gerald was not. Ultimately, they're not in the number 1 spot on my list, but you'd be hard-pressed to find a pair of brothers who could score like these two could. Number 2. Tom and Dick Van Arsdale. Along with Horace and Harvey Grant, these legendary brothers are the only other twins on this list, and their connection as brothers is truly uncanny. Both players were 6'5" wings, and both players played for the University of Indiana. Both players were drafted in 1965 and with consecutive picks. Both players made the 66 All-Rookie team. Both players made 3 All-Star teams, and both players ended their careers as a member of the Phoenix Suns. The one advantage that Dick had was the fact that he made the NBA's All-Defensive team in 1974. Other than that, they were basically the same gifted all-around player. During his prime, these were the numbers that Dick put up over a 3-year stretch for the Phoenix Suns. And over that same period of time, these are the numbers that Tom put up as a member of the Cincinnati Royals. Genuinely, you could say that these two players were simultaneously among the best players in the game, And hilariously, whenever they were on the court as teammates, it would be difficult to stay with either of them defensively, considering the fact that they were basically impossible to tell apart outside of their jersey numbers. There's a lot more fascinating details about their story, so I'm sure these two will be getting their own video at some point, but in the meantime, they'll have to settle for second on my list. Here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these brothers have made the list instead? Feel free to let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. Number 1. Pau and Marc Gasol. When it comes to both brothers each making their own tremendous impact in the league, there's really no competition for the top spot. Obviously, they'll always be connected as brothers, but many people forget that these two were once traded for one another, which was a part of the package that included Kwame Brown for Pau Gasol. At the time, it appeared to be one of the most lopsided trades that the league had ever seen. But considering how Marc developed into a star in Memphis, it truly wasn't all that bad after all. Pau was 7 feet tall, while Marc was 6'11". Both were incredibly talented and graceful big men, but Pau specialized in scoring, while Marc was the better defensive player. Let's start off by focusing on Pau. At his peak, he was averaging about 20 points per game and snagging nearly 10 rebounds. He was the 2002 Rookie of the Year. He made 6 All-Star teams and 4 All-NBA teams. Famously, he was the pivotal acquisition that took the Los Angeles Lakers from the usual first-round exit to a team that was continuously in the NBA Finals. As the second best player on the squad, Pau won back-to-back championships with the Lakers and had his legacy immortalized by having his jersey hung in the rafters. On the other hand, Marc made 3 All-Star teams and 2 All-NBA teams. He was the Defensive Player of the Year in 2013, and at his best, he was averaging nearly 20 points per game, while locking down the paint defensively for the Memphis Grizzlies. Later on, as the starting center for the Toronto Raptors, he won the NBA championship in 2019, securing the 3rd championship ring for the Gasol family. There have been many blockbuster trades throughout the game's history, but what would have been some of the craziest ones never panned out for one reason or another. Today, we're looking at some of the most insane trades that almost happened. Number 10. Klay Thompson to the Timberwolves. In 2014, the Warriors were seen as just short of being contenders, and Klay Thompson and Steph Curry were just on the verge of establishing themselves as superstars within the league. At this point, Kevin Love was already seen as a legit star for Minnesota, but the relationship between Love and the Wolves had grown cold. Negotiations were ongoing, but among the trade offers from Golden State included players like Draymond Green, Harrison Barnes, David Lee, and of course Klay Thompson. Jerry West was a consultant for the Warriors at the time, and he threatened to resign from the Warriors staff if the team decided to trade Thompson. At the time, most Warriors fans would have desired Kevin Love over Thompson, but after West's ultimatum, the Warriors decided to hold on to their sharpshooting talent, and the rest is history. Number 9. Chris Paul to the Lakers. Of all the near trades on this list, this one was the closest to actually materializing, as for about a 45-minute window, it seemed as if it was a foregone conclusion. The Lakers would have given up both Pau Gasol and Lamar Odom, but the pairing of Paul and Bryant would have certainly made them contenders in the Western Conference. Los Angeles also had Andrew Bynum on the roster before he was inevitably traded for Dwight Howard 1 year later. Whether it was a trio involving Bynum or Howard, it would have been tough for Los Angeles to have got by the San Antonio Spurs or the Miami Heat, but they at least would have had a chance. Due to the recent resurgence of super teams, small market owners were furious at the Lakers' acquisition of Paul and demanded that the commissioner David Stern block the trade. Stern did just that, and later released a statement saying it was for, quote, basketball reasons. In the end, this is only now remembered as one of the most frustrating days of Lakers history. Number 8. Scottie Pippen to the Supersonics. If you've seen The Last Dance, then you'll remember Scottie Pippen having an icy relationship with the Bulls general manager, Jerry Krause. Due to this, Pippen was constantly among trade discussions, and one of the times he was in the summer of 1994. It was shortly after Michael Jordan's first retirement, and the Bulls management was considering a full rebuild. At the time, the player in consideration was the Seattle Supersonics dynamic power forward Shawn Kemp.
Later on, Kemp would have made for an interesting running mate for Jordan in Chicago, while the tandem of Scottie Pippen and Gary Payton would have made for one of the greatest perimeter defenses that the game has ever seen. Fortunately for Chicago fans, the Bulls ultimately decided not to deal their star small forward as Pippen went on to win his 4th, 5th, and 6th championship with Chicago. Number 7. Kevin Garnett to the Lakers. Ultimately, the trade partner ended up being Boston, where KG went on to win his lone championship and the league's Defensive Player of the Year. But before that, one of the near destination landings for the big ticket was in Los Angeles. Garnett had always been vocal about his desire to play with Kobe Bryant, and it nearly happened as the Lakers were offering a trade package that included both Andrew Bynum and Lamar Odom. In this case, it was the Timberwolves who decided against it, as they held out for a better deal, which in their mind ended up being the Celtics' offer in the summer of 2007. Would Garnett and Kobe have won championships together? With KG on the roster, it's unlikely that they ever make the Kwame Brown trade for Pau Gasol, so it's debatable whether or not that would have been a better thing for the Lakers in the long run, but at the very least, it makes for one intriguing what-if scenario. Number 6. Tracy McGrady to the 76ers. T-Mac's early years were famously spent with his fellow star, Vince Carter. The thing is, McGrady hadn't quite yet developed into the superstar that he would become in Orlando, so around the turn of the millennium, Toronto was prematurely evaluating their trade options. Before eventually settling on Orlando, McGrady was strongly being pursued by the Philadelphia 76ers. The main piece being offered was the shooting guard Larry Hughes. If the trade had materialized, it would have created a superstar tandem of Tracy McGrady and Allen Iverson, each as they were entering the prime of their careers. The two stars would have almost certainly dominated the Eastern Conference, considering how relatively weak the conference was in the early 2000s. Number 5. Charles Barkley to the Lakers. Turns out that a lot of the great what-if trades of basketball history involve the purple and gold, and in this case, it was for the all-time great power forward Charles Barkley. In 1992, the relationship between Barkley and the 76ers had soured, and although they eventually dealt Sir Charles to the Phoenix Suns, before that, he was nearly dealt to the Lakers. Reportedly, the package was Barkley and Ron Anderson for James Worthy and Eldon Campbell. It would have been just after Magic Johnson retired, but it also would have been just a few years before Shaq and Kobe were acquired. So it's no guarantee that the Lakers would have been contenders in the West. But at the very least, Charles was the league MVP the following season when he played in Phoenix, so he would have made them a viable threat until Shaquille O'Neal signed later on. Number 4. Steph Curry to the Milwaukee Bucks. In 2012, Steph Curry hadn't quite developed yet into the MVP superstar who would transform the league. In fact, he could barely stay on the court, as he was struggling through numerous ankle injuries. At the time, the Warriors were interested in acquiring the center Andrew Bogut from Milwaukee, and they did eventually get him in a trade, but one of the initial trade packages would have been involving Steph Curry. Obviously, a move like this would have had a tremendous effect on basketball history as we know it, as in this scenario, the Warriors franchise never becomes a dynasty. It's a large assumption to think that the Bucks would have simply drafted Giannis just a couple years later, when Curry almost certainly would have affected the draft position of the team. With that being said, considering how Milwaukee liked Giannis and picked him later in the first round, there's still a decent possibility that the tandem would have formulated. Number 3. Dirk Nowitzki and Steve Nash to the Raptors. Both were nearly traded together from the Dallas Mavericks to the Toronto Raptors. Both Dirk and Nash still had some things to prove as individual superstars, while Toronto's Vince Carter was at the height of his powers. The proposed trade was Dirk and Nash for Vince Carter and Antonio Davis. In hindsight, this is an obviously lopsided trade in favor of Toronto, but it didn't quite appear that way at the time, which is why Toronto's general manager was the one who ultimately declined the trade, opting to keep his superstar Vince Carter. Over the next several years, Dirk and Nash combined would each win numerous MVPs and an NBA championship, which left the Raptors organization feeling like they committed one of the more regrettable decisions of NBA history. Number 2. Kobe Bryant to the Chicago Bulls. In the summer of 2007, after back-to-back first-round exits to the Phoenix Suns, Kobe was extremely frustrated with the state of the Lakers, which is understandable since they had starters like Smush Parker, Luke Walton, and Kwame Brown. With a lack of a contender, which was promised to him when he signed a few years earlier, Kobe publicly demanded a trade elsewhere. Since Kobe had a no-trade clause, he gave the Lakers management a short list of teams that he was willing to go to, and among those teams was the Chicago Bulls. Reportedly, the Lakers and the Bulls had agreed to a deal, which would have sent Tyrese Thomas, Ben Gordon, Joakim Noah, and Luol Deng to Los Angeles for Kobe Bryant. But the Mamba ended up blocking the deal. The thing is, Kobe didn't want to go to a Chicago team that was devoid of talent, and in Kobe's own words, it would have been like going from one bad situation to another. Kobe said the only way he would approve a deal to Chicago is if Luol Deng was still there to play with him. Under these restrictions, the two teams were never able to make an agreement. Obviously, as a Lakers fan, I'm glad Kobe had a 20-year career with the Lakers, but it would have been at least interesting to see his career unfold in Chicago. He would have been playing in the shadow of the great Michael Jordan, and it would have been interesting to see if he could fill those shoes. It also would have put him in the same conference as LeBron James, where they would have inevitably had numerous battles in the NBA playoffs. Number 1. Michael Jordan and Clyde Drexler to the Houston Rockets. In my opinion, this is the greatest what-if trade of NBA history, and frankly, it's not even close. So let me first paint the picture. It's draft day 1984, and the Rockets have the first overall pick in the draft, followed by the Blazers with the second pick and the Bulls with the third pick. Obviously, in reality, we know how the draft went down. Hakeem Olajuwon was taken first by the Houston Rockets, Sam Bowie was taken second by the Blazers, which was a mistake to say the least, and Michael Jordan was taken third by Chicago. The thing is, there was a pre-selection trade in place which would have landed Michael Jordan, Hakeem Olajuwon, and Clyde Drexler all as teammates on the Houston Rockets. So essentially, the Rockets already had Hakeem Olajuwon and the Hall of Famer Ralph Sampson on the roster. Both were superstar big men who were each capable of playing the center position. Due to this, some saw Houston's Ralph Sampson as an expendable asset. Portland was interested in acquiring their own star big man in an era that was dominated by players at the center position. So an offer was in place that would have sent the second overall pick and Clyde Drexler to the Houston Rockets for Ralph Sampson. Hakeem Olajuwon talked about this proposed offer in his book called Living the Dream, and he said that if the deal had gone through, the Rockets would have taken Hakeem with the first pick, Michael Jordan with the second pick, and obviously they would have had Clyde Drexler as well. Theoretically, this would have formed the scariest big three on paper that the league has ever seen. Believe it or not, it was actually Houston who declined the offer and decided to stick with their twin tower tandem of Hakeem and Sampson. It's not like Houston ended up being total failures for declining this offer, considering how they still went on to win multiple championships with Hakeem. But hypothetically, if they had Hakeem, Jordan, and Drexler all since 1984, how many championships could they have won? 8? 10? 12? Let me know your estimation. So now it's your turn. What is one of the crazier what-if trades that never panned out?
Today, I'm tackling a list that I've wanted to discuss for a while, the top 10 player-to-player rivalries in NBA history. Now obviously, there's no such thing as an objectively correct list when it comes to this kind of category, and there's a lot of different things to factor in when determining the list. So let me quickly skim over the different aspects I'll be considering when ranking this list. First is how often the rivals competed against one another. Second is the significance of the games when the rivals competed against one another. Third is how much the rivals personally dislike one another, especially when they were competing. And fourth, how good the players are certainly matters as well, because nobody gives a darn about two scrubs having a beef. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 10. Larry Bird versus Julius Erving. As a rookie, Larry Bird was entering the NBA at the same time that Dr. J was in the prime of his career. Irving's 76ers were the established force in the Eastern Conference, while the Boston Celtics were the new rising power. These two teams met in the playoffs for the first 3 seasons of Bird's career, and 4 times in total. And there were some epic battles between the two biggest superstars in the conference. Even their regular season matches were intense. They looked like anything but friends when they had this famous altercation. Honestly, I contemplated having this rivalry even higher, but without question, it's certainly deserving of a spot in the top 10. Number 9. Kevin Durant versus Russell Westbrook. These two don't have the longest history of battles in the playoffs, as they've actually only met up once in the postseason as adversaries. But what they do have is many strong years together as teammates, before it all ended on a sour note, sparking one of the most famous beefs in modern history. There was name-calling, there was face-to-face jawing at one another, and there was must-see TV as both superstars were determined to destroy and embarrass each other in front of a live audience. These stars had nearly all the right ingredients for a top 5 rivalry, but without a deep history of playoff battles, they'll just have to settle for the 9th spot on the list. Number 8. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar versus Wilt Chamberlain. After many years battling against Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain was finally ready to have the center spotlight all to himself at the end of the 1969 season. But just then, a rookie Lou Alcindor, now Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, exploded onto the scene and became the new rival immediately. At first, the players were friendly and cordial towards one another, but both players were really outspoken about what they believe. And once they realized that they were on complete opposite ends of the political spectrum, their rivalry intensified. The two superstar giants met in the playoffs in 1971 and in 1972, and each legend won a round before ultimately winning the championship. It wasn't the longest lasting rivalry, seeing how Wilt retired after the completion of Kareem's 4th season, but regardless, it was intense while it lasted. Number 7. Larry Bird versus Isaiah Thomas. After ruling the 80s for the first half of the decade, the Celtics found themselves in many dogfights in the second half against the rising power in the conference, the bad boy Detroit Pistons. Without question, there was bad blood between the two teams, as there was always physical and intense interactions whenever they met up, which was incredibly often. Along with their regular season matches, the two teams met up 4 times in the East playoffs during the 80s. The rivalry was already strong, but Isaiah Thomas added fuel to the fire when he echoed Dennis Rodman's comments, saying that Larry Bird would be just another player if he wasn't white.
A very, very good basketball player. I think he's an exceptional talent, but I'd have to agree with Rodman. If he was black, he'd be just another good guy.
If there was any doubt that their bitterness was still strong, Bird just about confirmed it when he immediately fired Isaiah Thomas as the Indiana Pacers head coach the instant Bird took over as the general manager. Number 6. Kevin Garnett versus Tim Duncan. For a while, these two power forwards were in a heated battle for the title of the best at the position. Beyond that, they had met up twice in the Western Conference playoffs, with Duncan's Spurs winning both matchups. One of the interesting dynamics about their rivalry was the contrast in their personalities. Duncan was a quiet and reserved leader who led by example, while Garnett was about as vocal and animated as one person can be. As many of you viewers probably know, there is plenty of stories about the intense trash talk in this rivalry, which allegedly became very personal from Garnett. Number 5. Kobe Bryant versus Shaquille O'Neal. Famously, they spent 8 seasons together in Los Angeles and won 3 NBA championships as teammates. Yet even while they were wearing the same jersey, they still seemed like rivals at some points. Their split in 2004 was extremely toxic to say the least. Both players were making negative comments about one another to the media, and both players were determined to prove that they could win a championship without the other. Although they never met in the NBA playoffs as adversaries, without question, they accounted for some of the most highly anticipated regular season battles in NBA history, and they almost never disappointed. It was a unique rivalry in the sense that the two players didn't play against each other relatively as much. But after the split, there was certainly a competitive connection that the two could never disassociate from. One of the first things out of Shaq's mouth when he won his 4th championship was Kobe. And one of the first things out of Kobe's mouth when he won his 5th championship was Shaq. Number 4. LeBron James versus Steph Curry. Even recently, more pages have been added to the book of their rivalry. It started out in 2015 when they first met in the NBA Finals, but things really heated up the following year, when Steph Curry became the first unanimous MVP winner and even had some people claiming that he had replaced LeBron James as the new face of the NBA, just for LeBron to shut down that narrative emphatically in the 2016 Finals. In total, the stars have met up 5 times in the NBA playoffs, including 4 straight years in the NBA Finals. And despite the fact that they're now both in their late 30s, it's still up for grabs on who's walking away with a better career. Number 3. Michael Jordan versus Isaiah Thomas. There are rivalries where players have a fierce yet friendly competition. And then there are rivalries where you get the sense that both parties generally don't like one another. But Isaiah and Michael have a rivalry that's even more rare than that, as they have an obvious hatred that burns for one another many decades later. The Bad Boy Pistons famously implemented the Jordan rules, where they would physically punish MJ anytime he got close to the basket. Along with that, these two teams met up for 4 straight years in the NBA playoffs, with the Pistons winning the first 3 before Jordan's Bulls finally broke through in 1991. Then you have Isaiah getting eliminated and walking off the court without shaking hands with MJ. And you have MJ allegedly keeping Thomas off the 1992 Dream Team. This rivalry had the talent, the frequency, the stakes, and the necessary bitterness to give it a top 3 spot. Number 2. Wilt Chamberlain versus Bill Russell. It was one of the first superstar rivalries of NBA history, and thanks to the fact that it was 2 of the most athletically gifted centers of all time, it's been able to stand the test of time. These 2 legends accounted for 11 straight championships as they completely defined that era of basketball. Although they were friendly off the court, they were always competitive on it, with many moments becoming heated. Not only did this rivalry have the significance and talent categories, but the frequency was on a level of their own, as they would play against each other as many as 17 times a year between the regular season and the postseason. I imagine you gotta be getting pretty tired of your opponent at that point. Number 1. Magic Johnson versus Larry Bird. This rivalry completely defined the era of 1980s basketball, and it also saved the NBA from its tanking viewership. 2 team-first, passionate competitors who were all consumed by the desire to best one another. Either Bird's Celtics or Magic's Lakers were in the NBA Finals every single season of that decade, and those 2 teams battled it out 3 times in the championship series. Some of the most memorable and iconic plays of NBA history came from that rivalry, and the league has been reaping the benefits ever since. Here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these rivalries have been in the top 10 instead? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comments section below.
Today's video is something I've wanted to do for a while, but I also have to point out the silliness of the topic itself. There is no objective way to possibly rank the greatest dunkers in NBA history. It essentially boils down to each person's personal opinions. Which dunkers made you ooh and ah the most? The answers are going to be different for basically everyone, so please keep this a fun activity in the comments section, because it's really not that serious. Now, as far as how my list works, here are the things I'm factoring in. 1. How creative the dunkers were. 2. How high of a leaper they were. 3. The power in the dunking. 4. The mesmerizing in-game dunks. And 5. How they typically did in the dunk contest. Obviously, a combination of all of these things is going to be great for a dunker's chances. But you also have to consider how some dunkers will be extremely strong in certain areas while lacking in others. All of it is subject to scale, and this is simply my list based off of this criteria. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 10, LeBron James. 2 negative aspects are working against him. First is obviously the fact that he's never participated in a single dunk contest. And the second is somewhat debatable,
is that he doesn't have a tremendous amount of variety in his dunks, but the areas he specializes in are elevation and power. Simply put, LeBron has some of the most ferocious dunks I've ever seen, and oftentimes they were against all-time great defenders, like Tim Duncan and Kevin Garnett, for example. Even without a dunk contest victory on his resume, he still has plenty of thunderous, iconic slams, which makes him worthy of a spot on this list. Number 9. Jason Richardson. If you want creativity, this guy has got it. Although Jason was never considered as a superstar player, for a while he was probably considered as a top dunker in the NBA, as he won several slam dunk contests over the course of his career. Whether it was reverse slams, lob finishes, windmills, or East Bay dunks, Richardson had it all. Relatively, he may have been a bit lacking in the power department, but there's very few dunk variations that Jason couldn't have pulled off. Number 8. Kobe Bryant. As one of the most famous athletes of all time, there's very few things that Kobe is underrated in, but I feel like dunking is one of them. Most lists do not have him in their top 10, but he certainly belongs, as he had an insane combination of creativity, power, and originality. For example, his baseline dunk against the Minnesota Timberwolves, where he sucked the gravity out of the target center, is among the most impressive and difficult dunks that I've ever seen in my life. If longevity counts for anything, the Mamba has that as well, as he was posterizing defenders from the age of 18 all the way until he was 34. Add in the fact that he was the 1997 dunk contest champion, and I'm very comfortable with his placement at 8. Number 7. Ja Morant. At only 6 foot 3 inches tall, Morant is one of those players that gives the incredible illusion that he's flying through the air. He is the first person on my list since LeBron to fail to win the dunk contest, but personally, I don't think he needs it to earn this spot. Quite simply, Ja has some of the nastiest, ugliest, and disrespectful dunks that I've ever seen. Now, if he can just stop bringing the heat on Instagram, and instead consistently bring the heat on the court, he might actually climb up a few spots on the list before his career is all said and done. Number 6. Blake Griffin. This man absolutely took the NBA by storm with his awe-inspiring dunk fest. The way he absolutely humiliated guys like Timothy Mozgov and Kendrick Perkins is something I will never forget. Like LeBron, creativity isn't his strong suit, but he consistently made stadiums explode with his rim-shaking slams. During his first few seasons in the NBA, no big man was safe, a painful lesson that the Lakers' Pau Gasol learned the hard way. And with his dunk contest victory in 2011, I believe he makes a solid choice at 6. Number 5. Michael Jordan. I can hear it now. Jordan fans scrambling to grab their torches and pitchforks. Personally, I think Jordan gets a little extra credit on most dunkers' lists simply because of who he is and the appeal of his superstardom. With that being said, I'm still comfortable having him as a top 5 dunker, considering the fact that he made a living posterizing some of the greatest rim protectors of all time, like Patrick Ewing, Alonzo Mourning, and Dikembe Mutombo. If the list was simply the most iconic dunkers of all time, Jordan would easily be on top, as he has his insane cradle dunks and his dunk contest winning free throw line dunks. Although MJ excelled in creativity and leaping ability, you could argue that he left some to be desired in the power department, as he would somewhat regularly finish softly when he actually got to the rim. Number 4. Shawn Kemp. He was one half of the original Lob City in Seattle, and he was simply one of the meanest power dunkers of all time. For some reason, Kemp always tried to dunk the basketball as if the rim had just insulted his mama. Obviously, we have to consider his slam on Alton Lister, which is quite possibly the most disrespectful dunk in the history of the game. Naturally, with this placement on my list, I believe he's the greatest dunker to never win a dunk contest, but quite frankly, I'm extremely comfortable with that being the case. Number 3. Zach LaVine. Zach is one of those rare breeds who had a little bit of everything.
like leaping ability, creativity, elegance, and even some ferocity. He did mind-blowing things that we once thought were impossible, like windmill dunks from the free throw line. In 2016, he won his second straight dunk contest championship, and he did it over quite possibly the most impressive loser in dunk contest history, Aaron Gordon. And honestly, I was one of the few people who was actually okay with it. Very few players have been able to glide through the air the way that this man did, and for that, he's certainly top 3 for me. Number 2, Dominique Wilkins. Personally, I've had this man firmly in my number 2 spot since the early 2000s, and that's mostly for the fact that he has an argument for being the best in-game dunker of all time. Wilkins would try to dunk on anyone and everyone during his prime, and although he had power that was similar to Shawn Kemp, he also had a flair and gracefulness reminiscent to Julius Erving. He won 2 dunk contest championships during his career, and many people believe that he should have won his 3rd in his classic battle with Michael Jordan in 1988. There's a reason why the NBA's official YouTube page has a 10-minute compilation video of just Dominique dunking, and it's because he was one of the most frequent, aggressive, and unforgiving dunkers of all time. It takes a darn near perfect dunker to keep the human highlight film from taking the number 1 spot. More on that in a bit. But first, here's my list of honorable mentions. Just how much of a dumb, no good, filthy casual am I for not having these guys in the top 10? Let me know below. Number 1, Vince Carter. Was there ever any doubt? Vinsanity was the perfect blend of force and style. In 2000, he put on one of the most incredible and memorable shows in dunk contest history that had some of the most genuine reactions of amazement that I've ever seen from a spectating audience. Then you have to look at everyone he absolutely abused with his awesome in-game dunking, as he regularly made 7-footers look completely helpless as they stood in his path. When it comes to the art of the slam dunk, Vince Carter is the Leonardo da Vinci. I would say that he was the Michael Jordan of dunking, but Michael Jordan is already here. So, yeah. So this is a video I've been wanting to make for a while, as it seems to be a hot topic in the media, and it also seems to be a frequent topic of debate between me and my friends. Just who are the top 10 3-point shooters in NBA history? Sure, you could just look at the all-time list for total 3-pointers made and determine the top 10 that way. But let's be honest, if you want a genuine discussion about who the best shooters were, then it's actually a lot more nuanced than that. For some perspective, here's a chart that shows how the volume of 3-pointers attempted have been rapidly increasing since its implementation in 1979. I guarantee you that if Steph Curry played at this point in the 80s, he wouldn't have attempted as many 3-pointers in his career. That's just not something that they had embraced yet at that point, even though they still had some solid 3-point shooters. But that's just one area of nuance that I'm looking at. Here are 6 different categories that I will be factoring in. First off is obviously efficiency. Making a lot of 3-pointers alone isn't going to get high on the list, but the player also has to be making them at a high rate. The second category is volume. In a similar way, a player can't simply be efficient while being extremely selective with his attempts. A higher volume of 3s are needed alongside of that efficiency. The third category is a variety of 3-point shots. For example, many players have had great percentages over their careers, but they did it primarily as spot-up shooters. If a player can create his own 3-point shot, if he can shoot off the dribble, coming off screens, and so on, then it will help him move higher up the list. The fourth category is their all-time ranking for total 3-pointers made. Although it's not the only factor, it still counts for something. Fifth is the inflation of 3s and how good the players were relative to their own era. And the sixth and last category is how they did in 3-point contests. Without a doubt, this is the least important category, but again, I think it counts for something. Some people laugh at the suggestion of 3-point shots being factored in, but then for some reason don't apply that same logic to the dunkers and the dunk contests.
For me, it all matters. So now that we're on the same page, let's get into the list. Number 10, Steve Kerr. He was primarily a spot-up shooter, and from a statistical standpoint, he was the most efficient three-point shooter in NBA history, as he hit a career 55.4% from deep. For that incredibly efficient sniping, some may think that he needs to be toward the top of the list. But he wasn't the type of shooter to create his own shot, and beyond that, he didn't attempt many threes per game, since he was just a role player off the bench. In the 95-96 season, he shot a career-high 2.9 three-point attempts per game, but even in that era, that only ranked him 62nd overall that season. So again, if you have an open three-point shot, there may be no better option than Kerr. But because there's so much more that goes into it, he only barely squeezes into my top 10. Number 9, James Harden. As things currently stand, James Harden is third on the NBA's all-time list in total three-pointers made. And it's only a matter of time before he passes Ray Allen to secure the second spot. James has certain aspects down to a science. At his peak, he could easily create his own three-point shots. As an insanely skilled ball handler, he could get up a shot basically anytime he wanted. Now, the reason why Harden isn't as high as his all-time ranking for total threes is because Harden is very much a volume three-point shooter. Over the course of his career, he was hitting 36.4% of his three-point attempts, which is generally above league average, but that's also the lowest career percentage of any player in this top 10. Number 8, Larry Bird. This legend's ranking among the top shooters has been a point of contention over the last few years. Some think he's good enough to be a top 3 shooter in NBA history, while some think it's absurd to have him anywhere near the top 10. Obviously, by my ranking, I find myself somewhere in the middle. Bird was a rookie in the same season that the three-point shot was introduced to the NBA, so he was literally learning that shot as he was going through his professional career. Despite that, he still went on to shoot 37.9% throughout his career. His volume of three-point shots seems low by modern standards, but at one point, he was the leader in three-point attempts per game for 2 straight seasons. Bird also had every kind of three-point shot, as he could hit them off balance, he could pull up in transition, and he could catch and shoot. Throw in the fact that he won the three-point contest in 3 straight years, and yeah, he certainly deserves a spot on the list even without a tremendous volume. Number 7, Peja Stojakovic. This guy has somehow become a generally unknown star of history's past. Throughout the entirety of his career, he was almost always among the league leaders in three-pointers attempted per game. He had a tremendous green light throughout the 2000s when less three-point shots were taken. I can only imagine how many he would be shooting if he played in this modern era. He was a career 40.1% shooter from distance, and at 6 foot 10 inches tall, he could get a good look just about any time he wanted. This is Peja's current ranking on the all-time list for three-pointers made, and the fact that he's this high on the list as a player who was drafted in the 90s, who retired in just his early 30s because of injuries, is utterly insane. That should tell you how lethal he was from deep in his era. Number 6, Kyle Korver. This absolute sniper was one of the most efficient role-playing shooters in the history of the game. He led the entire league in three-point percentage in 4 separate seasons. At his very best on the Atlanta Hawks in 2015, he was hitting an insanely reliable 49.2% from three-point range, while shooting 6 three-point attempts a night, which was 10th in the league in attempts per game. He had the efficiency and the volume, but the one thing he lacked was the ability to create a shot for himself. If he had that too, then he'd probably be in the top 3 rather than the top 6. Number 5, Damian Lillard. You all know this guy. He's basically in range the second he crosses half court, and although he might not be the most efficient player on the list at a career 37.2%, he certainly is near the top when it comes to volume, as he had 3 seasons where he shot at least 10 three-point attempts per game. On top of that, there's no kind of perimeter shot that Lillard can't hit regularly. as he can hit them while he's off balance, he can hit them off of screens, in transition, or from 35 feet out. He's also extremely clutch from three-point range, thanks to his ability to create space and get a good look for himself. When you take everything into consideration, he's worthy of a top 5 spot. Number 4, Reggie Miller. Speaking of clutch three-point shooters, there's very few better than this guy, as Reggie built his entire reputation and legacy off of his elite perimeter game. Like Steph Curry, Miller used to travel all over the court without the ball, coming off screens and looking for opportunities to get up a quick shot. It didn't matter if he was off balance 30 feet out, or even if he was being fouled during the shot. There was always a good chance of it going in when Reggie was the one shooting it. He was always among the league leaders in attempts throughout the 90s, and he shot a career 39.5% from that distance, which naturally made him the standard of excellent perimeter shooting during his era. Number 3, Klay Thompson. The second Splash Brother has had many famous moments from three-point range, especially in the playoffs. Beyond that, he is also the all-time record holder for the most three-pointers made in a single game, which was a total of 14 against the Chicago Bulls, where he didn't even play in the fourth quarter. He's always dangerous from deep, but especially when he gets hot, defenses would be foolish to give him just a second of daylight. Over his career, he shot 41.4% from deep, while constantly being among the league leaders in attempts. Number 2, Ray Allen. For a while, he was the NBA's all-time record holder for three-pointers made, and the fact that he's still in the top 3 despite playing in an earlier era of basketball is truly remarkable. Allen has a deep history of making clutch three-pointers, including arguably the most clutch shot in NBA Finals history. He shot a career 40% from three-point distance on a tremendously high volume of attempts, especially during his era. Many people often forget that he was a go-to superstar in his prime, and in those days, there was no question that Allen could get up quality shots of his own with his playmaking abilities. Before we get into the completely surprising number 1 spot, here's a look at the honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the list instead? Let me know below. Number 1, Steph Curry. Was there ever any doubt? This guy helped change the game with his incredible sniping, as he expedited the process of the NBA increasing its three-point shooting. Over his career, he's hitting around 42% of his three-point shots, on roughly 9 attempts per game. His peak was nothing short of legendary, as he made a record-breaking total of 402 three-point shots on a whopping 45.4% from deep. He has every kind of three-point shot in his bag. He's the NBA's all-time leader in three-pointers made and only continues to build upon his massive lead. Without question, he is the greatest three-point shooter of all time. So nearly 2 years ago, I made a video where I ranked my 50 greatest players of all time. Since then, a lot has changed, as some modern players have continued to build their legacy, while some others have regressed a bit. Along with that, I've actually changed my mind on a couple spots on this list. As time passes and you learn more about each player, your perspectives can begin to change. That happened to me in just a couple spots on this list. The reason why this video is a top 30 video instead of a top 50 is because most of the significant changes on the list took place in the top 30 spots. Now, with all of this being said, this is just my list and my opinions, and in no way am I claiming that any spot on this list is an objective fact, but rather it just reflects my honest perspective. Now, once you see it, you might think it's a wild list, but I honestly think a lot of lists online are very similar because people are too scared to give their honest rankings. I've seen just how angry people can get at a list, and I believe that social pressure incentivizes people to develop a general similar consensus. With that being said, that's not how I operate. This is my list based on my experiences, and people can cry, rage, or threaten me. I don't care. This is how I see it, and I want to know how you see it in the comment section below. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 30, John Stockton.
Naturally, he dropped just a bit on my list as modern superstars have been climbing their way up the ranks in the last 2 years. Stockton is one of the more controversial players on this list. I've seen the now famous criticism that he doesn't have a left hand. But listen, if Gary Payton says that you're the hardest player he's ever had to guard, then you know what you're doing. Stockton certainly wasn't anything flashy, but he was extremely fundamentally sound throughout the entirety of his career. He's one of those legends who excelled both in longevity and peak performance. Of the 6 seasons with the highest assists per game averages in NBA history, John Stockton has 5 of them, which is truly absurd. On top of that, he's the all-time leader in assists and steals, and neither category is remotely close. The one glaring omission from his resume is obviously an NBA championship. With one, he likely would have been in the top 20, but without it, he finds himself at the starting point of my list. Number 29, Kevin McHale. I feel like my fellow old heads will understand this ranking of McHale, but younger fans don't hear enough about the greatness of this legend. Before Nikola Jokic was the standard of efficiency for the big man, there was Kevin McHale. In the history of the NBA, only 2 players have averaged more than 20 points per game while shooting over 60% from the field and over 80% from the free throw line. They were Nikola Jokic and Kevin McHale. He was one of the most reliable low-post threats that the game has ever seen, with footwork that is second only to Hakeem Olajuwon. Along with that, his 8-foot-long wingspan made him a terrifying defender in the painted area. He was also tougher than 99% of the players in the league, as he put up these numbers in the 1987 finals, while playing on a broken foot. Add 6 all-defense teams and 3 championship rings to his resume, and I'm very comfortable having the man known as the torture chamber this high on the list. Number 28, John Havlicek. If it wasn't for Bill Russell and Larry Bird, then I believe this man would be known as the greatest player in Celtics history. Havlicek was one of the all-time great two-way players, as he was a force from the perimeter on offense and a stifling antagonizer on defense. At his peak, he was averaging 28.9 points per game, and he made 8 all-defense teams throughout his career, which is an achievement that only a few wing players have ever accomplished. More importantly than anything else, he was a pivotal star in the Celtics dynasty days, as he won a whopping 8 championship rings throughout his playing career. He won his lone Finals MVP in 1974, but he should have won several more, considering how the Finals MVP award wasn't introduced to the NBA until 1969. Without Bill Russell, John Havlicek wouldn't be as successful as he was. But without John Havlicek, Bill Russell wouldn't have been as successful as he was either. Number 27, Dirk Nowitzki. This legend was so ahead of his time, and this MVP-winning 7-footer was one of the greatest perimeter shooters that the game has ever seen. He was certainly a more capable defensive player in his youth, but as he aged and as much of his quickness left him, he began to devolve into a below-average defensive player, which keeps him from being higher on my list. With that being said, Dirk has one of, if not the, most impressive title runs in NBA history, where he led his Dallas Mavericks to defeat the super team Miami Heat in 2011. For his career as a whole, he made a total of 12 All-NBA teams, while putting up over 31,000 points, earning him the 6th spot on the NBA's all-time scoring list. Number 26, Nikola Jokic. This man wasn't even in my top 50 2 years ago, which tells you how great he's been of late. Simply, he's one of the most efficient and well-rounded offensive players that the game has ever seen, as he can distribute as well as just about anyone, while being an extremely accurate scorer from all areas of the court. He's won 2 MVPs and now a Finals MVP, while delivering the Denver Nuggets their first championship in franchise history. The only thing holding him back is his defensive play. That leaves much to be desired. With that being said, the Joker is the youngest player on this entire list, which means he has plenty of time to skyrocket up my list, which I believe he'll do. After all, Michael Jordan was the same age as Nikola Jokic when he won his first championship ring. Number 25, Giannis. Due to recency bias, it might not be a popular opinion to have Giannis ranked slightly ahead of Jokic. But based on their accolades and their complete body of work so far, I believe Giannis maintains a slight edge. He has more All-NBA selections, infinitely more All-Defense Team selections, an equal amount of MVPs, and an equal amount of championships, while being way ahead on the statistical all-time lists. Due to his recent failure, and yes, I will call it a failure, in the first round of the playoffs, Giannis hasn't done any climbing up the list since I originally did my 50 greatest, but he is the second youngest player in this group of 30, so I know for a fact that the two-way Greek freak is far from done climbing my list. Number 24, Kevin Garnett. KG is a player who I tend to rank higher than most people. One of my hottest takes is that there really isn't much of a difference between Tim Duncan and Kevin Garnett. It's just that one spent the majority of his playing days in the perpetually failing Minnesota organization, while the other had the stability and support of San Antonio. KG literally led the Timberwolves in every major stat category while he was in Minnesota. And then, when he finally joined a team built to contend, he immediately won the Defensive Player of the Year award and the championship, as he was just exiting the prime of his career. With him being one of the most well-rounded players on this list, I'm confident that the big ticket deserves to be as high as I've ranked him. Number 23, Karl Malone. The mailman actually dropped a couple spots since my original list, and it's for reasons that go beyond the current players climbing the list. I'll explain that in a second. Karl was one of the most consistent and dominant scorers throughout his long career, and he was a pretty solid rebounder and defender as well. Two major aspects prevent him from rivaling Tim Duncan in the conversation of the greatest power forwards in NBA history. For one, he had a nasty habit of turning the ball over, as he has the second most turnovers in NBA history. If he was a distributing point guard, then his turnover statistic would be more acceptable, but as a power forward, it's just not. Along with that, Karl had several opportunities at winning a championship ring, but without one, it certainly limits his ranking on the all-time list. Number 22, David Robinson. It was only recently that I realized how controversial my higher ranking of Robinson is. Regardless of moments where he was outshined in the postseason, the Admiral still managed to get 2 championship rings, while being one of the greatest rim protectors in NBA history. He made 8 All-Defense teams throughout his career, and was the Defensive Player of the Year in 1992, which are achievements that Nikola Jokic can only dream of, which is who many people claimed I should have ahead of Robinson. But I don't believe he's earned that just yet. On top of Robinson's proven resume is an MVP award and a high ranking on many of the all-time statistical lists. Number 21, Dwayne Wade. Remember how I said Malone dropped an extra spot? Well, Dwayne Wade is the reason why, as I'm starting to feel like I ranked him too low on my original list. The Flash was a solid two-way player and is in the conversation with Michael Jordan as the greatest shot-blocking guards in NBA history. He won 3 NBA championships, had an epic Finals MVP performance in 2006, and many people forget that he was probably the MVP of the 2008 Redeem team, although Kobe and LeBron seemed to get all the shine. In a league with great former two guards like Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan, it's easy for Wade to be taken for granted, which is why I'm moving him a bit up my list. Number 20, Charles Barkley. Until the day I die, I'll be telling people that Charles Barkley was so much better than most people realize. Early in his career, he was a remarkable blend of strength, speed, and athleticism. He's, quote, officially listed at 6'6", yet Barkley himself said that he's around 6'4". Regardless of which I claim, people in the chat always get mad at me. Regardless of what it actually is, Chuck always played way bigger than his height would suggest, as he was one of the greatest rebounders in NBA history, to go along with the fact that he was one of the most efficient scorers of all time, as he was frequently shooting around 60% from the field during his prime. Add in the 1993 MVP, and I'm more than comfortable putting the round mound of rebound in my top 20. Number 19, Kevin Durant. He's one of the most skilled and most difficult players to guard that the league has ever seen. He was the league MVP in 2014, and just a season prior, he had a 50-40-90 year while averaging 28 points per game. He has won the NBA championship twice and was the finals MVP on both occasions. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm one of those people who don't believe that all rings are created equal. Joining a 73-9 team that just beat you when you choked away a massive series lead is not something that I'm simply gonna look past, and I'm certainly never gonna forget it. If Durant had won a ring before or after, then it would do a lot to validate himself, but he hasn't done that, which is why he isn't higher on my list regardless of his tremendous top 10 capable talent. Number 18, Elgin Baylor. For his size, he may have been the greatest rebounder to ever live, as he got as high as 19.8 rebounds per game, at only the height of 6'5". Along with that, Baylor was the most prolific scorer in Lakers history until Kobe Bryant showed up, as he has the NBA Finals record for the most points scored in a Finals game with a total of 61. Essentially, Elgin Baylor is what you get if Michael Jordan gave Dennis Rodman some of his scoring ability, and for this reason, I have him higher on my list than most people typically do. Number 17, Oscar Robertson. He was one of the most well-rounded offensive threats that the game has ever seen. Everyone talks about his triple-double season in 1962, but what people usually fail to consider is how he averaged a 30-point triple-double over the course of his first 6 seasons in the NBA. Talk about taking the league by storm. With more championships, he would certainly be much higher on my list. He finally got his first championship in 1971 as a member of the Milwaukee Bucks, and although Oscar was certainly a contributing star, he wasn't the leader of that team, as that was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Regardless, his statistical impact is one that hasn't been matched at the point guard position, which is why it wouldn't be a solid top 20 without him. Number 16, Isaiah Thomas. My life has turned into some kind of a sick joke where now I, of all people, have become one of the biggest defenders of Isaiah's legacy. I hated this guy growing up, as he was the face of the bad boy Pistons. With that being said, I couldn't deny his talent, as Isaiah was one of the greatest dual threats that the game has ever seen, as he could destroy you by dropping 20 assists in a game, and then the next game, he'll destroy you by scoring 40 points. This all-time great ball handler led his Pistons to back-to-back championships in the late 80s, and if it wasn't for the phantom foul, he probably would have won 3 straight. He's also one of the most clutch performers of all time, like when he set the NBA Finals record by scoring 25 points in a quarter on a swollen ankle, or like when he dropped 16 points in just 94 seconds of a pivotal NBA playoff game. I watched it, I dreaded it, and I firmly believe that Isaiah was one of the best to ever do it. Number 15, Julius Erving. Notice how this video is not titled The 30 Greatest NBA Players of All Time. If it was, I would have to have the doctor much lower on this list. But when you include his ABA accomplishments, he has one of the most impressive careers of all time. Between the 2 leagues, he has 16 All-Star appearances, 4 league MVPs, and 3 championship rings. Along with that, he was one of the most dynamic high flyers, and the man was scary in fast break situations, dunking on anyone and everyone who stood in his path. He was also a member of the nearly undefeated 1983 76ers, who some Philly fans still believe is the greatest NBA team of all time. Number 14, Moses Malone. I'm so tired of hearing people's lists of the greatest centers of all time, and somehow he keeps getting omitted from it. Moses wasn't just one of the greatest rebounders in league history, but I believe he was objectively the greatest offensive rebounder of all time, which is a trait you just can't overappreciate, as any team would love to have that many second chance opportunities. He was a pretty darn good scorer too, as he got as high as 31.1 points per game in 1982. For his career as a whole, he won 6 rebounding titles. He was a 3-time league MVP, and he was the finals MVP of the championship-winning 1983 76ers. Number 13, Jerry West. Anyone who objectively watches his highlights and pays attention to his skills can see that West was so ahead of his time. Jerry had fantastic mechanics on his jumper and was extremely crafty at getting the shots he wanted. Quite simply, he was one of the greatest scorers and playoff scorers to ever live. The underrated part of his game, though, was his defensive ability. Jerry was arguably the best pickpocket during his playing days, and he was a remarkably sneaky shot blocker. For his career, he made 5 all-defense teams, and all of those were in the twilight of his career, simply because the honor did not exist until that point. If they had always been available for him to win, then he might have had more all-defense team selections than any other guard in league history. Add in a championship ring as a member of the 1972 Lakers, which was the team that won 33 straight games, and he certainly deserves a spot in the top 15. Number 12, Steph Curry. On my list, Steph made a bigger jump than any other player, shooting 11 spots up the list. Since that initial ranking, he's become the all-time leader in three-pointers made. He's won a 4th NBA championship ring, and he secured his first Finals MVP. But let's be real, it really should have been his second. Along with that, Steph has one of the greatest single seasons on any resume, as we witnessed his legendary 2016 unanimous MVP season, where he had the highest scoring 50-40-90 season in league history. Some people want to move him into the top 10, but I think that's a little too much considering how Steph is not an elite defensive player and is kind of just a one-way player. Sure, he's not horrible on defense, but he's certainly not one of the best at the position. Based on my list, he's either the second or the third greatest one-way player of all time. So with that in mind, the 12th spot is certainly nothing to scoff at. Number 11, Shaquille O'Neal. This was one of the more controversial spots on my previous list, but I'm sticking to it. Now I understand, Shaq had one of the top 3 greatest peaks that I've ever seen, but that's the thing, we have to emphasize his peak, because Shaq didn't maintain his elite form as well as just about every other player in the top 10. This shouldn't be a debated point either, considering how Shaq's bad conditioning is something he personally admitted to in a public conversation with Kobe Bryant. With that being said, Shaq is as close to being in the top 10 as you can be without making it, and he won 4 championship rings and 3 finals MVPs. He should have been the first unanimous MVP winner in 2000, but one smooth-brained voter went with Allen Iverson instead. Number 10, Hakeem Olajuwon. He has the fewest championship rings of any player in my top 12, but I don't believe that's any fault of his own, as the Dream was devoid of superstar talent help throughout the prime years of his career. Sure, he had Ralph Sampson very early on, but it didn't take long for Sampson's back issues to ruin that. Of players who won back-to-back championships, Hakeem Olajuwon was the only player to do it while not having a single All-Star teammate. He was a beast in many aspects, as he not only has a quadruple-double on his resume, but he nearly had 2 in the same month. He's one of the top 3 greatest defensive players in league history, and he was often among the league leaders in scoring as well, which very few players can claim. The Dream was so good that he was selected before Michael Jordan, yet no one in Houston even regrets it. Number 9, Tim Duncan. The big fundamental was the model of consistency in the game of basketball, as he earned himself 15 all-defense teams and won 5 NBA championships over the span of 16 years. His 2003 postseason was one of the most dominant playoff stretches, as he historically crushed the New Jersey Nets, nearly getting the only quadruple-double in NBA playoff history. Thanks to a talented supporting cast, Duncan was able to compete for championships long after his prime days were behind him, which is why I don't have him ranked as high as some others might. Still, Duncan certainly deserves a spot in the top 10. Number 8, Kobe Bryant. I moved the Mamba up a spot since my last list, as I figured I had him a bit too low. In terms of his peak, I believe Kobe has a solid argument for a spot in the top 5. But when you look at his career as a whole, it's not quite as glamorous. Kobe took a while to get going in his career, as his first few seasons saw limited production and limited minutes, and his final few seasons in the NBA were straight up ugly, as he was rotating between major injuries while shooting 35% from the field on nearly 20 shots per game. Still, how great were those glory days? At his peak, Kobe was scoring 35 points per game while being first team all defense, which is something only Michael Jordan has basically done as well. Kobe won 5 championships, and his last one doesn't feel appreciated enough, as Kobe led his Lakers to defeat the stacked Boston Celtics while he had a broken index finger on his shooting hand. What other great has a claim like that? Number 7. Magic Johnson. Almost the entirety of his career, Magic was competing for NBA championships. In my opinion, he has the best single playoff performance of all time, as he dropped this stat line in Game 6 of the 1980 Finals, which he did as a rookie while filling in for an injured Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at center. Magic was the embodiment of playing the game the right way, as he specialized in making his teammates better. For his career, he won 5 NBA championships, he was the Finals MVP 3 times, and he won 3 league MVPs. Magic also made 9 trips to the NBA Finals before his first retirement, and for perspective, Magic only played 12 seasons before that first retirement. Some have him ranked even higher than I do, but for me personally, a lack of solid defensive prowess is what limits his ranking. Number 6. Larry Bird. I know, it's a hot take to have him ranked over Magic, but the thing about Larry Bird is that he was competing in the much tougher Eastern Conference, as the East was a bloodbath in the 1980s. Along with that, I just believe Bird was the more impressive player from an individual perspective, as he had no holes in his game. He was a lethal scorer, he was an elite rebounder, he was an all-time great passer, and he was an extremely underrated defensive player, which is a topic I've made entire videos about. At one point, Bird had 50-40-90 percentages while averaging close to 30 points per game over a 5-year stretch, which quite simply is one of the greatest individual achievements of all time. If it wasn't for his back injuries cutting his career very short, then Bird may have been able to build a career strong enough to consider him in the top 3. Number 5. Bill Russell. Let me just say this plainly. If Bill Russell was an efficient league-leading scorer, he'd easily be my choice as the greatest player of all time. It's kind of astonishing that I'm putting him this high on my list, considering how he was severely limited offensively. Now with that being said, Russell always claimed that he did the things that actually won basketball games, and who am I to argue with him? In his career, Russell won 11 championship rings, including a ridiculous 8 straight. Along with that, he was 10-0 in series-deciding 7th games, and he always played well in those instances. To this day, many people believe he's the GOAT defensive player, and if the Defensive Player of the Year award had existed, he would have been collecting them like Infinity Stones. At the end of the day, it's all about winning, and anyone could call him their GOAT, and they'd get no arguments from me. Number 4. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. When it comes to the all-time statistics, Kareem has got an argument as good as anyone's for the top spot. What's crazy is that Kareem is second all-time in scoring, and if blocks had been calculated in his first few seasons in the league, he would probably be the all-time leader in block shots as well. If players like Kevin Durant get a boost for being difficult to guard, then so should Kareem, who had the most indefensible shot ever, his patented skyhook. The only thing drawing him back is the fact that he was not the best player in over half of his championship teams. Regardless, he earned 15 All-NBA teams, 11 All-Defense teams, and a whopping 6 league MVPs, so he's certainly worthy of being at least in the 4th spot. Number 3. Wilt Chamberlain. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, and that's fine because I'm not pumping the brakes on this so-called crazy train. To me, Wilt Chamberlain is far greater than people usually give him credit for. Stop and think about what an average of 50 points and 25 rebounds looks like on a nightly basis. I don't think people actually take the time to fathom that. Wilt broke so many records throughout his career that they just started calling him the record book. People try to belittle his accomplishments and make sense of it by saying that he played against weaker competition. But when you consider that Wilt played against Bill Russell, Walt Bellamy, and Nate Thurman each around 12 to 16 times per season, then you start to realize just how impressive his accomplishments were. Honestly, I could elaborate on Wilt's ranking endlessly, but if you've seen any of my Wilt videos before, you get it. Number 2. LeBron James.
A couple years ago, I had LeBron fans all up in their feelings when I ranked him 4th on my list. Honestly, that was less about a negative view of LeBron and more about my positive views of Kareem and Wilt. At this point though, LeBron has built up such a body of work that he has to be at least in the 2nd spot. He's earned an absurd 19 All-Star selections. He's won 4 NBA championships, 4 Finals MVPs, and 4 League MVPs. He's now the NBA's all-time leading scorer, the all-time leading playoff scorer, and he's up to the 4th spot on the NBA's all-time assists list. Honestly, there is an argument for LeBron to take the number 1 spot, and I truly believe that. But that argument would have to focus on the complete body of work of his NBA career so far, which is only becoming more impressive the longer he plays. For me, peak performance is what's most important though, which takes us to our number 1 spot. Number 1, Michael Jordan. 6 championships in 8 years. He earned 9 first-team all-defense selections, and he won the scoring title in all of those seasons as well. Not only was Jordan 6-0 in the NBA Finals, but he was constantly breaking records in those finals. A lot of Gen Z LeBron fans want to discredit Jordan's competition and try to belittle his dominance over the league. But here's the thing. The only reason you're able to belittle Jordan's competition is because MJ dominated the league in the first place. Let's take Karl Malone for example. If Michael Jordan never existed, Karl Malone would have had 3 league MVPs instead of 2. He would have had 5 scoring titles instead of 0, and he would have won 2 championships instead of 0. Without MJ as an obstacle, Malone is rivaling Tim Duncan for the title of the greatest power forward of all time. But because Jordan existed, he's treated like an afterthought, as his legacy is completely different. That's the effect MJ had on the league, as he kept Malone, Stockton, Barkley, Ewing, Kemp, Penny, Miller, and many others from ever winning an NBA championship. This is just one of the many reasons why he's still my choice as the greatest player of all time. So as I'm starting this video, I want to be completely honest with you guys about my thought process. All this video is a giant opinion piece based on my own personal experiences. And I feel like no matter how I rank this list, people are going to be ridiculing me for it. If I say that the 2010s are the best, people are going to say that I'm biased just because I'm young. If I say the 2000s are the best, people are going to say it's only because I'm a millennial. If I say the 90s are the best, people are going to say it's because I'm a secret Jordan stan. If I say the 80s are the best, people will say it's because I run an old head channel. And if I say that the 70s are the best, people will just say that I must have a coke addiction. Simply put, this is the kind of list where there's no winning regardless of how I rank it. There is no objectively correct answer when it comes to this, but these are just my opinions based off my own personal preferences. So let's make this a fun activity, and please let me know your personal opinions and your personal preferences in the comment section below. One major piece of clarification before I continue. I am not ranking this list purely based on the talent and the quality of the players, but rather I'm ranking this list based on the NBA product as a whole, like how good the players were, how diverse were the styles, how entertaining were the broadcasts, how passionate was the competition, and so on. In my most simple way of phrasing it, this is my ranked list based on how enjoyable each decade was, from the least enjoyable to the most enjoyable. Makes sense? Awesome. Without further ado, let's get into it. First off is number 7. The worst decade of NBA basketball is the 1950s. I feel like this is the first choice for obvious reasons. The game was just so archaic at this point that many of the fundamentals were still being developed at this point. Many players didn't even have a jump shot in their arsenal and remained completely flat-footed while shooting perimeter shots. Going back and watching some of those older games are really tough at times, as field goal percentages were significantly lower league-wide, and the ball handling skills were so far from what they are today, generally speaking. In many ways, you still had the color barrier affecting the level of talent within the league. And without the game being widely known to European players, the game was severely lacking global competition as well. I'm not saying it was all bad. You still had beautiful passers and ball handlers like Bob Cousy, and you still had skilled big men like George Mikan with his incredible ambidextrous hook shots. But regardless, when you look at the bigger picture, this decade just hasn't aged as well as many of the others on this list. Number 6, the 1970s. Although this decade was significantly more talented than the 1950s, the 70s was still the decade that put pro basketball on life support and nearly crashed the brand entirely. Without any back-to-back champions, there was a real lack of identity within this era, and is often referred to as the decade of parity. But although that was a significant issue, that was far from basketball's greatest problem in the 1970s. In those years, both the NBA and the NBA had significant issues with drug abuse, and on-court violence was a pretty regular occurrence as well. What does keep it out of contention for the worst spot on the list is the fact that that era was still immensely talented, with guys like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Julius Erving, John Havlicek, Pistol Pete Maravich, and so on. Don't get me wrong, it still had some areas of appeal, and I probably still would have been a basketball fan if I was alive in the 1970s. But compared to the decades ahead of it, it left a lot to be desired. Number 5, the 1960s. Obviously, basketball did not have the same level of popularity during this era, and it wasn't close to having the same level of accessibility for the average basketball fan because there was fewer teams, meaning fewer cities had pro basketball to watch. And frankly, most NBA games were not even caught on film. The top 25 greatest performances of Wilt Chamberlain's career, we don't even have any footage of, which tells you just how limited that era was as a basketball fan. Then you have to consider the fact that free agency didn't exist yet in the NBA, meaning that once a player was drafted, that player was owned by that franchise forever, or at least as long as they wanted him. But if you're winning with these players, why would you feel inclined to trade them at any point? This is why a team like the Boston Celtics was able to win 8 straight championships. Because they were good and they stayed good, and no one else could do anything about it. With that being said, there are some incredible things about this era that puts it ahead of the 50s and 70s. For example, the rivalry between Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain was truly awe-inspiring to all who witnessed it. These two were some of the most incredible athletes in sports history, and they just so happened to be playing in the same era as competitors. Then you add in the other talented greats like Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, Oscar Robertson, Bob Pettit, and Nate Thurmond, and so on. And then concentrate all of that talent to 9 or 10 teams in the league, and you have one truly competitive sport. It definitely had some major drawbacks, but there were several aspects that made it very special as well. Number 4, the 2010s. Some young basketball fans are going to be furious at me for ranking this decade this low, but honestly, it has nothing to do with the level of talent of this era, but rather it has more to do with how the league was ran, and that blame falls on the commissioner and the general managers. During the 2010s, flopping was out of control. Load management truly got its start in this decade, and due to the shorter contracts, player movement became so frequent that it's become rather difficult for fan bases to be emotionally invested in their superstar players like they were in years past. Because although you may buy his jersey, and although you may have a poster of your favorite player on your bedroom wall, by the time summer rolls around, he may be forcing a trade, or exercising a player option in order to head to another city. Another reason I wasn't terribly fond of this era as much as others is because there was a lot of instances where super teams made the playoff experience less interesting. When LeBron James joined the Miami Heat, forming a super team consisting of 3 top 10 players, he was so confident in the strength of that squad that he predicted a minimum of 8 championships. Now I get it, his comments were a bit tongue-in-cheek. But still, you don't make that joke unless you know you're a championship contender night in and night out.
At one stretch, the Cavaliers and the Warriors met in the NBA Finals for 4 straight seasons, and it got to a point that it was so predictable that it made all of the playoffs leading up to that championship series pretty boring as a result. Now, with all this being said, there are still many amazing moments from this decade. The 3-1 comeback by LeBron and the Cavaliers is something that we will never forget. The rise of Steph Curry and his 3-point shooting was truly incredible to witness, and it was a monumental and course-shifting moment of basketball history. Add in the beautiful basketball of the San Antonio Spurs, add in Kobe's farewell game, and add in all the great MVP races of that era, and there's truly a lot of great takeaways. But overall, I feel like this more recent decade was very lacking as far as how the product was presented to the fans, which is why it's just outside my top 3. Number 3, the 1980s. Some of the aspects of this era can either be a positive or a negative, all depending on who you ask. This era was insanely physical as the flagrant foul rule was not fully enforced yet in the NBA. So because of this, some teams would implement an unwritten no layup rule, where if an offensive player attacked the basket, the defender had full authorization to hit him and put him on his butt, which would make him think twice about attacking the basket again. This gladiatorial style to the game of basketball might be seen as highly entertaining to some, but just wait until that style results in an injury to one of your favorite players. If I'm being completely honest, I think the hard fouls of the 1980s have been very romanticized as time has gone on, because I remember watching countless VHS tapes of that era, and back then, no one outside of Detroit had any love for the Bad Boy Pistons' physically punishing style of basketball. Now, one of the major pros of that era was the fact that there was a lot of unselfish team-first leaders like Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, and Isaiah Thomas, who led their teams to be championship contenders while having beautiful ball movement where seemingly everyone got involved. The general style of that era was extremely fast, as many of the best teams in the league were in love with transition plays, which I personally always thought was extremely exciting. Another plus of this era was the fact that it bolstered the greatest rivalry in basketball history between Bird's Celtics and Magic's Lakers. This dynamic rivalry captivated the American audience and essentially saved a struggling NBA from imploding. With that being said, the balance of power was somewhat off, as the Eastern Conference was way more loaded than the West, which is why Los Angeles was representing the West in the finals nearly every year of that decade. Although the styles of basketball were highly entertaining, there still wasn't quite enough 3-point shooting for my liking, as the league was still adjusting to the 3-point shot being implemented in 1979. Ultimately, it's a decade that's still near and dear to my heart, but there's just a few too many drawbacks to keep it from being in one of the top 2 spots. Number 2, the 1990s. A lot of people are going to be mad at me for this one, because many fans view the 1990s as the golden age of basketball, and especially a lot of people who watch my videos. And from a certain standpoint, I get it. It had the player who most people believe is the greatest of all time. The NBA on NBC broadcasts were absolutely incredible. And from the perspective of NBA Finals viewership, it's never been higher than it was during that decade. With that being said, I do think there were a couple negatives that kept it from being in my number 1 spot. For one, the league was really trying to figure out its style during this decade. In the early 90s, there was much more scoring and much more transition basketball. But as the decade progressed, the game slowed down dramatically due to some rule changes and due to the elite players at the time. General scoring had gotten so low that the league office became concerned and even temporarily shortened the 3-point line for a couple of seasons as a way to compensate for that lower scoring. If you've never seen a full game from the 1997 or the 1998 NBA Finals, then I would encourage you to do so. It is literally stunning how much slower the pace of play was during that era. And to the casual basketball fan, there were points that it might even lull them to sleep.
As awesome as I believe the 90s were, it is a bit of an acquired taste. One of the most amazing things that it had working in its favor was all the diverse styles throughout the league. You had powerfully dominant centers and power forwards. Then you had skillful bigs who relied more on their finesse. You had athletically gifted slashers and mid-range artists. But you also had superstars who operated mostly as three-point specialists. In that era, every star felt like a unique character of their own, and they were not all shoehorned into playing with a similar style and approach, like many modern stars are in the 2020s. If you believe the 90s are the gold standard of basketball, then I can't knock you for it. But for me, there's just a few things it could have done better, which brings me to my favorite decade. Number 1, the 2000s. To a certain extent, the league was in panic mode, trying to figure out how it was going to live its life after Michael Jordan retired, to the extent that several young stars were now being called the next Michael Jordan prematurely by the media. The thing is, they shouldn't have worried about it as much as they did, because the league was in extremely good hands. Stars like Shaq, Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant, Vince Carter, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, LeBron James, Tracy McGrady, and Dirk Nowitzki made for a highly entertaining and extremely competitive league. And just about every fan had someone they could root for and relate to. To me, the 2000s were the perfect blend of all the various extremes from the other eras. The game was physical enough to make you feel like grown men were intensely battling at what they do best. But it also wasn't so barbaric that it made you worry about the safety of your favorite player every other night. The game had an inside presence, but it wasn't just that. The game had a mid-range presence, but it wasn't just that either. The game had three-point shooting, but it wasn't too much. The talent of the league was dispersed evenly enough that every season was interesting and surprising. There was also plenty of superstars who took pride in being fierce competitors, and who also took pride in showing up for work every day when they were capable of doing so. If you ask me, this decade was generally the most well-balanced era of all time, which made for an extremely intriguing product from beginning to the end. But if there's one thing that making this list has taught me, it's that we've never had a perfect decade in NBA history, because even though the 2000s are my favorite, it still had its own shortcomings as well, like the malice at the palace and how that began softening the league, or like the numerous controversies related to the 2002 playoffs and the 2006 NBA Finals. At the end of the day, it looks like we're still looking for that perfect decade of NBA basketball. Today's video is a ranked list on something I've never seen ranked before. We're looking at the top 5 players in NBA history with the greatest footwork. Clearly, this is going to be a completely subjective list based on my own experiences and based on my observations through the eye test. So with that being said, I imagine many of us will have very different looking lists. So let me know in the comments how your list differs from mine. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 5, Dirk Nowitzki. This 7-foot sniper is most famous for being a Dallas legend for his iconic jumper and for beating the Super Team Miami Heat in the 2011 NBA Finals. But unfortunately, one of the most severely underrated aspects of his game was his all-time great footwork. Not enough is said about his skills in the post, as he would consistently pirouette on either foot to give himself the best angles for scoring. Sure, his tremendous size and his soft shooting touch helped him become the legend that he is today. But without his tremendous discipline and without his fundamental footwork, he wouldn't have been half of the player that he was. Number 4, Michael Jordan. You just knew the most iconic basketball player in NBA history had to be on here. In his youth, Michael studied the elite footwork of the great David Thompson, and then applied it to his game and quite nearly perfected it. It's easy to look at MJ's career and just assume that he built his legacy on his tremendous speed and leaping ability. But beyond that, MJ was an absolute artist at getting to efficient spots for scoring, using his sound and methodical footwork, especially during the 3 years of the second three-peat. There was almost nothing that MJ couldn't do with his feet. as he had one of the quickest first steps of all time. He had an insane stutter step to throw off the defender, and he could constantly hit jumpers fading in any direction, which worked quite well with his frequent pirouetting on each foot. Number 3. Kevin McHale. You know you're great with basketball footwork when you're given the nickname the Torture Chamber, because of how you dominate defenders in the low post. During the 1980s, McHale was frequently in the discussion for the title of the greatest power forward of all time, and he earned that legacy with his tremendously skillful feet and with his high offensive IQ. You see, McHale wasn't like other great power forwards like Charles Barkley, Karl Malone, or Shawn Kemp, in the sense that he wasn't really all that fast, strong, or particularly athletic. He was simply crafty, intelligent, and disciplined on offense, as he used those advantages to score at will. He shot better than 60% from the field during his prime while being one of the game's top scorers. Unfortunately, his all-time great footwork never quite gets the shine that it deserves, and that's because of another all-time great big man. But I'll elaborate more on that in a bit. Number 2. Kobe Bryant. In the way that Michael Jordan learned his footwork from David Thompson, Kobe Bryant studied the footwork of Michael Jordan. And this might sound controversial to some, but yes, I think he improved upon it. In my opinion, we've never seen better footwork from a guard, as he could make killer moves cleanly in transition. He could have defenders confused as to which way he was going in the post. And thanks to his tremendous ability to score with his left hand, he was often just as deadly pirouetting to his left. All you have to do is watch highlights of Kobe confusing and abusing some of the best wing defenders of his era. In my experience, I've only seen one who was better, and I think even Kobe would have agreed, seeing as he went to him for his teaching. Number 1. Hakeem Olajuwon. The Dream is one of my most favorite and one of the most fascinating players in NBA history. As incredible as he was defensively, he was arguably just as good offensively. His iconic Dream Shake was his go-to post move that had opposing defenders crying for mercy. Now you can't truly appreciate that fact until you understand the era that he played in, as Hakeem went up against some of the greatest centers and some of the greatest defenders of all time, and even they looked completely helpless to stop him. Opposing centers like Shaquille O'Neal, Patrick Ewing, Alonzo Mourning, Dikembe Mutombo, and of course David Robinson. He was so good at this aspect of his game that he's essentially built a career after his NBA career by teaching active players how to replicate his moves. Players like Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Dwight Howard, and Giannis have all sought the counsel from this master of footwork. Why? Because he's simply the GOAT at it. Here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the list instead? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below. Today's topic is one that I'm sure is going to have many people in their feelings. Just who are the top 10 greatest passers in NBA history? Well, I can't provide you with an objectively correct list, but I can give you my list based on my knowledge of NBA history and based on the criterias on which I'm ranking the list. So let's get into them. The first category is facilitating that leads to winning, because if it's not helping you be successful, then literally, what's the point? Second is the player's assist per game average, both in terms of their peaks and over the course of their careers. Third is their assist to turnover ratio, because getting a lot of assists isn't simply the best outcome if the player was incredibly sloppy with the basketball while doing it. Fourth is court vision and execution. How good was the player's ability to find the open man on the court and deliver him the ball with accuracy in a timely fashion? And the fifth and final category is longevity. It's one thing to be one of the best facilitators in the game for some time, but it's another level entirely to be able to do it for an entire era or two. So now that you guys see the logic, let's get into it. Number 10, Oscar Robertson. He wasn't necessarily the most flashy or highlight-worthy distributor, as Oscar leaned more on his fundamental disciplines while being one of the most effective floor generals in the game. Obviously, the fact that he played in the 1960s probably doesn't help his case much either, seeing how most of his dimes weren't even caught on film. With that being said, there's no question that the Big O was the most dominant giver of his era, as he led the NBA in assists per game a whopping 7 times in his career, and had an amazing career average of 9.5 per game. Unfortunately, the NBA did not track turnovers for individual players until the start of the 77-78 season, which naturally means that we can't gauge how clean his assist-to-turnover ratio was. But based on his reputation from his peers in that era, we can at least make the assumption that it's pretty solid. As impressive as he was, he had some natural limitations of his era working against him, so he'll have to settle for the 10th spot on this list. Number 9. Bob Cousy. Back when this man played, and back when his Celtics dominated the league, he was seen as an absolute savant with the basketball, which was why he was properly given the nickname the Houdini of the hardwood. Although he never once averaged at least 10 assists per game in a season, that was more of a product of his era, as what constituted an assist was a bit more specific at that time. Regardless, he led the NBA in assists per game a whopping 8 seasons straight, getting as high as 9.5 per game in 1960. He was certainly a much flashier passer than Oscar Robertson, but in a way that's similar to the Big O, he has the limitations of his era working against him, like the lack of certain statistics and the lack of available footage. And because of this, I have a difficult time ranking him any higher than this spot on my list. Number 8. Nikola Jokic. What's amazing is that this guy is still in his 20s, yet he's already this high on my list. The Joker's ability to find his open teammates and deliver them the rock with extreme precision is rivaled by very few. At this point, he's easily the greatest passing center that I've ever seen. And the fact that he's nearly been able to average as high as 10 assists per game in a season, while not being the player consistently bringing the ball up the court, is truly remarkable to say the least. In my opinion, that aspect elevates him quite a few spots when determining the rankings. There's almost no type of pass that the Joker can't make, as he has the strength and precision to be an all-time great outlet passer. He's an amazing lob passer, and he is absolutely remarkable at facilitating from the post, as his court awareness and his high offensive IQ makes it often appear as if he's got eyes in the back of his head. Number 7. Isaiah Thomas. He was the leader of the bad boy Detroit Pistons, who won back-to-back championships in 1989 and 1990, and he did it as an intimidating dual threat, who could score and distribute at will. The passing aspect is usually one of the more underappreciated aspects of his game, and if it wasn't for John Stockton, he would have the highest single-season assist per game average in NBA history when he had 13.9 in the 84-85 season. Without his incredible playmaking ability, the Pistons wouldn't have been perennial contenders in the Eastern Conference. Some of his incredible passing was overshadowed by the fact that he played in the same era as Magic Johnson. But make no mistake, Isaiah was elite at making quick, split-second decisions with his facilitating. Number 6. LeBron James. What players like the Joker lack in longevity, LeBron has several times over. He's only led the NBA in assists per game once in his 21-year career, but by the time his career is done, he may be as high as second all-time on the NBA's total assists list. LeBron has the offensive IQ and the court awareness to find the open shooter as soon as they have a second of daylight. The vast majority of his career has been as a forward, but that hasn't stopped James from usually operating as the team's floor general. Personally, I don't see LeBron as a pass-first player, like many of his fans like to claim, because although he gets plenty of assists, he's still usually among the league leaders in shots attempted per game. But you could argue that that makes his assist numbers even more impressive, considering how he could be routinely competing for the assist title if he was just a little less aggressive when it comes to his own scoring. It's a unique case, but without a doubt, it's worthy of a spot. Number 5. Chris Paul.
Simply put, CP3 has one of the highest offensive IQs in the history of the NBA, as his elite playmaking have contributed to his teams being frequent playoff competitors. He's led the NBA in assists per game 5 separate times in his career, getting as high as 11.6 in 2008. On top of that, he's extremely careful with the basketball, as he's only had one season in his entire career where he's averaged at least 3 turnovers per game. In all of the other 18 seasons of his career, he's never once averaged more than 2.6 turnovers per game. This astounding longevity and consistency has given him a top 3 spot on the NBA's all-time assists list. One thing that's rarely mentioned is how this point guard has elevated other players to their peak while they were his teammate. Players like David West, Tyson Chandler, and DeAndre Jordan all experienced their best seasons while Chris Paul was feeding them. Number 4. Steve Nash. He's a 2-time MVP winner, and he was the leader of the famous 7-second offense that focused heavily on transition basketball, split decision making, and perimeter shooting. During his prime, he was the standard of a floor raiser, and the ultimate example of a guy who makes his teammates better. With the Phoenix Suns, Nash led the NBA in assists per game on 5 separate occasions, getting as high as 11.6 in 2007. This was also a time when the NBA was averaging less points league-wide. One can only imagine the kind of facilitating numbers he would average today if he played in this modern era. Even during times of chronic back pain, Nash remained among the league leaders in assists per game, and his impact on the game is still felt to this very day, as his fast pace and perimeter-focused approach has now become the standard in this modern league. Number 3. Jason Kidd. This 6'4" point guard was utterly mesmerizing with the basketball, as he could make specific passes with a perfect amount of spin that it would make your jaw hit the floor. He was incredible in transition and was one of the most precise and accurate lob passers in the history of basketball. He was regularly averaging high assist numbers during the lowest scoring era of modern history. In total, he led the NBA in assists per game 4 times, getting as high as 10.8 in 1999. He was the engine that drove the New Jersey Nets offense, and thanks to his solid leadership and tremendous playmaking, he was able to lead the Nets to the NBA Finals twice in the 2000s. If the fate of the universe is on the line, and I have to make the most accurate pass that I can possibly make, then Jason Kidd just might be my choice. Number 2. John Stockton. To this day, this guy is still the NBA's all-time leader in total assists, and frankly, it's not even close, as he has a lead over second place that's equivalent to 5 seasons worth of leading the NBA in assists. He was never the most flashy or a highlight-worthy passer, as he loved to run the pick and roll with Karl Malone throughout the late 80s and 1990s. He wouldn't often make your jaw hit the floor with his routine yet intelligent passes, but no one could argue against its effectiveness, as Stockton led the NBA in assists per game for 9 straight seasons, from 1988 to 1996. Out of the 6 seasons with the highest assists per game average in NBA history, John Stockton has 5 of them, which is utterly insane. One of the common narratives that you hear today is that he didn't have a left hand, and to that I say, damn. He was really just that much better than almost everyone else with only his right. Before I get into the number 1 spot, here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made the list instead, let me know below. Number 1. Magic Johnson. I can't imagine you guys being all that surprised. This man was the face of the Showtime Lakers high-octane offense in the 1980s, and in the history of basketball, no other point guard's facilitating has led to as much winning. He led the NBA in assists per game in 4 separate seasons, and to this day, he still has the highest career average in NBA history, at an amazing 11.2. You won't find a better example of a guy who made his teammates better than Magic Johnson. Sure, he had plenty of Hall of Fame talent like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and James Worthy,
But even in the few instances where he didn't have the talent to support him, Magic was historically great, like in his rookie season in Game 6 of the 1980 Finals, where he won the game with his remarkable playmaking even without Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the lineup. Or how about the 1991 Finals, where his two best scoring options, Byron Scott and James Worthy, were both out with an injury. Yet Magic still finished Game 5 with 20 assists, which no other player has done before in NBA Finals history. Speaking of which, of the top 5 games in Finals history with the most assists, Magic Johnson has all 5 of them. He had the averages, he had the precision, he had the vision, and he had the numbers. The only thing he really didn't have was longevity, which is fortunate for everyone else, because in that hypothetical scenario, it wouldn't have been even close. Very few sequences that happen in the NBA are completely brand new. At this point in time, the NBA is so deep and rich in its history that many incredible things have already happened time and time again. But this video is about the very few exceptions. Today, we're looking at the top 5 one-of-a-kind plays of all time. Sure, certain plays are rare and impressive, like Larry Bird's over-the-backboard shot. But even though we can acknowledge that it's rare, it's still been done several times throughout history. Kobe Bryant's done it, LeBron James has done it, Drew Holiday has done it, and even freaking Clint Capella has done it too. In order to make this list, it can't just be a rare occurrence, but it has to be the only time it has ever taken place. Obviously, I'm just a basketball fan with a very finite understanding of the game's history. So if I mention a specific play and something has happened that's very similar to that play, then feel free to point it out in the comment section below, and I'll educate myself on the matter. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 5. Kobe Bryant's left-handed 3. Now I will admit, this first spot on the list is a bit shaky, because it's very likely that some other player has done this before, but I'm just not aware of it. Essentially, Kobe hit one of the most ridiculously difficult shots of all time, which occurred in 2005 in a regular season matchup against the Dallas Mavericks. Basically, Kobe was trapped in the corner with the shot clock winding down and he had very few options. So a desperate Mamba fired a spinning three-point shot with his non-dominant hand and buried it. To this day, I can't recall another player hitting a three-point shot with his non-dominant hand. Although, Steph Curry was extremely close when he made this and one play in 2021 against the Boston Celtics. It was initially credited as a 3, but the replay revealed that Steph's foot was on the line, making Kobe to this day the only player I've ever seen do it. Number 4. Rodney Rogers' 9 points in 9 seconds. One could argue that this is more of a sequence than a play, but regardless, I thought it would be cool to include on this list. Reggie Miller is famous for the time in the playoffs where he made a three-point shot, stole the ball, and then made another three-point shot to keep his Pacers in that playoff game. But in 1994, Rodney Rogers did him one better, and very few people know about it. It was a regular season matchup against the Utah Jazz, and late in the fourth quarter, the Denver Nuggets find themselves trailing by 8 points. That's when Rodney Rogers and Robert Pack go on an insane run, where they continuously steal the ball, and Rogers buries 3 separate three-point field goals in just the span of 9 seconds, which gave his Nuggets the 1-point lead. The excitement of the moment was quickly extinguished though, as the Jazz went on to make the game-winning jumper on the very next play. Despite the letdown, I'm pretty sure Rogers can claim that he's the only player to make up an 8-point deficit in just 9 seconds. Number 3. The Trailblazers' 8-point play. On February 13, 2019, the Golden State Warriors and the Portland Trailblazers were in a regular season matchup. With less than 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Blazers had the lead, and the game was still within striking distance for Golden State. This is when Portland's big man, Zach Collins, attacks the basket and gets pummeled by Draymond Green. The refs decided that this was a flagrant foul on Green, so the Blazers were awarded 2 free throws. The head coach Steve Kerr doesn't like it and proceeded to absolutely lose his mind, resulting in him getting 2 technical fouls and being ejected from the game. Then, things really started to spiral for the Warriors when Draymond started complaining to the referee and gets hit with a technical foul. Now the Blazers are awarded their 4th and 5th technical free throws. Now remember, this is all over the course of one single possession. Portland maintains possession, inbounds the ball, and the Blazers' Jake Layman hits a dagger 3-point shot, making this an unprecedented 8-point play for Portland. Within the span of just a few seconds of the game's clock, the game went from being within striking distance to a complete and utter blowout. Number 2. J.R. Rider's Play of the Decade. On December 22, 1994, the 5-18 Minnesota Timberwolves were up against the 12-10 Sacramento Kings. There was nothing particularly special about this matchup, as neither of these squads would go on to make the playoffs. On this bad Timberwolves team was a player named Isaiah Rider, who had just won the NBA's dunk contest earlier that year with his iconic East Bay dunk. But this night's incredible moment wouldn't be thanks to his tremendous leaping ability, but instead it was thanks to an unreal circus shot and a tremendous amount of luck. His teammate Winston Garland threw a horrible pass that required Rider to save the ball from going out of bounds, and what ensued was possibly the most unbelievable 3-point basket in NBA history, which the game's commentators quickly declared as the play of the decade. For as long as I live, I doubt I'll ever see a shot as lucky as this one. Number 1. Vince Carter's Dunk of Death. It's one thing to jump clear over a defender while scoring a basket. Giannis has done that, LeBron James has done that, and even Bill Russell did that back in the 60s. But usually, they were clearing players around 6 feet tall. It's another thing entirely to completely clear a 7-foot 2-inch center on your way to a thunderous slam. That is what Vince Carter did against France in the 2000 Summer Olympics, as he absolutely immortalized the Frenchman Frédéric Weiss, for all the wrong reasons. When it comes to professional American basketball, none of us have ever seen anything quite like this in the heat of regular competition. And that's why I knew this was getting the number 1 spot the instant I decided the topic of today's video. Here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these specific plays have made the top 5 instead? Are there any specific plays that I forgot to include on the honorable mentions list? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below. So before I get into the list of the top 10 scores in NBA history, let me first mention that there are major categories and minor categories that I will be factoring in. The major categories are peak points per game, playoff scoring, consistency and longevity, efficiency splits, and their scoring relative to the era they played in. The minor categories are their arsenal/variety of scoring, their scoring titles, their explosiveness, and their clutch scoring. So now that you guys see the logic, let's get into it. Number 10, James Harden. There was once upon a time where I believed this guy would have been one of the top 5 scorers on my list. But the thing is, he hasn't always been the most consistent scorer, as different rule changes and different team situations have greatly affected his level of production. He has an insane 5-season peak where he was consistently a top 3 scorer, and where he could seemingly score at will. But outside of that, his seasonal numbers are usually pretty pedestrian compared to the rest of the guys on this list. He had 3 straight scoring titles and got as high as 36.1 points per game in 2019. Now Harden doesn't always have a solid field goal percentage, but he is a dangerous 3-point shooter and foul shooter. With his ability to handle the basketball well, and with his ability to get to the free throw line consistently, I believe he's worthy of a top 10 spot. Some will think I'm crazy for not having him any higher than 10th. But beyond his lack of consistency is his usual decline in the playoff atmosphere. His career averages in the playoffs drop from the regular season, including his scoring average, field goal percentage, and 3-point percentage. If we were looking at only his playoff production, he wouldn't be anywhere near the top 10. But when you look at his career as a whole, I think he barely earns a spot ahead of some other greats. Number 9. Steph Curry. Consistency hasn't always been on Steph's side either, as he was a bit of a late bloomer when it comes to his scoring. He didn't average at least 25 points per game in a single season until he was 27 years old. But when things finally got going for him, they got going in a major way. He led the NBA in points per game twice, getting as high as 32 points per game in 2021. He's also one of the most efficient scorers in NBA history, as he's strong from the field and absolutely lethal from three-point range and from the free throw line. Some people act like Steph is just a three-point shooter, but he's truly so much more than just that, as he's one of the best ball handlers that the game has ever seen, and he's a remarkable finisher around the rim. He may not be the most consistent or explosive scorer, but the perimeter lethality and insane efficiency is what secures his spot on this list. Number 8. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. For what the previous players lacked in consistency, Kareem had that and some, as he was the NBA's all-time leading scorer for quite a while, thanks to his remarkable longevity. Now, he was certainly not the most versatile scorer, as he never had a three-point shot and he was only a decent free throw shooter. But what he did have was the most indefensible shot of all time, the skyhook. This was the bread and butter of his Hall of Fame career, and it made him a reliable low-post option throughout. He was never the most explosive scorer, as he never once scored more than 55 points in a single game. But at the very least, he was a sure 25 points per game throughout the vast majority of his playing days. Number 7. LeBron James. He's now the NBA's all-time leading scorer, and the first player to ever reach 40,000 points. Without a doubt, his longevity and consistency secures a spot on this list. Now, LeBron was never the most explosive scorer, as he only led the league in scoring once in his 21-year career, and he's only reached 60 one time. Furthermore, he's far below a league average free throw shooter, which massively hurts his case in the efficiency department. You could also argue that it hurts him in the clutch department, since he's been at the free throw line with a game on the line many times in his career. Regardless, the consistency is beyond impressive, as he's in the midst of his 20th straight season averaging at least 25 points per game. To be completely honest, this isn't necessarily the best type of list for LeBron's ranking. If we were looking at the best offensive players in NBA history, then he would certainly be a top 3 player at minimum. But as far as pure scoring, he'll have to settle for the 7th spot on my list. Number 6. Wilt Chamberlain. Obviously, peak scoring is something that massively boosts his ranking, and Chamberlain is famously the guy who once averaged 50 points in a single season and scored 100 points in a single game. He was also a much more versatile scorer than he's usually given credit for. Beyond his numerous dunks in the painted area, he also had a tremendous finger roll and a dominant fadeaway jumper. He finished his career with a total of 7 scoring titles, and has the top 4 spots for the highest single-season averages in NBA history. With that being said, it wasn't all positive for Chamberlain, as he was a terrible free throw shooter, hitting only 51% of his attempts throughout his career, and even got as low as 38% in 1968. Beyond that, his production regularly declined dramatically when the postseason started, as he went from a 30 points per game scorer to a 22 points per game scorer in the playoffs, while also seeing declines in his field goal percentage and his free throw percentage. At his peak, he was the most jaw-dropping scorer ever, but when you consider the complete body of work, there's some glaring limitations that can't be ignored. Now, before I get into the top 5, something that's worth mentioning is that each of the players in my top 5 spots are at least moderately efficient in all 3 scoring categories, which means field goal percentage, free throw percentage, and 3-point percentage when it's applicable. For me, that all-around efficiency is what makes the difference between a great scorer and a top 5 scorer. Number 5. Larry Bird. When it comes to all-around efficient scoring, Larry Legend could be seen as the standard to some. He was lethal from the field, from three-point range, and from the free throw line. In fact, Larry had two 50-40-90 seasons in his career, which trails only Steve Nash for the most of all time. And unlike Bird, Nash was never viewed as a primary scorer. Beyond that, Larry actually had a combined 5-season stretch where he had 50-40-90 percentages. He was also one of the most clutch bucket getters in league history, as he would consistently hit game winners and close out games with his offense. Now, what obviously holds him back is the fact that he never once led the league in scoring. With that being said, he was close to 30 points per game several seasons of his career. He wasn't the most explosive scorer, but he was a consistent one, as his first and final seasons each saw him averaging north of 20 points per game. He may not be the most likely player to drop 60 points on any given night, but if you need a guy to drop 40 while missing very few shots in the process, then Bird might just be the guy for you. Number 4, Jerry West. I have a feeling that this might be one of the most ridiculed selections on my list, but I feel pretty strongly about it. The logo had one of the greatest scoring averages in regular season history, in playoff history, and in finals history. With his elite dribbling skills, with his solid mechanics, and with his tremendous pull-up jumper, he was a transcendent scorer who was way ahead of his time. Specifically, throughout the course of the 1965 NBA playoffs, he averaged north of 40 points per game, which is obviously utterly insane. When you consider the fact that he was a perimeter shooting player who did that before there was even a three-point line is even more astonishing. He has a scoring title to his name, and he shot a career 47% from the field, which sounds solid today, but back then, that was mind-blowing, as he was far above league average efficiency. In fact, several times in his career, he finished in the top 5 in field goal percentage, even though he was a point guard. I don't think many kids today understand that this man was the very definition of a walking bucket. Number 3, Kobe Bryant. What do I have to say about the Mamba that you guys don't already know? He scored 81 points in a single game, 62 points in 3 quarters, had 4 straight games with at least 50 points, and 9 straight games with at least 40 points. Simply put, he was the best difficult shot maker that the game has ever seen. There is the narrative that Kobe was an inefficient shot chucker, but I honestly think that that's just a thing that's perpetuated by his haters, as he spent the vast majority of his career with above average efficiency from the field, from the three-point line, and from the free throw line. I do wish he would have retired when he tore his Achilles though, because those last 3 seasons after the Achilles tear were incredibly inefficient and generally ugly, to the point that it tanked his career averages. Regardless, at his peak, you could argue that he was the most explosive perimeter scorer of all time, as seemingly no one could stop him when he got hot. Averaging 35.4 points per game during the peak of your career is impressive, but when you do it during one of the lowest scoring seasons of modern NBA history is nothing other than completely mesmerizing. Number 2, Kevin Durant. This 7-foot sniper is seen by many modern fans as the best scorer ever, and although I'm not willing to go that far, I acknowledge that he's certainly close. Kevin Durant has the versatility to score on anyone from anywhere on the court, as he's dangerous in the paint from mid-range and from 3-point distance, with a shot that's nearly impossible to defend. Even Kobe Bryant admitted that KD was the one player he hadn't figured out how to defend before he retired. From the day he entered the league to this current day in his late 30s, he's been a dangerous scorer, and he's done it in the regular season, the postseason, and the NBA Finals. In his career, he's led the league in scoring a whopping 4 times, which is tied for 3rd place for the most in NBA history, all while continuously being a 50-40-90 threat. This resume is strong enough to have him ranked better than everyone in the game's history, with the exception of one. Number 1, Michael Jordan. MJ has easily the most scoring titles in NBA history with a total of 10, which means that he led the league in scoring in 2/3 of his career. He has the highest scoring regular season average at 30.1, and the fact that he did it on roughly 50% from the field as a jump shooting guard is completely unprecedented. He has the highest scoring playoff performance when he dropped 63 points against the 86 Celtics' #1 ranked defense. And when it comes to his clutch scoring, do you really need me to go over the details? He averaged 33 points throughout his career in the playoffs, and with a minimum of 30 games played, no one else has averaged more than 30. When it comes to getting buckets, he almost had no weakness, as he was an incredible leaper and a thunderous dunker, while having one of the greatest layup packages of all time, and while likely being the greatest mid-range shooter of all time. The one thing he's usually criticized for is his three-point shooting, but even that is overblown, as MJ was usually shooting right around the league average efficiency from three-point distance. If there's one thing that you need to know about MJ's scoring, it's this. Of all players in NBA history combined who were not named Michael Jordan, there have been 5 times where they won the scoring title and the NBA championship in the same season. MJ did that more times than the rest of league history combined. I rest my case. Here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have been in the top 5 instead? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comments section below. Before I get into my list of the top 5 greatest rebounders, let me first tell you the things I'm considering. 1 is their peak numbers, 2 is their longevity and consistency, 3 is their numbers relative to their era, and 4 is simply the eye test. So now that you guys see the logic, let's get into it. Number 5, Dwight Howard. Especially during his prime, this man was a strong bullying force in the painted area. His peak was during the most deflated era of rebounding in NBA history. And with three-point shots on the ascension, there was even fewer rebounds to be had for centers. Yet despite all of that, he still got as high as 14.5 rebounds per game in 2012. He led the league in rebounds per game 5 times in the span of 6 seasons, and his 5 rebounding titles is tied with Bill Russell for the 4th most in NBA history. He was able to achieve these feats thanks to his incredible strength and his tremendous leaping ability. Once those aspects of his athleticism started to diminish, so did his gaudy rebounding numbers. Regardless, at his best, he was clearly the best rebounder that the game had to offer. Number 4, Moses Malone. This 6'10 Hall of Famer was nicknamed the chairman of the boards, and for good reason, as he was easily the game's greatest rebounder of his era. Beyond that, I think it's pretty indisputable that he was the greatest offensive rebounder of all time, as he's the game's all-time leader in that category by a wide margin. And that's not just a product of his longevity either. In fact, Malone has all of the top 3 spots for the highest seasonal average of offensive rebounds per game. In total, Moses led the league in rebounds per game 6 times in his career, getting as high as 17.6 in 1979. His intelligence and hustle led him to be an absolute monster on the boards. And if second chance opportunities are something that means a lot to your rankings, then you could certainly argue that he should be even higher. Number 3, Bill Russell. This legend is usually overshadowed for the fact that he was the second highest rebounder of his own era. But with that being said, he's still definitely worthy of a top 5 spot. Over the entirety of his career, he averaged 22.5 rebounds per game, which is utterly insane, and he got as high as 24.7 in 1964. Now obviously, the 1960s were the most inflated era ever when it comes to getting rebounds, and I'll touch on that more in a bit. But even with that being considered, Russell's numbers were still wildly impressive. He led the NBA on a per-game basis 5 times in his career, and he was able to do this for a couple of reasons. For one, he had a relentless motor, and was one of the fiercest competitors of sports history.
But beyond that, he was also a world-class leaper, who had the opportunity to compete as an Olympian leaper, but instead declined to prioritize his basketball career. Regardless of the era you drop him in, Russell is dominating the boards. Number 2, Dennis Rodman. I gotta be honest, I very nearly put this guy in the number 1 spot, and at some point in the years to come, I just might. The Worm doesn't quite have the rebounding numbers of the greats from the 1960s, but what you need to understand is that Rodman played in a much slower era, with fewer possessions, fewer missed shots, and less shots close to the basket due to the three-point line. Despite the fact that there was less opportunities to get rebounds, Rodman still averaged as high as 18.7 boards per game in 1992. He led the league in rebounding a whopping 7 straight seasons, and in every one of those seasons, the second place finisher wasn't even close. When Rodman averaged 18.7 boards per game in 1992, the average team was averaging 43.7 per game. When Wilt Chamberlain averaged 27.2 rebounds in 1961, the average team was getting 73.3 rebounds a night. So this means there was an average of roughly 60 more rebounding opportunities a night in the 1960s compared to when Rodman played. If you prorate Rodman's 1992 season to the 1961 season, based on the percentage of rebounds he got, he would have averaged a stunning 31.4 rebounds per game, which is easily the highest ever. With Rodman's endless motor, his insane athleticism, and with his all-time great positioning, I truly believe he could have averaged 30 a game in the 60s. But that's just hypotheticals, and what the guy in the number 1 spot did is all based on facts. Number 1, Wilt Chamberlain. Even with the statistically inflated era, you have to marvel at what Wilt was able to achieve. He has endless rebounding records, like when he secured 55 rebounds in a game while competing against Bill Russell, which immediately destroys the narrative that he was only able to do it because of the inferior competition. Or like how he averaged 27 rebounds per game in back-to-back seasons. Wilt Chamberlain doesn't just have the record for the most total rebounds in a single season, but he also has the 2nd spot, the 3rd spot, the 4th spot, the 5th spot, the 6th spot, and the 7th. His legendary strength and athleticism helped him accomplish these feats, and he had the average 6'10 centers who were opposing him looking like inferior high school students. Here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have been in the top 5 instead? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below. On my channel, I've talked a lot about the various MVP winners throughout NBA history, but what I haven't done is express my genuine opinion on who the most undeserving MVP winners were. Today, I'm giving you my list, starting with the least egregious to the most egregious. So starting off the list, the 5th most undeserving MVP in NBA history was Joel Embiid in 2023. I gotta admit, sometimes it's very hard to put very recent events on lists like this, because it often feels like we haven't had enough time to process everything and objectively rank it within the grand scheme of history. With that being said, I felt like I just gotta have this recent MVP race on the list. From an individual standpoint, Joel Embiid certainly had a fantastic regular season, as he averaged 33 points and 10 rebounds on 65.5 true shooting percentage. The thing is, there seemed to be a manufactured push to get Embiid the MVP award. The media was pushing it, Embiid was basically begging for it, and voter fatigue was beginning to set in for Jokic, seeing that he had won the MVP award in the previous 2 seasons. Having Embiid on the list is not an indication that I wasn't impressed by his season. It's just an indication that Jokic's season was significantly more impressive. He played more regular season games than Embiid, he had a better player efficiency rating, a better win share total, and a much higher true shooting percentage. Jokic nearly averaged a triple-double with the highest assist per game average ever for a player at the center position. You really can't say enough positive things about what the Joker accomplished.
From an offensive standpoint, you could argue that Jokic had the most efficient season in NBA history. For example, of all players who averaged at least 20 points per game, he had easily the greatest true shooting percentage of all time at 70.1%. At the end of the day, there was no legitimate reason to give the award to Embiid over the Joker. Number 4. Bill Walton in 1978. At first glance, Walton may seem like a very deserving MVP this season. For one, his Portland Trailblazers were the defending NBA champions, and he did put up solid numbers of 19 points, 13 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2.5 blocks on 52% shooting from the field, while finishing the regular season with a 58-24 record. But here's the part you might not be aware of. Walton was dealing with injuries as he always was, and because of this, he only participated in 58 of the Blazers' 82 regular season games that season. That 58 game total is the fewest ever by a player who won the MVP award. The player who he narrowly won the race over was the 25-year-old star George Gervin, who led his Spurs to 52 wins and put up averages of 27 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals on 53.6% shooting. And unlike Walton, Gervin played all 82 games. Honestly, you could argue that George Gervin, David Thompson, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar were all more deserving than Walton was that year, based on the fact that he missed nearly 1/3 of that season. In fact, of the top 5 MVP vote-getters that season, Walton easily had the fewest win shares. Based on the new modern rule that a player needs to play at least 65 games to win an award, Gervin would have been the league MVP instead, and probably rightfully so. Number 3. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in 1976. From an individual standpoint, no single player was a more dominant and productive presence in the 1970s than the 7-foot 2-inch Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. From a statistical perspective, there's basically no reason why Kareem was undeserving, as he put up monstrous averages of 28 points, 17 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 blocks on 53% shooting. The thing is, as much as he was tearing up other centers within the league, it wasn't translating to much winning, as his Lakers finished that regular season with a losing record of 40-42 while missing the playoffs. Even with that disaster of a season, they still gave him the MVP award. I would argue that the only thing that's actually valuable at that point for the team was their draft pick for their losing record. On the other hand, the 1975 MVP, Bob McAdoo, just narrowly missed on winning the award for the second straight season, as Kareem finished with 409 voting points, and McAdoo finished with 393. McAdoo led his Buffalo Braves to a solid 46-36 record, while putting up 31 points, 12 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 blocks on 48.7% shooting. McAdoo's Braves obviously made it to the playoffs that year, alongside of their winning record, which is a testament to his important value. Giving the award to a player who missed the playoffs is a highly questionable decision in general, but especially after the 1960s decade, where they gave the award to Bill Russell instead of Wilt Chamberlain over and over again. It seemed like a grossly inconsistent decision by the voters, making this specific award in 1976 even less legitimate in my eyes. Number 2. Dave Cowens in 1973. As I was starting to write this script, I was wondering what the heck was wrong with the voters in the 1970s, but I realized it actually makes sense, seeing how the players did the voting prior to 1979, and they were literally on drugs. Cowens was a fantastic superstar player who is an underrated big man of Celtics history, and he did have a solid season as he put up averages of 20 points, 16 rebounds, and 4 assists on 45% shooting. His Celtics did have an incredible 68-14 record, which helped him secure the award. But here's the thing, he was barely the MVP of his own team, as John Havlicek and JoJo White had comparable monstrous seasons of their own. Then you look at Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who was barely the runner-up for the MVP award. Not only did Kareem destroy Cowens from a production standpoint, but he was also the clear leader of his Milwaukee Bucks that ended up winning 60 games. Kareem averaged 30 points, 16 rebounds, and 5 assists on 55% shooting, while nearly doubling the win share total of Cowan's. Simply put, this should have been in favor of Kareem, and it shouldn't have been even close. Number 1. Bill Russell in 1962. To me, this is the most undeserving MVP award in NBA history. And it's not because Russell didn't have a solid season, but it's because of who he was up against. Russell led his Celtics to a 60-20 record while putting up 19 points, 23 rebounds, and 4 assists on 45.7% shooting. I understand that Russell was the leader of the team with the best record in the NBA, and technically he gets an edge for being on the winning team. But it's not like Wilt Chamberlain's team wasn't winning as well. Wilt led his Warriors to a 49-31 record, which was the second best record in the East. And he did that while averaging a goofy 50.4 points, 25.7 rebounds, and 2.4 assists on 50.6% shooting. He had a 32-point edge over Russell in points per game while being more efficient from the field and from the free throw line. He had the edge in rebounds, and he outperformed Russell in basically every advanced stat. The only things you could objectively point to as an advantage for Russell was slightly higher assists and a better team record. But that's not necessarily a reflection of their individual talent that season, but more about their supporting casts, as the Celtics had twice as many All-Stars on their roster. In his career, Russell deserved several Finals MVPs, many DPOYs, and several League MVP awards. But in this case specifically, this one should have gone to Wilt. And as far as I'm concerned, anyone who argues otherwise just wants to be different. Today's list is a rather interesting one. I believe that I am objectively correct about this list, and there is no way I could possibly be wrong. Simply because it's all based on personal preference. These were the top 6 most entertaining teams to me, based on a variety of aspects, like how exciting the highlights were, how intriguing the star power was, and how unique and fascinating their style of play was compared to the rest of NBA history. With that being said, these are just the teams that entertain me. So let me know what are your most entertaining teams in the comment section below. Number 6, the 2016 Golden State Warriors. To many people, the entertainment value of this squad hasn't aged as gracefully, because nowadays many people are exhausted by the rapid inflation of three-point shooting. I will say this though. I personally will never forget how mesmerizing the Warriors style and execution was back when I was seeing it in the 15-16 season. Steph was making over 400 three-pointers in a single season, at a time when no one else had even made 300. He was hitting shots from 30 feet and beyond with regularity and with a level of efficiency that we had never seen before in the history of the game. On top of that, the second best shooter in the entire league was his teammate. Seeing their ball movement, the way they spread the floor, and the way they dominated the game with their perimeter shooting is something that the fans and analysts never thought was possible before they came along. Add on the fact that Draymond Green was a wild card of drama, and add on the fact that Steve Kerr was their head coach, which meant that he had a unique perspective in the comparisons between the 96 Bulls and the 16 Warriors, and what you had was a recipe for some must-see basketball. Number 5, the Lob City Supersonics. If the Chicago Bulls dynasty was the hottest ticket in the 1990s, then the Payton and Kemp Sonics were not far behind. Back then, the Seattle crowd always had an electric and energetic atmosphere, and much of that was influenced by the product on the court. That Seattle team loved to run the fast break, and with Gary Payton at the helm, you had one of the best facilitators and, more importantly, one of the best lob passers that the game of basketball had ever seen. On the receiving end was none other than Shawn Kemp, one of the most athletic and thunderous finishers that I've ever seen. It wasn't just their highlights though, but it was also their personalities. Gary Payton and Shawn Kemp were competitive showmen that had an energy level that matched their exuberant home crowd.
What made the whole experience even better was the fact that Kevin Calabro was their play-by-play commentator throughout the 1990s. Nowadays, he does an excellent job for the Portland Trail Blazers local broadcasts, but I personally always preferred him with the Sonics, as he had the perfect voice and energy for the product that was on the court. Number 4, the 99-2000 Shaq and Kobe Lakers. Now this personal choice has a lot to do with the uniqueness of this team. Phil Jackson was running the triangle offense, and in this system, Shaquille O'Neal was operating as its centerpiece. During the Diesel's prime MVP season, everybody in Los Angeles and on the opposing end of the court knew what the game plan was. The Lakers were going to feed O'Neal, and a collaboration of big men would try their best to stop him, and usually they failed miserably. In the history of me watching basketball, I've never seen a player demand as much defensive attention as Shaq did at that time. He was a freakish anomaly that you only get to experience once in a lifetime. And if that wasn't your cup of tea, they had this young and upcoming player named Kobe Bryant, who was the closest thing we had ever seen to Michael Jordan in terms of his style, his skill, his mentality, and even his body language. He was the lightning to Shaq's thunder, and whether you were rooting for them or against them, you had to appreciate the amazing dynamic of their all-time great tandem. Number 3, the 7-second Phoenix Suns. It's hard to communicate to a younger basketball fan just how unique the Mike D'Antoni and Steve Nash-led Suns were in the mid-2000s. You never hear them say it, but it appeared as if their mindset was that the best defense was double the offense. The tempo was always at a blistering speed, as they believed that the highest quality shot was the one that was taken within the first 7 seconds of the possession. The concept was way ahead of its time, but today it's completely normal in the modern NBA. In that era, they were basically the only team that was pulling up for transition threes basically every other play. It was a foreign concept, and many close-minded analysts claimed that an NBA team could never win a championship with that approach. Although that was true specifically in the case of this Suns team, that playstyle and approach would go on to win championships in the future. You had Steve Nash delivering mesmerizing passes like a basketball magician. You had the Matrix finishing in transition. You had Amari Stoudemire absolutely posterizing defenders out of the pick and roll. And you had an array of three-point snipers from one of the most offensively talented teams of that era. It was a joy to watch. Number 2, the 2014 San Antonio Spurs. This one probably isn't the most surprising pick, as the 13-14 Spurs are frequently documented as one of the most beautiful and intelligent brands of basketball of all time. The team's IQ was off the charts, as Greg Popovich was at the height of his coaching abilities, and basketball veterans like Tony Parker, Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Boris Diaw, the execution was nearly flawless. Basically, every single player on that team was always looking to make the extra pass, as defenses were often struggling to keep up. It was the perfect blend of fundamentals, discipline, and analytics. Although most hardcore basketball fans appreciate this team today, it's a bit unfortunate that they weren't a bit more appreciated back then, as the quote boring Spurs narrative was something that was still lingering amongst the casual fans. But for hardcore basketball fans like myself that absolutely love seeing the game played the right way with a fluent and selfless style, this Spurs team was the standard of excellence. Number 1, the Showtime Lakers. Now before you jump into the comments foaming at the mouth calling me biased, let me confirm for you, I am totally biased. I grew up watching this Lakers team over and over again on my dad's VHS tapes, and they were one of the major catalysts that led me to fall in love with the game of basketball. Sure, I look at these Showtime Lakers with rose-tinted glasses, but I think I'm still correct when I say that I haven't seen another team like them in the years since. Thanks to the brilliant split decision making of Magic Johnson, this Lakers team used to treat basketball games like a track meet. Typically, teams will run a fast break when they have the numbers advantage,
But Los Angeles didn't even need that. They would simply grab the rebound and immediately push the tempo without a second thought, because they believed they could execute better when the pace was high, and better than the defense could defend it. With guys like James Worthy and Byron Scott as running mates, Magic was constantly delivering no-look passes for crowd-igniting slams. The stars were on the court, the stars were in the crowd, and the game's greatest showman, with his exuberant character, put on the greatest show in basketball. And if, for some reason, that exhilarating pace of play wasn't working, they would simply dump the ball down in the post to the captain, and let him go to work with the most indefensible shot in basketball history, the skyhook. Their impact on the league is still felt to this day, as people continuously refer to transition highlights as Showtime.
Heading into this upcoming NBA season, everybody is talking about one of the most hyped rookies that we've ever seen in the league, Victor Wembanyama. The jury is still out on whether or not this kid will ultimately live up to the hype, but at the very least, it's got me wondering who are some of the most hyped players in NBA history who ultimately fell short of the lofty expectations. This is not intended to be a ranked list, or even a list that contains all players who fit this category. It's simply my list of players who stand out to me on this topic, and please feel free to make your own suggestions in the comments below. First off, Harold Miner. This 6'5" shooting guard was selected with the 12th overall pick, and although he had some hype going into the draft, that excitement would only continue to grow throughout his rookie season. At the time he was drafted, Michael Jordan was late enough in his basketball career that the league started thinking about the appeal of its product after MJ hypothetically retired. Due to this, the league and the media were desperate to find a successor to MJ, a player who had the athleticism and the skills to be the future face of the league. At least in theory, Miner seemed to fit that mold. He had the build, the ability to play above the rim, and he even had the bald head. Whether it was fair or not, he was one of the very first players to receive the label of the next Michael Jordan. The comparison went so far that he even earned the nickname Baby Jordan. Unsurprisingly, the shoes ended up being way too big for him to fill. Miner didn't end up being the jump shooter that Jordan was, and although the styles were similar, the level of talent was not. Add in several knee injuries to the early years of his career, and it wasn't very long before he was finding it difficult to simply retain a roster spot. He only played a total of 4 seasons in the NBA before he finally called it quits at just the age of 24. At the end of the day, he shouldn't receive many criticisms because the truth is the comparisons were never really warranted in the first place. Next on the list is Greg Oden. Honestly, I debated whether or not it was fair to include him on my list, because unlike most other players in this video, Oden never really had a chance to play an extended period of time before the injuries occurred. In one of the most regrettable decisions in basketball history, the Portland Trail Blazers took this 7-footer with the first overall pick in the 2007 NBA Draft. The player they passed up was the future NBA champion and MVP Kevin Durant, who ended up going to the Sonics with the 2nd pick. In hindsight, this seems like quite the boneheaded decision, but I remember the general consensus in 2007, and many people felt like Oden was the kind of player you just couldn't pass up, and some were even predicting that he was going to be one of the all-time great NBA centers. Personally, I don't know if he ever had that kind of trajectory, even if the injuries never occurred, but thanks to his numerous feet and knee issues, that will remain a mystery to us all forever. Next up, Michael Beasley. This 6'9" power forward was a strong scoring monster in college. He was also a solid stretch 4, as he was a highly coveted prospect for his fantastic three-point shooting. Heading into the 2008 NBA Draft, some people expected the Chicago Bulls to pick him with the 1st overall pick, but instead, that ended up being Derrick Rose. At the time, some analysts were even predicting that Chicago would end up regretting their decision to go with Rose instead of Beasley. Now, I wouldn't say he was a bust by any means, as he had a decent length to his career and actually served as a quality role player for some time. At his best in 2011, he averaged 19 points and 6 rebounds on 45% shooting. But what you need to understand is that this man had superstar potential in the eyes of the media and in the eyes of NBA scouts. So even with his decent production, he was viewed as a player who fell tremendously short of the high expectations heading into the league. Next on the list is Andrew Wiggins. Obviously, as an active player who's in his late 20s, you guys all know who this guy is. But in the case of some younger fans, some of you don't realize just how hyped this guy was heading into his NBA career. People were going absolutely insane with the comparisons, saying audacious things like he was a blend between LeBron James and Kobe Bryant. Due to the tremendous hype, he was selected with the first overall pick in the 2014 NBA draft by the Cavs. Many people thought he had the potential to be the face of a franchise and would be the one to take the torch from LeBron James after he eventually retired. Well, you guys all know how it goes with LeBron-led teams. Cleveland felt like they were in a position to win immediately with Kyrie Irving and LeBron on the roster. So instead of hanging on to Wiggins, they traded him to Minnesota for Kevin Love. I remember in 2014, I had a buddy who said that Cleveland would regret trading Wiggins for the rest of their lives. Seeing how they went on to win the 2016 NBA championship with Love on the roster, my buddy's opinion seems comical in hindsight, but he was far from alone with that opinion. The comparison I would make is that people were hyping up Wiggins in the same way they hyped up Jason Tatum in recent years. Unfortunately, Wiggins' drive and work ethic was being highly scrutinized during his first few seasons in the league, and at the end of the day, he's only ended up developing into a borderline all-star at best. Last on the list is Lonzo Ball. As a Lakers fan, this one stings quite deep. With his tremendous confidence, with his solid passing ability, and with his quality shooting in college, people were expecting this guy to be the next major superstar in the NBA. Obviously, his father played a role in that, as he was constantly hyping up his son as if he was going to be the greatest player of all time. Even the famous NBA YouTuber and a huge inspiration for my channel, Mike Korzemba, went as far as calling him Steph Curry with a 40-inch vertical leap. Obviously, a player with that kind of ability would take the NBA by storm. Sadly, Lonzo ended up being nowhere close to where people were projecting him to be. Not only did he not have the shooting ability of Steph Curry, but he didn't even have the shooting ability of the average NBA player, as people were calling him the Tim Tebow of the NBA with a massive hitch in his jump shot. As you all know, we as the basketball community eventually tempered our expectations, and Lonzo started to become an appreciated asset with his quality court vision and his passing ability. Tragically, we'll have to wait to see if those abilities will ever make a return to the court due to his degenerative knee issue. So what do you guys think? I realize there are many players who could have been on this list as well, but they're not. I'll leave it up to you guys to put those players in the comment section below. Speaking of which one of those players that I didn't mention do you think is the greatest example of a player not living up to the hype? I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comment section below.
Number 20, the 2011 Los Angeles Lakers. At the time this season took place, Los Angeles was coming off of back-to-back NBA championships and appeared as if they were on a collision course with the Big Three's Miami Heat. Considering how a championship would have given Kobe his 6th championship ring and given Phil Jackson his 4th three-peat, it almost seemed like a foregone conclusion that this team would make the NBA Finals. Despite some bumps in the road, they went 57-25 throughout the regular season and defeated the New Orleans Hornets in the first round in 6 games. But in the second round, they had absolutely no answer for the perimeter onslaught of the Dallas Mavericks, as they were swept in just 4 games, including the series clincher, where they lost by nearly 40 points. Definitely a disappointing outcome for a team that many people expected to three-peat. 19. The 1973 Boston Celtics. It was a handful of years after the departure of Bill Russell, yet this Boston squad was still incredibly stacked, led by their big four of John Havlicek, Dave Cowens, JoJo White, and Paul Silas. Throughout the regular season, they appeared to be on an absolute mission to win their first championship without Russell, as they finished with a dominant 68-14 record, along with the league's #1 ranked defense. At the time, that 68 win total was the second highest in NBA history. Unfortunately, they went on to demonstrate how they still missed Russell's poise and leadership, as their success didn't translate to the playoffs.
In the second round, which at the time was the East Finals, the New York Knicks, who had won 11 less games in the regular season, defeated the Celtics in 7 games, which at that point made the Celtics the most successful regular season team to fail to win a championship. 18. The 2004 Los Angeles Lakers. After the Lakers' disappointing loss to the Spurs in 2003, Los Angeles retooled in the offseason and added 2 legitimate stars to their already dynamic duo of Shaq and Kobe. Those 2 acquired stars were the championship-hungry Karl Malone and Gary Payton. With these 4 Hall of Famers in the starting lineup, Los Angeles was fully expected to dominate the league, and some even expected them to challenge the Bulls' 72-10 record. Well, that didn't exactly happen, as issues arose like Kobe's distracting Colorado trial, drama between Shaq and Kobe, and various injuries to players like Shaquille O'Neal and especially Karl Malone. The team did finish with a 56-26 record and even made it all the way to the NBA Finals. But when they got there, they were absolutely dismantled by the defensively superior Detroit Pistons, who comfortably defeated the Lakers in 5 games and thus put an official end to the Shaq and Kobe era. 17. The 2014 New York Knicks. In the prior year, the Knicks had won 54 games throughout the regular season before they were eliminated in the second round. This was a rare bright spot for a modern Knicks team, and with their star tandem of Carmelo Anthony and Amari Stoudemire returning, along with the recent Defensive Player of the Year winner Tyson Chandler, there was no foreseeable reason to expect New York to be unable to replicate their success. Well, that's exactly what happened. A team that was expected to be a title contender instead finished 8 games below 500 at 37-45, which landed them the 9th seed in the Eastern Conference, which was just short of a playoff berth. 16. The 1998 Los Angeles Lakers. This year specifically is mostly remembered because of the Bulls and Jazz matchup in the NBA Finals. But what many people often forget is that some people actually expected the Lakers to be the ones to represent the West in the NBA Finals. It wasn't without legitimate reason, as the Lakers were incredibly talented and had 4 of their players make the NBA All-Star Game, which only a handful of teams have ever accomplished. Those players were Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Eddie Jones, and Nick Van Exel. This loaded group finished with a 61-21 record and dominated the first 2 rounds of the Western Conference playoffs. But in the West Finals, the battle-tested experience of the Jazz was just too much, as they swept the Lakers out of the West Finals in just 4 games, ruining what would have been an interesting finals matchup between the 2 greatest shooting guards of all time. 15. The 2020 Los Angeles Clippers. After the surprising offseason acquisitions of both Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, many people expected this already talented Clippers team to suddenly be propelled to the NBA championship, and the Clippers themselves seemed to believe so as well. They did finish with a 49-23 record, but when the playoffs came along, little of that confidence actually translated to the basketball court, as Paul George's struggles earned him the nickname Pandemic P. As the favorite in the second round, they choked a 3-1 series lead, losing in 7 games to the much younger Denver Nuggets. And just like that, the most hyped team in Los Angeles Clippers history once again ended in disappointment. 14. The 2011 Miami Heat. This was the first year of Miami's Big Three, which was so hyped that they were the only team in league history to host a freaking concert because of how excited they were. Yes, this team did win 58 games and went on to the NBA Finals. But when you assembled LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, arguably 3 top 10 players all in their prime, and you're predicting at least 8 titles before the season even starts, then anything short of a championship is going to be seen as a major disappointment. When the finals against the Dallas Mavericks arrived, LeBron James had easily the worst final season of his career, including Game 4, where he famously finished with a total of just 8 points. Ultimately, Dirk Nowitzki and the Mavericks vanquished the Heat in just 6 games. 13. The 2018 Oklahoma City Thunder. This was a group with championship aspirations, and based on the talent they had on paper, it seemed somewhat warranted. They were led by the reigning MVP Russell Westbrook, Paul George, Carmelo Anthony, and Steven Adams. Sadly, what looked intimidating on paper didn't translate to the court, as chemistry issues were all over the place, and the Stars themselves were growing extremely frustrated with their conflicting playstyles. By the end of the regular season, they finished with a shaky 48-34 record and ended up losing the first round in 6 games to the very inexperienced Utah Jazz. Ever since this moment, all 3 of these superstar players have been dealing with narratives that have been plaguing their legacies. 12. The 2009 Cleveland Cavaliers, a team that in reality was a bit more talented than it's usually remembered for. Obviously, they were led by the league's MVP, LeBron James, who had one of his most impressive regular seasons of his career, but they also had solid contributors like Mo Williams, Zydrunas Ilgauskas, and Ben Wallace. Together, they led Cleveland to a 66-16 record, which was the greatest record in franchise history. They appeared to be on a collision course with Kobe Bryant and the Los Angeles Lakers, and the road to the finals seemingly became only easier when Boston's Kevin Garnett got a season-ending knee injury, severely crippling the chances of the defending champions. After going undefeated in the first 2 rounds, Cleveland was stunned by the underdog, the Orlando Magic, as Dwight Howard and the Magic defeated the favored Cavs in 6 games, ruining the closest chance we ever got of a Kobe vs. LeBron NBA Finals. Number 11. The 2022 Brooklyn Nets. It's a massive yet fresh disappointment, and some may think it needs to be higher on the list, but for several reasons, I think this is the perfect spot for them. This Brooklyn team obviously had tons of potential, as they were led by the 2-time Finals MVP winner Kevin Durant, who up to this postseason was basically always viewed as a big game performer in the postseason. And with a recently greenlit Kyrie Irving by his side, most of us expected better than a weak first-round exit. Durant had one of the worst series of his career and was completely outplayed by the much younger Jason Tatum. The only reason I don't have this one higher on my list is because it wasn't quite as surprising as the ones ahead of it. With all the injuries, the missed games by Kyrie Irving, the short-term appearance of James Harden, and all the chemistry issues that come with that, all under the supervision of a rookie head coach, I honestly can't justify putting them in the top 10 when the writing seemed to have been on the wall for some time now. Number 10. The 1970 Boston Celtics. This was Boston's first season after the departure of Bill Russell, and although losing their legendary center is a massive blow, they were still loaded with talent, led by a handful of Hall of Famers including John Havlicek, Bailey Howell, Tom Sanders, JoJo White, and Don Nelson. Obviously, an adjustment period was expected, but a complete and utter failure was certainly quite a shocker. The most affected area was their team defense, as they went from a perennial top 2 defensive team to the bottom half of the league. The defending champions not only finished with a losing record, but it was with an abysmal 34-48 record as they missed the playoffs entirely. In the 75 years of NBA history, this Celtics squad is one of only 2 teams to miss the playoffs as the defending champions.
Number 9. The 1994 Seattle Supersonics.
After Michael Jordan's first retirement to go play baseball, many teams saw this as their golden opportunity to win an NBA championship, and the Seattle Supersonics were one of those teams. Led by their highlight reel tandem of Gary Payton and Shawn Kemp, along with key contributors like Detlef Schrempf and Kendall Gill, the Sonics absolutely dominated the regular season as they were a top 3 team both offensively and defensively, while bolstering the league's best record at 63-19. In the first round, standing in their way was the young and unproven Denver Nuggets, who had won 21 less games during the regular season. After Seattle got off to a 2-0 lead, they stunningly choked away the series, losing 3 straight games to the 8th-seeded Nuggets. Since the creation of the league, this was the first time an 8th-seeded team had ever defeated a number 1 seed in the playoffs. Number 8. The 1997 Houston Rockets. Shortly after the Rockets repeated as NBA champions with their tandem of Hakeem Olajuwon and Clyde Drexler, they added a 3rd superstar to the mix, the Hall of Famer Charles Barkley. With this 3-headed monster, Houston had one of the most intimidating squads on paper that the league had ever seen. With this veteran and championship level experience, Houston finished the regular season with a 57-25 record, and eventually made it all the way to the Western Conference Finals. Unfortunately for them, that's where they ran into Malone and Stockton of the Utah Jazz. The chemistry of the Houston roster just wasn't clicking to the same extent that it was for Utah, and due to this, the Jazz eventually won the series in 6 games, and the Rockets would go down as one of the more notable Big Three failures of all time. Number 7, the 1962 St. Louis Hawks. This Hawks squad had made it all the way to the NBA Finals in 4 out of the previous 5 seasons, and for good reason. With star players and Hall of Famers like Bob Pettit, Clyde Lovellette, Lenny Wilkens, and Cliff Hagan, St. Louis was loaded with talent as they had firmly established themselves as perennial contenders. The thing is, their star point guard, Lenny Wilkens, was called upon for military service due to the Berlin crisis, which resulted in Wilkens playing a total of 20 regular season games. Having your veteran floor general participate in only 1/4 of the season will obviously have an impact on your team, but to simply say that it had an impact would be a gigantic understatement. The talented Hawks were tremendously disappointing as they finished the regular season with an awful 29-51 record, which not only resulted in them missing the playoffs, but they were the second worst team in the entire league. Definitely one of the more rarely mentioned disappointments of basketball history. Number 6, the 2014 Brooklyn Nets. Thanks to an aggressive front office, the Brooklyn Nets organization had a win-now mentality, and it resulted in a blockbuster trade that landed both Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce in Brooklyn. Rounding out the roster was plenty of talent, and on paper, Brooklyn appeared to have one of the most intimidating starting fives in the entire league. Unfortunately for them, there's a lot more to the game of basketball than simply acquiring talent. The age was beginning to show for both Pierce and Garnett, and the team ended up finishing in the bottom half of the league defensively. Not to mention how these 5 stars missed a combined total of 129 games due to injuries. They finished with a 44-38 record in the regular season, before eventually losing in the second round in just 5 games to the battle-tested Miami Heat. Number 5, the 1984 Philadelphia 76ers. The year prior, the 1983 76ers dominated the league, and even the postseason, as they lost only 1 playoff game on their way to the NBA championship. The 83 76ers are considered as one of the greatest basketball teams of all time, and it makes sense with a lineup of Moses Malone, Julius Erving, Andrew Toney, Maurice Cheeks, and one of the all-time great defenders, Bobby Jones. So with a roster jam-packed with Hall of Fame talent, all returning the following season, you would think that they would be able to replicate some of that success. Well, they actually didn't come close. The defending champions went 52-30 throughout the regular season, before they were shockingly upset in the first round by the New Jersey Nets, who defeated them in 5 games. Simply put, Philly choked, as the entire starting unit was healthy for the playoffs, yet their defensive effort was extremely lacking, as they allowed the Nets to exceed 100 points in all 5 games. Number 4, the 2013 Los Angeles Lakers. The Lakers front office shook the basketball world when they acquired both Steve Nash and Dwight Howard to go along with their already proven championship tandem of Kobe Bryant and Pau Gasol. Many people were predicting this team to challenge the Bulls' 72-10 record, and an eventual NBA Finals matchup with the Big Three's Miami Heat seemed as if it was a foregone conclusion. Well, that wasn't the case, as the Lakers got off to a slow start and were having chemistry issues, and additionally, Dwight Howard didn't seem to be in his same athletic form after his off-season back surgery. They fired the head coach Mike Brown just 5 games into the regular season, and his replacement Mike D'Antoni didn't fare much better after that. Every one of the Lakers' star players dealt with injuries throughout the regular season, and right as they finally started to hit their stride just in time for the playoffs, Kobe Bryant famously tore his Achilles tendon. They finished with a 45-37 record before they were swept out of the first round by the San Antonio Spurs. Number 3, the 2007 Dallas Mavericks. After a loss in the NBA Finals to the Miami Heat in the previous season, many people viewed 2007 as the year the Mavericks would get their revenge and win the NBA championship. And for a while, it kinda looked like that was going to be the case. Dirk Nowitzki had a monstrous regular season and secured his first and only league MVP award. With a top 5 defense and the league's second best offense, these powerful Mavericks finished with a 67-15 record, which wasn't only the best record in the league, but it was easily their best record in franchise history. All of that just made it all the more stunning when they were upset by the 8th-seeded Golden State Warriors in the first round. Despite winning 25 less games over the course of the regular season, the Warriors controlled all of the energy and the momentum of the series, as they wrapped it all up in just 6 games. Nowitzki was actually awarded his MVP after the historic disappointment, which honestly made for one of the most awkward press conferences that I've ever seen. Number 2, the 2022 Los Angeles Lakers. Sure, it's recent history, but it's history nonetheless. On paper, this appeared to be one of the most overpowered teams of all time, but in reality, it was basically a dumpster fire. Playstyles were in conflict of one another, defensively they were lazy, and injuries definitely played a significant role as well. The Lakers were projected to win 52.5 games over the course of the regular season, yet they finished with only 33. That's the greatest deficit from the preseason odds that the league has ever seen. It's one thing for a team with LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Russell Westbrook to miss the playoffs, but the fact that they missed the play-in tournament altogether is a level of disappointment that I never could have imagined before the season started. Number 1, the 2016 Golden State Warriors. Ultimately, they were just 5 points short of winning the NBA championship. But when you consider the context and gravity of their disappointing failure, I can't find myself putting this team in any spot other than number 1. They were led by their star trio of Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green. Their franchise superstar, Steph Curry, had just won his 2nd straight MVP, which was also the only unanimous MVP award of league history. Not only were they the defending champions, but objectively, they were the best regular season team of NBA history, as they finished with a record-breaking 73-9 season. Even throughout the regular season, the media was constantly comparing this team to the 1996 Chicago Bulls, who most people consider as the greatest team ever. Little did we know how poorly that comparison would age. It's one thing for the greatest regular season team to fail to win a championship, but what adds another level of disappointment was the manner in which they failed. After building a 3-1 series lead in the NBA Finals against the Cleveland Cavaliers, Golden State managed to choke away the next 3 games straight, ultimately losing the series in 7. Heading into the playoffs, they were arguably the strongest title favorites that we had ever seen. And to fall that far after being in that kind of a commanding position is a level of disappointment that may never, ever be eclipsed.
For as long as the NBA has been in existence, star players have been making their mark on the league with what we call signature moves. They may have not necessarily been the inventor or the originator of the move, but in these cases, they were the first to implement it as a regular and lethal part of their game. The thing is, for various reasons, people often get it wrong when it comes down to these signature moves. We often acknowledge a more recent player, probably for the simple fact that it's what the wider audience is familiar with. But with a more broad understanding of basketball history, we begin to understand how that can be somewhat disrespectful to the players who were doing it before them. Today, we're looking at a handful of players who I believe are incorrectly given credit as the originators of their moves. First off, Steph Curry and the Deep Three. I'll admit, it's not common for a player to willingly take three-point shots several feet beyond the line, especially in the 90s. But with that being said, there was at least a couple players who were doing it. The first one that comes to mind was the Phoenix Suns' Stan Marley. Marley played for several teams throughout the course of his career, but it was in Phoenix where he truly made a name for himself as he made 3 All-Star teams and was arguably the most reliable 3-and-D type of player in the entire league. To this day, it slightly annoys me when people act like Steph was the first player to willingly shoot several feet beyond the 3-point line. Because even as a younger basketball fan, I remember Marley doing this with regularity in Phoenix. Not as often as players in the modern game, of course, but it was often enough for it to be seen as his own signature move. Many of Marley's bombs were also provided in clutch moments, where his team absolutely needed each point. Although I truly believe that Marley was the pioneer of this, there was a few other players who would do it occasionally as well, like Portland's Rasheed Wallace, Vince Carter, and even Kobe Bryant with his heat check shots. Second up is Dirk Nowitzki and the Dirk Fade. Dirk Nowitzki's fadeaway jumper has become iconic, And given the fact that he's a 7-footer, it's one of the most difficult shots to defend of basketball history. Stylistically, it's very different from the fadeaways of guys like Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. But with that being said, he still wasn't the first player to regularly implement this style into his jump shot. Decades before Dirk ever played his first professional game, Wilton Norman Chamberlain was scoring over the top of centers with that style of a fadeaway. Contrary to popular belief, this was a pretty common method of scoring from Wilt, as it was not only well known among his peers, but there's also entire compilation videos on YouTube of Wilt making these shots. Seeing how he had an extremely high release point, how he's 7 foot 1 inches tall with a 7 foot 8 inch wingspan, and how he had an elite vertical leap, Wilt bolstered arguably the most indefensible fadeaway that the game has ever seen. Even in his prime, when Chamberlain was averaging 50 points a game, many of those baskets were coming from his Dirk-like fadeaway on a nightly basis. Next is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and the skyhook shot. Speaking of difficult shots to defend, one of the rarest and most famous came from the Lakers captain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. The skyhook shot usually comes from a player who plays the center position, and with its sky-high release point, there's very little the opposing player can do to alter it. The vast majority of Kareem's 38,000 points were scored with this move, so obviously it comes as no surprise that it's most often associated with the NBA's all-time leading scorer. The thing is, he wasn't the originator of this move, not even close, as many players were doing it for decades before him. The first superstar to incorporate it into his game and use it with extreme lethality was the first Lakers legend, George Mikan. Not only did the 6'10" big man win numerous championships as the Lakers' leader, but he was also the man who frequently carried the team offensively, and the bread and butter of his offensive arsenal was his skyhook shot. If I haven't yet made my point of just how powerful and integral this shot was to his game, consider this. For 3 straight years, Mikan led the league in scoring with a near 30 points per game average, and he did this at a time when entire teams were averaging around 80 points per night. It was Mikan's dominant skyhook that made that kind of an offensive impact possible. Next is Isaiah Ryder and the East Bay Funk Dunk. The between-the-legs dunk has become a staple of the NBA dunk contest, and it doesn't appear to be leaving anytime soon. Players continuously try to find different variations of this dunk as a means to gain higher scores with the judges. The thing is, the popular belief among basketball fans is that Isaiah Ryder introduced it in 1994, Kobe Bryant solidified it in 1997, and Vince Carter made it iconic in 2000. But before each and every one of those instances, a player did the between-the-legs dunk in a dunk contest, but unfortunately, no one seemed to remember it. It came by a gifted athlete by the name of Orlando Woolridge in 1984. This was actually the first dunk contest of NBA history, and the winner of that contest was actually the Phoenix Suns' Larry Nance. With that being said, it was Woolridge who made history earlier in the contest when he made this East Bay dunk. The response from the audience was somewhat tame, as they didn't realize the history that they just witnessed. Apparently, some of the judges didn't either, as Orlando's dunk only amassed a total of 48 points. This dunk went so under the radar that many basketball fans still believe that Ryder was the originator of it in the NBA. But if you ever hear any fans say such a thing, be sure to remind them of this forgotten gem. Lastly is LeBron James and the chase down block. I will not argue that LeBron isn't the greatest chase down blocker of all time, but on that note, you would be wrong to think that he was the first player to do it with some level of regularity. Among his many skills, chase down blocks were a legitimate part of Hakeem Olajuwon's game, as he had the speed, length, and athleticism to catch up to opposing players and punish them for going up softly. He didn't do it as often as LeBron has, but it was certainly within the Hall of Famer's skill set, and a couple of those instances were in some tremendously significant playoff games.
There have been numerous instances in NBA history where the league or a player within the league got the fans' hopes up with something they said or promised, but unfortunately, those hopes never became a reality. Here's my 5 biggest instances where the NBA let the fans down. Number 5. LeBron James's dunk contest promise. LeBron James is one of the most powerful and ferocious dunkers that the league has ever seen. His incredible athleticism and his astonishing ability to finish above the rim haven't just been displayed in actual basketball games, but he's even been known for putting on a show during warm-ups as well. This has resulted in LeBron being one of the most desired participants for the dunk contest, ever since he started playing professionally in 2003. Well, in 2009, the NBA was especially struggling to create interest for the NBA's dunk contest, and was desperate to relive the glory days, where some of the greatest players in the world competed. So in the middle of the 2009 dunk contest, Cheryl Miller interviewed LeBron and asked him point blank if he was planning on participating in the dunk contest the following season. And LeBron said the following.
Right now, I'm preliminary putting my name in the 2010 dunk contest Saturday night. LeBron James is saying that in 2010 in Dallas Stadium, primarily I'm putting my name in the dunk contest.
Obviously, LeBron did not actually go on to participate in 2010, which was disappointing in and of itself, but what made it worse was how terrible the 2010 dunk contest ended up being, as the Lakers' Shannon Brown was a huge disappointment and no one really stole the show besides him. The funny thing is, he could still make it right and put on a show in the dunk contest if he really wanted to. Number 4. Wilt Chamberlain vs. Muhammad Ali in the boxing ring. You guys have heard me talk about plenty of crazy things concerning Wilt Chamberlain, but one of the craziest is how he nearly fought the greatest in the sport of boxing, Muhammad Ali. It all started on Howard Cosell's show in 1967 when Wilt challenged Ali to a fight, but it wouldn't gain serious momentum until a few years later. Even at a time when media wasn't nearly what it is today, there was a ton of coverage about this possible fight, as both potential competitors were doing a tremendous amount of trash talking leading up to the event, which was scheduled to be at Madison Square Garden. Although Wilt would be out of his element, he did certainly have the physical advantages, as he was 7 foot 1 inches tall, weighing about 275 pounds, and he had a 92-inch reach, compared to Ali, who was 6 foot 3 inches tall, weighed about 210 pounds, and had a 78-inch reach. When asked for a prediction on the fight, Ali responded with just one word: Jumbo! Wilt Chamberlain agreed to fight Muhammad Ali for a total of $500,000 after taxes. But when the time came to sign the papers and make it official, the contract said that Chamberlain would be getting $500,000 before taxes. Wilt, being upset about this, decided to decline the fight. Ali was insistent upon making it work, so he said he would equally split the purse of $1.5 million with Chamberlain, but Wilt refused that too. Even though Wilt made the challenge, Ali was definitely more insistent on making the fight happen, but at the end of the day, Wilt decided that it wasn't enough money to make it worth the time and the effort. Let me know in the comments who you think would have won the fight and in what fashion. Number 3. Shaquille O'Neal vs. Hakeem Olajuwon in a televised game of one-on-one. In 1995, Shaq and Hakeem were at the center of the debate for the title of the best big man in the entire NBA, but Hakeem basically squashed that debate as soon as the NBA Finals were played in June. It was between Shaq's Magic and Hakeem's Rockets, but it was hardly a contest as the Rockets swept the Magic in just 4 games. Although both centers played extremely well and each put up strong numbers, it was clear which big man had firmly established himself as the man on top of the basketball world. This narrative didn't sit very well with the Diesel, who said he believed that he was still the better big man. So Shaq sent this letter to Olajuwon challenging him to a game of one-on-one to settle the score once and for all. Hakeem actually accepted the challenge, and hype began to swirl around the basketball world. This was such an anticipated and expected event that there was even television ads to promote the showdown. Unfortunately, Hakeem Olajuwon injured his back leading up to the event, and the matchup had to be cancelled just a day before they were set to square off. Shaq was later asked in an interview if he thought Hakeem was just looking for an excuse to back out, but Shaq had too much respect for the dream and said that he didn't believe that was the case. Let me know in the comments who you think would have won in that one-on-one scenario. Number 2. The Chris Paul trade to the Lakers. I won't talk about this one too much because I have quite a bit in recent videos, but when the trade went down in the winter of 2011, basketball fans only had about an hour and a half to anticipate a Chris Paul and Kobe Bryant tandem before news broke that the league office had blocked the trade. Obviously, the biggest disappointment for basketball fans as a whole was how it ruined the chances of a Kobe Bryant versus LeBron James NBA Finals, which is one of the most unfortunate realities of NBA history without question. Number 1. The NBA claiming that it would crack down on flopping and then doing basically nothing. A lot of people wouldn't consider this one to be anywhere close to the top spot, but what you need to understand about me is that I absolutely hate flopping. As an old school basketball fan, I see flopping as a constant reminder of how much the league has softened since the golden days when I first started watching the game. I don't really blame the players though, since flopping does give them a competitive edge. It gets the other team in foul trouble, it can make a regular foul look like a flagrant, and in the cases of guys like James Harden, it can earn you a lot of easy extra points at the free throw line. It's not like guys didn't flop back in the day, because trust me, guys like Vlade Divac and Danny Ainge were frequent floppers, which is a big reason why I didn't like either of them. But throughout the years, it's only become worse and worse as it's now a regularly practiced strategy on a widespread level. It got bad enough that in 2012, the NBA established that it would be fining its players for flopping. The rules stated that any player who flops during the regular season would first be warned, followed by fines in increments of $5,000 for each successful flop during the season. I remember when this announcement first happened, and I, along with many other basketball fans, was beyond thrilled, thinking that this would be the move to eradicate this pathetic acting out of the league. Well, the problem is, the league has since painfully under-enforced the rule. In the past 10 seasons of the rule being established, there have only been a total of 31 fines given to the players. Despite his reputation, Chris Paul has never been fined. James Harden and LeBron James have been fined only once, and in the last 2 seasons of the NBA as a whole, there have been 0 fines distributed to all of the players. And a lot of these flops that I've been showing on screen took place in the last 2 seasons. So again, it's not mainly the player's fault, but the league office for refusing to enforce the rules like they're serious about it. One can only imagine how much better the league would be today if the league office actually grew a spine and enforced the rules like they meant it. I've been telling other basketball fans over and over again that Michael Jordan's undefeated 6-0 finals record isn't impressive simply because he never lost on the game's biggest stage, but is because of how he performed in each of those series. The 6-0 record isn't some random arbitrary stat, but rather it's indicative of how Jordan was the ultimate performer when the games mattered the most. As requested by a faithful viewer, here's my ranking of Jordan's finals MVPs throughout his career. Number 6, 1996. This was the easiest selection on the list, as Jordan's finals MVP over the Supersonics is the only one that is sometimes debated upon concerning whether or not he actually deserved it. Although I understand the impact of Dennis Rodman, and although I've watched this series in its entirety numerous times, I still think MJ was clearly the most deserving player from Chicago. In a grit and grind defensive series in which the Bulls' entire team averaged only 93 points per game, every bit of Jordan's offensive impact was needed. His stat line was somewhat underwhelming by his own standards, but by the standards of just about any other superstar, this would be considered a fantastic showing. With that being said, it's still unquestionably in the last spot on this list, as it was not only his lowest scoring final series of his career, but it was also his most inefficient. Yes, he did go up against the revered Supersonics defense, but this is far from the only time on this list where Jordan was up against an elite defense. Number 5, 1997. His first finals against Utah was incredibly impressive to say the least, but even while being great, it's possible to not be enough to secure one of the top few spots on this list. To begin the series, Jordan was dealing with an extra layer of motivation, as Karl Malone was narrowly named the league MVP ahead of him. When asked about it in a pre-finals interview, Jordan was very blunt about the fact that this MVP selection motivated him.
Yeah, Kyle, you won MVP this year. Well, this is the MVP of the finals. This is, winning the championship. This is a leader of your team.
At the conclusion of Game 1, Jordan's statement appeared to be extremely prophetic, as Karl Malone not only missed both of his crucial free throws while the game was on the line, but then Jordan went on to bury his iconic game-winning jumper to secure the first game of the series.
Later on in Game 5, Jordan had his famous flu game performance, where he dropped 38 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals on 48% shooting. Over the course of the 6-game series as a whole, MJ averaged 32.3 points, 6 assists, 7 rebounds, and 1.2 steals on 45.6% shooting. Jordan's offensive dominance was even better than what his stat line indicated, as the entire Bulls squad averaged only 87.8 points per game, which means that between Jordan's points and assists, he accounted for over half of the team's total offense over the entire series. When it was all said and done, MJ did end up showing Karl who the true MVP was after all. Number 4, 1991. Jordan's first championship was quite impressive, and some may even go as far as calling it his most impressive, but for a couple reasons, I don't think that is quite the case. It was the long-awaited bout between the two greatest guards of basketball history, Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson. In this series, MJ showed that Magic wasn't the only guard in the series who could distribute, as he poured in 31.2 points, 11.4 assists, 6.6 rebounds, and 2.8 steals on 55.8% shooting. Obviously, a player averaging north of 30 points per game while averaging double-digit assists is a rare occurrence for any playoff series, let alone the NBA Finals. Clearly, his efficiency was incredibly stellar, which includes his dominant performance in Game 2, where he had a stretch where he made 13 straight field goals without a miss. The thing is, as great as this 5-game series was from MJ, one of the reasons I have a hard time giving it a top 3 spot was the fact that Jordan took full advantage of an extremely short-handed Lakers team, as both Byron Scott and James Worthy were dealing with injuries, which made them miss time and affected their defensive play while they were on the court. Number 3, 1998. As far as I'm concerned, Jordan's last finals appearance makes it into the upper half of this list, as it was an epic final chapter to his career in Chicago. It wasn't his most efficient series from the field, and it wasn't a well-rounded series statistically. But what he did do was carry an injured and tired Bulls roster offensively on a historic level. Throughout the 6-game series, neither team scored 100 points even a single time. In fact, the two teams eclipsed 90 points in only 2 instances. To put it simply, it was a grit and grind type of series that was slow-paced and was defensively minded. Yet even with that being the case, Jordan averaged an astonishing 33.5 points per game over the course of the series. The most notable example of him carrying the offense was in the championship-clinching 6th game, where he scored 45 of the Bulls' 87 points. That's the highest percentage of a team's total points in NBA Finals history. With Scottie Pippen dealing with immense pain in his back, Jordan didn't have a choice but to carry the Bulls' offense, and to simply say that he did that would be a tremendous understatement. Number 2, 1992. Coming up in the runner-up spot is Jordan's second championship run against Portland, where he immediately began proving his naysayers wrong and breaking NBA records. Heading into the series, the narrative being pushed by the media was that Clyde Drexler of the Blazers was not only as talented as Michael Jordan, but that he was clearly the much better perimeter shooter. After all, Clyde shot more than 3 times as many three-point attempts as Jordan did throughout the regular season and was also significantly more efficient. Unsurprisingly, Michael took offense to this, and in an interview just days prior to Game 1, MJ said that Clyde is only a better shooter than he chooses to be. Obviously, MJ then made it a point to prove the naysayers wrong, and began firing away from three-point range shortly after tip-off. Jordan set the NBA record for the most three-pointers made in a finals half, and he also tied the record for the most threes made in an NBA Finals game. In that first half of Game 1, he also dropped 35 points, which is still, to this very day, the most points ever scored in a half of an NBA Finals game. Jordan's scoring dominance and precision from the perimeter would only continue throughout the course of the series, as he averaged 35.8 points, 6.5 assists, 4.8 rebounds, and 1.7 steals on 52.6% shooting. Jordan was so accurate that he nearly had 50-40-90 percentages over the course of those finals. Along with that, Jordan had a commanding performance in the crucial 5th game in Portland, where he dropped 46 points on 61% shooting from the field. MJ also contained Drexler below his scoring average and well below his usual efficiency. an absolutely incredible display from Jordan in his prime. Number 1, 1993. This isn't just the most impressive finals series of Jordan's career, but is arguably the greatest finals performance in NBA history. Against Charles Barkley and the Phoenix Suns, Jordan exploded offensively, averaging more points than anyone else ever has in the finals. Jordan overall was the leading scorer in all 6 games, and dropped at least 40 points in 4 out of those 6 games, including a 55-point eruption in Game 4. Over the series, he averaged 41 points, 8.5 rebounds, 6.7 assists, and 1.7 steals on 50.8% shooting. Jordan also shot a solid 40% from three-point range, while leading all of the Bulls players in three-point attempts. What's rarely mentioned is how Jordan did all of this against the best defender in the league at the shooting guard position other than himself, which was the second-team All-Defender Dan Marley, who was utterly torched by MJ time and time again. If Michael fails to have an outstanding performance in any one of these evenings, then the Bulls likely lose the series as a result. But again, this is one of the many reasons why most basketball fans consider him as the greatest player of all time, as Jordan never failed to excel when he was on the game's biggest stage. So what do you guys think? How would you rank Jordan's 6 Finals MVPs, and would you be interested in seeing me do a ranking for any other players? Let me know in the comment section below. Thanks.
So it's been a highly requested video and one that I'm excited to deliver today. What were the 10 greatest MVP seasons of NBA history? Obviously, everyone's list is going to be different, so let me know your agreements and disagreements in the comment section. First off, let's establish how my list works. The MVP is a regular season award, so that's the only part of the season I'll be factoring into my list. Regardless of how well a player did in the postseason, it won't factor into his ranking on the top 10 list. Just like traditional MVP voting, I will also factor in team success into the rankings, especially in terms of how much that MVP influenced his team's success. So now, before we get into the meat of the list, these are my honorable mentions. Wilt Chamberlain in 1960, who put up monstrous numbers in his rookie season. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, formerly known as Lou Alcindor, in 1971. Michael Jordan in 1991. Kevin Garnett in 2004, LeBron James in 2009, Russell Westbrook in 2017, and Giannis in 2020. I'm sure some of you are already upset, but the show must go on. Number 10, Larry Bird in 1985. This was right in the heart of Larry Bird's prime, as the 28-year-old did everything you would expect from Bird at his best, as he was arguably the best three-point shooter in the league at this point. His court vision and playmaking ability was among the best of the best, and he was a more than capable defender while averaging nearly 30 points a game. With his all-around lethal efficiency, Bird led his Celtics to a league-best 63-19 record, with numbers of 28.7 points, 10.5 rebounds, 6.6 assists, 1.6 steals, and 1.2 blocks on 52.2% shooting. He led the league in minutes, he was the second most efficient three-point shooter in the league, and the only guy ahead of him was Byron Scott, who shot less than half the amount of three-pointers that Bird did, and he was also 8th in the league in rebounds per game and 1st overall at his position. Larry came in strong, but these seasons are the best of the best, so he'll have to settle for just the 10th spot on this list. Number 9, Oscar Robertson in 1964. Other than Russell Westbrook in 2017, this season from Oscar was the closest anyone has ever come to a triple-double MVP season, as he averaged 31.4 points, 9.9 rebounds, and 11 assists on 48.3% shooting. Even in this prime season, he wasn't the most flashy type of player, but he was incredibly smart, fundamentally sound, and dangerous from the mid-range. He was second in the league in scoring, behind only Wilt Chamberlain. He led all players in assists that season, and he also led the league in free throw percentage. He took his Royals to a 55-25 record, which was the second best record in the entire league. It's debatable whether or not this was actually his best season from an individual standpoint, but it was his lone MVP, and it was strong enough to get him into the 9th spot. Number 8, LeBron James in 2013. This wasn't quite LeBron's most monstrous season from a scoring standpoint, but it was definitely the most efficient version of the King that we've ever seen. He put up 26.8 points, 7.3 assists, 8 rebounds, and 1.7 steals on 56.5% shooting. That's basically really great efficiency for a center, but for a wing player, it's absolutely astounding. This was also easily LeBron's greatest season from the three-point line, as he wasn't just solid, but he was actually elite, as he shot 40.6% from that distance. On top of this, LeBron was an absolute force defensively, as the combination of his peak strength and athleticism allowed him to be a stout defender whether he was on a wing or even a big in the post. He finished second overall in the Defensive Player of the Year race, and even that is somewhat questionable considering the fact that the man who beat him only finished on the NBA's second all-defense team. From a team impact standpoint, you can't question how pivotal LeBron's greatness was to his Miami Heat's 66-16 record, which included their 27-game winning streak, which is the second longest streak of NBA history. Number 7. Shaquille O'Neal in 2000. He's certainly the most dominant big man of modern history, and this season was where he was at his best. At this point, Shaq still had most of his athleticism from his Orlando days, but he also put on a tremendous amount of weight and muscle mass. There was little opposing defenders could do to stop him. Sometimes they would hack him on purpose to make him shoot free throws, but the Diesel was so strong that it often ended up being an and-one opportunity anyway. As he led his Lakers to a league-best 67-15 record, he put up 29.7 points, 13.6 rebounds, 3.8 assists, and 3 blocks on 57.4% shooting. Not only was he dominant offensively, but he was dominant defensively as well, as his elite rim protection earned him the runner-up spot to the Defensive Player of the Year award. Number 6. Wilt Chamberlain in 1966. Interestingly enough, Wilt Chamberlain's best statistical seasons were actually years that he didn't win the MVP, but even just his pretty good seasons are enough to rank him high on this list. Like this season, for example, as Chamberlain led his 76ers to a 55-25 record with powerful numbers of 33.5 points, 24.6 rebounds, and 5.2 assists on 54% shooting. Steals and blocks were not tracked at that time, but knowing Wilt, if they had been, I'm sure they would have been monstrous as well. Also consider how Philadelphia was one of the best teams defensively that season, and their terrifying anchor in the paint had a ton to do with that. He led all players that season in scoring, rebounding, field goal percentage, and minutes, while also being 7th overall in assists per game. There was very little that Wilt didn't do on the court that season. Number 5. Michael Jordan in 1996. I really don't need to elaborate much on this season from MJ, but I will anyway. His airness led the Bulls to achieve what was at the time the greatest regular season of NBA history with a 72-10 record. In my opinion, this was Jordan's peak in terms of his mastery from the mid-range, as his footwork was clean and precise, and his fadeaway appeared as if it was automatic. Jordan was also just barely outside of the top 10 in three-point efficiency, as he shot a lethal 42.7% from that distance. Throughout the season, he averaged 30.4 points, 4.3 assists, 6.6 rebounds, and 2.2 steals on 49.5% shooting. His 30.4 points led the league in scoring, and what makes it even more impressive is how he scored that many points per game when teams were averaging under 100 points a game. He was also tenacious on the perimeter as usual, as Jordan made first-team all-defense along with his teammates Scottie Pippen and Dennis Rodman. It's far from his greatest season statistically, but from an overall impact standpoint, and considering how the 96 Bulls are arguably the greatest team ever, 96 Jordan certainly earned his strong position on the list. Number 4. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in 1972. He was without question the most dominant center in the game at this point, as he was in his prime, equipped with the most unstoppable shot of basketball history, the skyhook. With Oscar Robertson by his side, the Bucks stormed through the regular season with a 63-19 record. Kareem did his part with 34.8 points, 16.6 rebounds, and 4.6 assists on a tremendous 57.4% shooting. It's also worth mentioning that it was his dominant performance that put an end to the Lakers' 33-game winning streak, as he dropped 39 points, 20 rebounds, and 5 assists in the historic victory. Because blocks and steals were not tracked at this point, we don't know for sure what kind of defensive numbers he got this year, but based on his 7 prime seasons after they started tracking blocks and steals, he probably averaged anywhere from 1 to 1.5 steals and 3 to 4 blocks. He led all players in scoring, and this was also the greatest season of NBA history in terms of win shares, as he accumulated 25.4 throughout the regular season. Number 3. Wilt Chamberlain in 1967. At this time in his career, Wilt was just entering his 30s, and he had a massive chip on his shoulder due to the narrative that he didn't make his teammates better. His critics said that Wilt was too selfish to win championships like Bill Russell. Because of this, Wilt began to distribute the basketball more, and despite the fact that he was playing at center, he finished 3rd overall in assists per game with 7.8. A more unselfish Chamberlain meant that he could be more selective with his shots, and it resulted in all-time lethal efficiency. On his 14.2 shots per game, he made a ridiculous 68.3%. Of the players who've attempted at least 10 shots per game, that is easily the highest field goal percentage of NBA history. He played all 81 games that year as he put up 24.1 points, 24.2 rebounds, and 7.8 assists on 68.3% shooting. Not only was he 3rd in assists, but he was also the league's rebounding leader, its field goal percentage leader, and its minutes leader, while leading his 76ers to a 68-13 record, which at the time was the greatest team record of NBA history. Unfortunately, the season wasn't without at least one weakness, as it was also one of his worst seasons from the free throw line as he shot a terrible 44.1%. Regardless, his all-around impact to his team's historic success is a top 3 MVP season in my humble opinion. Number 2. Steph Curry in 2016. According to most lists, I have this season ranked much higher than others typically do, but I believe it was every bit as impactful as it needed to be to earn the title of the 2nd greatest MVP season of all time. He was fantastic off ball, and his lethal perimeter shooting made all of his teammates better as his range helped spread the floor. On the season, Curry averaged 30.1 points, 6.7 assists, 5.4 rebounds, and 2.1 steals on 50.4% shooting. He also shot a ridiculous 45.4% from three-point range and a league-leading 90.8% from the free throw line, giving him the historic 50-40-90 season. It's also the only 50-40-90 season where the player led the entire league in scoring, which essentially makes this season the pinnacle of efficiency. He made a league record 402 three-pointers on the season, and up to that point, no one had ever made more than 300. To shoot 45.4% on that many three-point attempts is a level of sniping that no one else has ever come close to in the game's history. To put that in perspective, his three-point shooting percentage that season was greater than the career field goal percentage of all-time great scorers like Kobe Bryant, James Harden, and Carmelo Anthony. His unselfish personality and his off-ball movement was the perfect play style and leadership for that Warriors group, and he was the conduit to their historic 73-9 record, which was the greatest regular season of all time. He wasn't necessarily the greatest on-ball defender, but he certainly wasn't a liability, and he actually led all players in steals that season with his 2.1. He may have been on the greatest regular season team, and he was the only unanimous MVP the league has ever seen, but he'll have to settle for just the runner-up spot on this list. Number 1. Michael Jordan in 1988. It wouldn't be a championship year, but from an individual standpoint, Jordan was never better than he was in the 87-88 season. On the year, he put up an all-time great 35 points, 5.9 assists, 5.5 rebounds, 3.2 steals, and 1.6 blocks on 53.5% shooting. To average 35 points on 53.5% shooting is remarkable. To do that as a guard is absolutely insane. The thing about 88 MJ is that as good as he was on offense, he was just as good on defense. He was suffocating the opponent with his crowding on-ball defense. His 3.2 steals led the league that season, and it's actually the 8th highest single-season average of all time. Despite being a guard, he was also 16th among all players in block shots. His total of 131 blocks on the season is still easily the highest amount of blocks by a guard in NBA history. This defensive effort earned him that season's Defensive Player of the Year award, and Jordan is still the only player to win the scoring title and the Defensive Player of the Year in the same season. With this GOAT season, Jordan carried his team to a 50-32 record, which was the 3rd seed in the Eastern Conference. The second highest scorer on the team was averaging barely a third of the points that Jordan was contributing. The next best players on Chicago at this point were probably Charles Oakley and Dave Corzine, which is very far from a Hall of Fame supporting cast. Essentially, this Chicago squad had absolutely no business winning 50 games or being a 3rd seed in a much stronger Eastern Conference. But when you have a GOAT MVP season like Jordan did, I guess anything is possible after all. There's almost certainly no way you agreed with this entire list, so please let me know your thoughts in the comments section. Now before we get into the list, let me establish my one rule of this list. Each player only gets one spot on the list, so I will only rank a player's best season in which he didn't win the MVP award. This should give a nice variety to the list and make the video a bit more interesting, because otherwise 80% of this list would be made up of just 2 players. Also, these are the honorable mentions of the greatest non-MVP seasons that didn't make the list. Let me know which one of these had the best case to make it into the top 10. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 10. Dwayne Wade in the 08-09 season. LeBron James won the MVP award this season thanks to his team's superior record. Not only was Wade's campaign the second best season overall that year, but it was also the best season of Wade's career from an individual standpoint, as he put up all-around monstrous numbers of 30.2 points, 7.5 assists, 5 rebounds, 2.2 steals, and 1.3 blocks on 49.1% shooting. Wade was the NBA scoring champion that season while maintaining his elite efficiency. He was also a dominant force on defense, as he finished on the NBA's second all-defense team. But I would actually argue that he should have been on the first team, as Wade's 1.3 blocks was good enough to have him finish in the 16th spot among all players, and he was the only guard in the entire league to make the top 20. His 2.2 steals were second overall among all players as well. Statistically, there's very few aspects where Wade didn't dominate on the court. It comes as no surprise, as the 27-year-old was still in his prime in terms of his speed and athleticism. He would have seriously challenged LeBron for the award if it wasn't for his team's 43-39 record that season, which held his case back regardless of his individual prowess. Number 9. James Harden in the 18-19 season. As many of you already know, he narrowly and controversially lost this award to Giannis despite having one of the most dominant scoring seasons of all time, as he put up a league-leading 36.1 points, 7.5 assists, 6.6 rebounds, and 2 steals on 44.2% shooting. Let me give you a couple of facts to emphasize how historic this season was for Harden offensively. With a minimum of 50 games played, Harden's 36.1 points makes him the 3rd highest scorer of all time, trailing only seasons from Michael Jordan and Wilt Chamberlain. He had a streak of 32 straight games where he scored at least 30 points, which trails only the streak of Wilt Chamberlain. Harden also averaged 8.1 more points than the closest competitor that season, which was Paul George. The only player to have a greater margin to win the scoring crown was once again Wilt Chamberlain in 1962 and 1963. He also led all players this season in three-pointers made and in overall win shares. His 378 three-pointers made in a season is still the second most of all time. He led his Rockets to a successful 53-29 record, and when you consider all of the skills he displayed this season, in combination with all of the history he made, this will certainly remain as one of the greatest MVP snubs of all time. Number 8. Oscar Robertson in the 61-62 season. Imagine leading your team to a winning record, averaging a 30-point triple-double over the course of a season, which no other player had ever done before, and you only finished 3rd in the NBA's MVP race. That's the insanely unfortunate circumstance that Oscar found himself in at the end of the 1962 season. Other than several seasons by Russell Westbrook, this was the only triple-double average that the league had ever seen, as he finished 5th in scoring, 1st in assists, and 9th in rebounds, as he led his Royals to a 43-37 record. Number 7. LeBron James in the 17-18 season. This season, Cleveland dealt with almost every form of team drama imaginable, as injuries, personnel changes, and chemistry issues plagued the team throughout the season. Despite their troubles, LeBron found a way to carry his Cavs to a 50-32 record for the 4th best record in the Eastern Conference. He did it with averages of 27.2 points, 8.6 rebounds, 9.1 assists, and 1.4 steals on a very efficient 54.2% from the field. What he went on to do in the playoffs was absolutely incredible, and if the postseason was included, this 2018 campaign would be ranked even higher. But without it, it's just good enough to make the 7th spot on my list. Number 6. Hakeem Olajuwon in the 92-93 season. It was the season before the Dream started collecting his championship rings, but from an individual standpoint, you could argue that this was the best version of him that we had ever seen, as he put up insane all-around numbers of 26.1 points, 13 rebounds, 3.5 assists, 1.8 steals, and 4.2 blocks on 52.9% shooting. His quick hands and dominant rim protection earned him that season's Defensive Player of the Year award, and the voting wasn't even that close on that one. Charles Barkley was the winner of that season's MVP award, but that was mostly due to the Suns' best record in the league, and not because of his superior production, because Hakeem certainly had the edge in that aspect. Let me put his all-around dominance in perspective. This era was absolutely stacked with big men, and was probably the strongest era of the center position that the game has ever seen. Regardless of that fact, among centers, Hakeem was first in scoring, second in rebounds, third in assists, first in steals, and first in blocks. Combine that with the skill and artistry in which he did it, and it's definitely one of the greatest MVP snubs of all time. Number 5. Kobe Bryant in the 05-06 season. The Lakers finished this season with a 45-37 record in a tough Western Conference, which is almost never enough wins to earn an MVP award. But I would argue that these Lakers had no business winning that many games in the first place. Outside of Kobe and Lamar Odom, the Lakers who started the most games were Smush Parker, Kwame Brown, Chris Mim, and Luke Walton. To simply say that Kobe carried this group would be an understatement on a biblical level. On the year, Kobe averaged a league-leading 35.4 points, 5.3 rebounds, 4.5 assists, and 1.8 steals on 45% shooting. When Kobe put up 35.4 points per game, he did it during one of the lowest scoring seasons in NBA history, as teams were averaging only 97 points per game, which means Kobe equaled 36.5% of a team's average in points that season. That's the greatest percentage of offense since the NBA merger in 1976. Not only was he a one-man show on offense, but he was the best defender at his position, as he made first-team All-Defense. Kobe is the only player in league history to officially average over 35 points per game while also making first-team All-Defense in the same season. Throw in his iconic 81-point game, 55 points and a half, and 62 points in 3 quarters, and I'm very comfortable putting this season in the top 5. Number 4. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the 72-73 season. Dave Cowens of the Boston Celtics was awarded that season's MVP in large part as a reward for their 68-14 record. Kareem's Bucks had an inferior 60-22 record, but by just about every individual metric, he was on a level above Cowens, as Kareem put up 30.2 points, 16.1 rebounds, and 5 assists on 55.4% shooting. Block shots were not officially tracked until the following season, but over those next 7 years, Kareem averaged 3.5 blocks per game, so it's probably fair to guess that his average was around the same this season. He was by far that season's leader in both win shares and in player efficiency rating. Maybe voter fatigue played somewhat of a part that season, as this would have been Kareem's 3rd straight MVP award. But no matter how you look at it outside of the team's record, he was easily the greatest player that season. Number 3. Larry Bird in the 87-88 season. Michael Jordan won the award in 1988 and had arguably the greatest MVP campaign of all time. And unfortunately for Larry, he had his personal greatest season that same year, and with this same performance, Larry would have won the MVP in 95% of the other NBA seasons. He led his Celtics to the 1st seed in the Eastern Conference with a record of 57-25. On the year, he averaged about 30 points, 9.3 rebounds, 6.1 assists, and 1.6 steals on 52.7% shooting. Offensively, this was among the most efficient seasons of all time, as Larry had well over 50-40-90 percentages, which only 9 players have ever done in NBA history. And other than Steph Curry in 2016, no one has ever averaged more points than Larry did while eclipsing 50-40-90 percentages. This perimeter efficiency wasn't without volume, as he was 5th in field goals attempted and 4th overall in 3-pointers attempted. As far as the regular season goes, this was the very peak of Larry Legend's powers. Number 2. Michael Jordan in the 88-89 season. Magic Johnson certainly wasn't a bad choice to win the MVP in 1989, as he put up strong numbers and led his Showtime Lakers to the best record in their conference. But this was also one of the best versions of Michael Jordan that we had ever seen from an individual standpoint, as he poured in 32.5 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2.9 steals on 53.8% shooting. In the final third of the season, Doug Collins moved Jordan to the point guard position. During that time as the point guard, Jordan had a streak where he had 7 straight triple-doubles and 10 triple-doubles in 11 games. That 7 straight triple-doubles is a streak that's only been eclipsed by Russell Westbrook and Wilt Chamberlain. As usual, Jordan was also the best defender at his position as he made first team All-Defense. On the year, he was first in win shares, first in player efficiency rating, and first in plus-minus. There's almost no aspects where he wasn't dominating the opponent this season. Number 1. Wilt Chamberlain in the 61-62 season. The top spot comes as no surprise, as Chamberlain's greatest season featured averages that would be difficult to eclipse even in video games. Other than a game where he was ejected by the ref, he played in every single minute that regular season, and he destroyed his opponent on a nightly basis as he averaged 50.4 points, 25.7 rebounds, and 2.4 assists on 50.6% shooting. No one else has ever averaged over 40 points in a season, and Wilt Chamberlain eclipsed 50. Also, no one has ever averaged as many rebounds as Wilt did this season. I could go on, giving incredible facts about this season, but the truth is, it would take too long and isn't completely necessary, as the majority of Wilt Chamberlain's greatest achievements came from this season, including his 100-point game in Hershey, Pennsylvania. We don't have his official blocks averages this season, but based on the fact that he later averaged 8.8 per game in his twilight years, there's a real possibility he averaged double-digit blocks this season to go along with his other goofy numbers. Despite being on a less talented squad compared to the other teams atop of the league, he was still able to lead his Warriors to a 49-31 record, and as a result of all of this season sits comfortably as the greatest non-MVP season of all time. So what were the 10 greatest Finals MVP performances of NBA history? Well, this list is somewhat subjective, but I think I've put together a pretty good one. First, let me establish a couple details about this list. The Finals MVP award was introduced to the league in 1969, which unfortunately means that a Wilt Chamberlain performance and all of Bill Russell's performances will not be considered for the list. Yeah, it sucks, but I want to stick to the official MVP awards, and if you would like to see these legends get some love, there's plenty of other videos that do that on this channel. Also consider the fact that these are the greatest Finals performances from the greatest players of all time. So just because a specific performance doesn't make the top 10 list doesn't mean that I didn't think it was great, or even that I didn't think it was amazing. It just means that the bar is set absurdly high. Number 10, Dwayne Wade in 2006. It was a finals matchup between the Dallas Mavericks and Wade's Miami Heat. After Dallas took a commanding 2-0 lead in the series, that's when the dynamic 24-year-old took his game to the next level and dominated the series from that point on, in what was described at the time as a Jordan-esque type performance. On the series, Wade averaged 34.7 points, 7.8 rebounds, 3.8 assists, and 2.7 steals on 46.8% shooting. 3 out of the final 4 games of the series were decided by only 1 basket, and Wade's clutch gene was certainly the deciding factor in the series. Now you could argue that Wade should be higher on the list, but there's a lot of controversy tied to this series in terms of its refereeing, and this series from Wade holds the finals record for the most free throw attempts in a 6-game series with 97. Shaquille O'Neal in 2000 is in second place with 93 free throws, and remember, he had the hack-a-Shaq strategy helping him get that high. In Game 5 alone, Wade shot 25 free throws, while the entire Dallas Mavericks team shot 25 free throws as well. So again, it's an incredibly impressive performance from Wade, but due to the questions of its legitimacy, I'm afraid I can't rank him any higher than the 10th spot. Number 9, Magic Johnson in 1987. The 1987 Finals was the third and final matchup of that decade between the Lakers and Celtics. Offensively, Magic dominated this series in as many ways as possible, as it was one of the strongest dual-threat series the league has ever seen in terms of his scoring and facilitating. He was also ridiculously efficient, as he shot 54.1% from the field and 96% from the free throw line. On the series, he put up 26.2 points, 13 assists, 8 rebounds, and 2.3 steals. Despite his pass-first tendencies, he actually led all players in scoring in 3 out of the 6 games that series. He also had the iconic game-winning baby skyhook in the crucial 4th game in Boston Garden. Magic ultimately led his Showtime Lakers to win the series in 6 games, and it was such a dominant performance that even Larry Bird basically conceded that Magic was the best player in the game at that point. Number 8. Shaquille O'Neal in 2002. It was the 3rd championship of the Shaq and Kobe three-peat, and New Jersey basically never stood a chance, and the biggest reason for that was the fact that they had absolutely no answer for the Diesel, as he dominated with 36.3 points, 12.3 rebounds, 3.8 assists, and 2.8 blocks on 59.5% shooting. As a result of his presence and power in the paint, all of New Jersey's bigs were consistently in foul trouble, and to top it off, Shaq hit 45 of his 68 free throw attempts during the series, which is 66.2%. That's certainly not elite, but by Shaquille O'Neal standards, that's fantastic. His 145 points over the course of the series is the most points ever scored in an NBA Finals sweep. Number 7. Michael Jordan in 1991. This was the highly anticipated matchup between Magic and Michael, the Los Angeles Lakers and the Chicago Bulls. The Lakers took the first game, but after that point, Jordan began to take control, and the Bulls never looked back, winning the next 4 games straight. At one crucial stretch in Game 2, Jordan hit 13 straight field goals without a miss, and finished the game with 33, 13, and 7 on a ridiculous 83% shooting. On the series as a whole, he averaged 31.2 points, 11.4 assists, 6.6 rebounds, 2.8 steals, and 1.4 blocks on 55.8% shooting. What's incredible is how he destroyed the competition at different points with his scoring and then with his facilitating, as Jordan averaged only 1 less assist than Magic did during the series, while being more efficient and outscoring him by nearly 13 points per game. It's worth mentioning that Jordan also hit the most crucial shot of the series, where he made this game-tying basket, which forced Game 3 to overtime, where they eventually prevailed. Number 6. Hakeem Olajuwon in 1995. In what was expected to be a colossal battle with Shaquille O'Neal and the Orlando Magic, Hakeem proved why he was the best and most skilled big man in the game, as he had a tremendous impact on almost every aspect of the game. On the series, he put up 32.8 points, 11.5 rebounds, 5.5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks on 48.3% shooting. The Dream led his Rockets to sweep the Orlando Magic, and he led all players in scoring in each of the 4 games. Considering the fact that they were only the 6th seed, this was one of the more improbable champions of NBA history, but it also speaks volumes about Olajuwon's clutch gene in the postseason. Number 5. Tim Duncan in 2003. It was a finals matchup between Tim Duncan's Spurs and the New Jersey Nets. Many people didn't witness this remarkable performance, as the 2003 championship was one of the least viewed NBA finals of league history. But those who did see it fortunately got to see the great Tim Duncan at his very best. In this series, he put up a monstrous 24.2 points, 17 rebounds, 5.3 assists, and 5.3 blocks on 49.5% shooting. The Nets had no answer for him anywhere on the court, as he started off the series in Game 1 with 32 points, 20 rebounds, 6 assists, and 7 blocks in a 12-point victory. But the way he closed out the series was arguably even more impressive. In the championship-clinching 6th game, he had 21 points, 20 rebounds, 10 assists, and 8 blocks, nearly getting the historic quadruple-double. But there's actually some controversy tied to this game, as many people believe that 2 more block shots should have gone to Duncan. Only 4 players in league history have ever achieved the quadruple-double, and no one has done it in the playoffs. But if these 2 blocks had counted toward Tim Duncan's total, then this would have been a quadruple-double on the game's biggest stage and in the final game of the season. That's legendary stuff, to say the least. Number 4. Shaquille O'Neal in 2001. It was the second of the Lakers' 3 straight championships, and Shaq was his usual dominant self on both ends of the court. He absolutely destroyed the Philadelphia Bigs with 33 points, 15.8 rebounds, 4.8 assists, and 3.4 blocks on 57.3% shooting. Shaq bullying the opponent in the paint and putting up these numbers over a 5-game series is impressive enough as is, but what makes it even more astonishing is how he did this up against that season's Defensive Player of the Year, Dikembe Mutombo, and he was still unstoppable and wasn't even contained in the slightest. On the other end, the 76ers were struggling to score in the paint, as Shaq's contested shots and his 3.4 blocks was his personal best in the finals. Number 3. LeBron James in 2016. It's hard to overstate how incredible this finals performance was from the King. A comeback from a 3-1 deficit, making one of the most iconic defensive plays of all time in the closing moments, to defeat the greatest regular season team ever, the 73-9 Warriors, while delivering the first and only championship in Cleveland Cavaliers history. Over the course of that 7-game series, he put up 29.7 points, 11.3 rebounds, 8.9 assists, 2.6 steals, and 2.3 blocks on 49.4% shooting. This is the only time in NBA Finals history where a player has led both teams in all 5 major stat categories. Offensively, defensively, and in the clutch situations, this was a legacy-defining moment for LeBron. Number 2. Michael Jordan in 1993. It was a matchup against Charles Barkley and the Phoenix Suns, where the Bulls secured their 3rd straight championship in 6 games, and Jordan was arguably never better than he was in these finals. To his credit, Barkley had an incredible series of his own, but it hardly mattered because Jordan was simply on another level. On the series, he put up 41 points, 8.5 rebounds, 6.3 assists, and 1.7 steals on 50.8% shooting. He led all 6 games in scoring, he scored over 40 points in 4 straight games, including a 55-point performance in a close Game 4 victory, and his 41 points per game is the highest average of NBA Finals history. Dan Marley of the Phoenix Suns was a strong 6'6" wing who was on the NBA's second all-defense team that season, which makes him the second best defender at his position this season. But the reality is, Michael Jordan made him look like a bad defender because of how brutally he dominated him. If Jordan had just a pretty good series, then there's a good chance that the Bulls would have lost. But because he had what some consider the greatest finals performance of all time, Chicago was able to close it out in 6 games. Number 1. Shaquille O'Neal in 2000. Every once in a while, I go back and I watch this series, and it leaves me in awe each time, especially the first 2 games. In my opinion, no player has ever had a greater impact and influence on a final series than Shaq did in 2000. Over the 6 games, he averaged 38 points, 16.7 rebounds, 2.3 assists, and 2.7 blocks on 61.1% shooting. He led all 6 games in scoring, he led 5 out of the 6 games in rebounding, and he led 5 out of the 6 games in blocked shots. The Lakers' game plan was obvious heading into the series, as they ran the offense almost completely through the diesel, and yet Indiana still couldn't slow him down, regardless of Rick Smits even having several inches on Shaq. He controlled the momentum of the game, its tempo, its physicality, and even seemingly the spirits of the opponent, as Indiana appeared demoralized at times during the opening games of Shaq's 40-point and 20-rebound performances. Between the 12 Pacers on the roster, they had a total of 159 personal fouls over the course of the 6 games, and of the 5 players who spent time guarding Shaq, they counted for 102 of those fouls. As a result, Shaq completely disrupted their rotations, as there was almost no aspect of the game where his influence couldn't be seen on the court. Kobe had his iconic moment in Game 4, where he sealed the game after Shaq fouled out. But other than that instance, Kobe had a terrible series, averaging only 15 points on 36.7% shooting. The biggest help that Shaq had was all the shooters he freed up by drawing the extra attention, by having the defense collapse upon him. So in a sense, Shaq even deserves some credit for their success as well. When you consider production and overall positive impact on the game, 2000 Shaq is my choice for the greatest Finals MVP of all time.
The Finals MVP award was introduced to the NBA in 1969, and since then, many incredibly deserving players have taken home the award. With that being said, not every award winner was universally agreed upon by the basketball community. Today, I've put together my list of the biggest Finals MVP snubs in basketball history, and let me know in the comments if you agree or disagree with my rankings. Number 5. JoJo White over Dave Cowens in 1976. This was a 6-game series where the Celtics defeated the Phoenix Suns 4-2, securing their second championship in 3 years. JoJo White was the Celtics starting point guard, and he's an NBA Hall of Famer. JoJo had some really great performances throughout the series, like in Game 5 when he played a total of 60 minutes in a triple overtime victory. In that contest, he dropped 33 points, 9 assists, and 6 rebounds on 52% shooting. That game specifically is known to many people as, quote, the greatest game ever played.
Obviously, being the standout performer in one of the most iconic games of basketball history will certainly help your chances of securing the finals MVP. The thing is, JoJo was pretty inconsistent throughout that series, and had some really disappointing nights as well. Like in Game 2, when he shot only 2 of 12 from the field, and in the championship clinching game, he was only 5 of 15. Cowens, on the other hand, was much more consistent in his production throughout that series. And when you look at their numbers side by side, it seems pretty clear that Cowens was the more deserving player. Another thing to consider is how rebounding was one of the major deciding factors in this series, as Boston significantly out-rebounded the Suns throughout the finals, which translated to more possessions and more second-chance opportunities. Obviously, the player who deserves the most credit for that was Dave Cowens, as he averaged a monstrous 16.3 rebounds per game. JoJo White certainly wasn't the most awful choice, which is why this is only the 5th spot on my list. But when you look at the series as a whole, it seems at least somewhat clear that Cowens was in fact the correct choice. Number 4. James Worthy over Magic Johnson in 1988. Now let me be clear, James Worthy is my second favorite player of all time, just behind Kobe Bryant. When I was around 5 or 6 years old, I used to play basketball with my swimming goggles on, just because I wanted to look like Big Game James. So obviously, it's not easy for me to say that Magic was the more deserving player, but it's the honest truth. These finals were a hard-fought 7-game series between the Lakers and the Detroit Pistons, and the 7th game was one of the all-time great classics, where James Worthy definitely stood out amongst the crowd. Now there's 2 reasons why I believe they gave this award to Worthy instead of Magic. The first is voter fatigue. This was the Lakers' 5th championship of the decade, and Magic had already been given the Finals MVP award 3 times, including the previous season where they had just defeated the Boston Celtics in the finals. When a player starts winning a voting-based award over and over again, people start to look around in order to find a new suitable candidate for the award. In this case, James Worthy fit the bill. The other reason why I believe the voters picked Worthy over Magic is because the voters tend to put too much emphasis on the final impressions. Like I said earlier, James Worthy was clearly the best player on the court for the deciding 7th game, as he put up a jaw-dropping stat line of 36 points, 16 rebounds, and 10 assists on 68% shooting. So yeah, he was the most impressive player in the most suspenseful game of that season. But the thing is, Magic was clearly the better and more impactful player throughout the vast majority of the series. Here are the averages in the 1988 finals next to one another, and with this, you can clearly see that Magic should have the edge. But it gets the point across even better if we look at each game individually. In Game 1, Magic was clearly the better player, as Worthy was unusually inefficient. In Game 2, it was a legitimate toss-up. In Game 3, Magic was better. It's also worth mentioning that Magic put up these solid performances while battling the flu in Games 2 and 3. In Game 4, it wasn't even close, as Worthy basically disappeared this night, missing much of the game due to foul trouble, which is a major reason why Detroit got the blowout victory. Again, in Game 5, the edge goes to Magic, who dished out a remarkable 17 assists. In Game 6, Magic nearly had 20 assists to go along with his 22 points. Finally, in Game 7, we have a game where Worthy was clearly the better player, and working in his favor was the fact that it was the last impression of the series. As much as I love Big Game James, and as big as he was in the clutch, Magic was clearly the more deserving player based on the series as a whole. Number 3. Cedric Maxwell over Larry Bird in 1981. This was a 6-game series where the Celtics defeated the Houston Rockets 4-2. Cedric "Cornbread" Maxwell is an underrated player and someone who was truly impactful for the Celtics throughout the playoffs. He was the Celtics' leading scorer and was extremely efficient while doing it. On the other hand, Larry impacted the game in more ways than Maxwell did. Here's the 2 players' stats next to one another. And although it's clear that Maxwell was better at scoring this series, Bird led both teams in assists and steals, while being an absolute beast on the boards. In fact, he averaged roughly double the amount of rebounds of his 7-foot center teammate Robert Parrish. Rebounding was a huge point of emphasis heading into this series, since the Rockets had one of the greatest rebounders of all time, Moses Malone. Because of Bird, the Celtics out-rebounded the Rockets over the course of the series, regardless of the fact that Houston had the league's leading rebounder. Not only was Larry running the Celtics offense as the main facilitator, but without Bird's presence and grit under the rim, the Celtics certainly lose their rebounding advantage, and probably end up losing the series as well. Maybe there's an angle for the Celtics' leading scorer, but when you consider the context of the series and all the various ways Bird impacted the game, he seems to be the clear choice to me in 1981. Number 2. Andre Iguodala over Steph Curry in 2015. This was a 6-game series where the Golden State Warriors defeated an extremely short-handed Cavaliers team. This is recent enough history that I'm sure most of you will remember it. Plain and simple, giving the award to Andre Iguodala was a narrative-based move, and the argument itself was one of the dumbest narratives I've ever heard. The voters gave Iguodala the award mostly for the solid job he did defensively on LeBron James. Now, did he do a decent job defending LeBron? Absolutely, but I also think it was extremely overblown. LeBron shot only 39.8% over the course of the series. With that being said, he did nearly average a 35-point triple-double over the course of the finals, so it's not like he completely shut him down. On the other hand, you have Steph Curry, who was clearly more productive than Iggy was, in a variety of ways. If you want to give the efficiency edge to Iguodala, don't. It seems like many people have forgotten this, but Iguodala was a major liability from the free throw line this series. Out of all of the Golden State players, Iggy had the second most free throw attempts overall, and he shot a pathetic 34.7% over the course of the finals. Just to emphasize how bad that truly was, consider how Shaquille O'Neal is famous for his terrible free throw shooting, yet his percentage in the finals is tremendously higher than Iggy's was this series. Honestly, I remember being dumbfounded at the end of the finals that they gave the MVP to the guy I've been watching throw up uncontested bricks all series. Because of the boneheaded move of giving the award to Iguodala, this built up a negative narrative about Curry never winning a finals MVP, which wasn't completely destroyed until Curry finally won the award in 2022. But the truth is, that narrative never should have been a thing in the first place, because Curry was clearly the more deserving player in 2015. Number 1. Wes Unseld over Elvin Hayes in 1978. This was a hard-fought 7-game series that ultimately saw the Washington Bullets defeat the Seattle Supersonics. Yesterday, I went back and watched much of this series, just to try to figure out what the heck the voters were thinking when they gave the award to Unseld over Hayes. And to this day, I can confidently say that I still have no idea. Wes Unseld certainly had a solid impact on the Bullets' chances, and he was viewed as the leading veteran on that team. But let's be honest, he wasn't even close to being the best player in these finals. When you look at their numbers side by side, Hayes absolutely crushes this comparison, as he averaged more than double his amount of points per game, more rebounds, way more steals, and way more blocks. The only major stat Unseld had the advantage in was assists, but even that wasn't a huge deal, as Unseld was only third on the team in assists over that series. Unseld probably wasn't even the second most deserving player in the finals, as the Bullets small forward Bobby Dandridge had a fantastic series of his own. For goodness sake, in games 2 and 3, Wes Unseld only scored 2 points, on incredibly poor shooting from the field, while Elvin Hayes basically carried the team on his back, putting up 25 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 blocks in Game 2, and then putting up 29 points, 20 rebounds, and 2 steals in Game 3. What makes the entire thing even weirder is that in the final seconds, as Game 7 was ending, the commentator for the CBS broadcast stated that Bobby Dandridge was the winner of the Finals MVP award. Yet when they returned from the commercial break, it was Wes Unseld who was being handed the MVP trophy. If something like this happened today, Twitter would absolutely explode, claiming that Elvin Hayes was straight up robbed of the award. People like me would be making constant videos about how this was the worst snub of my lifetime. And and much of the basketball community would be speculating if there was some secret nefarious reason as to why the award was given to Unseld over Hayes. More often than not, it's offensive players who win the MVP awards and who get all of the attention. But make no mistake, the defensive end of the court deserves more credit, as it's literally half of the game. Today, I'm breaking down my list of the top 10 greatest defensive players in NBA history, and let me know in the comments if you agree or disagree with these choices. Before I get into it, let me first explain how my list works. Although defensive accolades are important, they are not the only major factor, as they're given based on the media members voting, which I might not necessarily agree with. The defensive awards also have a lot to do with who they were up against. So obviously, if the competition was stronger, then it's harder to win the award on a yearly basis. And lastly, this list is a combination of peak defensive abilities and longevity. For example, a player like Mark Eaton was one of the greatest rim protectors in his prime, but he had a relatively shorter career. When you compare his 10 seasons of elite defense to Tim Duncan's 19, well then it's obvious who's making the list and who isn't. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 10, Michael Jordan. MJ is the only guard to make my list, which really tells you just how difficult it is for a perimeter defender to stand out amongst the crowd. MJ deserves the spot though, as he was an absolute menace to opposing guards. He was first team all-defense a total of 9 times, which is tied for the most in NBA history. Among guards, he has the highest blocks per game average in NBA history, and he's currently 4th on the all-time list in total steals, regardless of the fact that he played fewer seasons than most of the players in the top 25. At his best, he won the Defensive Player of the Year in 1988, where he averaged 3.2 steals and 1.6 blocks, which made him 1st overall in steals per game and 1st among guards in blocks per game. Number 9. Ben Wallace. His longevity may have not been enough to get him in the top 5, but his peak was certainly enough to get him in the top 10. This 6'9" center/power forward was one of the strongest players to ever do it, and he was one of the few men who could actually do a decent job of containing a prime Shaquille O'Neal. His best years were on the suffocating Detroit Pistons of the mid-2000s, and it was during this stretch that he won the Defensive Player of the Year award 4 times in a span of 5 seasons. Regardless of the fact that he was relatively undersized as a center, he was still able to be a solid shot blocker, leading the league overall in the 2002 season. He was also solid at stripping the ball from the opponent, as he averaged 1.3 steals over the course of his career. In total, he made 6 all-defense teams, which is actually the fewest of all eligible players on my list. And as I mentioned before, that was a product of his lack of elite longevity. But when he was at his best, there are very few defenders more intimidating than Wallace. Number 8. Scottie Pippen. Although Michael Jordan may have averaged slightly more steals and more blocks, there was no question that Pippen was the most smothering on-ball defender for their 6 championship runs. Somehow, Scottie never won the Defensive Player of the Year award, which was probably a product of there being so many all-time great defensive centers in his era, but Pippen was the runner-up to Dikembe Mutombo in 1995 and to Gary Payton in 1996. In the totality of his career, Pippen made 10 all-defense teams, and 8 of those selections were first team, which ties him for the 5th most in NBA history. Within his complete body of work were some key moments where Pippen displayed his abilities, like when he took on the assignment of defending and containing Magic Johnson in the 1991 NBA Finals. Number 7. Tim Duncan. Just like Pippen, Duncan never won the Defensive Player of the Year award, as he never led the league in steals or blocks. And with Bruce Bowen on his team for some years, you could even argue that there were stretches where he wasn't even the best defensive player on his team. But for what Duncan lacked in peak performance, he made up for it with his insane longevity and consistency. For his career, Duncan earned a whopping total of 15 all-defense team selections in his 19 years of pro basketball. That's easily the most selections in NBA history. Many players enjoy being an elite defender in their 20s, but Duncan carried that tremendous impact into his late 30s, as his intelligence and rim protection was a pivotal aspect of their final championship run in 2014. Number 6. Kevin Garnett. Especially during his time in Minnesota, the big ticket was a nightmare for opposing teams, as he was always bringing the energy and intensity on defense. Like the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon, Garnett was usually among the league leaders in blocks and steals simultaneously. For many years, his elite defense appeared to go unnoticed, but in his first season as a member of the contending Boston Celtics, he was rewarded with the Defensive Player of the Year. In total, he made 12 All-Defense teams, which is tied for the second most of all time, and 9 of those were first team, which is tied with Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and Gary Payton for the most of all time. Add in the fact that he shut the Lakers down in the paint during the 2008 championship run, and I'm very comfortable having Garnett just outside my top 5. Number 5. David Robinson. Well before the big fundamental was locking down the paint for San Antonio, the Admiral was doing it at a higher level. Over a 6-season stretch from 1990 to 1996, Robinson was averaging a monstrous 3.6 blocks per game. All-time great rim protectors like Tim Duncan and Dwight Howard never had a single season where they averaged that many blocks per game, and Robinson did it over a 6-year stretch. He was also regularly among the league leaders in steals per game, regardless of the fact that he played at the center position, and he got as high as 2.3 steals per game in 1992, which was 5th in the league overall. He was the Defensive Player of the Year in 1992, and he earned a total of 8 All-Defense teams. Due to his service in the US Navy, Robinson didn't debut in his rookie season until the age of 24, and if he had got an earlier start to his career like many players do, then he would likely have even more defensive accolades than he already does. Number 4. Wilt Chamberlain. He's most famous for his accomplishments on offense, but Wilt was arguably just as dominant on the defensive end of the court. Since blocks and steals were not officially tracked until 1973, it's basically impossible to accurately estimate his defensive numbers over the entirety of his career. With that being said, Wilt's blocks were unofficially tracked over a 112-game span, and he averaged a mind-blowing 8.8 blocks over that stretch. Obviously, blocked shots are difficult to compare across eras, considering numerous variables, like how the three-point line didn't exist yet. But regardless, that's still insanely impressive no matter how you slice it. There are many examples of Wilt controlling games defensively. Some may say that he should be in the number 1 spot, based on his insane numbers and reputation. But I would disagree, as Wilt also had a bit of a reputation for occasionally taking some nights off defensively. Nonetheless, I certainly believe he deserves a spot in the top 5. Number 3. Dennis Rodman. The Worm's case defensively is a bit more complicated than some people may realize. Statistically, he was nothing to marvel at, as he has never had a single season where he averaged at least 1 block or 1 steal. What he did well, though, was frustrate the offensive player with his smothering on-ball defense, and force him into either a bad shot or into passing the basketball. I also believe that Rodman had the most versatile defensive career of all time. At different points in history, he was assigned to guard the best player from every position on the court. In the 80s, he was asked to guard Magic Johnson at point guard, Michael Jordan at shooting guard, and Larry Bird at small forward. And then in the 90s, he was asked to guard Karl Malone at power forward and Shaquille O'Neal at center. And Rodman did more than an adequate job of all of those tasks. In his career, he made a total of 8 All-Defense teams, and he won the Defensive Player of the Year in back-to-back seasons as a member of the Bad Boy Pistons. Number 2. Hakeem Olajuwon. I've said it once, I'll say it again. The Dream was an absolute nightmare on defense, as he had the length, athleticism, and intelligence to be one of the select few greatest defenders ever. Officially, he's the NBA's all-time leader in blocked shots, and second place isn't even close.
On top of that, he's currently 10th on the NBA's all-time list in total steals, which is completely insane for a center. The closest center to Hakeem is David Robinson, who is 54 spots below him on the all-time list. Over his career, Hakeem made 9 all-defense teams and he won the Defensive Player of the Year twice. It is worth mentioning that he finished in the top 3 of the Defensive Player of the Year voting a whopping 6 times. A couple things that are rarely appreciated about Hakeem was his chase down speed and his lateral quickness, which helped him block and contest many shots from speedy guards and wings. He was truly the standard of defensive excellence in the 1990s. Here is my list of honorable mentions. Feel free to pause the video for a longer look. Should any of these players have made it into the top 10? Let me know below. Number 1. Bill Russell. Back when Russell and the Celtics dominated the NBA, the Defensive Player of the Year did not exist yet, so because of this, they often gave him the MVP award instead. Russell was a relentless competitor, and with his Olympian level of athleticism, he established himself as arguably the greatest rim protector in the history of the game. Just like Wilt Chamberlain, who I mentioned earlier, Bill Russell's blocks and steals were never officially tracked. But that doesn't entirely mean that we couldn't gauge his defensive impact. In 11 out of his 13 seasons in the NBA, Russell led the league in defensive win shares. That's more than doubled second place, which is George Mikan and Tim Duncan with 5. The most Defensive Player of the Year awards by one player is a total of 4, which is an honor shared by Ben Wallace and Dikembe Mutombo. If that award had existed during Bill Russell's era, then he likely would have at least doubled that total. Bill Russell built a legacy for himself and won 11 championships with defense as his greatest skill set, in the same era that Wilt Chamberlain played in the NBA. If that isn't a strong case for being the greatest defender of all time, then I don't know what is.
Throughout the years, there have been many incredible defensive campaigns from some of the best players of league history, but for one reason or another, many of these campaigns didn't end with the Defensive Player of the Year award. Now before we get into the list, let me first establish my 2 rules of this list. Each player only has 1 spot on the list, so I will only rank a player's best season in which he did not win the Defensive Player of the Year award. This should give a nice variety to the list. The other rule is that only seasons where the award actually existed are eligible to make this list. So basically, starting with the year 1983. Also, these are the honorable mentions of the greatest non-DPOY seasons that didn't make the list. Let me know which one of these has the best case to get into the top 10. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 10. Dwight Howard in the 11-12 season. Between 2009 and 2011, Howard absolutely dominated this defensive accolade as he earned the trophy for 3 seasons straight, which no other player has ever done. By the time the 2012 season rolled around, voter fatigue may have been playing a part in Howard's vote total, as Tyson Chandler was that season's winner. Although Chandler was certainly deserving of the award, Dwight put up a strong campaign of his own, nearly becoming the first ever player to win 4 straight DPOY trophies. This season, Howard led the league in defensive rebounds and was 3rd in blocks per game, which was ahead of Tyson Chandler. He was also 3rd in defensive rating and 3rd in defensive win shares. On top of all of this, he was also selected to the NBA's first team All-Defense, compared to Chandler, who was only selected to the second team, which only makes things a little more awkward about the league's decision to give the award to Chandler over Howard. Number 9. LeBron James in the 12-13 season. If this list was about the biggest DPOY snubs ever, then this campaign from LeBron would certainly be in my top 5. But since it's just the greatest non-DPOY seasons overall, LeBron will have to settle for the 9th spot on my list. This is one of the more famous controversies as far as this award goes, since Marc Gasol was selected as the winner, yet he only made the 2nd All-Defense team, while LeBron made 1st team All-Defense. LeBron was the defensive anchor of his 66-16 Heat squad, and had the best defensive rating out of all players on his team. Number 8. Tree Rollins in the 82-83 season. The 7'1" Rollins is one of the great forgotten rim protectors of NBA history, and in the 1983 season, he was at his very best. The great perimeter defender Sidney Moncrief was awarded that season's award,
but it easily could have gone to Rollins, who finished as a close second, as he put up 0.6 steals and a ridiculous league-leading 4.3 blocks per game. What's even more amazing is how Rollins did that in only 30.9 minutes per game. His per 36 minute stats puts his block shots at a whopping 5 per game. His middle-of-the-pack Atlanta Hawks was just barely better than half of the league defensively. But Rollins definitely did his part, as he finished 8th in defensive win shares, 2nd in defensive plus-minus, and 3rd overall in defensive rating. Number 7. Draymond Green in the 14-15 season. Kawhi Leonard was that season's winner, and the selection is remembered as one of the most controversial awards of NBA history, and for good reason, as Draymond was the defensive leader of the 67-15 Warriors' #1 ranked defense. He averaged a solid 1.6 steals and 1.3 blocks per game. But a lot of what Draymond does well defensively goes beyond the numbers, as he's an elite help defender, a fantastic on-ball defender, and one of the premier low-post defenders, despite usually being the undersized player. He was also 2nd overall in defensive win shares and 4th overall in defensive rating. Number 6. Tim Duncan in the 06-07 season. If there was ever a season where Tim Duncan should have won the Defensive Player of the Year award, this was it, as his San Antonio Spurs finished as the 2nd best defense in the entire league, and Duncan was the clear leader of that San Antonio unit, as he averaged 0.8 steals and 2.4 blocks. Marcus Camby was that season's Defensive Player of the Year, but despite that, Duncan ranked ahead of him in terms of defensive win shares and defensive rating, as the big fundamental had the top spot in the league in each of those categories. Number 5. Mark Eaton in the 83-84 season. It was once again the elite defensive guard Sidney Moncrief who narrowly won the award. Now, the 1984 Jazz was just a middle-of-the-road team both overall and defensively, but their monstrous defender in the paint was the exception, and with his sheer size and with his 7'6" wingspan, the 7'4" center was putting up defensive numbers that modern bigs can only dream of. In only 26.1 minutes per game, Mark averaged 0.3 steals and 4.3 blocks per game, which translates to 5.9 blocks per 36 minutes. Despite a role player's amount of minutes, he easily led all players this season in blocks, blocks percentage, and defensive plus-minus. He would later go on to win 2 Defensive Player of the Year awards in his career, but very nearly started with his 3rd this season. Number 4. Scottie Pippen in the 94-95 season. I debated whether to go with Scottie's 1996 campaign or this one in 1995, but ultimately this is the one I settled with. This season, not only did Scottie lead his Bulls in all 5 major stat categories, which only 5 players have ever done in league history, but he also led the NBA in steals with 2.9 per game, which was his career best. He also added 1.1 blocks per game, and his Bulls finished with the 2nd best defense in the entire league. Scottie had the 2nd most defensive win shares and 3rd best defensive plus-minus, and had the best defensive rating in the entire league, even against competition like Dikembe Mutombo, David Robinson, Patrick Ewing, Dennis Rodman, and Hakeem Olajuwon. With his strong numbers, Dikembe Mutombo was that season's winner. Due to the quality of his rim protection, he may have been more deserving of the award. It's tough to say, but without question, this season from Scottie was one of the greatest that we've ever seen from a wing defender. Number 3. David Robinson in the 90-91 season. Dennis Rodman won the award over Robinson, which made the Admiral one of the greatest runner-ups of league history. But whether or not he should have been is another topic entirely, as he led his Spurs to a 55-27 record, and San Antonio had the best team defense in the entire league. As far as the stats advantage goes, Robinson absolutely crushed Rodman, with 1.5 steals and 3.9 blocks per game. Robinson also bested Rodman in defensive win shares, defensive plus-minus, defensive rating, and even in defensive rebounds. If you consider the fact that Robinson had won the Defensive Player of the Year award in his career, this runner-up season still might be the most impressive he ever was on the defensive end of the court. Number 2. Ben Wallace in the 03-04 season. The 2004 Pistons are arguably the greatest defensive team in NBA history, and the top defender of that group was none other than Ben Wallace. This season was sandwiched between the 2 Defensive Player of the Years before this season and his 2 Defensive Player of the Years after this season, which means that if he won the award this year, he would have won 5 straight Defensive Player of the Year awards. And if I'm being honest, I think he should have. The man formerly known as Ron Artest won the award this season, and that may have something to do with the fact that his Pacers had the league best 61-21 record. But by pretty much every defensive metric, Ben Wallace had a significant edge over Artest. Wallace averaged 1.8 steals and 3 blocks while having a better defensive rating, more win shares, and a better defensive plus-minus than Ron Artest. In fact, not only did Wallace have the most defensive win shares that season, but since the DPOY was introduced in 1983, Ben Wallace in 2004 had the most defensive win shares in NBA history. When it's all said and done, I still don't understand how he didn't win the award this season. Number 1. Hakeem Olajuwon in the 89-90 season. Once again, Dennis Rodman was the winner of the award this year, but to say that the runner-up had a strong case would be a massive understatement. This top spot was honestly an easy choice for me, as Hakeem dominated in basically every way you can defensively. His Rockets were the number 1 ranked defense as he put up 2.1 steals and an insane 4.6 blocks over the course of the year. In a season stacked with great defenders, Hakeem was first in defensive rebounds, first in block shots, first among centers in steals, first in defensive win shares, first in defensive plus-minus, and first in defensive rating. Second in the Defensive Player of the Year race. Go figure.
One of the most discussed topics on this channel is the underrated and underappreciated players of the NBA's past. When I'm asked who I think the most underrated players are, it's very difficult to answer because the truth is there's just so many of them. These are players who for one reason or another have been forgotten or overlooked as the years have gone on. Simply off the top of my head, I wrote down 35 players who had a chance at making this list, and then I narrowed those 35 down to only 10. Now, one crucial detail to note for my list: there are no active players on my list, and I believe there's a good reason for that. I've said this before in a previous video, but when we're talking about the most underrated players, there's usually one major factor that plays a part: ignorance. And I don't mean that to sound negative, but I mean that in the word's actual definition. It's easy for a player to be underappreciated when young fans literally know nothing about the player being discussed. Which is also why it's difficult for a modern player to be underrated to the same extent, because although that active player has his fans and his haters, by and large, everyone is familiar with his skill set and talent. Take a player like Damian Lillard for example. Everyone knows he's a legitimate superstar and is one of the best point guards in the entire league, but I also believe that he's building the perfect recipe to be one of the most underrated players of all time when we flash forward 20 to 30 years into the future. When people are reflecting on this current era 30 years from now, for the most part, they'll remember guys like Steph Curry, who won several championships and made a huge impact on the game of basketball with his three-point shooting. They'll also remember guys like Russell Westbrook, who was someone who broke records and completely transformed the way we look at the triple-double. But then there's guys like Damian Lillard, who never won any championships, never broke any significant records, and never immortalized himself in basketball history as a member of some sort of iconic super team. No, instead, he just faithfully and consistently produced superstar numbers for a small market in a less prestigious franchise. There's lots to be appreciated there, but decades later, those things aren't widely remembered and are rarely discussed, which naturally leads to that player becoming underrated over time. That's why there's such an old school flavor to this list, and if I'm still doing this YouTube thing 20 years from now, I'll be using the same explanation to tell you why there's more players from the 2020s than there are from the 2040s. So without further ado, let's get into it. First off, Sidney Moncrief. Sidney was a 6'3" point guard / shooting guard who spent the majority of his career with the Milwaukee Bucks throughout the 1980s. He was arguably the best defensive player during his prime, and he's the only guard to ever win the Defensive Player of the Year award multiple times. He was an incredibly gifted athlete and was a reliable and incredibly efficient scorer, especially by point guard standards, as he shot above 50% from the field over the course of his career, averaging as high as 22.5 points per game in 1983. This point is almost never mentioned, but Sidney's Bucks were actually the first team to ever eliminate Michael Jordan's Bulls from the playoffs, which they did in 1985.
In that series, Sidney put up 26.5 points on 50-40-90 percentages while containing Jordan well below his usual efficiency standards. One of the major reasons why he's overlooked is due to the fact that he played in a stacked Eastern Conference throughout the 1980s, and although he's one of the greatest perimeter defenders to ever play, sadly, great defensive players aren't celebrated nearly to the extent that great offensive players are. Speaking of underappreciated defensive players, second up is Michael Cooper. You can't have an honest conversation about the Showtime Lakers of the 1980s without bringing up this man's impact. Although the 80s Lakers were an all-time great offensive team, they had a strong defensive presence as well, and Cooper was easily the best defender on that squad. He was incredibly tenacious with his on-ball defense, and was usually the player who was assigned to contain the opponent's best perimeter scorer. For his career, Cooper made an astonishing 8 All-Defense teams, and his 1987 campaign was even better, as he was that season's Defensive Player of the Year. He was one of the original 3-and-D type of players, as he shot as high as 38.7% from three-point range, and was usually among the league leaders in three-point attempts. Third up is Moses Malone. I'll keep saying it because I feel pretty confident about it, but Moses Malone is the most underrated center of all time. I believe a major part of why he's so underrated is the fact that he's arguably the greatest journeyman to ever play, as Moses played for 8 different franchises throughout his basketball career. I mean, for goodness sake, look at how many different jerseys this guy wore over the course of his career. Due to this, no one specific franchise can claim him as their own, which certainly affects how he's remembered. Moses was simply dominant though, especially in terms of his scoring and rebounding. He was a 13-time All-Star, a 3-time league MVP, won 6 rebounding titles, and was the best player on the 1983 Philadelphia 76ers, a team that won the NBA championship and has a legitimate case for the title of the greatest team in NBA history. Moses' nickname was the chairman of the boards, and there are few players who have dominated a single aspect of pro basketball as much as Malone dominated the offensive boards. During the 1981-82 season, Moses averaged 6.9 offensive rebounds per game. No one else in the history of the NBA has ever officially averaged as many offensive rebounds as Moses did that season. That's a ton of second chance opportunities to consistently provide for your team. If you're still not thoroughly impressed, consider this. There are 8 players in NBA history with over 4,000 offensive rebounds. Robert Parrish is second all-time with 4,598. Moses has 6,731, and that doesn't even include his 2 seasons in the ABA. Honestly, it's laughable how much he dominates everyone else in that area. Next up is Bob McAdoo. When we talk about the NBA's 50 Greatest Players ceremony in 1997, people usually point to Dominique Wilkins as the biggest snub from that list. But I could give a strong argument that it was actually Bob McAdoo. During Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's individual dominance in the 1970s, McAdoo was one of the only players who legitimately challenged him as a regular MVP candidate, and he actually won the award over Kareem in 1975. McAdoo was a 6'9" center, but he played the game like a smooth small forward, as he scored the vast majority of his points outside of 10 feet with his stellar footwork and with his incredibly reliable jump shot. McAdoo led the league in scoring for 3 consecutive seasons from 1974 to 1976, getting as high as 34.5 in 1975. He did eventually win 2 NBA championships in his twilight years as a solid scoring spark off the bench for the Showtime Lakers in the 1980s. Fifth up is Chris Webber, one of the more recent legends on my list, but Webber absolutely has very good reasons to be here. When people talk about the great power forwards of the 2000s, they always talk about Tim Duncan, Dirk Nowitzki, and Kevin Garnett, as they should. But in the first half of the decade, Webber was legitimately in the conversation for the title of the best power forward in the game, and many people seem to have forgotten that. He was the best passer out of that group and was putting up monstrous stat lines during his prime, and if it wasn't for the league screwing him over in the 2002 West Finals, then he would be known today as an NBA champion and as the superstar who put an end to the Shaq and Kobe dynasty. Next is Mark Price. The 6-foot point guard played in the NBA from 1986 to 1998, and his best years were as a member of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Not only did he have an incredibly smooth handle, but Price was simply one of the best pure shooters the game has ever seen. His field goal percentage was just a bit shy of having 50-40-90 career percentages, which is absolutely incredible. Not only was he a near 20 points per game scorer in his best years, but he was also just slightly behind the league leaders in assists per game. I'm definitely planning on making his own video at some point, and considering his talent, it's quite surprising how overlooked he's become. 7th on the list is Adrian Dantley. He played in the NBA from 1976 to 1991 and spent his best years as a member of the Utah Jazz and Detroit Pistons. Adrian was a smooth and fundamentally sound 6'5" small forward, whose mid-range game and ability to finish in the paint was consistently among the best of the best. He was a 6-time All-Star and a 2-time scoring champion. To simply say that Dantley was an underrated scorer would be a gigantic understatement. In 1981, he averaged 30.7 points. The following year, he averaged 30.3 points, and then 30.7 points in 1983, and then 30.6 points in 1984. That's a streak of 4 straight seasons where he averaged over 30 points per game. The only players who have a longer streak of seasons are Michael Jordan and Wilt Chamberlain. Those are literally the only 2 players. What's even more impressive is the fact that Dantley shot an insane 56.4% over that 4-season stretch. That's incredibly efficient, even for a center, but for a 30 points per game small forward, that's basically unheard of. Add that to the fact that he was consistently among the most efficient free throw shooters in the league, and yeah, Dantley is clearly underrated. Next up is Dolph Schayes. Many players are underrated and underappreciated, but few legends are so underappreciated that most young basketball fans have never even heard of them. That's the category that Schayes falls into, as the legend played from 1949 to 1964, spending almost the entirety of his career with the Syracuse Nationals. The 6'8" power forward was a solid scorer, getting as high as 24.9 points per game, and was also an elite rebounder as he led the league in 1951 with 16.4 per game. Despite being a big man, he was also one of the best free throw shooters of league history, as he led the league on 3 separate occasions, getting as high as 90.4% from the charity stripe. He made 12 All-NBA teams and won the NBA championship in 1955, and he certainly would have been the Finals MVP if the award had existed at that point in history. Next is James Worthy. The 6'9" small forward is one of the most overlooked greats of basketball history, and was the perfect running mate for Magic Johnson. James loved to run the floor and score in transition, and was the most frequent beneficiary of Magic's no-look passes. That wasn't the only way he scored his points though. James was great with his back to the basket and in face-up situations with the opponent, as he had one of the quickest first steps the game has ever seen. His unique ability to find his way to the paint led him to have an elite field goal efficiency. He also had the nickname Big Game James Worthy, which was very fitting considering the fact that he's one of the great big game performers of league history. Like when he was named the 1988 Finals MVP, which capped off his heroic performance in Game 7 against Detroit, where he dropped 36 points, 16 rebounds, and 10 assists on 68% shooting. The Lakers needed every single one of those statistics to win that deciding game by just 3 points. It always annoys me whenever people refer to Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as one of the best duos of league history, because the truth is, they weren't simply just a duo. They were a superstar trio, with James Worthy being the third head on the Showtime Lakers' three-headed monster. Lastly is the late great Elgin Baylor. I've saved this guy for last because in my opinion, he's the most underrated player in NBA history. Kobe Bryant put it this way: Elgin Baylor was the Michael Jordan before Michael Jordan and the Julius Erving before Julius Erving. When he wasn't busy serving in the military, he was serving up his opponents, dropping 38.3 points per game in 1962. He also has the all-time record for the most points ever scored in an NBA Finals game when he dropped 61 points against Bill Russell and the Celtics in 1962. Just for good measure, he also snagged 22 rebounds that same game. It's one thing to score like that, but to rebound like Rodman at the same time is mind-boggling. Baylor also has the highest career rebounds per game average for anyone who didn't play at center, with an incredible 13.5 per game. Not only was he not a center, but he stood at only 6'5" tall, which makes it even more impressive. No player his size or smaller ever had an average as high as 9 rebounds per game, and Baylor got 13.5. If you ask me, the Laker connection is actually the reason why he's so underrated. Because not only is he so overshadowed by all the other Laker greats, but he's easily the greatest Laker legend to never win an NBA championship. At least in technicality, since he was a member of the 1972 Lakers, but he only played in 9 games that season before his bad knees resulted in him retiring.
Now before I get into the meat of my list, let me first explain how my list works. Just like the MVP award, only the regular season performances are factored in, meaning that what these players did or didn't do in the postseason will not ultimately affect their rankings on the list. Here's something else to remember. Although individual accomplishments and statistics will be factored in, it's also not the only major factor I'm considering. How the team improved after the addition of the rookie will be taken into account as well. So without further ado, let's get into it. Number 10, Elvin Hayes. Interestingly enough, it was his teammate Wes Unseld who became one of the few players in NBA history to win the MVP award as a rookie. With that being said, I consider the Big E's rookie season to be even more impressive. As a member of the San Diego Rockets, the rookie Hayes improved his team by 22 wins over the previous season, and during which he put up averages of 28.4 points, 17.1 rebounds, and 1.4 assists on 44.7% shooting. Despite the fact that it was his debut season, he was that year's scoring leader, and he was 6th overall in rebounds per game. Thanks to his immediate impact, he changed the Rockets from the literal worst team in the league to a playoff team in just one season. This wasn't just an all-time great rookie season, but from an individual standpoint, it was arguably the best season of Elvin Hayes' career. Number 9, Walt Bellamy. Unjustifiably, he's often indirectly referred to as one of the plumbers of the Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell era. But in reality, he's one of the great centers of basketball history. As a member of the Chicago Packers, Bellamy immediately took the leading role for his team, while putting up monstrous averages of 31.6 points, 19 rebounds, and 2.7 assists on 51.9% shooting. As only a rookie, he was 2nd overall in scoring, 3rd overall in rebounding, and he was the best in the league in field goal percentage. Now you could argue that these were empty stats on a bad team, and that isn't the worst argument considering how his Packers had the worst record in the league at only 18-62. With that being said, Chicago was an expansion team this year, and historically, in a team's first season of existence, it's usually a rough beginning regardless. Even with a losing season, Bellamy certainly deserves a spot on this list. Number 8, Tim Duncan. As one of the most consistent superstars in NBA history, it comes as no surprise that Duncan's career got off to a great start as well, as he immediately established himself as one of the best big men in the entire league. The 97-98 San Antonio Spurs had the 2nd greatest turnaround in NBA history, finishing with 36 more wins than the previous season, and obviously Tim Duncan was a major reason for that. It would be misleading to act like he was the only reason, as the other great big man, David Robinson, suffered a major injury in the previous season, which resulted in him playing in only 6 regular season games. Regardless, Duncan's immediate impact was felt, as he averaged 21.1 points, 11.9 rebounds, 2.7 assists, and 2.5 blocks, on a career best 54.9% shooting from the field. Along with that, Duncan played all 82 games in his debut season, providing a stable force of consistency on both ends of the court. Number 7, Shaquille O'Neal. The Diesel didn't waste any time before dominating the position. He wasn't completely the Shaq we would eventually come to know, as he was a slimmer and quicker version of himself, with strength and athleticism similar to that of a prime Giannis. As a punishing force, Shaq improved the Magic's record by 20 wins over the previous season, and he filled up the stat sheet in the process. On the year, he put up numbers of 23.4 points, a career best 13.9 rebounds, 1.9 assists, and a career best 3.5 blocks on 56.2% shooting. He was 8th in the league in scoring, 2nd overall in rebounding, and 2nd overall in blocks per game. Shaq was entering an NBA jam-packed with incredible veteran centers, yet he was immediately outproducing the vast majority of them in a variety of ways, which in turn solidifies his ranking on my list. Number 6. David Robinson. Since Robinson served in the Naval Academy before his NBA debut, he was actually a much older rookie relatively, starting out at the age of 24. With that being said, he certainly looked like a man amongst boys on most nights, as he was an absolute force on both ends of the court. He played all 82 games that season, and he posted averages of 24.3 points, 12 rebounds, 1.7 steals, and 3.9 blocks on 53.1% shooting. Immediately, the basketball world could see that Robinson was on his way to becoming one of the greatest defensive players of all time, as his 3.9 blocks per game is still the second highest average by a rookie in NBA history. He helped improve San Antonio by 35 wins over the previous season, quickly establishing themselves as a contender in the Western Conference. No matter how you look at it, Robinson was a beast as an NBA rookie. Number 5. Michael Jordan. MJ's once-in-a-lifetime greatness could be seen basically as soon as he set foot on the court for the first time. He took the league by storm, displaying his elite athleticism as he averaged 28.2 points, 6.5 rebounds, 5.9 assists, and 2.4 steals on 51.5% shooting. League-wide, he finished 3rd in scoring and 4th in steals. But for the Bulls specifically, his value was off the charts, as he led his team in points, rebounds, assists, and steals. He's the only rookie in history who's ever done that. With Jordan at the wheel, the Bulls improved 11 wins over the previous season, and even Larry Bird said that he's never seen a player improve a team more than MJ did. It may not have been the greatest season of his career, but it didn't need to be in order to be one of the greatest rookie campaigns of all time. Number 4. Larry Bird. If anyone ever questions Larry Bird's winning impact, well then they don't have to look any further than his rookie year. When Bird was drafted, the Celtics were coming off of a season where they had the 2nd worst record in the entire league. With Bird being the only major acquisition in the offseason, he improved the Celtics by 32 wins, taking them from one of the bottom spots in the league to the best record in the NBA. On the year, Bird put up 21.3 points, 10.4 rebounds, 4.5 assists, and 1.7 steals on 47.4% shooting. He also shot 40.3% from three-point range, which was the 3rd best efficiency in the entire league. He also led the Celtics in points, rebounds, and steals while playing all 82 games that season. At the end of the day, there are very few players who have started stronger than Larry Legend did. Number 3. Oscar Robertson. The Big O is known for his all-around offensive impact and for his triple-double average in the prime of his career. But what few people know is that he was roughly putting up these same numbers instantly upon his arrival in the league. As a 22-year-old, Oscar put up insane averages of 30.5 points, 10.1 rebounds, and 9.7 assists on 47.3% shooting. Very, very few players have led the league in points and assists in the same season, but Oscar is the lone player to do it in his rookie season. He was also extremely efficient while doing it, as he finished 4th overall in field goal percentage, and he was 9th overall in free throw percentage. Thanks to this jaw-dropping production, he led all players that season in offensive win shares, as his Royals improved by 14 wins over the previous season. If a rookie did this in the modern NBA, social media would absolutely explode, and everyone would be calling him the greatest player of all time. In reality, it was just another great season in a career's worth of great seasons from Oscar Robertson. Number 2. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. At the time, this incredible center was known by the name Lou Alcindor. but out of respect, I'll refer to him as Kareem. In his first season, he played all 82 games, and he was immediately an unstoppable force on offense, as the rest of the league quickly discovered that they had no answers for the skyhook shot. On the season, Kareem averaged 28.8 points, 14.5 rebounds, and 4.1 assists on 51.8% shooting. It's also safe to assume that he was an elite shot blocker at that time, considering how he averaged 3.5 blocks in the 7 seasons after they started tracking the statistic. Kareem wasn't just a great stat sheet stuffer, but he was lighter fluid for the Milwaukee Bucks franchise, as he made them instant contenders in the Eastern Conference, improving the team by 29 wins over the previous season. He even finished 3rd overall in the MVP race, as he was already establishing himself as the best center in the NBA. Here is my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these players have made it into the top 10? Let me know in the comments below. Number 1. Wilt Chamberlain. This top selection should really come as no surprise, as Wilt's debut shook the basketball world, while making people reevaluate what they thought was possible. The Big Dipper immediately dominated the game like no rookie has before or since, as he put up averages of 37.6 points, 27 rebounds, and 2.3 assists on 46.1% shooting. In the history of the game, no other player has averaged over 37 points per game over the course of a season. Also, no other player has averaged 27 rebounds per game over the course of a season. Wilt did both of these things in the same season as a rookie. If that doesn't blow your mind, then you're not truly grasping it. Wilt also led the league in most major advanced stats, like win shares and player efficiency rating. He improved his Philadelphia Warriors by 17 wins over the previous season, and he was rewarded with that season's MVP, and the voting results were not even close. This is the ultimate bar for a rookie season, and I assume that it will stay that way for a very, very long time. Usually, when a young NBA player makes a strong impression and performs at an all-star level, that player typically only continues his ascension and progression, proceeding to have a long and productive career. Unfortunately though, this isn't always the case. Today, we're looking at the top 10 greatest one-hit wonders in NBA history, which are players who had one season where they appeared to be on their way to superstardom just to quickly fizzle out. And let me know in the comments how your list differs from mine. Number 10. Michael Carter Williams. Michael was a 6'5" point guard who was selected by the Philadelphia 76ers with the 11th overall pick in the 2013 draft. Immediately, once his NBA rookie season began, the hype train officially took off for this kid. In his debut game, he stunned the basketball world by dropping 22 points, 12 assists, 7 rebounds, and 9 steals, in a close victory over the defending champion Miami Heat. Less than a week later, he had 26 points and 10 assists in a victory over the Chicago Bulls. In his very first week in the NBA, he was honored as the league's Player of the Week. At the end of the regular season, he had recorded averages of 16.7 points, 6.2 rebounds, 6.3 assists, and 1.9 steals on 40.5% shooting. Only 4 players in NBA history have averaged at least 16 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists in their rookie season, and those players are Magic Johnson, Oscar Robertson, Luka Doncic, and Michael Carter Williams. As a reward for his debut season, Michael was given the NBA's Rookie of the Year, but unfortunately, it's all been downhill from there. He had shoulder surgery in the offseason, and it was clear that he had lost a significant step in his game. Within a few years, he was no longer a starter in the NBA, and was only averaging single-digit points. At the time I'm making this video, he's looking for a roster spot as a free agent. Number 9. Jahlil Okafor. This 6'10" center was taken with the 3rd overall pick by the Philadelphia 76ers in the 2015 draft, and it was the 3rd straight year that the 76ers used a top 6 pick on a center, which were Nerlens Noel, Joel Embiid, and Okafor. At least in 2016, it appeared as if Jahlil would end up being the best prospect out of all of them. In that rookie campaign, in 30 minutes per game, he averaged 17.5 points, 7 rebounds, and 1.2 blocks on 50.8% shooting. Although he wasn't a very intimidating rim protector, he certainly displayed a tremendous amount of skill on offense and finished on the NBA's all-rookie team. It is worth mentioning that he only played 53 games in that rookie season due to a meniscus tear in his right knee, which ended up being the beginning of his dramatic decline. The following season, he averaged far fewer points, rebounds, and blocks. Throughout his short career, he would continue to deal with injuries while being traded from team to team, and by the age of just 25, he had played his final game in the NBA. Number 8. Michael Adams. Now don't get the wrong impression about this ranking. Unlike other players, Adams had a 7-year stretch where he was a productive player in the league. But for 1 year specifically, he appeared to be an absolute superstar. In the 1990-91 season, he was in the right opportunity to succeed on the Denver Nuggets, as he averaged 26.5 points, 10.5 assists, 3.9 rebounds, and 2.2 steals on 39.4% shooting. This made him 6th overall in scoring and 3rd overall in assists. Although this 5'10 point guard was certainly a talented player, it appeared his superstar season was a bit of a fluke, as it was sandwiched between 2 more down-to-earth seasons. Ultimately, he still had the skills to be remembered, but if he was always as good as his peak season, then he would have been in the conversation for the title of the greatest player under 6 feet. Number 7. Antoine Carr. This 6'9 power forward was a bit of a journeyman throughout his NBA career, and for his first 6 seasons in the league, he put up rather underwhelming numbers, averaging about 8 points and 3 rebounds. And then in his late 20s, he was acquired by a desperate Sacramento Kings team, and suddenly he found lightning in a bottle. In the 90-91 season, Carr was the Kings' leading scorer, as he averaged 20.1 points, 5.5 rebounds, and 1.3 blocks on 51.1% shooting. The Kings only won 25 games that year, and apparently Sacramento's management figured that this was a fluke season from Carr, so they traded him while his value was high to the San Antonio Spurs, and it ended up being a brilliant move. His decline was as quick as his initial ascension, as he wasn't close to replicating that level of production for the Spurs. And although he went on to have a long NBA career, he never again flirted with the possibility of making an all-star team. Number 6. Mike James. This 6'2 point guard was the very definition of a journeyman, as he switched teams a total of 13 times in his 12-year NBA career. Throughout the vast majority of his career, he had a very modest contribution, and served mostly as a solid 3-point shooting role player on most teams. But specifically, in the 05-06 season, James took more of a leadership role, and appeared as if he was trying to establish himself as a star. He was the Raptors' second leading scorer behind Chris Bosh, and he also led the team in assists as he averaged 20.3 points, 5.8 assists, and 3.3 rebounds on 46.9% shooting. That production was certainly needed on a bad Raptors team, as that was his only season where he started in every game that he played. But after his trade to the Minnesota Timberwolves, it was all downhill from there. Number 5. Aaron Brooks. Not much was expected of Brooks upon entering the league, as he was selected with the 26th overall pick by the Houston Rockets in 2007. He wasn't really wowing anyone in his first couple seasons in Houston, as he averaged nearly 9 points and a couple assists. But it was his 3rd season where he took a massive step forward, as he played and started in all 82 games, while putting up 19.6 points, 5.3 assists, and 2.6 rebounds on 43.2% shooting. Thanks to this effort, he won the NBA's Most Improved Player. That Rockets team didn't have a healthy superstar on its roster, which allowed Brooks to display some of his own capabilities. But for one reason or another, it was a level of play that he didn't sustain in the following seasons. And to close out his career, he was traded from franchise to franchise before he was out of the league at the age of 33. Number 4. Tyreke Evans. I vividly remember the beginning of this man's career, and the hype about his game. He was a 6'6" shooting guard who was taken with the 4th overall pick in the 2009 draft by the Sacramento Kings. Immediately upon entering the league, his skills were evident, as he had a terrific handle on the basketball and a solid pull-up jumper. Even as a 20-year-old rookie, he was quickly establishing himself as one of the most clutch players in the league. On the year, he put up averages of 20.1 points, 5.8 assists, 5.3 rebounds, and 1.5 steals on 45.8% shooting. Thanks to this effort, he was honored as the NBA's Rookie of the Year, finishing ahead of Steph Curry, James Harden, and DeMar DeRozan. Based on his skills and production, many people assumed, including yours truly, that he was on his way to being one of the best players in the league. But unfortunately, that wouldn't be the case, as his rookie season ended up being the best year of his career. What's odd is that Tyreek didn't really have any major injuries as an excuse. Whether it was his lack of conditioning, discipline, or confidence, he never improved his game after his debut year, and before he reached the age of 30, he had played his final game in the NBA. Number 3. Dana Barros. For some reason, the 76ers have a lot of one-hit wonders in their history. Dana was a 5'11" point guard who had a very underwhelming start to his career, as he averaged less than 10 points over the course of his first 5 seasons. But after some changes in the coaching staff and approach, he suddenly had a breakout season in 94-95 at the age of 27. Barros led his team in scoring, assists, and steals, with numbers of 20.6 points, 7.5 assists, 3.3 rebounds, and 1.8 steals on 49% shooting from the field. He was also lethal from downtown, as he shot a remarkable 46.4% from three-point range on 5.2 attempts per game. Thanks to this season-long performance, he made his first and only All-Star appearance, and was voted as the most improved player. At the end of the year, he left the 76ers in free agency to play for his hometown team, the Boston Celtics. But in hindsight, that may have not been the best decision, as he was reduced to a bench role and couldn't replicate his previous success from his 76ers days, and would never return to his All-Star form. Number 2. Walt Hazzard. I've never seen Walt on any other one-hit wonders list, which kind of blows my mind considering how I'm ranking him as high as second place on my list. He was a 6'2" point guard / shooting guard who initially was drafted by the Lakers, but only put up moderate numbers in his time in Los Angeles. After he joined the Seattle Supersonics for the 67-68 season, he had one of the most randomly elite seasons in NBA history. He had one of the most ugly jumpers that I've ever seen, but it did work for him as he led his team in scoring and assists, putting up 24 points, 6.2 assists, and 4.2 rebounds on 44.1% shooting. In just one season of rapid progression, he convinced the basketball world that he was one of the best players in the game. But apparently, the Sonics management knew better, as they traded Hazzard when his value was at its highest, for the NBA Hall of Famer Lenny Wilkens. Lenny then continued to be a perennial all-star for the Sonics, while Hazzard became a major disappointment in Atlanta, and would never return to his peak form, making it one of the most lopsided trades in NBA history. Here's my list of honorable mentions. Should any of these have made it into the top 10? Let me know below. Number 1. Jeremy Lin. This 6'3" point guard entered the NBA undrafted, so his expectations were not very high on his numerous short-term contracts. After a very weak and sporadic rookie season with Golden State, Lin got another opportunity with the New York Knicks, and this one he didn't squander. It was one of the most random ascensions to stardom that the league has ever seen, as Lin was taking the NBA by storm, earning the nickname Linsanity in the process. After scoring a grand total of 32 points in his first 9 games in New York, Lin then exploded, averaging 25 points, 9.2 assists, and 2.2 steals over a 9-game stretch. He was taking over fourth quarters, he was hitting game winners, and he even dropped 38 points on Kobe Bryant and the Lakers. People were convinced that they were witnessing the birth of a superstar.
But in reality, most of the basketball community got caught up in a short-lived spectacle, with substance that wasn't built to last. After Carmelo Anthony returned from injury, Lin took a back seat from much of the scoring and ball dominating. At the end of the season, Lin was acquired by the Houston Rockets, but without the point guard advantages of having Mike D'Antoni as a head coach, Jeremy Lin could never replicate the short and amazing success he had in New York. In all my years of following the NBA, I've never seen someone rise and fall as quickly as Jeremy Lin did in the span of just a few weeks. Before I get into the list, let me first explain the factors that determined my rankings. First off, the player had to win the game, so naturally, games like Michael Jordan's 63 points in Boston Garden will not be considered for this list. Second, I'm factoring in the overall production of the performance, so statistics will matter heavily. Third, I'm considering the gravity of the moment. For example, performances that took place in the first round will be considered for this list. But obviously, a player will receive extra credit if that performance came in the NBA Finals. In a similar fashion, each game within a series will be considered, but obviously, a must-win Game 7 performance will earn extra credit. Lastly, how clutch the player was down the stretch will also count towards his ranking. All of these factors are subject to scale, and not every single one of these factors have to be present for each game on the list, but each one of these categories is capable of boosting a game's ranking. So now that we understand the logistics, let's get into my list, and let me know afterwards if your list differs from mine. Number 10. Bob Pettit in Game 6 of the 1958 NBA Finals versus Boston. The Celtics legend Bill Russell won 11 championships over the course of his career as a player, but in total, he made 12 trips to the NBA Finals. The only time Russell lost on the game's biggest stage was in 1958, and it was thanks to the historic showing from the Hawks power forward, Bob Pettit. He's one of the more underrated and overlooked legends of basketball history, and on this night in 1958, he outshined Russell and everyone else on the court, as he put up monstrous totals of 50 points and 19 rebounds on 55.9% shooting. Every single one of those 50 points were needed, as his St. Louis Hawks won the championship-clinching sixth game by a score of 110 to 109. It took everything for him to defeat the greatest winner that basketball has ever seen, and for this reason, he gets to be the one starting off my top 10 list. Number 9. Tim Duncan in Game 6 of the 2003 NBA Finals versus the Nets. The big fundamental was an absolute beast throughout the entirety of this series, but in this game especially, he destroyed the New Jersey Nets in just about every way he could. Duncan nearly had the first and only quadruple-double of NBA Finals history, as he put up an insane stat line of 21 points, 20 rebounds, 10 assists, and 8 blocks on 47.4% shooting. Despite being loaded with talent, the New Jersey Nets were only able to score a total of 77 points that evening, and that was mostly due to Duncan shutting down the paint and securing almost every rebound up for grabs. San Antonio was actually trailing by 6 points heading into the fourth quarter, but Duncan came up clutch, putting the clamps on the Nets' offense, which ultimately resulted in an 11-point championship victory for the Spurs. It was certainly one of the greatest performances by one of the greatest players to ever live. Number 8. Michael Jordan in Game 4 of the 1993 Finals versus the Suns. It was a crucial game for the Phoenix Suns, as they were looking to steal a game in Chicago and tie the series at 2 games apiece. Well, Jordan had other ideas, as MJ absolutely erupted for one of the highest scoring playoff performances of NBA history, regardless of the fact that he was being guarded by an all-defender, Dan Marley. In this iconic showing, Jordan dropped a whopping 55 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists on a lethal 56.8% shooting. Even with Jordan's insane level of production, the game was extremely close heading into the final few minutes, which is when MJ did what MJ does, as he sealed the game with some clutch baskets down the stretch. If MJ doesn't have the highest scoring finals average in NBA history, then the Phoenix Suns likely win this championship. But thanks to MJ's explosion, in this game especially, that didn't happen. Number 7. Giannis in Game 6 of the 2021 Finals versus the Phoenix Suns. This was recent history, so I'm sure you all know the performance very well. In a championship-clinching game, Giannis destroyed every defender Phoenix threw at him, and he was extremely efficient while doing it. On the night, the Greek Freak scored 50 points, 14 rebounds, 2 assists, and 5 blocks on a remarkable true shooting percentage of 74.9%. He was an absolute force on both ends of the court, as the Suns had basically no answer for him on either end. The game was actually tied heading into the fourth quarter, but Giannis took over as he scored 13 points in the final 10 minutes, sealing his first championship of his young career. Number 6. Elgin Baylor in Game 5 of the 1962 NBA Finals versus the Celtics. Heading into this crucial fifth game in the finals, the Boston Celtics had won the last 3 championships straight, and the series was tied at 2 games apiece. If the Lakers were going to win this important game in Boston, it was going to take a legendary performance from one of their star players. Well, to say that Elgin Baylor had a legendary performance would be an understatement, as the man recorded the highest scoring finals game in NBA history. On the evening, Baylor exploded for 61 points and a dominant 22 rebounds on 47.8% shooting. He achieved this absurd total against that season's #1 ranked defense. Thanks to his efforts, Los Angeles was able to win that pivotal fifth game with a final score of 126 to 121. Number 5. LeBron James in Game 6 of the 2012 East Finals versus the Celtics. This was the year following LeBron's epic meltdown in the 2011 Finals, as his Heat lost to the Dallas Mavericks. So when the Heat were yet again facing elimination, down 3-2 in the series, very few expected James to come up clutch and have a vindictive performance for the ages. But that's exactly what he did, as the King controlled the game in almost every aspect. In nearly 45 minutes of play, he poured in 45 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 assists on a stunningly efficient 73.1% from the field. Unlike most of the other games on this list, this game wasn't close down the stretch, as LeBron scored 41 of his 45 points in the first 3 quarters, keeping Boston from ever believing they had a chance at winning that contest. Needless to say, this was the beginning of LeBron proving that he could put the Dallas series behind him and that he was more than capable of winning an NBA championship. Number 4. Michael Jordan in Game 6 of the 1998 Finals versus the Jazz. Although this is far from Jordan's best playoff game statistically, the gravity of the situation and his clutch demonstrations don't really get any better than this. On top of that, Jordan was dealing with massive obstacles. For one, Scottie Pippen's back injuries were flaring up, causing him to miss much of the game. And for the portions that Scottie actually played, he was operating as more of a decoy than anything else. Due to this, it was a requirement for Jordan to carry the offense. Not only did MJ do just that, but he did it more than anyone ever has in NBA playoff history. MJ scored 45 points, had 1 assist, and 4 steals on 42.9% shooting. Capping off his evening was arguably the most clutch sequence of all time, as Jordan stole the ball from Karl Malone and proceeded to hit a game-winning shot with 5.2 seconds remaining, which was his final shot of his career with the Bulls, and the shot that earned him his 6th championship ring. Michael scored more than half of the Bulls' total points that game, as he scored 45 of their 87 points. That's 51.7% of the team's offense. Since the NBA merger in 1976, this was the highest percentage of a team's offense in NBA Finals history. Jordan understood the magnitude of the moment, and he understood the assignment, and he delivered like only he can. Number 3. LeBron James in Game 5 of the 2007 East Finals versus the Pistons. LeBron James was only 22 years old at this point in his career, and his Cavaliers were going up against a highly favored Detroit Pistons team, who had championship experience and who had made it to the Eastern Conference Finals for the 5th straight season. The series was tied at 2 games apiece, and heading into Game 5 in Detroit, almost no one expected Cleveland to win, let alone watch a 22-year-old have one of the greatest playoff performances of all time. What LeBron proceeded to do was possibly the greatest carry job in NBA history. With 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, LeBron completely took over the game, as he scored the Cavaliers' final 25 points of the contest. From the 2-minute and 48-second mark in the fourth quarter to the buzzer sounding in the second overtime, not a single Cavalier contributed to the final score other than LeBron James. He was 11 of 13 from the field in that stretch, and the rest of the Cavaliers were 0 of 6. Thanks to his legendary effort, the Cavs won the game, 109-107. He finished the night with 48 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists on 54.5% shooting. I kid you not, I was watching this game live when it took place, and this was the exact moment that I started to believe that LeBron was on his way to the GOAT conversation. Number 2. Bill Russell in Game 7 of the 1962 Finals versus the Lakers. Russell was the epitome of a clutch performer as he played in 10 Game 7s throughout the course of his career, and he won each and every single one of them. This one, though, was certainly his best. Russell dominated on both ends of the court this night. Not only was he performing up to his usual form both defensively and on the boards, but he excelled far beyond his usual standards on the offensive end. On the night, Russell scored 30 points, snagged 40 rebounds, and had 4 assists on 44.4% shooting. To this day, his 40 rebounds in that 7th game is still the highest total in NBA Finals history. There was one other area where Bill was extremely clutch, as he made 14 of his 17 free throw attempts, which is a conversion percentage of 82.4%. He was a career 56.1% free throw shooter. If Bill doesn't step up from the free throw line on this night, his Celtics would have lost the game. Instead, he heroically led Boston to their 4th straight championship, with a final score of 110-107. When it comes to getting it done when it mattered the most, nobody did it better than Bill Russell. These are my honorable mentions for this list, and let me tell you, it was very hard to contain this list just to 10. Feel free to pause the video for a longer look. Number 1. Magic Johnson in Game 6 of the 1980 NBA Finals versus the 76ers. This was Magic Johnson's rookie season, and although the basketball world saw his potential, he was far from being the Lakers' best player throughout the season, as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar securely held that title. The problem was that in Game 5 of the Finals against the 76ers, Kareem got injured, which didn't only take him out of the rest of the game, but it forced him to sit out of Game 6 as well. With their best player and their starting center out, the Lakers were forced to look at other options to fill the center spot. What they ultimately decided was to move their starting guard, Magic Johnson, to the center position, in place of Kareem. Magic was only a 20-year-old rookie at this point, and now suddenly, the weight of the basketball season is put upon his shoulders, as he starts at a position he had never played before in the NBA. Not only did Magic not fold under the pressure, but he delivered what I believe is the greatest performance in NBA playoff history. Although Magic started at center, they moved him all over the court throughout the night to fill whatever role was asked of him. He completed the game with an astonishing total of 42 points, 15 rebounds, 7 assists, and 3 steals on a deadly true shooting percentage of 72%. With this rookie's epic performance, Magic's Lakers won the game and secured the first of his 5 championships, with a final score of 123-107. When it comes to a productive showing in a crucial game with the pressure at its highest, it really doesn't get any better than this magical performance.
A couple videos ago, I made a list of the top 10 greatest playoff performances in NBA history. The thing is, one of the rules of that video was that only games would count where the player actually won the game. Obviously, that leaves out many of the most impressive basketball playoff performances of all time, and several of you were disappointed to see losing performances left off the list. So with that being said, I'm doing my best to make up for it. So today, I've put together my list of the greatest performances in playoff history where the player lost the game. Make sense? Let's get into it. Number 10. Tracy McGrady in Game 2 of the 2003 first round against the Detroit Pistons. Between the years of 2003 to 2006, the Pistons were a historically great defensive team, setting numerous records for containing the opposing offense. With that being said, Tracy McGrady was in the prime of his career. He led that season in scoring, and he drug his talent-lacking Orlando Magic to the 8th seed of the East playoffs.
After stealing Game 1 in Detroit, T-Mac was poised to take Game 2 as well. Unfortunately, the rest of the Orlando Magic were not. On this night, McGrady erupted, doing everything he could to keep his team in the game, as he scored 46 points and added 5 rebounds, on a remarkably efficient 61.5% shooting from the field. Ultimately, the Magic lost the game, 89-77. Despite the loss, it was one of the most impressive carry jobs of basketball history, as McGrady scored 46 of the Magic's 77 points. Although Detroit's all-time great defense could do nothing to slow down McGrady, as he made over 60% of his shots, they completely locked down the rest of his teammates, as they shot only 26.2% on the evening. The second leading scorer for the Magic was Andrew DeClercq with 9 points, and after him and McGrady, no other Magic player had more than 5 points. If you look up the word carry in the dictionary, you'll see a picture of this game. Number 9. John Stockton in Game 5 of the 1988 Western Conference Semifinals against the Los Angeles Lakers. Take a second. Imagine that you're considered as the greatest point guard of all time, and in a crucial 5th game, you drop 20 points and 13 assists. You gotta be feeling pretty good about yourself. Except for the fact that the point guard on the other side of the court outscores you and dishes out 11 more assists than you. That's how John Stockton outshined Magic this night. Stockton poured in 23 points, 24 assists, and 5 steals on 50% shooting. Despite the masterful effort, the Lakers managed to get the last laugh with a clutch game-winning jumper from Michael Cooper. Number 8. Kobe Bryant in Game 6 of the 2006 first round against the Phoenix Suns. With a victory, the Lakers would have improbably eliminated the highly favored Phoenix Suns, and the Mamba wasn't looking to squander the opportunity. Kobe exploded offensively, especially down the stretch, as the Mamba scored 36 of his 50 points after the start of the second half. He did everything in his power to keep Los Angeles from losing, as he was hitting clutch basket after clutch basket. And on the night as a whole, Kobe poured in a playoff career high 50 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals on 57.1% shooting. Ultimately, Steve Nash and the Phoenix Suns were just too much, but this game remains as Kobe's most impressive performance in playoff defeat. Number 7. Donovan Mitchell in Game 1 of the 2020 first round against the Denver Nuggets. The playoff bubble started off with a bang as Mitchell detonated on the highly favored Nuggets, achieving one of the highest scoring playoff games that the league has ever seen. What's amazing is that Mitchell started off slowly, scoring only 2 points in the first quarter, but after that, he basically couldn't be stopped from anywhere on the court. He finished the game with a monstrous 57 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists on 57.6% shooting from the field. He was also a perfect 13 of 13 from the free throw line. There's really not much to say about this game other than the fact that Mitchell was unconscious, but the offensive combo of Jokic and Murray proved to be too much down the stretch. Number 6. Isaiah Thomas in Game 6 of the 1988 NBA Finals against the Los Angeles Lakers. This was easily one of the most heroic basketball performances that's rarely talked about. Heading into that 6th game in Los Angeles, the Pistons were up in the series 3-2, and with his first NBA championship within his grasp, Isaiah wasn't going to show up with anything other than his best effort. It was an extremely close game throughout the third quarter, and Isaiah was already pretty hot from the field. Unfortunately, with just over 4 minutes left in the third, Isaiah severely rolled his ankle when he stepped on Michael Cooper's foot during a fast break. Isaiah was forced to sit out for just a moment, but with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left in the third, Isaiah returned to the court. It appeared as if he took the injury personally, as he started attacking offensively to an even greater extent. He scored 11 more points in the final 3 minutes and 45 seconds of the quarter, with some baskets coming in a spectacular fashion, regardless of the pain in his swollen ankle. In the third quarter as a whole, Isaiah dropped 25 points, which to this very day is still the most points ever scored in one quarter of an NBA Finals game. On the night as a whole, Thomas dropped 43 points, 8 assists, and 3 steals on 56.3% shooting. At the end of the day, the Pistons barely lost the game, with a final score of 103-102. But honestly, it's debatable whether or not they should have lost, considering how the game ended with the extremely controversial phantom foul. Number 5. Damian Lillard in Game 5 of the 2021 first round against the Denver Nuggets. To say that Lillard was deadly efficient in this game would be an understatement, as he went on to display one of the greatest basketball performances of all time. The series was tied heading into the pivotal 5th game, and Lillard was determined to give his team a chance to win. On the night, Lillard dropped a whopping 55 points, 10 assists, 6 rebounds, and added 3 blocks on a ridiculous 70.8% shooting. Even more impressive than that, Lillard scored his 55 points on a true shooting percentage of 96.8%, which sounds like something that would only be possible in a video game. He also made extremely difficult game-tying threes at the end of regulation and at the end of overtime. He was unstoppable from the perimeter as he buried 12 three-pointers this game, which is still the most three-pointers made by a single player in an NBA playoff game. Ultimately, Portland still found a way to lose this game with a final score of 147-140. But regardless, this went down in the history books for Lillard for a multitude of reasons. Number 4. Hakeem Olajuwon in Game 6 of the 1987 Western Conference Semifinals against the Seattle Supersonics. The Houston Rockets were facing elimination against a very deep Sonics team, but on their side was a young and emerging Hakeem Olajuwon, who was ready to have the game of a lifetime. Olajuwon's presence and impact was felt everywhere on the court, as he controlled nearly every aspect of the game. On the night, Hakeem put up a jaw-dropping 49 points, 25 rebounds, 2 steals, and 6 blocks on a solid 57.6% shooting from the field. Those numbers are awfully reminiscent of the days Wilt Chamberlain played, but that was an era where both scoring and rebounding were even more inflated, which makes this playoff performance from Hakeem even more impressive. Despite his best efforts, the Dream just couldn't overcome the Sonics in double overtime. Although Hakeem locked down the paint, Seattle's perimeter scorers were having a feast, and due to this, the Sonics won the game and the series with a final score of 128-125. Number 3. Jerry West in Game 7 of the 1969 NBA Finals against the Boston Celtics. Only one time in NBA Finals history have they given the Finals MVP award to the player on the losing side, and it was this performance that convinced the voters to do it. The Celtics went on to win this game 108-106, but the Lakers' Wilt Chamberlain twisted his knee in the 4th quarter and had to be removed from the game, which put even more of the weight on Jerry West's shoulders to deliver down the stretch. With a healthy Chamberlain, the Lakers may have won this game. On top of that, West was dealing with his own significant injury, as he severely hurt his hamstring in Game 5 of the series. Regardless of the injury, West had a game for the ages, as he dropped 42 points, 13 rebounds, and 12 assists on 48.3% shooting. West and Jimmy Butler are the only players in NBA history to record a 40-point triple-double in the NBA Finals. Number 2. LeBron James in Game 1 of the 2018 NBA Finals against the Golden State Warriors. Hardly anyone expected the Cavs to have a chance at winning this first game, as the superstar-heavy Warriors had been dominating the league. The fact that LeBron and the Cavs were such heavy underdogs made this performance all the more surprising and spectacular. In this contest, LeBron felt more like a quarterback than anything else, as the Cavaliers' offense was ran almost exclusively through him. On the night, LeBron dropped a well-rounded 51 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists on an impressive 59.4% shooting. Stunningly, LeBron had his team in a position to win the game, but after a couple missed free throws by George Hill and a boneheaded play by J.R. Smith, things unraveled pretty quickly, as Golden State ended up winning the game in overtime 124-114. Here's the list of my honorable mentions. Feel free to pause the video for a longer look. Think any one of these performances should have made it into the top 10? Let me know in the comments section below. Number 1. Michael Jordan in Game 2 of the 1986 first round against the Boston Celtics. To this day, this is still the highest scoring performance in NBA playoff history, which makes it impressive in and of itself. But what makes it even more stunning is the fact that it came against that season's #1 ranked defense and one of the greatest teams of all time, the '86 Boston Celtics. Despite being guarded by an NBA All-Defender in Dennis Johnson, MJ completely carried the Bulls' offense as he pushed this game into multiple overtimes. By the time the game was done, Jordan had recorded a total of 63 points, 6 assists, 5 rebounds, and 3 steals on 53.7% shooting. The overpowered Celtics ended up escaping the game with a final score of 135 to 131. But afterwards, even Larry Bird had to appreciate, as he described that he was God disguised as Michael Jordan. Number 7. Blazers and Lakers in the 2000 Western Conference Finals. At the time, many people believed that the winner of this game would be the eventual winner of the NBA Finals, as the Western Conference was significantly stronger than the East during this era. In a way, this game has become the symbolic representation of the beginning of the Shaq and Kobe dynasty, as the iconic lob between the two late in the game remains as one of the most iconic moments of basketball history. Unlike just about every other game on this list, this Game 7 wasn't all that close throughout, considering how Portland held a significant lead throughout most of the game, with the Lakers appearing a bit sluggish out of the gates. But inevitably, that was all set up for one of the greatest playoff comebacks of all time, as the Lakers found themselves down by 15 points early in the fourth quarter. As guys like Kobe, Shaq, and Brian Shaw started heating up, Los Angeles was locking down Portland defensively, as the Blazers went ice cold, missing 13 straight shot attempts during the heart of the fourth quarter. By the time Portland finally started to figure out their offense, it was too late, as the Lakers had all the momentum, capped off with the iconic moment that put the game away. Number 6. Hawks and Celtics in the 1988 Eastern Conference Semifinals. This is easily one of the greatest solo duels that the league has ever seen, as Dominique Wilkins of the Atlanta Hawks was extremely hot, while Larry Legend refused to be denied down the stretch. To this day, this game is famously referred to as the duel. The human highlight film was basically unstoppable right from the opening tip-off, as he was efficiently hitting everything from the field, leading the offense for his team. Larry waited until the fourth quarter to really start heating up though, as both superstars continued to trade difficult baskets. Wilkins scored 16 points in the final quarter, but Bird proceeded to show his legendary clutch gene as well, as he scored 20 points in the fourth quarter alone on a remarkable 9 of 10 shooting from the field. The lead continued to go back and forth in the final minutes, and it all came down to one possession. Dominique had a chance to tie the game with a 3-point shot, but Danny Ainge wisely intentionally fouled Wilkins, forcing him to shoot 2 free throws instead. Wilkins made the first and then proceeded to miss the second on purpose, but the Hawks couldn't recover possession and the Celtics won the game 118 to 116. On the night, Wilkins dropped 47 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists, while his teammate Doc Rivers had 16 points and 18 assists. Larry Bird finished with 34 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds, as he added this epic performance to his already legendary resume. Number 5. Celtics and Lakers in the 2010 NBA Finals. If you don't like defensive slugfests, then you probably won't appreciate this game being on the list. During the Lakers and Celtics rivalry days of this era, physicality was always a defining aspect of these matches, and with that being the case, the refs basically put away their whistles for much of the 7th game, and let the players decide the outcome for themselves. Thanks to this mentality from the refs and players, Game 7 of the 2010 Finals may have been the most physical basketball game that I've ever seen since the turn of the millennium. Kobe Bryant famously shot only 6 of 24 from the field this night, but the thing is, almost everyone shot poorly, as Pau Gasol was 6 of 16, Ron Artest was 7 of 18, Paul Pierce was 5 of 15, and Ray Allen was only 3 of 14. Again, all of that translates to an extremely ugly, low-scoring game, but it was ugly in all the right ways, as the defense and brutality of the matchup took center stage. One of the key aspects of this physical game was the rebounding, and both Kobe and Gasol rose to the occasion, as the Mamba snagged 15 rebounds while Gasol got 18 of his own. In the final few minutes of this close battle, things got really exciting, as Kobe, Gasol, and Artest each made their own clutch shots down the stretch, while the Celtics made big shots of their own, doing everything they could to prevent the game from slipping away. In the final seconds, the Lakers got a much-needed stop, as they executed their revenge over their rivals in what is the most recent chapter of the Lakers vs. Celtics rivalry. Number 4. Celtics and Lakers in the 1969 NBA Finals. At this point in history, the Lakers had been eliminated in the finals by the Celtics over and over again, but the Lakers had just acquired Wilt Chamberlain to play alongside of Jerry West and Elgin Baylor, so the players and organization finally believed they were the better team than Boston, and were poised to win a championship. The Lakers owner Jack Kent Cooke was so confident that his team would win that he ordered thousands of balloons to be hanging from the rafters, with a text "World Champion Lakers" printed onto them. When Game 7 began, it was anything but easy for Los Angeles. Wilt Chamberlain and Jerry West both showed up with their best efforts, putting up monstrous stat lines for their teams. Unfortunately for LA, Chamberlain had to leave the game in the final few minutes due to his leg injury. Jerry West was then forced to take on more of the load offensively. As for the Celtics, not only was Bill Russell securing 21 rebounds, but the entire team had a well-rounded attack, as 3 of Russell's teammates, Havlicek, Bryant, and Jones, scored at least 20 points. The game was incredibly close and suspenseful down the stretch, and Jerry West proved why he was known as Mr. Clutch, as he dropped a 40-point triple-double in the deciding game. Ultimately, the Hall of Fame loaded Celtics were just too much, as they narrowly won the game 108-106. Jerry West might have been named the Finals MVP, but I don't think Russell minded, as he earned his 11th championship ring. Number 3. The 76ers and Celtics in the 1981 Eastern Conference Finals. This was an epic matchup between the two best players in the Eastern Conference, Larry Bird and Julius Erving. At one point, the Celtics were down 3-1 in the series, yet they had stormed back to force a 7th game, as Larry Bird was determined to win his first championship ring. With a trip to the NBA Finals on the line, both of these extremely talented teams put forth their best efforts. In total, 7 Hall of Famers were competing in this fantastic game. Once again, this game was a prime example of referees putting away their whistles and letting the team settle the score for themselves. The game was fast-paced, but it was also quite intense from a physical standpoint. Neither team was lacking in the energy department, as the hustle plays were clearly on display from both sides. This game was also a block party, as a total of 16 shots were rejected on this evening, as no one was willing to give up any easy baskets. There were constant lead changes throughout the contest, and the energy in the building was some of the best playoff atmosphere that I've ever seen. Larry Bird was a beast defensively, and the Celtics needed a couple of clutch stops down the stretch. The game was tied at 89 with only a minute remaining, when Larry got a crucial stop on Daryl Dawkins. Bird then got the rebound and stormed down the court, where he hit the game-winning basket in what was one of the most clutch sequences in playoff history. On the night, Dr. J had 23 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 blocks, while Larry Bird got the win with 23 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists, and 5 steals. Number 2. 76ers vs. Raptors in the 2019 Eastern Conference Semifinals. Although this game is remembered fondly for the iconic final shot, many people forget just how great this game was leading up to that moment. The shot making in the fourth quarter was insane, as both teams shot at least 50% in the quarter. No one was willing to go down without a fight, and in the final 8 minutes alone, there were 3 different ties and 4 different lead changes, as clutch performers like Jimmy Butler and Kawhi Leonard were providing some late game heroics. In those last 12 minutes, Butler scored 10 points, while Kawhi poured in 15 of his own in that window. With only 4 seconds left in the game, Kawhi Leonard did his thing, hitting one of the most famous game winners in NBA history. To this day, it's the only game-winning buzzer beater in the 7th game of the playoffs. Quite the legendary way to end a legendary game. On the night, Leonard had 41 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 steals, leading his team down the road to an NBA championship. Before we look at the top spot, here is my long list of honorable mentions. Should any of these have made the top 7? Let me know below. Number 1. Cavaliers vs. Warriors in the 2016 NBA Finals. Was there ever really a question about which game would take the number 1 spot? As far as the magnitude of the moment, it really doesn't get any bigger than this. The Warriors and Cavaliers were in the middle of their rivalry, as the teams were in a finals rematch for the NBA championship. Along with that, Golden State was looking to finish off their 73-9 record-breaking season, and a victory likely would have earned them the title of the greatest team in NBA history. On the other hand, you had the Cleveland Cavaliers, who had come back from a 3-1 deficit, and with a victory, they would achieve the greatest upset in NBA Finals history. None of the prior 6 games in the series had been all that close, but obviously that wouldn't be the case for Game 7. The intensity was there throughout, as neither team wanted to be on the wrong side of history. From the beginning to the end, this contest was a complete nail-biter for both fan bases, as the game had a grand total of 20 separate lead changes. With about 1 minute remaining, the Cavs proceeded to have 2 of the most famous plays in basketball history. The first was the remarkable chase-down block by LeBron James, and the second was the clutch 3-point shot from Kyrie Irving to give the Cavaliers the lead. Ultimately, the Cavs held on to win this game with a final score of 93-89, as LeBron James became only the 3rd player to have a triple-double in a 7th game of the NBA Finals. There is one rule to success that everyone must know in the NBA. No one can do it alone. Usually, it takes 2, if not more. Today, I'm breaking down my list of the top 6 greatest duos in NBA history, and let me tell you, creating this list is hard. Sure, you may know who your top picks are, but ranking certain duos above others can simultaneously feel justified and blasphemous. I'm sure many of you will be triggered by my rankings and by my omissions, so let me know in the comments how you're much smarter and how your list differs from mine. Starting off at number 6, Larry Bird and Kevin McHale. These two are the biggest reason why the Boston Celtics dominated the Eastern Conference in the 1980s. What's truly special about this tandem is that you could argue that they're the 2 most all-around efficient scorers ever at their positions, as Bird had a 5-season stretch where he had 50-40-90 percentages, and Kevin McHale is one of the few players who shot 60% from the field and 80% from the free throw line in a season. These were their averages over their careers as teammates in Boston, and although they were elite offensively, they were also a problem defensively, as Bird made a total of 3 all-defense teams and McHale made a total of 6. This tandem won 3 NBA championships and 5 finals appearances, and although Robert Parrish also had a significant impact for their success, make no mistake that McHale was the 2nd best player on that team during the peak of their success. Number 5, LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. In reality, this duo won the fewest championships together out of any pairing in my top 6, but the dominating fashion of their winning was enough to earn their spot on the list. The initial collaboration of LeBron, Wade, and Chris Bosh had people referring to them as the Big 3 Heat, but it didn't take very long for people to start treating them as a duo instead. Together, these stars made it to the NBA Finals in all 4 of their years as teammates in Miami, and they won the NBA championship in 2 of those instances. Easily, their most impressive run came in the 2012 to 2013 season, where they famously won 27 straight regular season games, which is still the 2nd longest streak in NBA history. A very underrated aspect of their success was their solid defense, as the Heat were a top 5 team in their first 2 years with a Big 3, and the players who deserve the most credit for that is obviously LeBron and Wade. These were the averages of LeBron James and Dwayne Wade over that memorable 4-season stretch, and honestly, based on their talent, they could have been even higher up the list if they had been teammates for a longer period of time. Number 4, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. The fact that possibly the two greatest shooters in NBA history both play on the same team is pretty crazy. Obviously, their story is still being written, but even with plenty of basketball still ahead of them, they're securely on my list. As teammates, they've won 4 NBA championships, but just 1 Finals MVP, which does hold them back a bit on this list. These are the statistics of the two stars in their years as teammates, and although it's clear that Steph was always the better player, there's no question that Steph doesn't win his championships without Klay Thompson's two-way efforts, and without his clutch Game 6 performances. Although Steph Curry is best described as a decent defender, Klay, on the other hand, is the ultimate example of a 3-and-D player, as he has the 2019 All-Defense Team appearance to go along with his lethal three-point shooting. I can imagine that with 4 championships, I'm gonna receive some criticism for not ranking these two higher. But when you consider that Kevin Durant was there for half of them, and they only have 1 Finals MVP between the two of them, you could certainly argue that there's a lot of other players who deserve a massive amount of credit outside of that tandem. Number 3. Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. The instant Magic was drafted to the Lakers in 1979, he had the all-time great Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as a teammate. Kareem's best seasons individually were with the Milwaukee Bucks in the 1970s, and since he was much older than Magic, the prime of their careers never completely overlapped. But they were both incredible and considered as elite players in the early 1980s. These were their career numbers as teammates in Los Angeles, as both greats were always offensive threats that had to be respected. As a dynamic and dominating tandem, they won 5 NBA championships together and 4 Finals MVPs between the two of them. One of the most beautiful aspects of their offensive attack is that Magic was their strength in transition, as he always loved to push the tempo, while Kareem loved to operate in half-court sets, relying heavily on his nearly unstoppable skyhook shot. No matter which way the defense tried to contain them, the Lakers had an answer for it, as Magic could dominate with his style, or Kareem could dominate with his. In the late 80s, you could definitely argue that the best tandem on the Lakers was actually Magic Johnson and James Worthy, due to Kareem's slow decline in his twilight years. So in a sense, 2 of their 5 championships together actually qualify as Magic and Worthy championships from the duo perspective. In my opinion, this aspect keeps Magic and Kareem from being placed any higher than 3rd on my list. But regardless, they were still one of the greatest 1-2 punches to ever do it. Number 2. Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. If you're talking about peak ability and the individual quality of each superstar, then it probably doesn't get any better than prime Shaquille O'Neal and a young Kobe Bryant. In their first championship run, it was clear that Shaq was the significantly better player and the more productive player. But after that first title run, Kobe took a massive leap forward, and the duo operated more as a Superman and Batman type of tandem. In their 8 years as teammates, they went to the NBA Finals 4 times and won 3 NBA championships, with Shaq winning all 3 Finals MVPs. The most noteworthy championship was their historic 15-1 postseason run, where they swept through the stacked Western Conference, solidifying their argument for the title of the greatest team in NBA history. These were the stats of Shaq and Kobe during their time as teammates, and although Kobe got off to a relatively slow start, the meat and potatoes of this tandem was between the years of 2000 and 2003. Both of these players had the talent and the ability to be a championship leader on their own respective teams, which is part of the reason they butted heads so much as teammates. But that's also what made them so special, as they sometimes looked like a 1A and 1B option rather than a 1 and 2. This is my list of honorable mentions. Obviously, there's a lot of other greats here, and solid arguments can definitely be made in their favor. Should any of these duos have made it into the top 6 instead? Let me know if you believe so. Number 1. Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. Was there ever really a question on who would get the top spot? Sure, you could argue that tandems like Shaq and Kobe, LeBron and Wade, and Magic and Kareem were more talented duos. But from the perspective of consistency and how the stars complemented one another, it doesn't get any better than Jordan and Pippen. Depending on who you ask, Jordan is possibly the greatest scorer in NBA history. And although Pippen was never a league-leading scorer, he did consistently chip in around 20 points per game, in an era where offense was much harder to come by. But without question, their greatest strength as a duo was their all-time great perimeter defense. In their years as teammates, Jordan was first-team All-Defense 9 times, and Pippen was first-team All-Defense 6 times. They were both so elite on defense that it was a genuine debate on who the better defensive player was. And please, let me know in the comments who you believe is the better defender. Together, they won 6 championships in a span of 8 years, with Michael Jordan being the Finals MVP all 6 times. These are the career numbers of the two greats as teammates, as the two were constantly a nightmare for opposing teams on both ends of the court. Honestly, I expect my picks of 2 through 5 to be highly scrutinized, but personally, I don't see how anyone could disagree on the top spot on this list, as Jordan and Pippen remain as the model of excellence when it comes to the all-time great 1-2 punches. Number 5, the 2015 NBA Finals. This was the first championship of the Steph Curry-led Golden State Warriors, as they caught lightning in a bottle and rode the wave all the way to the NBA Finals. The thing is, the team they faced that was representing the Eastern Conference was nowhere close to full strength, as LeBron was forced to take on Golden State as the only legitimate star available. His third scoring option, Kevin Love, had his shoulder brutally injured in the first round by Kelly Olynyk. Due to this, Kevin missed the remainder of the postseason. As if that wasn't bad enough, LeBron's co-star Kyrie Irving injured his ankle in overtime of the first game of the NBA Finals, causing him to miss the rest of the postseason as well. LeBron wasn't just short-handed, but his team was a complete shell of what they were throughout the regular season. James was so deprived of legitimate help that Cleveland's Matthew Dellavedova was elevated by the media to the image of a co-star. Somehow, LeBron willed this series to 6 games. But let's be honest, it was never a fair battle from the start, and some still see that Warriors' first championship as a fluke to this very day. Number 4, the 2006 NBA Finals. This is the famous matchup between Dirk Nowitzki and the Dallas Mavericks and Dwayne Wade and the Miami Heat. As many of you know, the Mavericks took a 2-0 series lead to start the finals, which then activated Dwayne Wade's beast mode, where he completely took over the series, heroically winning the next 4 games straight for Miami. The thing is, many people believe that this was less about the heroics of Wade and more about the sketchy refereeing. For example, in Game 3, the Heat were in danger of falling to an 0-3 series deficit and was in a must-win situation. It was an extremely close game, and down the stretch, Wade was awarded some incredibly soft trips to the free throw line, which is where the rigged narrative began. But in the crucial 5th game is where things truly became unfair. In that game alone, Wade shot an insane total of 25 free throws, and 15 of those were in the second half. The entire Mavericks team shot 25 free throws in that game. Post-game, Mavericks players were saying that they couldn't even be near Wade without being called for a foul. To this day, many people debate whether or not this was a legitimate championship for the Heat. But what certainly can't be argued is the fact that Wade was living at the free throw line that series. Number 3, the 1988 NBA Finals. This was an extremely hard-fought 7-game series between the defending champion Los Angeles Lakers and the bad boy Detroit Pistons. The reason this series could have a legitimate asterisk by it is not because of how it was played throughout, but simply because of how the last 2 games ended. In Game 6, the Pistons were leading the series 3-2, and were leading the Lakers in the game by 1 point, 102-101. At this point, only seconds were remaining on the game clock. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was given the ball in the post and proceeded to do his signature skyhook shot. He missed, but fortunately for Los Angeles, Bill Laimbeer was whistled for one of the most controversial calls in basketball history, what has since been known as the Phantom Foul.
As you can see by the replay, there is barely any contact, and Laimbeer was absolutely stunned by the call. Kareem would go on to make both free throws, and instead of Detroit winning the championship that night, the series was extended to a 7th game. In that 7th and deciding game, things got even weirder in favor for Los Angeles. With only 12 seconds left in the game, the Pistons were down by 4 points, when Bill Laimbeer hit a clutch three-pointer to decrease the lead to 1 point. The ball was then inbounded to the cherry-picking AC Green, who makes the open layup and increases the lead to 3. Now understand, it's still a one-possession game. There's 2 seconds left on the clock, and the Pistons could easily tie up this game with a three-pointer like they had just made. Unfortunately, they were never truly given a chance. As Laimbeer is inbounding the ball, players and fans are already rushing the court, which should be a violation. Camera crews are standing right beside Laimbeer where they shouldn't be, yet for some reason, the refs didn't stop the action. Laimbeer then throws a perfect pass to Isaiah Thomas just for him to be tripped by Magic Johnson. The ref, who was standing right next to them, doesn't blow the whistle on Magic like he should have, and the Lakers win the game and the championship. It's hard to understand why all of this happened the way it did. Maybe it's because the league wanted the more popular Lakers to win the title. Maybe it's because the league was getting retribution for the way the bad boy Pistons had been conducting themselves. Regardless of the exact reason, this was one of the ugliest and unfair conclusions to a playoff series that the league has ever seen. Number 2, the 2020 NBA Finals. This is all recent history, so I assume you know all the details. The 2019 to 2020 NBA season was halted 3 quarters deep into the regular season due to the COVID outbreak. This caused an awkward break that lasted several months before the games were eventually resumed in the Disney bubble in Orlando. A mid-season, several-month-long break is something that we had never seen in the history of the NBA, and obviously, it was going to affect the way the games were played. Some teams and players who had tremendous momentum then started to experience rust because of the layoff, while other older teams that needed rest suddenly had an unnatural benefit to their postseason hopes. Everything felt off. Playoff basketball was being determined later into the year. Home court advantage was suddenly meaningless, as everyone was playing in empty basketball gyms, and world-class athletes were completely removed from their regular environments and from their daily routines. The Lakers went on to win the championship over the Miami Heat. But due to all of these strange variables, many people still don't see it as a legitimate championship to this very day. Number 1, the 2002 NBA Finals. The reason this series should have the biggest asterisk in NBA history is not because of what happened during the series, as the Lakers comfortably swept the New Jersey Nets in 4 games, but rather it was because of the teams who were representing the finals. Prior to that championship series, the Western Conference Finals were being played between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Sacramento Kings, 2 rival teams battling it out for the chance to play in the NBA Finals. To just about every knowledgeable basketball fan at the time, this was the series that was truly deciding the NBA championship, as these 2 Western squads were clearly the 2 best teams in the entire league. The thing is, heading into Game 6, the Kings were leading the series 3-2, when things got painfully sketchy. The game was close down the stretch, yet nearly every foul call appeared as if it was going in the Lakers' favor, as if the league was determined to get the Lakers to win the game, and of course they eventually did. Former NBA referee Tim Donaghy was convicted of a felony for betting on basketball games that he refereed. Tim did not referee this game between the Kings and the Lakers, but he did claim that the game was rigged. According to Donaghy, NBA referee Dick Bavetta was the designated fixer for the league office, and was regularly assigned to ref Game 6s where the NBA wanted to extend the series to a 7th game, obviously all for the sake of money. Donaghy said the fix was in, which is why the Lakers were getting head-scratching calls, like Kobe elbowing Mike Bibby and getting away with it, or Chris Webber getting the cleanest block you've ever seen called as a personal foul. If there's anything in the history of the league that ever deserved an asterisk, this would be it. Throughout the decades, there have been many different superstars who have left their long-lasting imprints on the league. With that being said, not every superstar player was so fortunate.
Some players had their careers cut short before their legacy could truly get started. Today, I'm breaking down the top 10 ruined potentials of NBA history. According to me, of course. Let me make this clear. I'm not ranking this list based on how good the players were at the time their careers were cut short, but rather, I'm ranking these players based on how high I believe their potential was, compared to where their potential ended. So let's get into it. Starting off at number 10, Yao Ming. This graceful 7'6" star looked as if he was poised to have a career that put him among the greatest centers in NBA history. Not only did he have the backing of an entire major country, but Yao was far more skilled and talented than his size would suggest, as he had an incredibly soft touch and an elite mid-range game. He helped lead his Houston Rockets to the playoffs in 2 out of his first 3 seasons in the league, and was an all-star in each of those seasons. Unfortunately, it was in his 4th year in the league that he experienced his first major injury. From that point on, Yao's appearances on the court would be extremely inconsistent, as the health of his feet and knees completely betrayed him. His productivity on the court would continuously decline, and by the time he had reached his 31st birthday, he had played his final game in the NBA. Number 9. Tracy McGrady. Based on the talent he displayed during his time in the league, you would think that T-Mac would be higher on my list. The thing is, he actually had a longer and healthier career than many players on this list. Considering how McGrady had already completed 8 seasons in the league before the injuries became a severe problem. With that being said, he was only 26 years old when the chronic back issues started to kick in, so there was still plenty of room for him to improve, and he's definitely worthy of being on this list. Before the injury started, T-Mac had been a scoring champion in back-to-back seasons. He had been an all-star in 5 straight seasons, and he was even being compared frequently to Kobe Bryant for the title of the best player in the NBA. It's hard to know what they could have achieved if he hadn't had his career derailed with injuries. But considering how his Rockets pushed the world champion Lakers to 7 games in the 2009 playoffs, at least one championship for McGrady certainly isn't hard to envision. Number 8. David Thompson. He was the man known as Skywalker thanks to his remarkable athleticism, as he's constantly referred to as one of the greatest leapers of basketball history. To put it simply, this 6'4" shooting guard was one of the greatest scorers of all time, and in his first 4 years as a pro, he averaged about 26 points per game on a remarkable 51.4% shooting. One of the more special performances was when he scored 73 points against the Detroit Pistons, which included 53 points in the first half alone. David Thompson was one of the most skilled and athletic wings of basketball history, and even the great Michael Jordan drew much inspiration in his game from David Thompson, which is why he had Thompson present him into the Basketball Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, there was a lot of legacy-building basketball left on the table for Thompson. Leading up to his first major injury, Thompson had been the Rookie of the Year, he had been an All-Star in his first 4 seasons, and he had even won the All-Star Game MVP twice. Shortly after his injury at the age of 25, it came to light that Thompson had a severe drug addiction, which only expedited the process of him exiting the NBA. Before he reached the age of 30, he had played his final game in the league. Number 7. Brandon Roy. When he was at his best, Kobe Bryant referred to this 6'6" shooting guard as the most difficult player to guard in all of the Western Conference. He was one of the most clutch and gifted athletes in the game, as he was lethal from the perimeter and was a tremendous finisher around the rim. In his first 3 years in the league, he was the Rookie of the Year, he made multiple All-Star teams, and had established himself as one of the best closers in basketball. The thing is, we never got to see a truly healthy season from Brandon Roy, as the beginning of his injuries go all the way back to his rookie season. By his 4th year in the league, he had to undergo surgery on his knee, and before you know it, his career was in freefall, and he was out of the NBA by the age of 28. Number 6. Penny Hardaway. During an interview in the mid-90s, Michael Jordan said that Penny Hardaway was one of the players who would carry on the torch after he retired. Penny was a large 6'7" point guard who had playmaking ability that was reminiscent of Magic Johnson, but he was also a perimeter shooter who was always a threat from deep. He was an electrifying all-star and a consistent triple-double threat. Defensively, he was also one of the best pickpockets in the entire league. After missing only 5 games in his first 3 seasons, he had to undergo knee surgery, which ended up affecting much of his explosiveness. From that point on, it was all downhill from there. Sure, he went on to have a long career, retiring from the game of basketball at the age of 36, but he was quickly reduced to that of a journeyman and a role player, never reliving the glory days of his first few seasons in the league. Number 5. Maurice Stokes. Stokes was a strong 6'7" power forward who was very ahead of his time, with his incredibly strong build and his tremendous athleticism. Maurice was an all-star and an all-NBA player in each of his first 3 seasons in the league. He was also one of the greatest rebounders of all time, as he led the league in rebounds in his rookie season with a whopping 16.3 per game. Similarly to Bill Russell, he wasn't the most skilled scorer, but he was an absolute force defensively and on the boards. He also had tremendous court vision for a power forward, as he was always among the league leaders in assists per game. He was a gifted young player who had the basketball world at his fingertips. Unfortunately, in his first ever playoff game in 1958, Stokes had one of the worst accidents in all of basketball, as he leaped over the top of the defender and landed on his head, which ended up paralyzing him for life. Jack Twyman, who was an NBA Hall of Famer and a former teammate of Stokes, said that if this accident never happened, he believed that the duo of Oscar Robertson and Maurice Stokes would have made the Cincinnati Royals the dynasty of the 1960s, instead of the Boston Celtics. Number 4. Grant Hill. Many NBA legends have referred to Grant Hill as the LeBron James before LeBron James, in the sense that he was a strong, quick, athletically gifted forward who could handle the ball like a dynamic guard. He was also a consistent triple-double threat, and after his first 6 seasons in the league, he had amassed these totals in points, assists, and rebounds. In the history of the NBA, only Oscar Robertson, Larry Bird, and LeBron James had eclipsed these numbers in their first 6 seasons in the league. Unfortunately for Hill, it was at the end of that 6th season, at the age of 26, where he severely sprained his ankle, which is the injury that would haunt him throughout his career. In later years, he did manage to reinvent himself as a solid contributing role player, with only a fraction of the explosiveness. But regardless, his talent and potential remains as one of the greatest what-ifs of NBA history. Number 3. Bill Walton. Bill is an interesting case, because although he already built a championship Hall of Fame legacy in his short career, it still could have been so much more. In the history of the league, I don't believe there's ever been a more injury-prone player than Bill Walton, as the man was constantly fracturing bones all over his body. His injury history is enough to make even Anthony Davis blush, as he was always getting surgery for his broken legs and feet, starting as early as high school. Despite having a body made of glass, Walton was one of the most impressive centers on the court. In his first 4 seasons in the league, he was a rebounding champion, he was a blocks champion, he made 2 all-defense teams, he was a league MVP, he was an NBA champion, and he was the finals MVP. He was an elite passer for a big man, and he was one of the all-time great rebounders and rim protectors. Although he dragged his career out until his mid-30s, he was never able to play a prime season without injuries. One can only imagine the kind of resume this man would have built if he was never cursed with arguably the most frail body that the game has ever seen. Number 2. Derrick Rose. At the time tragedy struck, Derrick Rose was younger than most of the players on this list. When he was with the Chicago Bulls, the 6'3" point guard was one of the most explosive players that the game had ever seen. His elite combination of speed, quickness, and leaping ability made him an absolute menace in fast break situations, and around the rim, he established himself as one of the all-time great finishers. After a monstrous season where he led the Bulls to a 62-20 record in 2011, he was rewarded with a league MVP at the age of 22, which made him the youngest MVP winner in the history of the NBA. Usually, superstar players win their first MVP award when they're around 8 to 10 years older, yet Rose was already in the mix of the best players in the league, despite being one of the youngest players in the game. At this point, his potential seemed off the charts, as the Bulls appeared as if they were on their way to being perennial contenders. But in the first game of the 2012 playoff season, Derrick Rose tore his ACL, which forever hindered the explosiveness that he once had in his youth. Despite returning to the court, Rose would never be an MVP candidate again, and he never even returned to an NBA All-Star game for that matter. Number 1. Len Bias. One of the greatest athletic potentials that the game has ever seen also turns out to be one of the most tragic stories of sports history. Len Bias was a 6' 8" forward out of the University of Maryland, who had a deep bag of skills. He was an athletic and strong force, and he had a smooth mid-range jumper, and was a tremendous rebounder. For a player who was only in his early 20s, Bias appeared as if he had already grown into his fully matured man body, which only led people to further imagine what kind of athlete he would be in his eventual prime. Bias wasn't just merely a great basketball player, but he was good enough to go toe-to-toe with Michael Jordan, as the two players regularly had epic battles in college. Not only did the stars appear to be great adversaries, but they looked as if they would one day have a great rivalry in the NBA. Thanks to a major trade several years earlier, the defending champion Boston Celtics had the second overall pick in the 1986 NBA draft, and they used the pick to take the highly anticipated Len Bias, setting him up to learn under the wing of Larry Bird, while immediately competing for championships. Tragically, just hours after being drafted by the Celtics, Len Bias passed away due to drug use that caused him to have a fatal seizure. Again, there's no guarantee that he would have developed into a star at all, but based on his talent in college, based on his level of competition, and based on the situation he was heading into, I'm very comfortable putting him in the number 1 spot on my list.
Let's face it, there's not much new under the sun. Nowadays, people love to act like everything is the greatest thing of all time, or at the very least, it's the first time we've ever seen this particular thing. Oftentimes, the truth lies somewhere in the middle. Today, we're looking at my list of the top 10 players in the NBA today, and then I'll dig throughout NBA history to find the player who's most similar to that particular superstar. Not necessarily from a production standpoint, but more so based on their playstyle, their build, and their skill set. Obviously, these are my comparisons based on my own experience, so let me know in the comments if you think there is a better comparison than the one I'm making. So without further ado, let's get into it. Let's start with a player who's just on the edge of my top 10, Damian Lillard. To me, the player who's most similar to Lillard is the former Cavaliers All-Star, Mark Price. In many ways, this point guard was the prototype to Damian Lillard, in the sense that he was a solid blend between scoring and facilitating, while being one of the best three-point shooters in the entire league. Just like Lillard, he was extremely dangerous as a three-point shooter, coming off of screens, shooting off the dribble, and shooting in transition. He also had tremendous range that shouldn't be taken for granted. Even his circumstances were somewhat similar to Lillard, as he was constantly leading his small market team to be playoff contenders, just like Dame did for the Blazers for many years. Ultimately, it remains to be seen if Lillard is able to do something that Price was never able to do, and that's win a championship before he retires. Next up is Kevin Durant. Now, I don't hear this comparison much, but for me, it's a rather obvious one, and that's Dirk Nowitzki. When it comes to their offensive skills, these two legends are nearly identical. They're both 7-footers who are lethal three-point assassins. Both forwards are capable of making a play for themselves offensively, but also neither of them were known to be tremendous facilitators, as it was rather clear that they both had a shoot-first mentality. Even as 7-footers, neither player was ever considered as an elite rebounder. Although you always had to be wary of their three-point shooting, you also couldn't play them in too close, because either player was capable of taking you off the dribble and punishing you with their mid-range game. Not to mention how they both have a fadeaway jump shot that is near impossible to contest. Next in my top 10 is LeBron James. Now let me be clear, there has never been a player exactly like LeBron. When it comes to his speed, his size, and his ability to score and pass, he's truly one of a kind. But at least in some aspects, a player who is extremely similar to LeBron is the former New York Knicks superstar Bernard King. This guy was a strong 6'7" small forward, and in a similar fashion to King James, Bernard King was an absolute nightmare for defenses in transition. If he was charging full steam towards the basket, you couldn't do much but simply get out of the way. But he wasn't just a brute, as the man had solid footwork and a reliable jumper, making him, for a while, one of the best scorers in the entire league. In fact, to this very day, he's the Christmas Day record holder for the most points ever scored, as he dropped a remarkable total of 60 in 1984. Unfortunately, he didn't have the passing ability or the health of LeBron, as his significant knee issues greatly shortened his career. But when it came to Bernard as an offensive weapon, these two kings were nearly one and the same. Now let's take a look at Anthony Davis. Stylistically, the player who seems most similar to me is a guy he actually competed against, Kevin Garnett. Both players could play at the center position, but ideally, they both preferred the power forward spot. Whether it was on offense or defense, neither of these guys played bully ball in the paint, but they mostly relied on their solid skills, their elite footwork, and the more finesse aspects of their game. You wouldn't want either guy shooting a tremendous amount of three-pointers, but in the post with their backs to the basket, they're just about as dangerous as anyone. Then you look at the defensive end of the court, and it's more of the same, as both of these 6'10" bigs were intimidating forces around the painted area. The one major thing that they didn't have in common is the fact that AD has the fragility of a Chinese teacup and KG does not. Next up is Jason Tatum. I won't spend a tremendous amount of time on this one, because the answer is obvious, even if it's cliche. The most similar star player to Tatum, based on their playstyles, was Kobe Bryant. You look at his build, his dribble, his fadeaway jumper, and even how he sticks out his right leg on his jump shot, and the similarities are undeniable. The biggest difference is probably how Kobe excelled on the defensive end of the court, but regardless, on offense, they're a chip off the same block. Now we'll take a look at Joel Embiid. Especially when you look at his skills in the post, the most similar former star that I can think of is Hakeem Olajuwon. Both centers had tremendous footwork, both were among the best mid-range scorers in the league, and both were shot-blocking machines on the defensive end of the court. Although each center might have had occasional displays of power, their bread and butter was their more fundamentally focused style of play. There are some significant differences, like for one, Embiid was actually a threat from three-point range, and although they were both great shot contesters at the rim, if we're being completely honest, Hakeem is completely in a class of his own. Next up is Luka Doncic. The comparison I hear over and over again is Luka and Larry Bird, and although those two players have some similarities, I don't think it's the most accurate comparison based on their play styles. If I'm being completely honest, I think the comparison is more influenced by the fact that they're two really great white players who are sometimes considered as underwhelming athletes. I don't give a damn about the color of their skin, but I care more about how they play. So for me, the more apt comparison is the 1990 superstar Penny Hardaway. Just like Luka, Penny was a 6'7" combo guard, who usually operated as the team's floor general. Luka is also an extremely ball-dominant player who looks to make a play for himself or for others, instead of naturally fitting within a team system. And that is a description that's far better suited for Penny than it is for Bird. Just like Luka, Penny was a triple-double threat who could score, distribute, rebound, and had a tendency to shoot a lot of three-pointers. Statistically, neither Luka or Penny were elite three-point shooters from an efficiency standpoint. while Larry Bird was one of the best of his era, which again is yet another reason why these two are the more appropriate comparison. Now let's take a look at Steph Curry. I'm not the first person to make this comparison, but I certainly recognize that Steph has an extremely similar playstyle to Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf. This 6'1" point guard was a tremendously impactful player for the Denver Nuggets in the 1990s. He never reached his full potential, and the common belief among basketball circles is that he was blackballed out of the NBA due to his public displays of his religious faith. As far as his basketball skills, Mahmoud had a stellar handle of the basketball and was fantastic at creating space between him and his defender. Everything from his hesitation dribble to his crossover to his pull-up jumper and his three-point shooting just screamed Steph Curry before Steph Curry. Even Steph himself has given a tremendous amount of credit to him, saying that he was the prototype to his game. Next up is Giannis. Very few players in NBA history have had the combination of size, strength, length, and the agility that Giannis does. To me, one of the most similar players that I could suggest may come as a surprise to many younger basketball fans, but I believe it's Shaquille O'Neal, specifically in his youth as a member of the Orlando Magic. This version of O'Neal was similar to Giannis in the sense that he had very lean muscle and was very quick and athletic. Around the time that Shaq joined Los Angeles, he put on a tremendous amount of weight and relied more heavily on simply overpowering players in the painted area. But in Orlando, the slimmer Shaq was very capable of grabbing the rebound and taking it coast to coast all by himself to finish the play, which is something that Giannis does on a regular basis. With their length and athleticism, both players were very good at covering a lot of ground defensively in a short amount of time. Just don't ask either of them to shoot a free throw with the game on the line. Lastly, let's take a look at the Joker, Nikola Jokic. A pretty decent comparison is actually another legend from overseas, Arvydas Sabonis. But the thing is, Sabonis was not quite an elite facilitator like Jokic is. So instead, I'm going with another NBA champion, Bill Walton. Just like the Joker, Walton was a 6'11" center who could score, who could rebound, and who was among the best passers in the entire league, regardless of the fact that he played at the 5 spot. From a legacy standpoint, the players are also incredibly similar. Each all-time great big was an MVP winner, a Finals MVP winner, and provided the only championship that their franchise has ever won. Both guys operated like a point center, as they would often dictate the offense from the post and make plays either for themselves or for their teammates. The two major differences was the fact that Walton was much better at the defensive end of the court, and the other aspect was the unfortunate reality that Jokic had much better durability, as Walton was arguably the most injury-prone player in the history of the game. So what do you guys think? Who's a current NBA player who reminds you of someone from generations past? I look forward to hearing your suggestions in the comment section below. Thanks for watching as always, make sure to like and subscribe for more basketball content, and I'll see you guys in the next video.